Hello everyone. Welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Enjoy listening chapter 1. How tiring is it to accept a disciple? System. Signin for today. Signin successful. Reward 500 years of cultivation. Lu Changsheng stroked his head helplessly and said, "It's been more than 20 years. I sign in every day and the system rewards my cultivation. Does this system not have any other functions?" Lu Changsheng had been excited when he transmigrated to this world and knew that he had awakened the system. He thought that he could step onto the peak of the immortal path and suppress the world easily. However, who knew that the system could only be used to signin every day for more than 20 years? The reward would be years of cultivation without fail. Day after day, year after year. Lu Changsheng was already numb to it. He did not even know what realm his strength was at. The system seemed to know Lu Changsheng's helplessness and explained, "The host has yet to trigger the main storyline. There are no other functions for the time being. Then can you enlighten me on how to trigger the main plot? The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed." Helpless, Lu Changsheng raised his brush and drew a painting of a sword immortal dancing on the table. This was also Lu Changsheng's daily life. In any case, he would be rewarded with years of cultivation every day, so he didn't need to cultivate himself. He could only plant willow trees, raise grass chickens, draw a few paintings, and write a few poems with nothing to do. If he was feeling fancier, he would casually refine some medicinal pills and study array formations. When he finished drawing the last stroke, clang! A bell rang in this space. Lu Changsheng looked up and said, "Today seems to be the day the Hidden Dao Academy accepts new students." After some thought, he decided that since he had nothing else to do, he might as well go out for a walk and take a look. With that, Lu Changsheng put down the paintbrush in his hand and turned into a wisp of green smoke before disappearing. After he left for a while, the little bird in the garden flapped its wings that were as red as flames and came in front of the painting. Its eyes were fixed on the sword immortal dancing in the painting. The sword immortal in the painting seemed to be moving. Then, strands of sword kai actually shot out from the sword immortal in the painting. For a moment, the sword kai in the entire garden intertwined and cut through space. The little bird's eyes widened in shock. It flapped its wings and retreated. Following that, flames ignited on its wings, as if it wanted to block this shocking sword intent. In an instant, the flame was instantly cut off by the sword intent, but its momentum did not decrease as it slashed straight at the little bird. At this moment, the willow tree at the side actually stretched out a willow branch and blocked all the sword intent. "Little bird, don't be so rash in the future. Even though this painting was casually made, the intent behind it is not something you can withstand now." With that, the willow tree stopped moving. The little bird nodded, seemingly agreeing with the willow tree. It took a deep look at the painting on the table and retreated. Hidden Dao Academy. Countless experts walked out from it. The publicly acknowledged place for Dao cultivation in the southern region. It was detached from worldly affairs and did not participate in any sect or aristocratic family conflicts. They would not benefit from the dynasty's holy land, be it the heirs of the dynasty's emperors or the descendants of aristocratic families. Everyone who entered the Hidden Dao Academy was treated equally. Strength was the only thing that mattered here. It was also because of this that the Hidden Dao Academy could stand above others. At this moment, at the mountain gate of the academy, dozens of youth stood there. They were the ones who passed the academy's assessment and were finally accepted. Next, the elders of the academy would be taking in disciples. Their futures would be limitless once any elder took a fancy to them. Their disciples were all geniuses that the aristocratic families and dynasties were fighting for. Therefore, these young people were all excited, hoping to be taken in as disciples by the elders. There are quite a lot of good seedlings this year. Yes, I heard that the direct descendants of the 4 great families of Tanyuan City are also here. Then we have to choose carefully. Perhaps we'll have a successor. It's not that easy. Even if they have enough talent, we have to look at their character. You can't casually pass it down. True. At this moment, the elders looked behind them and saw a young man in green walking over slowly. An elder frowned and said, "Why did he come?" Some of them were at a loss, obviously because they did not know this young man. One asked, "Elder, is this person from the academy?" One of the elders said with a complicated expression, "Yes and no. He's from the cottage." The cottage. Countless people were shocked. Of course, there were also people who were at a loss. Obviously, they also knew nothing about the cottage. The Hidden Tao Academy was divided into Martial Academy and Confucian Academy. However, there was another force outside of them, which was the cottage. It could be said that the cottage was not under the jurisdiction of the academy, but could enjoy the resources of the academy. This puzzled everyone. However, no one dared to voice it out loud under the suppression of the dean. The leader of the cottage had changed, and it had been decades since they had accepted a new disciple. Lu Chengsheng was the only one accepted by the cottage. He was usually very low-key and rarely went out. This made people forget that there was such a person in the cottage. Therefore, it was normal for some people not to know about the existence of the cottage. Lu Chengsheng walked up to the elders and bowed with a smile. Chengsheng greets the elders. Lu Chengsheng, why are you here today? I've never seen you come to the disciple recruitment day before. Lu Chengsheng shook his head and said, I was bored and came out to take a look at the academy's recruitment. I don't have any intention of accepting disciples. Elders, don't worry about me. Bored. The elders shook their heads helplessly. This kid had the academy's resources but was unwilling to accept disciples. He was really. The academy took pride in taking in disciples to preach the Tao. They were not very happy seeing Lu Chengsheng act in this way. One of the elders, who was quite old, said resentfully, as a member of the academy, it is your duty to preach to the world. Why don't you want to take in disciples or bring in new blood for the cottage? Lu Chengsheng spread his hands and said, I can't even cultivate immortality myself. Why should I delay others besides? It's so tiring to teach disciples. I'm having fun alone. Why should I suffer? But how can you not preach since you're using the academy's resources? As the leader of the cottage, even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the future of the cottage. Lu Chengsheng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on when the elders began to persuade him. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by a voice in his mind. The host has triggered a mission. Please head to Tianyuan City to take in this disciple. Name Yiqiubai. Talent SSS grade. Aptitude Sword Heart Profundity. Chaos Essence Sword Body. Potential to become an emperor. Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng disappeared on the spot, leaving only a sentence. Elders, I'm going to Tianyuan City to pick up my disciple. Please continue without me. The elders were left stunned on the spot. Didn't this kid just mention that he couldn't even cultivate immortality and didn't want to delay others? Didn't he also just mention that teaching disciples was tiring? As if I'd believe you. Furthermore, there are so many good seedlings here. Why do you insist on going to Tianyuan City? The prodigies of the direct descendants of the families in Tianyuan City are all here now. Chapter 2. The Fall of the Former Genius. Tianyuan City. The capital city of the Tianyuan dynasty was filled with aristocratic families and scattered sects. The Yi family was one of the 4 major families in Tianyuan City and was extremely powerful. Today is the day of the Yi family's strength test. Right. That's right. Speaking of which, is that Yiqiubai is going to participate too? Right. What a pity for Yiqiubai. Back then, he accidentally entered the forbidden area of the Sword Saint's inheritance ground and was attacked by the Kai of the Supreme Sword. He lost his cultivation. His meridians were destroyed, and his talent plummeted even though he escaped with his life. Yiqiubai, the #1 genius of Tianyuan City back then, has now fallen to such a state. It's a pity. That's right, Yiqiubai's personality is too straightforward. Back then, he offended many nobles. Now that he has lost his cultivation, the Yi family has abandoned him. I wonder if Yiqiubai can survive the storm of revenge after this test. What happens today is because of the karma you planted yesterday. In front of the ancestral hall at the Yi residence, many people gathered under a high platform, and on the high platform was a sky-penetrating stone that could test one's talent. Next, Yikubai. Yikubai held a sword in his arms in the corner. He silently stood up and slowly walked towards the sky-penetrating stone. The surrounding people looked at Yikubai. Some sighed regretfully, while others had mocking expressions. No matter how high a person rose back then, when he fell from the altar, he would fall miserably. There were 3 people sitting on the high platform. The leader was the head of the Yi family, Yiking, who was also Yikubai's father. Yiking sighed softly as he looked at Yikubai, who was hugging his sword in silence. Why was his son's road in life so bumpy? Beside Yiking stood a woman in gorgeous clothes with a cold expression. She looked at this scene with a cold expression. He arrived in front of the sky-penetrating stone. The elder at the side said coldly, "Yikubai, put your hand on the sky-penetrating stone." Yikubai glanced at the elder who had fawned over him with a smile in the past. Then, he raised his head and looked up. His gaze landed on the cold woman, and a look of realization flashed across his eyes. They were childhood sweethearts who cultivated, explored treasures and ate together. When they grew up, the 2 families immediately engaged them because their families were well matched. However, the engagement was cancelled and the marriage contract was destroyed after he lost his cultivation. The little girl from before had become so unfamiliar now. He retracted his gaze and placed his hand on the sky-penetrating stone. Soon, a faint light flickered on the sky-penetrating stone. Seeing this, the elder sneered and reported, "Yikubai, 3rd realm of Kai refinement. Inferior talent." As expected, Yikubai must know very well. Why embarrass himself again? Perhaps he's used to being a genius and isn't willing to be reduced to a mortal, so he wants to try again. However, Yikubai offended so many people previously. I'm afraid he won't have a good life in the future. No matter what, from now on, the Yi family know. The entire Tanyuan city no longer has Yikubai's position. Up above, Yiking's expression was extremely ugly when he saw this. The woman seemed to have known the outcome long ago. She turned around and left without saying anything. She seemed to have come here to verify if Yikubai had really lost his cultivation. Yikubai couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard the mockery around him. That's right. He no longer had a place in the Yi family. The Yi family was one of the 4 great families of the Tanyuan dynasty. A top-notch family. How could he accept a piece of trash who had lost his cultivation? If word got out, it would be a humiliation. He looked at the sword in his arms and glanced at the back of the departing woman. Suddenly, as if he had figured something out, he shouted to the top, "Father, I'll leave the Yi family today and travel alone. I hope Father will agree." Staying in the Yi family would be humiliating, and it would also cause trouble for his father. Instead of that, it was better to go out alone. Perhaps there would be some opportunities. Yiking naturally knew what Yikubai was thinking. He could only sigh and say, "Have you thought it through?" Yikubai's eyes were firm as he nodded. Only by going out and looking for opportunities could he have a chance to recover his cultivation, even though this chance was pitifully small and almost impossible. Seeing this, Yiking could only nod. As the head of the family, he had no choice. Instead of letting his son stay in the Yi family and be humiliated, it was better to let him wander alone. Moreover, how could those elders let Yikubai, who had lost his cultivation, stay in the Yi family? Yikubai bowed and left the Yi family. After leaving Tanyuan city, one would be met with a dense forest. Yikubai suddenly stopped in his tracks in the dense forest. He looked at the 3 men in black in front of him and seemed to have guessed it long ago. His expression was indifferent as he smiled and said, "After following me for so long, you finally can't hold it in anymore." The enmity that they had formed in the past had finally erupted. One of them smiled and said, "Yikubai, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it back then?" Yikubai smiled and said, "I will still do it even if I go back in time now." Yikubai had already grabbed a jade pendant as he spoke. He knew that someone would come after him, but it didn't mean that he would be stupid enough to not make any preparations. However, "I want to ask who's the one who can't wait to get rid of me." An assassin followed him as soon as he left Tanyuan city, even though he no longer had his previous status. He was still the son of the Yi family's head. It was obvious how much the other party hated him. The man in black sneered. So what if you know you won't have a chance to take revenge anyway? Moreover, you've offended so many people in the past few years. What's the point of asking this? That might not be the case. Yi Qiubai tightened his grip on the jade pendant. This was the only thing he had brought out from the Sword Saint's inheritance ground. There was a set of array formations inside. Once it was released, the three of them would not be able to withstand it. It was just that he might not be able to withstand the backlash of the array with his current strength. However, he had no other choice now. If that's the case, the leader raised his sword and slashed at Yi Qiubai. Sword light flickered on the longsword, and its might swept through Yi Qiubai. The other party did not intend to hold back at all. He used his full strength and only wanted to kill him in one strike. Yi Qiubai's expression tightened. Just as he was about to throw the jade pendant out, a green-robed figure appeared in front of him. With a flick of his finger, the sword landed on the green-robed man's fingertip and could not advance any further. When the sword light struck his finger, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not make a dent at all. I can't let you kill him. If he dies, wouldn't I not have a disciple? Who are you? The man in black was shocked and immediately drew his sword and retreated. Me, the man in green shook his head and pointed his finger repeatedly. Instantly, a bloody hole appeared between the brows of two of them. The remaining person was already stunned on the spot. The green-robed man looked at Yi Qiubai behind him and smiled. There's only one person left. Do you want to ask who wants you dead? Chapter 3. It was only because it is a mission from the system. Lu Chansheng already knew Yi Qiubai's location, and he also discovered that someone wanted to kill him. It was not easy for the system to issue a mission. How could it let these brats ruin it? Hearing this, Yi Qiubai immediately cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior." Lu Chansheng nodded and looked at the man in black. All of a sudden, a palm landed on the top of his head. Then, a transparent spirit body stretched out from the top of the man's head under Yi Qiubai's terrified gaze. This is the soul-searching technique. Lu Chansheng nodded slightly. With a flip of his palm, information was transmitted into his mind. At the same time, the spirit body revealed a pained expression. He stopped searching after a while as the black-robed man's soul had long been destroyed. He looked at Yi Qiubai and said softly, "Do you want to know now?" Yi Qiubai was stunned for a moment before nodding. His eyes filled with determination. Seeing this, Lu Chansheng did not intend to hide the truth. "Jian Chan." Boom! Yi Qiubai felt as if he had been struck by lightning hearing this answer. He was stunned on the spot. He reacted after quite some time, and smiled bitterly. His eyes filled with sorrow. He wondered about who wanted to get rid of him so quickly, but he had never thought that this person was actually his childhood sweetheart. The Jiang Chan who wanted to be together for everything when they were young. Do you need me to help you solve it? Yi Qiubai raised his eyebrows and shook his head. There's no need to trouble Senior. I'll do this myself. Hearing this, Lu Chansheng also looked impressed. A man who does not retreat when he is down on his luck. One could only grow quickly by advancing courageously. Yi Qiubai cupped his fists and asked, "I will definitely repay Senior's kindness in the future. May I know Senior's name?" Lu Chansheng looked at Yi Qiubai and smiled. "My name is Lu Chansheng. I want to take you in as my disciple. That's why I'm here." Yi Qiubai was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. "Senior, don't joke. Now that I've lost my cultivation and talent, how can I be qualified to be your disciple?" Looking at his extraordinary temperament and killing methods just now, he knew that Lu Chansheng was not ordinary. Why would such a person like him like the current him? Lu Chansheng didn't say anything. He pointed at Yi Qiubai's glabella, wanting to check his condition. His meridians are filled with sword kai and his foundation is damaged. Both can be repaired and rebuilt with medicinal pills and cultivation techniques. The system actually have such a function. What kind of cultivation technique and medicinal pill? He asked inwardly. I'll give them to you after you accept Yi Qiubai as your disciple. Senior. Lu Chansheng came back to his senses and said with a smile, "If I say that I can help you return to your peak and even maximize your talent, will you come with me?" Hearing this, Yi Qiubai's eyes instantly lit up. returning to the peak, even far surpassing that peak. Wasn't this what he wanted? Moreover, seeing that the senior was so confident, he felt that he probably wouldn't lie to him. He didn't have anything precious on him anyway. Why the hell not? Yiqiubai immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Changsheng. Disciple Yiqiubai greets master. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, "It's just a discipleship. Why are you kowtowing?" Yiqiubai's expression was serious as he said, "A teacher for a day, a father for life. I naturally have to kowtow." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng could not help but nod in satisfaction. His talent was not bad, and his character was passable. Taking in such a disciple was not bad. Completed the disciple recruitment mission and received a disciple recruitment gift bag. To upgrade sacred artifact green cloud sword, primordial sword scripture, creation pill. At the same time, the disciple nurturing mission will be activated. After hearing the system's words, Lu Changsheng nodded to himself. He looked at Yiqiubai and said, "All right. In that case, follow me." On the sword, Yiqiubai asked, "Master, where are we going now?" "The Hidden Dao Academy." "The Hidden Dao Academy." Yiqiubai was shocked. The Hidden Dao Academy was not in Tanyuan City, but was there anyone in the southern region who didn't know about the Hidden Dao Academy? This was the publicly acknowledged place of cultivating Dao in the southern region. Master is an elder of the Hidden Dao Academy. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, "Our force belongs to the academy. But it's not under the academy's jurisdiction. It's called the cottage. I don't know if you've heard of it." Yiqiubai shook his head. This was normal since the cottage had never done anything earth-shattering after all. In fact, Lu Changsheng had never taken in any disciples after he took over the cottage. Yiqiubai actually wanted to ask what realm his master's strength was at, but he thought that it wouldn't be good to ask too much, so he could only suppress his curiosity. The disciples of the Hidden Dao Academy were in the process of being chosen by the elders. However, most were already done with their selection. The leftovers were to enter the outer courtyard to study, except there was a woman in red who was extremely stubborn in front of the elders. "I want to join the cottage." That was the only thing she had said so far. Then, she stood on the spot with a cold expression. Moreover, she was the most outstanding person in this batch of students. No, it should be said that she was the most outstanding person for the past few years, be it her identity, talent, aptitude, or strength. This made the elders very helpless. She didn't want to become their disciple, so they couldn't force her after all. At this moment, two figures flew over on their swords. "Oh, is the enrollment not over yet?" The elders looked at the man on the sword with complicated expressions. Lu Changsheng was stunned and asked, "What is there something on my face?" One of the elders pointed at the girl on the empty ground and said helplessly, "Lu Changsheng. She wants to join the cottage." He looked at the girl and read at the door. "I want to join the cottage." She mentioned it once again. However, Lu Changsheng refused and said with a smile, "Join the other elders. I don't accept disciples." With that, he led Yiqiubai into the academy. "Why?" The girl was indignant. Her clan wanted her to join the cottage and had also told her about its history before she came to the Hidden Dao Academy. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and said, "I'm lazy. I like peace and quiet, so I'm afraid of misleading disciples." The elder at the side noticed Yiqiubai and asked, "Changsheng, who is this?" "My disciple. Didn't you just proclaim that you are lazy, like peace and quiet, and are afraid of misleading disciples? And I thought you didn't accept disciples." The elders looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They could only look at the girl and say, "Xin Hani, why don't you choose another elder?" Xin Hani shook her head and cupped her hands. "Since I can't enter the cottage, I'll cultivate by myself." She really did not need the guidance of an elder with her family background, even though she sounded arrogant. Xin Hani looked in the direction Lu Changsheng had left and said in a low voice, "I will prove myself." Clearly, Xin Hani thought that Lu Changsheng wouldn't accept her because he didn't like her talent and strength. She did not know that he was really just too lazy. As for taking in Yiqiubai, it was only because it was a mission from the system. Chapter 4. Comprehending Sword Intent. Nurturing mission completed. At the cottage, Lu Changsheng casually pointed at the row of bamboo houses and said, "Choose a house." Yi Qiubai nodded and came to Lu Changsheng after he settled down. Lu Changsheng sat on a recliner and waved his hand. A sword and a medicinal pill appeared in front of Yi Qiubai. "You've acknowledged me as your master. I don't have anything good to give you. He'll give you this green cloud sword which can send you straight to the skies." When Yi Qiubai saw this green cloud sword, he was shocked. The green cloud sword was hidden in the scabbard, and there was a faint sharp sword intent constantly surrounding it. He could feel a sword Dao when he held it with his hand and had vaguely comprehended it. How could cultivation techniques and weapons that were related to the Dao be ordinary? What would happen if it was unsheathed? Thinking of this, Yi Qiubai wanted to draw his sword. "I advise you not to unsheath it. The current you can't withstand the intent of this sword." Yi Qiubai dispelled the thought upon hearing this. "Master, this is too precious. I can't accept it." Yi Qiubai's expression was serious as he handed over his sword. Lu Changsheng glanced at Yi Qiubai and said, "Just accept it since I've given it to you. Also, that pill can solve your health problem." With that, he pointed at Yi Qiubai's glabella. Information about cultivation techniques entered Yi Qiubai's mind. The primordial sword scripture. The sword would transform the Danshan, and the sword would build the meridians to achieve the supreme sword body. The profundity of it could be said to be rare in Yi Qiubai's life. Be it the cultivation techniques of the clan or what he had seen when he was out training, what he had experienced was not even 1 out of 10. Zunyanya of this primordial sword scripture. Yi Qiubai's heart surged. Then, he nodded and didn't refuse anymore. He placed the creation pill in his mouth and sat cross-legged to comprehend the cultivation technique. Lu Changsheng nodded seeing this and walked into the wooden house. System. What is the disciple nurturing mission? Activating the nurturing mission. Get Yi Qiubai to comprehend the sword intent within 3 days. He has to achieve the golden core pill realm at the minimum. Once he reaches it, you will be rewarded with a completion reward. Sword intent. This was nothing to him since he hadn't been idle for the past 20 years. However, how could a newbie like Yi Qiubai comprehend sword intent in 3 days? Also, getting Yi Qiubai, who had started from scratch, to recover to the golden core pill realm in 3 days. Motherfucker, are you making things difficult for me? However, it wasn't easy for him to have a mission. How could he give up so quickly? Thinking of this, he began to formulate a hell-level training method. Sword intent relied on comprehension. As for his realm, he would stuff him with pills even if he had to use multiple medicinal pills. With that, Lu Changsheng took out the alchemy furnace and waved his hand. Medicinal herbs with restrained medicinal fragrances were thrown into it one by one. 3 days quickly passed. Yi Qiubai, who was sitting cross-legged outside, suddenly opened his eyes. A spiritual Kai vortex appeared around him and kept absorbing it with Yi Qiubai as the core. At this moment, Lu Changsheng also walked out of the straw hut. With a flick of his finger, several array flags flew out in all directions. A formation immediately enveloped the entire cottage. Formation up. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding spiritual power surged into the cottage as the spiritual Kai vortex around Yi Qiubai became even more condensed. His cultivation realm continued to rise. The 3rd realm of Kai refinement, the 6th realm, the 9th realm, the foundation establishment realm. However, this aura did not stop. After the foundation establishment realm, it did not stop until it reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm. He was only 1 step away from entering the golden core pill stage. Yi Qiubai opened his eyes and casually picked up a tree branch. He executed sword techniques one after another. It was the sword scale of the primordial sword scripture. After Yi Qiubai stopped, he could feel that his talent and strength far exceeded the past. It could be said that Lu Changsheng had given him a new life. Putting down the branch, Yi Qiubai knelt on the ground and said solemnly, "I'll definitely serve Master well after I exact my revenge." Lu Changsheng reached out and lifted Yi Qiubai. "Alright, continue cultivating. Here are a few medicinal pills. Try to break through to the golden core pill realm in the next 2 days and comprehend the sword intent." Yi Qiubai was shocked again when he saw the pills in Lu Changsheng's hand. pure young scarlet blood pill, concentration pill, vitality nurturing pill. These 3 elixirs were rare elixirs in the entire southern region. The number of alchemists who could refine these 3 types of medicinal pills could be counted on one hand. They were so rare that they were something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Master, this is too precious. Lu Changsheng casually threw these 3 pills to Yiqiubai. What's so precious about them? I've refined an entire cauldron of them. Come back and take them if this is not enough. 1 entire cauldron. When did this pill become as worthless as jelly beans? However, when he thought of the request that Lu Changsheng had given him previously, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget about the golden core pill stage. Sword intent was not something that could be comprehended just like that. Some people could not master sword intent even after pondering about it for a lifetime. However, it was useless to think about this. Yiqiubai's gaze became firm as he continued to cultivate. After consuming those medicinal pills, his strength also began to rapidly increase at this moment. At the same time, sword rays began to revolve around his body, and the sound of a sword whistling could be heard from within his body. On the cliff, a willow tree watched this scene, its branches rustling. This kid's talent is not bad. Only the chaos essence sword body can satisfy the cultivation conditions of the primordial sword scripture. On a branch at the side, a little bird with fiery red wings watched this scene with a solemn gaze. Another day passed. Yiqiubai was sitting on a rock when suddenly an aura erupted. The sword kai around Yiqiubai roared. Not long after, his aura was restrained. Golden core pill realm. Yiqiubai got up. Even though he had reached the golden core pill realm, how could he comprehend the concept of sword intent, which could only be chanced upon by luck? He glanced at the painting on the wooden table and couldn't help but walk over curiously. It was none other than the painting of a sword immortal dancing. Yiqiubai stood in front of the painting for the entire night. That night, sword kai surrounded Yiqiubai. The sword kai became more and more condensed. Even the green cloud sword in his hand began to reveal a weak sword light. Lu Changsheng walked out of the straw hut and stretched. Oh, he had touched the threshold of sword intent. The silver saddle illuminates the white horse. It's as valiant as a meteor. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but nod and recite. Yiqiubai seemed to have heard it. The sword kai actually began to whistle in this space, killing a person in 10 steps, not leaving a trace for 1,000 miles. When you're done, brush off your clothes and hide your achievements and reputation. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiqiubai suddenly opened his eyes, and the green cloud sword in his hand shone brightly. A sword intent soared into the sky from Yiqiubai's body. The commotion alarmed the entire Hidden Dao Academy. This is sword intent. Has another swordsman appeared? Martial Academy. Sword Hall. A woman in red was meditating. At that moment, she opened her eyes and looked in the direction of the rumbling sword intent. The Hidden Dao Academy really lives up to its reputation. Then, she remembered that she had been rejected by Lu Changsheng and had taken in an ordinary young man as his disciple. He'll make you regret not taking me as your disciple. With that, she closed her eyes and continued to comprehend the blood-red sword in front of her. Only by comprehending sword intent could one become a sword practitioner. At this moment, a series of voices sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Nurturing mission completed. The host has obtained the 9 Netherworld formation. Law of Sword Dao. 1. Years of Cultivation. Chapter 5. He really gave me too much. Yiqiubai sat cross-legged beside the willow tree with the green cloud sword on his lap, comprehending the sword intent contained in the sword. Sword kai whistled in his body, and his sword intent slowly filled this world, becoming more and more condensed. When the willow tree saw this scene, it could not help but think to itself, everyone with the chaos essence sword body has become a sword emperor. It seems that these words are not groundless. On the other side, Lu Changsheng arrived above the cottage. The power of this 9 Netherworld formation is much stronger than the array formation in the Academy's treasure vault. However, it's quite complicated. It took me the entire time required for an incense stick to burn to figure it out. The tiers of the array were divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The protective array formation of the Hidden Dao Academy was an earth tier array formation. In comparison, The 9 netherworld formation had already far exceeded the heaven tier. This array formation was quite powerful. However, the materials required to make it were a difficult problem. It needed the thunderstruck wood, redwood heavenly gold, black yellow earth, and the phoenix parasol tree as the array foundation. Then, he had to draw water from the river of the dead as the array spirit to complete the array. The thunderstruck wood, black yellow earth, and phoenix parasol tree were easy to deal with. The cottage had them in stock. However, Lu Changsheng did not possess the redwood heavenly gold since he had never left the academy all these years after all. Looks like I have to go to the academy's treasure vault to take a look. Thinking of this, he turned around and disappeared. In the Hidden Dao Academy, the Martial Academy had 4 halls: Sword Hall, Array Hall, Pill Hall, and Martial Hall. There was also a Confucian faction called the Confucian Faculty. At this moment, the Dean of the Academy, Qin Tianan, and the other elders were discussing important matters in the conference hall of the Confucian faction. I heard that the cottage has taken in a disciple. Qin Tianan looked at everyone and smiled. I'm a little curious. Who exactly could make that kid Changsheng want to take in a disciple? Moreover, he actually left the academy for that person and personally went to Tianyuan City. In the past few years, Lu Changsheng rarely came out of the cottage, let alone left the academy. Dean Ru also smiled and said, maybe he's grown up and has become more sensible. I hope so. Alright, let's talk about the academy competition first. This involves the communication between our Southern Region Academy and the other 3 regional academies after all. The Martial Hall elder snorted. Our Southern Region Academy has already been at the bottom of the rankings for 4 consecutive years. If we don't produce some good seedlings, we'll probably be at the bottom again. Qin Tianan sighed secretly and said, we can't force such a thing. However, didn't someone in our academy comprehend Sword Intent previously? Everyone looked at the Sword Hall elder. But the Sword Hall elder shook his head and sighed. It's from us. Then who could it be? Previously, the Sword Intent soared into the sky and filled the Hidden Dao Academy. Qin Tianan wanted to track this aura, but in an instant, the Sword Intent was hidden by a special barrier. There was no trace of it at all. Then everyone, look for this person first. If he's a student of our academy, our ranking should move forward this time. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from outside the door. Hey, 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 is anyone there? When Qin Tianan heard this tone, he could not help but be speechless. He waved his hand and undid the barrier. Enter. Lu Changsheng pushed the door open and entered. He looked at the elders and cupped his fists with a smile. Changsheng greets the dean and the elders. Qin Tianan covered his head and looked at him with a headache. What's the matter? Lu Changsheng explained his intentions. Dean, I want to go to the treasure vault. Treasure vault? Qin Tianan was stunned and asked, why are you going to the treasure vault? The treasure vault was an important place of the academy. If he wanted to enter, he had to obtain Qin Tianan's approval. I'm setting up an array here. I'm still lacking a piece of redwood heavenly gold. Redwood heavenly gold. The expressions of the elders changed. This was an extremely rare array foundation material that could only be chanced upon by luck. Once it appeared, it would be fought over by various factions. It was not impossible for a war to break out because of the redwood heavenly gold. The array hall elder frowned and asked, Lu Changsheng, what do you want that for? I've never heard of you knowing any array formations. Moreover, you shouldn't be able to set up an array with foundation material like the redwood heavenly gold. Right. Qin Tianan waved his hand and interrupted. Changsheng, I want ask what you want the redwood heavenly gold for. I can give it to you, but you have to agree to one condition. Dean, our Hidden Dao Academy doesn't have much redwood heavenly gold left. Qin Tianan ignored the objections of the elders and looked at Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng was a little helpless, but it would probably be a little troublesome to get this redwood heavenly gold from outside. He could only nod and say, Dean, please tell me. Qin Tianan nodded. It's very simple. Didn't you personally go to Tianyuan City to take in a disciple a few days ago? The academy competition will begin in a week. At that time, I need your disciple to participate. The academy competition. I have to ask him if he's willing. Then this redwood heavenly gold. It's fine. He's my disciple. He won't dare to go against me. Qin Tianan. Lu Chengsheng sighed inwardly. Disciple? It's not that I want to betray you. He's just giving me too much. After the matter was settled, Lu Chengsheng returned to the cottage. At this moment, Yi Qiubai was practicing his sword in front of the straw house. Sword Kai surged, and sword lights were wanton. Lu Chengsheng took a look and said, the sword energy needs to be restrained. What's the use of being fancy? It's flashy but useless. Yi Qiubai seemed to have understood something and used his sword again after hearing that. After the sunset, Yi Qiubai's current sword technique was not as flashy as before. Instead, it was restrained. After putting away the sword, Lu Chengsheng also walked out of the straw house. Yi Qiubai immediately cupped his fists and said, Master. Yes. Cultivate well these days. There will be an academy competition in 7 days. You will participate in it. The academy competition. Battle intent appeared in Yi Qiubai's eyes. Yes. I understand. At the same time, in the Yi family's residence in Tianyuan City, Great Elder Yi Ling looked at his son and smiled. Yaner, you've been taken in as a disciple by an elder of the Hidden Tao Academy this time. You have to perform well and not embarrass our Yi family. After saying that, he looked at Yi King disdainfully. Yi Yan cupped his fists and smiled. Yi Yan will definitely not let father down. I will definitely get a good ranking in this academy competition and bring glory to our Yi family. I will fight back the pride that Yi Qiubai lost previously. Yi King's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Ling laughed when he heard this. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Well, wait for your good news here. At the same time, he looked at Yi King and patted his shoulder. He said loudly, Patriarch, my son will support the Yi family in the future. The younger generation of our Yi family will definitely not decline. Chapter 6. The First Battle by the Cottage. There were still 2 days before the academy competition. Yi Qiubai stood in front of the painting of the sword immortal dancing. He seemed to have comprehended something again, and waves of sword kai erupted from his body. His aura quickly climbed and reached the peak stage golden core pill realm. He could not help but sigh, feeling his cultivation increase again, as expected of Master. Every time I look at this painting, I have a different comprehension of the sword Tao. Yi Qiubai would be terrified if he found out that this painting was actually casually drawn by Lu Chengsheng when he was bored. However, Yi Qiubai also felt that he had reached a bottleneck after these days of cultivation. Over the past few days, Yi Qiubai had also understood a bit more about the Hidden Tao Academy. In the Hidden Tao Academy, contribution points were used as the criteria for assessment. Contribution points could be used to enter the treasure pavilion to choose cultivation techniques and martial techniques, or they could be exchanged for natural treasures. There were 3 ways to obtain contribution points. The first was to complete the missions of the academy. The second was to make outstanding contributions to the academy. Lastly would be to go to the martial arts arena to spar with the people from the academy. He could go on stage to challenge if he bet his contribution points. The higher the number of wins, the more contribution points he would have. If he lost, all his contribution points would go to the other party. Thinking of this, Yi Qiubai decided to go to the martial arts arena to spar. He could use this opportunity to verify his current sword Tao comprehension and also to earn contribution points. Therefore, Yi Qiubai carried a wooden sword and went down the mountain. When he arrived at the registration office, an old man was sitting at the door. Name, which hall, cultivation level, and contribution points. Yi Qiubai reported his name. The cottage, Golden Core Pill Realm, 100 contribution points. The cottage. The old man raised his head and glanced at Yi Qiubai. He handed over a hand sign with the number 11 on it and said, The Golden Core Pill Realm spar has already begun. Go over directly. Thank you very much. Yi Qiubai cupped his fists and entered the martial art stage. After a short while, number 11 was called. Yi Qiubai took a small step and jumped onto the martial arts arena. Opposite him was a huge man with explosive muscles. Martial halls lie he against the cottage's Yi Qiubai. Their realms are the same, and the winner takes all. An old man retreated from the stage after reading it. When the people watching the battle heard this, They were all shocked. The cottage is at the cottage that has not taken in disciples for decades. Yes, the cottage has taken in new disciples now. I want to see what the cottage is capable of. Lai He heard the whispers of the surrounding people and could not help but sneer. Disciple of the cottage, I want to see what the people of the cottage are capable of. Bai did not reply. Instead, he took out his wooden sword. These people would naturally shut up as long as he revealed his strength. At the same time, a few elders arrived in midair. This included the dean of the academy, Qin Tianan. Looks like everyone wants to see how that kid Cheng Sheng's disciple is doing. The Sword Hall elder snorted coldly. If the disciple he takes in is not good, then he can't occupy the academy's resources in the future. The Martial Hall elder nodded in agreement. The opinions in the academy are getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid even the dean won't be able to suppress them. Qin Tianan sighed. Let's take a look at this child first. The match began. Lai Yi sneered and suddenly stepped on the ground. His explosive muscles bulged as he punched Bai's chest. The people of the Martial Hall all had extremely strong physical bodies. As one of the best, Lai Yi was even more extraordinary. The surrounding wind changed direction, and sonic booms sounded in the air with a punch. Even the surrounding audience was shocked. Lai Yi's body has become stronger again. Even someone at the peak of the Golden Core Pill realm will probably find it difficult to withstand his punch. This Bai is still standing there without moving. He's probably already shocked by the power of this punch. The cottage is nothing much. Bai looked at this punch calmly. His body was indeed very powerful. However, that was all. The wooden sword in his hand was raised slightly and he stabbed out. You want to block my punch with a wooden sword? Lai Yi sneered and punched the wooden sword. However, the scene of the wooden sword shattering did not happen as Lai Yi had expected. Instead, his fist seemed to have smashed into an extremely sharp sword. Puff! In an instant, his fist was pierced by the wooden sword. Lai Yi's expression changed drastically as he took a step back. The elder of the sword hall above had a solemn expression. The sword kai is restrained. This child's mastery of the sword kai is so powerful. It was not difficult to restrain the sword kai, but it was extremely difficult to store it in an extremely fragile wooden sword. The Martial Hall elder's face darkened. Let's wait and see. This is not good enough. Lai Yi was a student of their Martial Hall after all. The audience was also shocked. Clearly, this scene had exceeded their expectations. Bai's expression did not change at all. His eyes were as calm as the lake without any ripples. He took a slight step forward and shot out like an arrow. The wooden sword in his hand slashed out, and sword lights locked onto Lai Yi's figure like a sword net. There was no way out. When Lai Yi saw this, he knew that he had underestimated his enemy. The afterimage from the sword in front of him seemed to be able to cut through space. As it attacked him, the sword wind slashed at Lai Yi's powerful body, leaving blood traces. If it slashed at him directly, he would probably be cut into pieces. Thinking of this, Lai Yi roared at the sky, and his arms began to turn to stone. Streaks of black gold flowed from the petrified arm to his 5 fingers and turned into black gold gloves. That's a peak stage treasure. The black gold gloves, and he is even using the mountain shaking fist. This is Lai Yi's strongest move. Lai Yi used this move to kill a peak stage Golden Core Pill Realm expert when he was at the beginner stage Golden Core Pill Realm previously. Bai was surprised. The other party's aura was also rising extremely. The power of that punch was probably quite powerful. In the past, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand this punch. However, this punch was nothing much now. With the primordial sword scripture given by his master and the modification of various medicinal pills, the wooden sword in his hand slashed again. Sword kai spewed out, and the sword net formed by the sword light seemed to become even sharper and more condensed, as if it could tear through space. The fists and swords collided, emitting a clanging sound of metal colliding. Waves of huge airwaves continuously spread out. Unfortunately, this state did not last long. Cracks quickly appeared on Lai Yi's black gold glove. There was no way to hide. Lai Yi's expression changed. The black gold gloves were instantly destroyed. Cracks appeared on the petrified arm with a crack, and blood spewed out. He was sent flying and fell outside the martial arts arena with a scream. The winner is Yi Qiubai of the cottage. Chapter 7. No one believes the truth in this day and age. No one applauded as the old man announced the results. There were only shocked expressions on everyone's faces. Lai He of the martial hall was one of the top figures in the martial hall and had been roped in by countless aristocratic families and dynasties. He had once killed people several times above his level. He had actually lost to an unknown Yi Qiubai. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that Yi Qiubai was very relaxed the entire time, as if he had not used his full strength at all. The dean, Qin Tianan, smiled from above and said, "Looks like that kid Cheng Sheng has good taste." The dean of the Confucius faculty also nodded and said, "This child's talent is indeed not bad." The elder of the sword hall stared at Yi Qiubai with a strange gaze, thinking about something. At this moment, the old man stood beside Yi Qiubai and asked with a strange expression, "Yi Qiubai, your current contribution points are 200. Do you still want to continue challenging? However, if you lose, all your contribution points will be handed over to the winner." Yi Qiubai did not hesitate at all. He came here to fight and use this opportunity to break through. "You'll continue." The old man nodded and read out the name of the next challenger. Array Hall, Quming. Quming looked at Yi Qiubai and said solemnly, "You're very strong, but I wonder if you can break my array formation." With that, array flag shot out with a flick of Quming's finger. 7 colored fog formed between the array flags and surrounded the entire martial arts arena. Someone in the audience exclaimed, "This is Quming's 7 illusionary array. Those who fall into it will experience 7 illusions. They will be trapped for the rest of their lives if they are not able to walk out of it. Then won't Yi Qiubai be in trouble? Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Right." When the array hall elder saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile. "Quming is my disciple. I personally taught him the 7 illusion array. It's going to be very difficult for Yi Qiubai now." The sword hall elder shook his head and said, "A sword cultivator won't be trapped by an illusion array so easily." Then we'll see. Yi Qiubai was trapped in the 7 illusion array. The first illusion was the scene of the family testing his talent. Yi Qiubai slowly walked up looking at the mocking smiles around him in the illusion. Those smiling faces were like the most vicious humiliation in the world as they rushed towards Yi Qiubai's heart. Nonetheless, how could these words disturb Yi Qiubai's mental state? He pressed a hand on the sky-penetrating stone. In an instant, light spread wantonly, and waves of sword energy crisscrossed the entire illusion. Crack! The first illusion was immediately broken. Right on the heels of that, the second, third, and 6th were instantly broken by Yi Qiubai. On the 7th time, a little girl stood in front of Yi Qiubai. The little girl chased after the little boy's shadow. She kept calling him Big Brother Qiubai. The two of them played and cultivated together. The boy was reputed as the #1 genius in Tanyuan City. The two of them were a talented man and a beautiful woman. They were engaged when they were young. Yi Qiubai watched the scene quietly, his eyes filled with nostalgia. The scene changed. The girl had grown up into a delicate and charming woman. On the other hand, the boy had lost all his talent in the training. At this moment, the woman brought a marriage contract to the man's family and tore it up before leaving. Then, she sent people to hunt them down. The scene ended there. Yi Qiubai sighed and said, "What's past is past. Repay kindness with kindness and take revenge if you have a grudge. How can I stop here now?" The sword Dao should naturally press forward. Yi Qiubai's eyes were extremely clear. He seemed to have understood something and slashed out. The 7th level of the illusion was broken. In the outside world, everyone was still discussing if Yi Qiubai could break the array. At this moment, Quming's expression changed. The layers of 7-colored fog in the 7 illusionary array actually began to dispel layer by layer. How is that possible? Quming hurriedly wanted to consolidate the array formation, but the array flag began to collapse. Quming spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The array backfired. The audience was shocked. All of them felt that Yi Qiubai could not break the array. But not only did he break the array, he also did it in 10 breaths. Breaking Quming's 7 illusionary array in 10 breaths. What kind of concept was this? The Sword Hall elder above exclaimed. Sword heart profundity. Qin Tiannen's face was also solemn. The Array Hall elder's face was filled with disbelief. He comprehended the sword heart profundity at such a young age. This child's future is limitless. With that, the Sword Hall elder teleported to the martial arts arena and looked at Yi Qiubai with an urgent expression. Are you willing to join my Sword Hall and acknowledge me as your master? Qin Tiannen and the others looked at each other and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The surrounding crowd also exclaimed. The elders of the Sword Hall have also personally come to snatch him. Looks like Yi Qiubai is really powerful. That's right. Even the elders have personally lowered their faces to snatch him away. Yi Qiubai was stunned, but he cupped his fists and rejected without thinking. I'm already a disciple of the cottage. I'm sorry, elder. The Sword Hall elder said anxiously. You're a sword cultivator. And our Sword Hall has countless sword Dao foundations. As long as you come to our Sword Hall, it's not impossible for you to comprehend sword intent in 60 years and in the cottage. Sword intent. Yi Qiubai's expression was strange. But he still shook his head and said, I already have a master. Seeing this, the Sword Hall elder could only sigh and say, all right, but the Sword Hall welcomes you at any time. Then, he threw a sword-shaped jade token to Yi Qiubai. This is my Sword Hall's jade token. If you have any questions about the Sword Dao in the future, you can ask me. Thank you, elder. Yi Qiubai thanked him respectfully. The Sword Hall elder disappeared on the spot as soon as he finished speaking. After that, Yi Qiubai won consecutively and defeated everyone from the various halls. The name of the cottage also began to resound in the Hidden Dao Academy again. Decades ago, everyone knew about the cottage. Until now, the cottage had finally taken in a disciple and announced their return in an extremely domineering manner. Qin Tiannen had arrived at the cottage. He told Lu Changsheng everything. Lu Changsheng's expression was strange as he said, why does this kid like to publicize so much if everyone wants to join the cottage? Won't I be unable to slack off? Qin Tiannen's expression darkened. Since you have this ability, why don't you take in more disciples? What abilities do I have? Lu Changsheng spread his hands and said, I've already said that I don't even understand my own cultivation. How can I teach others? As for Qiubai, he's purely talented. Qin Tiannen sighed and patted Lu Changsheng's shoulder. I know you have this ability. You just like to be lazy. With that, Qin Tiannen left. Lu Changsheng looked innocent. No one believed the truth anymore in this day and age. Chapter 8. Academy Competition. Yi Qiubai's name quickly spread throughout the entire academy. Countless people were amazed by this person's strength. It was as if he was already invincible in the Golden Core Pill realm. Sword Hall. After Zhen Hongyi heard this news, is Yi Qiubai the disciple that the cottage took in on that day? However, if he can do it, I can definitely do better than him. I'll let you know how much of a loss it was to not take me in as your disciple that day. With that, Zhen Hongyi picked up a sword and went straight to the martial arts arena. That day, Zhen Hongyi's name also spread throughout the entire academy. 10 battles, 10 victories, all crushed. Zhen Hongyi announced on the martial arts arena that she would challenge Yi Qiubai in the academy's competition. Everyone was in an uproar. On the other side, in the martial hall, in a courtyard, Yi Yan sat on the stone chair, his expression uncertain. Yi Qiubai, how is this possible? How is this possible? He had seen with his own eyes the scene of Yi Qiubai's talent disappearing and losing his cultivation. How many days had it been? He had already reached the peak of the Golden Core Pill realm and shone brightly in the academy. No, I can't let him return to the family alive. The Yi family was in an internal struggle for power. Great Elder Yiling and the current patriarch, Yi King, were fighting for the power of the family. Yi King was at a disadvantage because of his son, Yi Qiubai. However, once the old fellows of the family found out that Yi Qiubai had recovered his talent and was even stronger than before, the situation might be reversed. Yi Yan's eyes were filled with malice. At the same time, various cultivation techniques and martial techniques of the academy were stored in the martial arts pavilion. Yi Qiubai had obtained a large number of contribution points, so he naturally wanted to come to the academy to take a look at the martial techniques here. Exudes walked around the cultivation technique area a few times. After reading a few books, there was no lack of earth-tier cultivation techniques. As expected of the Hidden Tao Academy, these cultivation techniques are much stronger than the cultivation techniques of the aristocratic families and sects in the outside world. The Yi family's cultivation technique was a mystic tier cultivation technique. However, Exudes was not interested in these at all. The difference between these and the primordial sword scripture was too great after all. What level of cultivation technique is this primordial sword scripture? His master was really mysterious. He did not know what level his strength had reached to be able to take out a cultivation technique like the primordial sword scripture and even draw a painting filled with concepts. Thinking of this, Exudes respected Lu Changsheng even more. Lu Changsheng, who was lying in the cottage sun, suddenly sneezed. "Yawn, which little brat is scolding me?" Exudes was attracted by a separate incomplete book when he passed by the martial arts area. He walked over, picked up the scripture and opened it. He saw that there was only the cultivation method for the first to third sword moves. Exudes thought for a moment. It was too tiring for him to use the sword skills in the primordial sword scripture now. Some of them could not be used at all. He might as well use this 9 heavenly demon sword to transition first. Thinking of this, Exudes took the 9 heavenly demon sword and walked out. When he handed over the contribution points, the elder guarding the pavilion said, "This scroll is incomplete. Even the Hidden Tao Academy doesn't have the last 6 moves. Whether you can master the last 6 moves in the future will depend on your luck. Are you sure you want to take this book?" Exudes nodded. Seeing this, the elder guarding the pavilion stopped persuading him. He handed the 9 heavenly demon sword to Exudes and continued to sit down to rest. When Exudes returned to the cottage, Lu Changsheng was fertilizing the willow tree and feeding the little bird with spiritual fruits. Sigh. A tree still needs me to apply spiritual soil. A mere little bird wants to eat spiritual fruits. What a prodigal. The little bird flapped its fiery red wings to express its dissatisfaction. Seeing Exudes walk over, Lu Changsheng threw the spiritual soil to him and said, "Come and see me after you're done." After everything was completed, he went to search for Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng lay on the bench and said, "I heard that you went to the martial arts arena today. How were your results?" Exudes cupped his fists and said respectfully, "I didn't disgrace the name of the cottage. I won all of them. Master, I have something else to ask." With that, he took out the incomplete volume of the 9 heavenly demon sword and asked, "I took this from the martial arts area just now. I want Master to guide me." Lu Changsheng glanced at it and took it. Incomplete volume. Incomplete 9 heavenly demon sword scroll. It can be repaired and improved. The system has such a function. Repair. With that, the remaining 6 moves of the 9 heavenly demon sword appeared in his mind. "Come here." Exudes walked forward and Lu Changsheng pointed at Exudes' glabella. A large amount of information flowed into Exudes' sea of consciousness. The 9 heavenly demon sword was completely rolled up. Then, Lu Changsheng picked up a branch and dismantled it according to the sword technique of the 9 heavenly demon sword. Exudes watched from the side and was shocked. This was because the 9 heavenly demon sword that Lu Changsheng used not only perfectly replicated the contents of the incomplete volume, but it was also a little more mysterious and stronger than the original. After all 9 swords were used, Lu Changsheng put away his sword and said, "Its power is alright. It's enough for you to use for a while. Also, the academy competition is in 2 days. Prepare yourself and go cook. I'm hungry." With that, Lu Changsheng walked into the straw house. 2 days later, Exudes kept cultivating the 9 heavenly demon sword. On the day of the academy competition, Exudes could already use the 5th move of the 9 heavenly demon sword. Unfortunately, with my current realm, I can only barely use the 5th move. Thinking of how relaxed Lu Changsheng was when he used the 9 heavenly demon sword, he sighed inwardly that he still had a long way to go. The academy competition was held in the square of the Hidden Tao Academy. The square was currently noisy with countless people surrounding the 6 high platforms. These 6 high platforms meant that a total of 6 people would win this academy competition. The 6 people who won would represent the southern region's hidden Dao Academy to participate in the exchanges between the other academies in the northern region. It was called an exchange, but it was actually a battle to snatch the resources of the academy. Qin Tianan appeared in midair and said loudly, "There are 6 platforms here. The people who are still standing on them before the sun sets will win. There are no restrictions, but no deaths." After that, Qin Tianan announced the rewards for the victor. Everyone was in an uproar immediately. The rewards this time were much higher than usual. The academy competition began. However, no one moved. The results would only be announced after the sunset. If he went up now, he would only be surrounded. This way, even if he could defeat them, he would be exhausted to death by the others. Qin Tianan and the elders of the various halls sat on a chair not far away and also pulled Lu Chengsheng over. His face was filled with unwillingness. "All right, I won't say anything about you usually. Your disciple is participating today. Aren't you going to take a look yourself as his master?" Qin Tianan could not help but smile when he saw Lu Chengsheng's resentment. "I also want to see how far your disciple can go in the competition." Chapter 9. Second Strike. Not long after, a red-robed figure walked out with his sword, and steadily landed on the platform in the middle. "Xin Hongyi of the Sword Hall. Where are the people from the cottage? Come up and fight." Not far away. Lu Chengsheng could not help but be stunned. Did Qiubai provoke this girl? Why did she ask him to go up? The Sword Hall elder's face darkened when he heard this. He said angrily, "To be precise, you provoked her." "Huh?" Lu Chengsheng pointed at himself and said in confusion, "No, I haven't even touched a woman's hand until now. How did I provoke her?" The Martial Hall elder covered his face and said angrily, "Previously, when we were taking in disciples, it was this Zen Hani who specifically wanted to join your cottage. In the end, you sent her away just like that. The key is that you took in a disciple at that time, so she definitely wanted to prove that she was stronger than Qiubai." Lu Chengsheng's expression was strange. The others naturally recognized Zen Hani. She was the one who was rejected by the cottage back then. "Right, that's why you want to challenge Qiubai. A cottage disciple. However, this Zen Hani is also very strong. Her previous results on the martial arts arena are even better than Qiubai's." When Qiubai heard the surrounding words, he understood. He picked up a wooden sword. He jumped up. Zen Hani raised her eyebrows when she saw this. She looked at the wooden sword in Qiubai's hand and was a little unhappy. "Why are you looking down on me by using the wooden sword?" Qiubai said calmly. "Master said that with a sword in your heart. A leaf and a tree can be used as a sword." The elder of the Sword Hall looked at Lu Chengsheng with a complicated gaze and said, "It seems that your sword Dao realm is quite deep." Lu Chengsheng scratched his head and thought carefully. "I said that before. On the stage." Zen Hani muttered, "With a sword in my heart, everything can be a sword." At this point, Zen Hani put away the black-grade sword in her hand and similarly took out an ordinary iron sword that did not emit any aura. She said, "All right, I won't take advantage of you. Take out your sword." The two of them were in the same realm, at the peak of the Golden Corpil realm. However, Zen Hani was very conceited. She wanted to crush him, and did not want to use any external objects to defeat Qiubai. Only then could he prove it to Lu Chengsheng. It was such a wrong choice not to choose her back then. Thinking of this, Zen Hani even looked at Lu Chengsheng provocatively. Qiubai shrugged and took a few steps. Cracks appeared on the ground at this moment and surged out. Zen Hani's gaze froze as the iron sword in her hand stabbed out diagonally. The iron sword actually emitted flames at this moment. The flames burned, distorting space as it slashed at Qiubai. Qiubai's expression was calm. He held the wooden sword with both hands and slashed at the fire whip. Wisps of black aura actually appeared on the wooden sword. It was filled with demonic nature, as if it wanted the heavens to submit. The 9 heavenly demon sword. Below, a bearded man touched his chin and chuckled. Interesting. He actually repaired that incomplete scroll. Another man holding the feather fan walked over. "You're quite bold. This 9 heavenly demon sword will getting harder and harder towards the end. Let alone an incomplete manual." When the surrounding people saw the two of them, they could not help but exclaim, Marshall Hall's Huo Qingming Array Hall's Lin Si. The two of them are the top figures of each hall now. Both of them are at the middle stage of the Purple Mansion realm, but they have the strength to kill peak stage Purple Mansion realm experts. After the Golden Core realm was the Purple Mansion. At this moment, a man walks to Huo Qingming's side and whispered, Big brother Huo. That person is the EQ Bai I told you about. Oh. Huo Qingming touched his chin and glanced at the man. He smiled inexplicably. Yi Yan. Are you sure you want me to cripple him no matter what? He's still a member of your Yi family. He's your cousin. Right. Yi Yan's eyes were fierce as he said fiercely. He has to be destroyed. Sure. Huo Qingming sighed secretly and said, I owe your Yi family a favor back then. I'll return it to you now. Yi Yan stared at EQ Bai above and sneered. Even though I really want to deal with you myself, you should feel honored to let Huo Qingming be your opponent just to be safe. On the high platform, EQ Bai's wooden sword had already slashed at the fire whip. The flaming sword light did not burn the wooden sword. Instead, it began to tremble violently, as if it was about to be dispelled. 9 Heavenly Demon Sword. Xin Hanyi was shocked. The iron sword in her hand began to tremble crazily, and even her mind began to tremble. The reason was that the demonic aura emitted by EQ Bai seemed to want to suppress everything. This was also the terrifying aspect of the 9 Heavenly Demon Sword. Not only could it slash through all things, but it could also make the other party submit in terms of might. Xin Hanyi immediately stabilized her mind. She gritted her teeth and slashed out with the iron sword in her hand again. The flaming sword light suddenly intensified, and the entire platform seemed to have begun to burn. The elder of the sword hall commented, Xin Hanyi's flame sword energy is unique to the family's cultivation technique. It can burn everything and is extremely domineering. I wonder how far EQ Bai's 9 Heavenly Demon Sword has been cultivated, and how many moves he can use. After saying that, he looked at Lu Chengsheng, clearly asking. Lu Chengsheng lay on the chair with his eyes closed and replied casually, I've only practiced for 2 days. Then I'm afraid he's no match for Xin Hanyi's fire sword Kai. One had to know that the sword hall elder had also cultivated this 9 Heavenly Demon Sword. It took him a month to master the first move and another few years to vaguely touch the threshold of the third sword move. EQ Bai's gaze froze when he saw the sword energy that was emitting flames. The second strike. Suddenly, a power that made people submit emitted from EQ Bai's body. The demonic Kai intensified. Xin Hanyi's expression changed drastically. It was as if the person in front of him was not EQ Bai, but a heaven-defying demon. He looked down on the world. Second strike. The sword hall elder suddenly stood up. It had only been 2 days. Xin Hanyi gritted her teeth. She knew that her current methods were no match for EQ Bai's sword. He could not resist. Thinking of this, Xin Hanyi bit her finger and drops of blood essence seeped out. At the same time, he put away the iron sword and took out the mystic tear sword. Then, it suddenly smeared on the body of the sword. Blood sacrifice sword. Xin Hanyi's face immediately turned pale. However, the increasingly condensed fire sword energy turned her pale face blood-red. He slashed out with his sword. It collided with EQ Bai's wooden sword that emitted dark demonic energy. PFFD. The moment they came into contact, Xin Hanyi spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The fire sword Kai actually dissipated in front of the dark demonic Kai. They were completely defeated. At this moment, Xin Hanyi was also sent flying and fell to the ground, her hands covered in blood. Even the sword in his hand was trembling. Clearly, she no longer had any combat strength. EQ Bai put away his sword with an indifferent expression. He was not surprised at all. Thank you for letting me win. Chapter 10. No. I have to be more arrogant. Xin Hanyi was a well-known genius in the academy. She was from the Fire Xin race, one of the 3 secret races of the southern region. The secret races were extremely mysterious. No one in the entire southern region knew the true foundation of these secret races. However, no one dared to provoke them, because those who had a grudge against the secret races back then had already been wiped out. And yet, this Xin Hanyi has been defeated by EQ Bai. On the other hand, Yi Qiubai held a wooden sword in his hand and moved in his white clothes. He seemed extremely calm and indifferent, as if he was not injured at all. What a crushing defeat. Zhen Hongyi's face was pale. When she used the mystic tier sword and the secret technique, the blood sacrifice sword, she was directly suppressed by Yi Qiubai's sword. This meant that the difference in strength between them was extremely great. Zhen Hongyi let out a bitter laugh. She finally knew the difference between her and Yi Qiubai. No wonder Lu Changsheng chose him instead of her. I lost. She stood up shakily and cupped her fists. However, I will surpass you. I will continue to challenge you in the future. Yi Qiubai smiled and nodded, looking at Zhen Hongyi's stubborn gaze. I'll accommodate you any time. The Sword Hall elder sat back in his seat with a complicated gaze. This child's future is limitless. Qin Tianan looked at Lu Changsheng and smiled. Why aren't you happy? Why should I be happy? After saying that, he rested his head on his hands and had a small leaf in his mouth. Looking a little pissed off. He, kid, you just like to pretend. You're actually quite happy seeing your disciple so hardworking. Right. Oh, what am I pretending for? Lu Changsheng's face was filled with helplessness. He wished that Yi Qiubai wouldn't be so much in the limelight. When the time came, the cottage would be so crowded that everyone would want to acknowledge him as their master. How could he teach them? He did not even understand how to cultivate immortality. If he taught it wrongly, wouldn't he be the one taking the blame? No. Seeking way. In the future, he had to let Qiubai keep a low profile. The disciples of the academy below were shocked. He could win so easily against a prodigy of the secret race like Zhen Hongyi. How strong was his true strength? This name had already begun to spread in the academy. When Yi Yan saw this scene, his face turned ashen and he clenched his fists. He would definitely not be able to retreat unscathed even if he defended against that strike just now. He even felt an extremely dangerous aura. One had to know that Yi Yan was at the Purple Mansion realm. It was after the Golden Core Pill realm. He felt this way even though he was a major realm away. Moreover, Yi Qiubai clearly did not use his full strength. Once he used his full strength, would he really be able to withstand that sword? The answer was already on Yi Yan's terrified face. Yi Qiubai. He was really back, and the light surrounding him became even brighter. Huo Qingming watched this scene and smiled. It won't be so boring. Why are you going up to challenge Yi Qiubai? A man with a feather fan, Lin Si, smiled and said, You're bullying the weak with your strength. You don't care about morals. Huo Qingming glanced at Yi Yan beside him and said helplessly, I have no choice. I owe the great elder of the Yi family a favor. Then, Huo Qingming changed the topic and looked at Lin Si. He grinned and said, Lin Si, I'll definitely break your array formation that's as hard as a turtle shell this time. Lin Si smiled and shook his feather fan. Well, see. Clearly, they did not take Yi Qiubai seriously. The difference in realm was obvious after all. It was normal for them not to take Yi Qiubai, who was only at the peak of the Golden Core Pill realm. Seriously? Yi Yan hurriedly asked. Big brother Huo, why don't you attack now? Huo Qingming glanced at him with disdain in his eyes and said impatiently, I'll naturally take action later. Yi Qiubai stood with his sword in hand on the high platform. For a moment, no one dared to go on stage to challenge him. As for the other 5 platforms, there were still people who jumped up and began to fight for them. When Lu Changsheng saw this scene, he could not help but say in satisfaction, Yes, that's it. It's best if no one challenges. It'll save us some limelight. Elder Zhu. However, Yi Qiubai did not think so. Why is no one coming up? Could they all be shocked this wouldn't do? I have to make the cottage more famous. Only then can I have a few more junior brothers and sisters. Otherwise, Master will make me cook again. Thinking of this, Yi Qiubai chuckled and said loudly, Why is there no one else? Is this all the ability of the disciples of the other halls? Lu Changsheng was dumbfounded. Qin Tianan and the elders could not help but laugh. When the disciples below heard these words, they could not help but be furious. Are all the people of the cottage so arrogant? Let me experience it. With that, a person holding an axe jumped up. This person is currently half a step into the Purple Mansion realm and is from the Martial Hall. The man holding the axe said ferociously. Half a step into the purple mansion realm. I've already taken advantage of you. I'll let you attack first. Qbai raised his eyebrows. But he didn't say anything. His body instantly disappeared from the spot. It actually turned into a wisp of sword light and shot out. The man's expression changed drastically. He ignored what he had said back then and slashed down with the axe in his hand. It was as if it wanted to split open Mount Tai. Qbai's expression did not change as he suddenly slashed out with his wooden sword. It slashed at the incomparable axe. Rumble. A loud bang came from the platform. What fell with a loud bang was the huge axe. Under the man's terrified gaze, Qbai held the wooden sword and advanced. A sword landed on his neck. As long as he advanced a little more, he would be killed. I lost. Qbai put away his sword. Can I still crush those above my level 2? Are the disciples of the cottage really so terrifying? I'm afraid only a purple mansion realm disciple can kill Qbai. However, after the next beginner stage purple mansion realm disciple went on stage, they finally understood how terrifying Qbai's strength was. Even though he was not as leisurely as before and could not be instantly killed, after using the first move of the 9 heavenly demon sword, the purple mansion realm disciple could not withstand it at all. When Yi Yan saw the scene, he clenched his fists tightly, and green veins surged. He was already at beginner stage purple mansion realm, but when he saw someone of his strength so easily lose to Qbai, he could not help but panic. Qbai, I must kill you here today. Big brother Huo, can you attack now? Yi Yan turned his head and looked at Huo Qingming, who had his arms crossed. Huo Qingming looked unhappy, but he nodded now and said, the people of the cottage are a little arrogant now. With that said, he stomped on the ground, and his bulging muscles instantly erupted with astonishing strength. He landed heavily in front of Qbai. That is Martial Hall's Huo Qingming, intermediate stage purple mansion realm. Looks like Qbai's winning streak will end here. Chapter 11. The third move. Why did senior brother Huo go up? Even though senior brother Huo is at the intermediate stage of the Violet Kingdom realm, he's in existence that can kill peak stage Violet Kingdom realm experts. Huo Qingming, why did he go up? Not far away. The Martial Hall elder frowned slightly and said, isn't this bullying the weak? He knew Huo Qingming's strength very well. In his opinion, the current Qbai had no chance of winning against Huo Qingming. Lu Changsheng looked heartless. In any case, someone was saving him. Moreover, would Qbai definitely lose? That might not be the case. Huo Qingming looked at Qbai and said in a low voice, I didn't want to bully the weak, but I owe someone a favor. I hope you can understand. Qbai was slightly stunned. Someone wanted to harm him. Who? Huo Qingming shook his head and said, I can only tell you this after you defeat me. If you lose, it's meaningless even if you know. Yi Yan's request was to cripple Qbai after all. A cripple would not have the ability to take revenge. When Qbai heard this, he did not say anything else. He gently raised the wooden sword in his hand and took a step forward, charging at Huo Qingming with astonishing sword energy. Huo Qingming stood rooted to the ground and pushed out with both hands. A shocking airwave surged out from his palm, squeezing the space. Waves of air explosions swept towards Qbai. Qbai did not dare to underestimate him. The other party was a figure who could kill someone at peak stage purple mansion realm after all. Dark demonic Kai immediately began to boil on the wooden sword. A mighty aura that made all living beings submit erupted and started to spread crazily. Oh, this is the 9 heavenly demon sword, it's indeed extraordinary. Even he felt wisps of pressure. The first move. The wooden sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. The black sword energy collided with the pressure and then separated in one strike. The pressure dissipated. At the same time, Qbai retreated explosively. Not bad. You can still protect the wooden sword from being destroyed by my punch. Huo Qingming looked at the intact wooden sword and could not help but feel his heart constrict. He could not achieve this when he was at the peak stage golden corpil realm. This time, even the people on the other platforms looked over. Oh, he can actually withstand Huo Qingming's punch. This kid is not bad. Yes. It would be a little difficult for me to withstand his punch. But this guy is really bullying the weak. Isn't he shameless? I'm afraid there's some enmity between them. Huo Qingming isn't such a person. On the other hand, Yi Qiubai did not stay on the spot for long. He took a step and shot out again. The second move. The demonic Kai in this move was even stronger. Huo Qingming snorted coldly. He took a step forward and collided with Yi Qiubai without dodging. The aura was terrifying. The wooden sword slashed at Huo Qingming's shoulder. Nonetheless, Huo Qingming's body seemed to have been forged in all ways. It was incomparably hard and indestructible. However, Huo Qingming took 5 steps back under this slash. The power of the second move is countless times stronger than the first. If this is the third move, even I will probably have to be careful. However, you should have only comprehended the second sword move. Right. To be able to comprehend the second sword move in such a short period of time, he must be a genius. However, this is the end. With that, Huo Qingming's body suddenly began to swell. His skin actually turned the color of refined iron at this moment. An extremely oppressive aura began to spread, actually making the disciples below the stage feel a sense of oppression. Senior brother Huo's body has been tempered countless times. Now, he's already a peak stage purple mansion realm expert with his body alone. Yi Qiubai will have to stop here if there's no other way. However, Yi Qiubai can be proud of himself. Yi Yan looked at this scene and grinned sinisterly. Yes, that's right. Crush Yi Qiubai directly. This way, no one in the Yi family will fight with me. Clearly, no one thought highly of Yi Qiubai. On the other side, Yi Qiubai held the wooden sword in his hand. He was not afraid of the other party's might, and his expression was still as calm as water. Seeing this, Huo Qingming's expression could not help but turn ruthless. Are you still pretending? After saying that, his body ran towards Yi Qiubai like a small mountain. The commotion was extremely terrifying. Yi Qiubai was calm, but waves of demonic energy began to infect the wooden sword, causing it to turn pitch black. The sword hall elder suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Huo Qingming was also stunned. The wisps of demonic Kai that seemed to have materialized gave him a huge threat. His mind began to tremble and even started to slow down. Right on the heels of that, a torrential demonic Kai soared into the sky. The expressions of the people on the surrounding high platform changed. They subconsciously used their cultivation techniques to block the demonic Kai. The disciples below were not so lucky. The people closest to the platform with insufficient cultivation even knelt on the ground. The third move. Yi Qiubai spat out 3 words softly. He raised the wooden sword in his hand high, and the demonic energy that soared into the sky began to gather on the sword. The ordinary wooden sword also turned into a shocking demon sword at this moment. Then, he slashed at Huo Qingming calmly. A huge black sword Kai tore through space and slashed at Huo Qingming. Huo Qingming's expression changed drastically, and he instantly stood still. With a loud roar, his feet suddenly stepped on the ground, causing his feet to pierce into the ground. His hands were crossed in front of his chest. At the same time, the color of refined iron began to cover various parts of his body, and the surrounding space actually began to squeeze. Obviously, Huo Qingming had no choice but to focus on protecting himself from this strike. On the other side, Qin Tianan, the martial hall elder, and the others were already tense, ready to save people at any time. Life and death were inevitable in battles after all. Moreover, both sides had already used high-level martial techniques. There would be casualties if they did not control it well. Both of them were elite disciples of the academy. The elders could not let anything happen to them. Even Lu Changsheng, who was at the side, put away his calm expression. His gaze focused slightly, and he was prepared to attack at any time. The black sword energy slashed at the constantly squeezing space in front of Huo Qingming. However, it broke through without any obstruction and continued to slash at Huo Qingming. Huo Qingming's expression changed as he roared. Golden chains actually appeared on his arm. A mystic tier treasure. The sword Kai arrived instantly and slashed at the chain, emitting a loud clang. Crack, crack. However, cracks began to appear on the golden chain in an instant. Then, it shattered. Huo Qingming was stunned. Even a mystic tier treasure couldn't block it. The sword energy no longer blocked and slashed at Huo Qingming's arms. At this moment, blood suddenly flowed out of its iron-like body. The martial hall elder appeared on the field. With a flip of his palm, the black sword Kai dissipated. Yi Qiubai's face was also a little pale. Clearly, the third move of the 9 heavenly demon sword was a little too much for him. Yi Qiubai looked at Huo Qingming, who was covered in blood, and said, "Can you tell me now?" Chapter 12. Yi Qiubai goes down the mountain. Yi Qiubai had the strength to remove the people who wished him harm. Huo Qingming looked at Yi Qiubai with a complicated expression. He only stabilized his injuries after taking a medicinal pill. Then, he said, "Yi Yan." Yi Qiubai frowned slightly. In his impression, he did not have any enmity with his cousin. Even if there was, it would not be a life-and-death enmity. The only possibility was that Yi Yan saw that his talent had recovered and was even stronger than before, and did not want him to go back. Something had happened to the family. Then, Yi Qiubai looked down, but he did not see Yi Yan. He must have escaped. Yi Qiubai did not encounter any obstacles. Not many people dared to challenge him. He could even defeat Huo Qingming after all. Why would they go up and ask for trouble? Finally, Yi Qiubai was to participate in the exchange with the academies of the other 3 regions a month later. At the same time, he receives generous rewards. The green spirit pill and mansion breaking pill. These 2 medicinal pills could help his cultivation increase as soon as possible. Among them, the mansion breaking pill could even help people break through from the golden core pill realm to the purple mansion realm. These 2 medicinal pills were extremely precious in the outside world, which would even cause a fight. However, Yi Qiubai was a little disdainful, because the difference in quality when comparing these 2 medicinal pills to his master's medicinal pills was too great. Lu Changsheng was being taught a lesson by the elders. The martial hall elder kid. You can clearly nurture an outstanding disciple like Yi Qiubai. Why don't you take in more? The sword hall elder said, "Take in more disciples when the time comes. It will also be a contribution to our academy." Lu Chengsheng's face was filled with helplessness. As he echoed the elder, he made a note to himself that he had to teach Qiubai to keep a low profile when he returned. How could Qin Tana not understand Lu Chengsheng? He could not help but laugh when he saw his expression. Elders, he'll naturally take in disciples when I understand my own cultivation. When Yi Qiubai, who was outside the door, heard this, he could not help but be confused. In his opinion, his master's cultivation was definitely at the celestial realm and unfathomable. To be able to take out the primordial sword scripture and refine such a medicinal pill and could casually draw a painting filled with the concept of the sword Tao. You're telling me this is called not understanding his own cultivation? Oh, Qiubai is here. Then well, leave first. Shangsheng, remember what we told you? Before he left, Qin Tianan left behind a storage ring. The redwood heavenly gold is in here. I won't ask what you're doing. But kid, use it sparingly. Lu Changsheng put away the storage ring and looked at Yi Qiubai after they left. What's the matter? Yi Qiubai told him about Yi Yan and his guess. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng pondered and said, in that case, you want to return to the Yi family. Lu Changsheng glanced at him and said, however, you should know that your appearance now might affect the decisions of the forces who want to kill you. Yi Qiubai naturally knew this. They would definitely want to kill him, especially when they realized that his talent had recovered. It could be said that it would be very dangerous if Yi Qiubai returned now, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the current Tanyuan city was a tiger's den. Still, Yi Qiubai said firmly, he's my father after all. Moreover, the sword Tao urges me to press forward. I can't retreat when I have to face it. If Yi Qiubai retreated at this time, it might harm his Tao heart. Lu Chengsheng nodded slightly and waved his hand. Sure. Go ahead. However, break through to the purple mansion realm first. Yi Qiubai nodded. He had already touched the threshold of the purple mansion realm and had new levels of comprehension after the academy competition. He could break through at any time. Then, Yi Qiubai returned to his room and consumed the mansion breaking pill. Preparing to break through, Lu Changsheng arrived at the cliff and took out the materials. When the willow tree saw this scene, it could not help but ask, "Are you setting up the 9 netherworld formation?" Lu Changsheng nodded. "But I'm still lacking the water from the river of the dead as the array spirit." "What's so hard about that for you?" The willow branch of the willow tree swayed in the wind and said ethereally, "Now that you've comprehended the sword Tao law, can't you just break through space and borrow some from the 9 netherworld underworld?" Lu Changsheng was very convinced by the willow tree's words. This willow tree had existed since the universe was formed after all. Since chaos happened and the primordial world had just appeared, no one knew how long this willow tree had existed. However, isn't it a waste of your talent to use the 9 netherworld formation to protect this place? You have to know that the 9 netherworld formation is one of the 10 ancient killing arrays. It can kill everything in the world. Lu Changsheng said indifferently. "It's fine. In any case, I don't plan to go out on an adventure. Moreover, if that disciple of mine causes trouble in the future and it reaches me, I still use this array to block if I can't win." The willow tree. "Is there anyone in this world who could defeat you?" Then, Lu Changsheng began to set up the array formation. He took a step and flew into the air. With a flip of his palm, array flags carrying countless laws shot out. There were a total of 81 such array flags covering various parts of the mountain peak. Immediately, waves of power of the Tao law soared into the sky. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and isolated the aura here. At the same time, the material turned into the array foundation. Just like that, countless death aura began to float. Even Yi Qiubai was alarmed. He walked out of the straw house and looked at Lu Changsheng in the air with fear. What array is the master setting up? It already has such a world-destroying might before it takes shape. Yi Qiubai felt that even those elders and Dean Qin Tianan would not be able to resist this destructive power even if they came personally. He was still lacking in array spirit to completely complete the 9 netherworld formation. Lu Changsheng took out a sword and slashed at the void. A huge crack was immediately cut open in the void. Wisps of netherworld death energy constantly emitted from it. Then, Lu Changsheng's figure flashed into the crack. The crack closed. Seeing this, Yi Qiubai returned to his room. The next day, an astonishing aura came from the house. It was the Purple Mansion realm. Yi Qiubai picked up his wooden sword and walked down the mountain after he left a letter. Tianyuan City. The Jian family. An extremely beautiful woman had a cold expression. A well-dressed man beside him said, "There's no need to consider anymore. So what if he joins the Hidden Tao Academy and his talent recovers? Come back to the Sunset Dynasty with me. You will be the empress when I ascend the throne in the future." The woman was Jiang Chan. She nodded and walked forward. The man smiled and took Jiang Chan's hand before boarding the ship at the back. Then, the huge ship soared into the sky and left Tianyuan City. Chapter 13. 9 Nether Underworld Palace. Legend has it that after people died, their souls would enter the 9 Netherworld Underworld Palace. They would wash away their memories of their previous lives in the river of the dead before they could be reincarnated. Here, the sky was gray and the surrounding air was visibly turbid. Lu Changsheng looked around. In front of him was a yellow river with a bridge above it. At this moment, countless white ghosts were crossing the bridge. Behind the bridge was a huge door frame with huge words engraved on it. The Underworld Palace. Who dares to offend my 9 Netherworld Underworld Palace? Suddenly, a roar came from the sky, and its voice spread throughout the entire space. Lu Changsheng looked at the figure in the air, which emitted a dead aura. "Who are you?" one of the figures asked. "Why are you here in the Underworld Palace?" Usually, no life form would come to the Underworld Palace. The people who came were all people who had died in the main world. However, all life forms who could enter the 9 Netherworld Underworld Palace were experts. Lu Changsheng said loudly, "It's nothing serious. I just want to borrow some water from your river of the dead." Immediately, the figure's expression changed as he shouted sternly, "The river of the dead is one of the treasures of our 9 Netherworld Underworld Palace. How can I lend it to you?" Lu Changsheng felt a little helpless. It seemed that he still had to fight. Only by revealing his strength could he have the right to speak. Lu Changsheng waved the wooden sword in his hand with a solemn expression, and a sword intent arose spontaneously from his body. When the group of figures saw this, Their expressions turned serious and their bodies tensed up. Ready to attack at any time, Lu Changsheng said solemnly. All right, then go one by one. The group of figures was about to rush over together. One of them would strike first. However, when they heard this, they immediately stopped and looked at Lu Changsheng in shock. You don't want us to attack you together, do you? Lu Changsheng said indignantly. You're the managers of the 9 Netherworld Underworld Palace after all. How can you do something like ganging up on me? He really doesn't care about martial virtue. The group of figures looked at each other. Their originally black faces had become even darker. You're FC King here to snatch our treasure and you want us to talk to you about martial virtue. Do you think we're fools? Don't waste your breath on him. Attack together and capture him alive. Lock him up in the 9 Nether Purgatory and experience the pain of the earth fire burning. After saying that, the figures rushed towards Lu Changsheng. They took out treasures in their hands, emitting a destructive aura. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng's expression froze. He raised the wooden sword in his hand and slashed forward. The void shattered immediately, and the space of the 9 Netherworld Underworld Palace shattered inch by inch like glass. The entire 9 Netherworld Underworld Palace immediately let out loud bangs. The originally calm river of the dead also began to boil like water at this moment. The expressions of the few figures changed drastically. Dao Law. The sword Dao Law. How can anyone comprehend the Dao Law in this world? Quick! Sacrifice the treasure. With that said, the figures hammered their chests one after another and blood essence spewed out. The blood essence actually landed on an ancient and thick door. On the front of the door was the head of a malicious ghost. It opened its mouth wide and was filled with sharp teeth. Rashaman. As soon as he finished speaking, the door actually expanded a little and turned into a huge door that held up the sky. It smashed down and blocked the terrifying sword Kai. The sword that shattered the void slashed at the Rashaman. The aftershock of the collision between the two sides seemed to sweep through the entire netherworld. The bridge above the river of the dead began to crack. Even the ancient door frame that stood there was affected by the aftershock and collapsed. Nonetheless, in an instant, the Rashaman let out a sound of being overwhelmed. Cracks that were like a rift valley began to spread crazily in all directions. The figures also spat out a mouthful of blood. The Rashaman was connected to them, and they could no longer fight since the Rashaman was severely injured. The sword energy dissipated, and the Rashaman quickly shrunk, carrying countless cracks as it was put away by the figure. Who exactly are you? The figure of a person was revealed. The 6 of them were all old men wearing gray cloaks and holding a scepter. Above the scepter was something that looked like a magic ball that flickered with a dark green light. Why tell you so that you can take revenge on me in the future anyway? Are you going to lend it to me or not? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, clearly losing his patience. When the 6 old men saw this, they could not help but smile bitterly. Sir, it's not that we're unwilling to lend it, but we don't have the right. The 6 of us are the envoys of the River of the Dead Underworld Palace. The River of the Dead has a spirit. You can only take it away after obtaining its recognition. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and said, Then bring me there. The 6 of them looked at each other and could only sigh and nod in agreement. Sir, come with us. If it attacked a few more times, they might not be able to withstand it. This 9 Netherworld Underworld Palace would definitely collapse. At that time, the reincarnation of this world would be in chaos. They arrived at a side hall. In the side hall stood a slightly illusory figure. The envoy of the River of the Dead Underworld Palace bowed to the figure and turned to leave. The figure turned around. It was an extremely young and feminine man. The man said, I know why you're here. No one in the 9 Netherworld Underworld Palace is your match. I can lend you the River of the Dead, but I have a condition. Lu Changsheng said, Tell me about it. Seeing this, the man said, Find a Netherworld king for this 9 Netherworld Underworld Palace to guard this place. He possesses the Netherworld king's cultivation technique. He has reincarnated. I wonder where he is now. If the 9 Netherworld Underworld Palace is not suppressed by the Netherworld king for a long enough time, it will definitely be in chaos. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and nodded. At most, He would throw Qiubai here to be the so-called netherworld king. Seeing Lu Changsheng nod in agreement, the man waved his hand. Immediately, the river of the dead floated up and gathered on his body. It formed into a yellow bead and landed in front of Lu Changsheng. After obtaining this item, Lu Changsheng nodded at the man and turned to leave. The man looked at Lu Changsheng's back and could not help but wonder. The heavenly Tao of this world has collapsed and the path to ascension is sealed. How can anyone comprehend a Tao law could he have transmigrated? However, he shook his head after thinking about it. Why would anyone from the outside world take a fancy to this place? After Lu Changsheng left the side hall, he tore through the space and flew out. An illusory spirit body followed him on the other side of the river of the dead at lightning speed. Chapter 14. An Empress in Her Previous Life. Lu Changsheng returned to the cottage. The materials for the 9 netherworld formation had been prepared. Now that the array foundation was set up, he only needed to irrigate the river of the dead, which was the array spirit, into the array. An ancient killing array would reappear in the world. Lu Changsheng flipped his hand and raised the river of the dead pearl. The bead turned into a ray of light and flew into the center of the array. The moment he entered the array, the pearl turned into the river of the dead and dispersed. It surrounded the array and turned into a huge yellow dragon. This yellow dragon formed by the river of the dead was the array spirit. An extremely powerful killing ore rose at the same time as the will of nirvana and continuously dissipated above the cottage. Even some flying beasts would turn around and leave in fear when they passed by. However, he did not have to worry about others discovering the abnormality on the cottage's side. On the cliff, the willow tree waved a willow branch, isolating the movements and aura of the cottage, so that no one could investigate them. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded beside Lu Changsheng. What array is this? It's even much stronger than my previous nation protection array. It was a young woman's voice. Lu Changsheng turned around and looked at the woman without any surprise. This woman had run out with him from the 9 netherworld underworld palace after all. Then you're not sure? How could an array that could be recognized by the willow tree be ordinary? The woman was wearing a red and white battle robe. Her fiery red hair was tied together, making her look heroic. She had willow-shaped eyebrows, red lips, and a delicate nose. Her face was as white as jade, as if she did not wear any makeup, yet it showed the glow of the morning sun on snow. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, making it impossible for anyone to forget them. However, the woman had an invisible imperial aura on her, as if it could make all armies submit. However, you were only a spiritual body just now. Why do you have a physical body now? The woman shook her head and said, no comment. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng shrugged and did not ask further. He did not want to know too much after all. However, at this moment, a message entered his mind. Han Ying, cultivation technique 9 cycles reincarnation experience 9 reincarnations. You will give up your previous life's cultivation every time you reincarnate. Your talent will become higher and higher over the years. You can only cultivate with a special physique. There is such a cultivation technique. Right on the heels of that, the long-awaited mission was issued again. Host, please take Han Ying in as your disciple. The reward will be even more generous because of the difficulty. Name Han Ying. Aptitude reincarnation sacred body. Emperor's Kai. Aptitude to become an emperor. High difficulty. Lu Changsheng looked at Han Ying, who was sizing up the array formation, and could not help but nod. It was indeed quite difficult with her personality. This woman had an air of arrogance that was different from Yi Qiubai's pride and the unyielding nature of a swordsman. Han Ying's pride was that she looked down on everyone, as if everyone was a level lower than her. This arrogance was brought about by the Empress Kai. It made people want to submit. At the same time, Han Ying had the right. However, could this Empress Kai be that Han Ying was an empress in her previous life? That's right. Han Ying was the founding empress of the Cloud Phoenix Empire. Lu Changsheng came to a realization after receiving confirmation. This was the only way to nurture this Empress Kai. However, this Empress Kai was useless to him. This also surprised Han Ying. If ordinary people felt the Empress Kai in their bodies, they would probably be shocked. Why was Lu Changsheng still so calm? However, What Lu Changsheng said next surprised Han Ying. How is it do you want to acknowledge me as your master? What? Han Ying's eyes widened in surprise. You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Why you don't want to? Han Ying smiled. Perhaps you are not qualified. Lu Changsheng shrugged. He didn't expect someone who was the empress in her previous life to acknowledge him as her master with just one sentence. However, I have to stay here for a while to recover my strength. Without waiting for Lu Changsheng to nod, she casually chose a wooden house and walked in. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng didn't say anything else. After all, there was still a long time. I wonder how Kyubai is doing. Lu Changsheng originally wanted to go down the mountain to help Kyubai, but after thinking about it, he shook his head and dismissed this idea. This was Kyubai's personal matter after all. It was his own inner demon. He had to resolve it himself. Only then could Kyubai Sword Dao advance forward. At this moment, in Tanyuan City, Kyubai walked on the street and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Not long ago, he was forced to escape from this place. However, at that time, he had lost all his talent and his cultivation was destroyed. Now that he had returned, his talent had returned to the peak stage, and his cultivation level was even higher than before. Along the way, someone had already recognized Kyubai. Look, isn't that the former genius of the Yi family? Kyubai. Why did he return to Tanyuan City? Didn't he leave to escape? Moreover, he's heading in the direction of the Yi family. Could it be that he wants to return to the family? His cultivation base is long gone, and his talent is like that of an ordinary person. How can the Yi family accept him again? Let's go and take a look. Immediately, many people on the street put down what they were doing and followed Kyubai. They also wanted to see why Kyubai had returned this time. One had to know that the current Kyubai had countless enemies who wanted his life. Seeing this, Kyubai didn't mind and let them follow. The news quickly spread throughout Tanyuan City like a plague. The Jiang family. When family head Jiang Tanhan heard the news, he could not help but sigh. After all, Shaner has let him down. Follow my orders to the Yi clan. Jiang Tanhan thought that if someone wanted to kill Kyubai, he would protect him. The Jiang family owed Kyubai after all. This was the enmity of the four great families. Young master. Young master. A servant rushed into the pavilion. Looking at the man who was surrounded by beauties, he panted and said, Bad news. Shu Sui's expression was dark as he shouted, if this matter isn't important, I'll throw you into the myriad snake valley to feed the snakes. Hearing this, the servant's heart couldn't help but tremble, but he still suppressed his trembling and said, Kyubai is back. Yes. Shu Sui's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously covered his chest. There was a scar there, an injury by Kyubai. There were countless pills that could remove the scar, but they were all rejected by Chu Siwu. This was because Chu Siwu wanted to use this to urge himself on until he personally took Kyubai's head. Why did he return to Tanyuan City? The servant replied, No, I don't know. Anyway, he's walking towards the Yi family. Shu Siwu revealed a sinister smile. He pushed the woman beside him away and put on his briquet robe. Let's go. Call death guards along to follow me to the Yi family. Chapter 15. The Return of the King. Still as elegant. Dark clouds covered the sun and raindrops gradually landed everywhere in Tanyuan City. There were not many people on the streets at the moment. The only lively place was the Yi family, one of the four families, because Kyubai had returned. In the main hall, Yi King sat at the head of the table, followed by Grand Elder Yi Ling and Yi Yan, who stood behind him. However, at this moment, Yi Yan's expression was extremely strange. He looked at Kyubai with fear in his eyes. Yi Ling, who was sitting in his seat, also felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Clearly, Yi Yan had already told his father about Kyubai. Kyubai came in front of Yi King and knelt down. Father, I'm back. Seeing this, Yi King sighed and walked over to help Kyubai up. He whispered, Kyubai, you shouldn't have come back. Kyubai smiled and said, It's fine, father. Moreover, if I don't come back to help you, won't your position of the family head be taken by someone? Kyubai spoke at full volume, so Yi Ling naturally heard it. Yiling's heart trembled, and he said with a trembling voice, Qiubai, how could someone seize the position of patriarch? You must have heard wrongly. Right. Yi Yan chimed in. That's right, cousin. How could anyone do such a thing? Don't listen to the rumors. Hearing this, Yi King was stunned. Recently, Yiling had relied on his son, who entered the Hidden Tao Academy, and was taken in as a disciple by an elder to obtain the support of most of the elders in the family. Even the patriarch vaguely agreed to this matter. Yi King could not support himself alone. He was almost unable to withstand the pressure these days. Logically speaking, Yiling should have pursued the victory. Why did he change his mind at this moment? He even seemed to be trying to curry favor. Yi Qiubai knew the reason and didn't even look at the father and son. His father's position as the family head would not be taken away now that he was back after all. However, even so, the old and new grudges had to be resolved now. Yi Qiubai glanced at Yi Yan behind him. Those sword-like eyes pierced into Yi Yan's heart like thousands of swords piercing through his heart. It made one's heart tremble. Yi Yan knew that Yi Qiubai already knew about the academy competition. But just as Yi Qiubai was about to attack, the sound of horse hooves came from outside the door. Shu Siwu from the Chu family is here to visit Yi Qiubai. The person in the lead was Chu Siwu, who was dressed in a blood-red robe. Shu Siwu was now staring at Yi Qiubai with a sinister smile. His eyes were filled with hatred. Immediately after, another group of people walked in. Brother Yi King, how have you been? The Jian family's Jian Tanhan had arrived. Yi Qiubai also looked over, but he didn't see Jian Chan. Now, the little girl in his heart had completely dissipated. In her place was Jian Chan, his enemy from the Jian family. He just didn't know if Jian Tanhan was involved. Yi King's expression changed. How could he not know why these people were here? However, he still cupped his fists and said, May I know why you are here this time? Shu Siwu grinned. I want to see if Brother Qiubai's strength has improved. We often sparred together in the past after all. Yi King's heart sank. Shu Siwu was originally the #1 prodigy in Tanyuan City, but he was pressed to the ground by Yi Qiubai. During this period, the two sides had several irreconcilable grudges. He naturally wanted to take revenge now that Yi Qiubai had lost his cultivation. Yi King's face darkened. Shu Siwu, this is the Yi family. It's not your place to be impudent. Shu Siwu laughed when he heard this. Yi King, how much power do you have in the Yi family now? The position of the family head will be given up sooner or later. How can you protect Yi Qiubai? Then, he looked at Yiling and smiled sinisterly. If you don't hand Yi Qiubai over, I guarantee that my enemies will take revenge on the Yi family in the future. From now on, there will be no place for the Yi family in Tanyuan City. Yi King understood that even though they were all from the four families, ever since Yi Qiubai lost all his talent, the Yi family's status in Tanyuan City had plummeted. All the factions had chosen to join another faction, causing the Yi family's strength to be inferior. Just as Yi King was about to continue, Yi Qiubai bypassed Yi King and arrived in front of Chu Siwu. Don't you want revenge? Him right here. Make your move. Chu Siwu was stunned at this scene. Yi King hurriedly shouted, Qiubai, don't be rash. Jian Tianhan also said with a dark expression, as long as there's life, there's hope. Yi Qiubai, retreat. Yi Qiubai couldn't help but be stunned hearing Jian Tianhan's advice. It seemed that Jian Tianhan did not want him to die. Then the previous incident probably had nothing to do with him. Chu Siwu laughed sinisterly. I won't hold back since you're courting death. With that, Chu Siwu took out a long saber and shot towards Yi Qiubai. Chu Siwu had already broken through to the Golden Core Pill realm and reached the Purple Mansion realm. In everyone's hearts, Yi Qiubai, who had lost his cultivation, was definitely not his match. Yi King gritted his teeth and shot towards Yi Qiubai, but he was blocked by an old man. Patriarchy, please stay here and watch. Yi King's expression was ugly. The person in front of him used to be a consecrator of the Yi family, but now, he had defected to his enemy. Shu Siwu raised his long saber and slashed at Yi Qiubai's head. Yi Qiubai, you'll use your life to settle the hatred of the past. Yi Qiubai also took out his wooden sword in front of everyone. He moved his feet slightly and stabbed out with the wooden sword in his hand. Just like that, A simple sword strike. The long saber collided with the wooden sword. The wooden sword did not shatter as everyone had expected. Ikyubai didn't die under Chusui's saber. This scene stunned everyone. Ikyubai's wooden sword actually pierced through the long saber and into Chusui's neck. Blood gushed out. How was this possible? Chusui's expression was ferocious. He put down his long saber and covered his neck with both hands, staring fixedly at Ikyubai, who was as calm as water. Your strength has recovered. Ikyubai didn't answer. He pulled out his sword. There was no blood on the wooden sword. Under everyone's terrified gazes, Chusui fell into a pool of blood and stopped breathing. Yi King was stunned. Jiang Tanhen was stunned. Yi Ling, who had never seen Ikyubai's strength, was also stunned. Yi Yan was also terrified. In just 2 days, Ikyubai broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Kyubai-yu. Ikyubai put away his wooden sword and turned to look at Yi King. He smiled and said, "Father, my strength has recovered." The crowd watching from the periphery immediately dispersed to spread the news. The former prodigy returned today as a king, as elegant as ever. Chapter 16. Ranking of the 4 regions. Ikyubai's talent had recovered, and his strength was even greater than before. Chusui had killed the young master of the Chu family in one move. The news quickly spread throughout Tanyuan City. In an instant, everyone in Tanyuan City sighed. The situation in Tanyuan City was about to change again, and this was at the center of every conversation now. At the Yi residence, all the elders walked forward, regardless of whether they were hypocritical or not, greeting Ikyubai with a smile. After Ikyubai lost his talent, these people were all extremely cold and even spoke ill of him. Even though Ikyubai didn't care about all of this and had no intention of taking revenge, it was impossible for him to show a good attitude to these elders who curry favor with the rich and powerful. The elders could only smile awkwardly at this. Yi King's face was filled with surprise. He patted Ikyubai's shoulder and smiled brightly. Good, it's good that you've recovered. However, Kyubai, how did you recover your strength? Did you have another fortuitous encounter? Hearing this, Ikyubai couldn't help but smile. Master saved me. When I left the city gate, I was being pursued by an assassin and coincidentally met Master. Not only did he save my life, but he also used medicinal pills to repair my talent and imparted to me a supreme cultivation technique that allowed my strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Then I really have to thank your master, Yi King said in surprise. But how can someone who can have such a pill be a nobody? Ikyubai shook his head and said, even though the master is from the Hidden Dao Academy, he doesn't like to be in the limelight. Very few people know him. The Hidden Dao Academy. No wonder. Yi King nodded in realization. Then, as if he thought of something, he frowned and said, then, do you know who wanted to kill you previously? After leaving Tanyuan City, someone had already tried to kill his son. How could Yi King not be angry? An extremely domineering aura suddenly appeared. Yi King was the head of the Yi family and one of the top experts in Tanyuan City after all. The expressions of the surrounding people with low cultivation instantly changed as they were continuously pushed back by this aura. Ikyubai's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Jiang Tanhen, who had a complicated expression. In reality, Jiang Tanhen knew a little about his daughter's actions. Yi King followed Ikyubai's gaze and looked at Jiang Tanhen. He said fiercely, Jiang Tanhen. Ikyubai shook his head and said, it's Jiang Chan. Hearing this, Yi King's aura instantly erupted. His might was approaching Jiang Tanhen. He said angrily, Jiang Tanhen, your Jiang family needs to give me an explanation. Previously, not only did he unilaterally break the engagement in front of the entire Yi family, but he also humiliated his son. He wanted to kill them all now. This made Yi King really furious. He took a step forward and a long sword slid out of his hand. Obviously, if Jiang Tanhen's explanation did not satisfy him, Yi King would slash out with his sword. Seeing this, Jiang Tanhen could only sigh and smile bitterly. Brother Yi, this matter is indeed my Jiang family's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of my daughter. Jiang Chan, what's the use of apologizing? Yi King shouted. If you knew this would happen, Why did you do such a heartless thing? Jiang Tianhen could only say helplessly. Back then, I didn't discover Chainer's plan. I only found out after everything happened. This is my dereliction of duty as a father. There's no need to say any more. Hand over Jiang Chan. Yi King took another step forward and pointed the long sword in his hand. With an unfriendly expression, he said, if you don't hand it over, don't blame the Yi family for declaring war on the Jiang family. Now, Chainer has already left Tanyuan City. Jiang Tanhan shook his head and looked at the calm Yi Qiubai. I also hope that Qiubai can let go of this grudge. For this, my Jiang family is willing to give you the 3 years of Tanyuan City's business. 3 years of harvest. This was a considerable amount of resources. Yi King was about to say something when Yi Qiubai stood up and interrupted. Where did Yang Chan go? If tearing up the engagement back then made Yi Qiubai and Yang Chan strangers, in that case, the pursuit had made the two of them mortal enemies. Revenge was a dish best served cold. This was Yi Qiubai's attitude. Jiang Tianhen's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, Qiubai, I know you have hatred in your heart, but you will not be able to take revenge. Chainer has already joined a force that you will never be able to reach in your entire life. Never in a lifetime. Yi Qiubai thought of his master. He really could not think of anyone in this world who was a match for his master. The primordial sword scripture did not seem like a human martial arts technique. The creation pill stole the creation of heaven and earth and was something that was impossible to find in the moral world. Coupled with the painting scroll, as well as the grand array set up by his master before he left the mountain, Yi Qiubai shook his head and said, you don't have to worry about that. Northern region, Sunset Dynasty. Yi King, who was at the side, was shocked when he heard this. Yi Ling looked terrified. Yi Qiubai was also slightly stunned. The northern region was the most powerful of the 4 regions. The Sunset Dynasty was the ruler of the northern region. There were countless experts among them, and they dominated the world. The current ruler of the Sunset Dynasty was ranked 4th on the ranking of the 4 regions. The ranking of the 4 regions recorded the strength of known experts in the 4 domains. Even the principal of the southern region's Hidden Dao Academy, Qin Tianan, could only be ranked 26th on the martial roll. One could imagine how valuable it was. Jiang Chan actually went to the Sunset Dynasty unexpectedly. In that case, even if Yi Qiubai's master was from the Hidden Dao Academy, it was too. After a short days, Yi Qiubai returned to normal. He really could not think of anyone who could be a match for his master after all. Not even the Sunset Dynasty. However, Yi Qiubai didn't plan to let his master avenge him. This was his own business after all. Seeing that Yi Qiubai didn't say anything, Jiang Tanhan thought that he had given up and said, I'll hand over the harvest for the next 3 years to you. I'm also very sorry about Qiubai. With that, Jiang Tianhan turned around and left with his men. Yi King sighed and patted Yi Qiubai's shoulder. Don't think too much. Concentrate on enhancing your strength. At the same time, the enemy declared war on the Yi family. If he handed over Yi Qiubai, the war could stop. Yi King had expected this. Xu Su had died in Yi Qiubai's hands after all. He was also prepared to deal with it. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that Yi Qiubai had already walked towards Yi Yan. A powerful aura rose continuously as Sword Kai soared into the sky. Yi Qiubai looked coldly at Yi Yan, whose eyes were filled with fear, and said, Do you dare to fight to the death? Chapter 17. Revenge. Black clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Tianyuan City was now covered by dark clouds, and there was obvious oppression everywhere. An invisible pressure kept floating in everyone's hearts. The center of the pressure was the Yi family. Yi Qiubai pointed his wooden sword at Yi Yan. He didn't like people plotting against him. His sword Dao was to distinguish between gratitude and grudges. If others treated him well, he would treat them twice as well. If others wanted to harm him, Yi Qiubai would wave the sword in his hand without hesitation. Yi Yan obviously wanted to kill Yi Qiu and Bai Kai. One of Yi Qiubai's goals for returning to the Yi family now was to kill Yi Yan. Do you dare to fight to the death? Yi Qiubai asked in a low voice. Yi King didn't say anything when he saw the scene. Instead, he stood beside Yi Qiubai, and was prepared to defend against First Elder Yi Ling's lightning strike at any time. He knew his son well. He wouldn't do this if Yi Yan didn't make a big mistake. Yi Yan's face was pale. He walked behind Yi Ling and said with a trembling voice, "Yi Qiubai, I was wrong in the past. I can compensate you." Yi Ling's expression was also ugly. He knew about this matter, so he said kindly, "Qiubai, Yaner is in the wrong for this matter, but he's your cousin after all, a member of the Yi family. What can't be discussed, give me some face and let him off this once." Yi Qiubai was unmoved. His expression was indifferent as he said again, "Do you dare?" Yi Ling also suddenly took a step forward, seeing that it was irreconcilable. A shocking aura erupted and pressed towards Yi Qiubai. He was the great elder of the Yi family after all. Of course, his strength was second only to Yi King. Seeing this, Yi King also took a step forward and blocked the pressure. Yi Ling's expression sank as he spoke in a low voice. "Yi King, are you father and son really going to exterminate us?" Hearing this, Yi King sneered. "Aren't you doing the same thing in secret? Do you really think I'm a fool and can't find anything? In that case, let's fight." Yi Ling took a step forward and charged forward. However, he slapped Yi Qiubai. Clearly, he wanted to finish Yi Qiubai off at lightning speed before this. Yi Qiubai's talent was even greater than before, and he had even joined the Hidden Dao Academy after all. His future was limitless. If they did not get rid of him soon, they would not be able to withstand revenge in the future. Yi King snorted coldly and shifted his position. He arrived in front of Yi Ling's palm and slashed out with the longsword in his hand. The two of them began to fight. An imposing aura burst out. Yi Qiubai looked at Yi Yan and said, "Are you ready to die?" Yi Yan's expression turned ruthless as he said in a low voice, "Yi Qiubai, even though you're very strong, you might not be able to kill me. It will be your death as long as father is able to free himself." Hearing this, Yi Qiubai didn't say anything else. He placed one hand behind his back and stepped forward. The first step, sword force. The sword auras turned into invisible swords and slashed towards Yi Yan. Yi Yan slapped out with his palm. It directly shattered the invisible sword. Seeing this, he took another step forward. Sword Kai rampaged and shot towards Yi Yan. Its might was shocking, causing the onlookers to be endlessly terrified. Yi Yan's face also changed. With a furious roar, he stretched out his hands and slapped out. He actually struck out palm imprints one after another. However, under the astonishing power of the sharp sword Kai that seemed to cut through space, the two palm prints shattered in the blink of an eye. Yi Yan's face turned pale as he retreated. The palm imprints continued to strike out, and it was too much for him to handle. Seeing that Yi Yan had no strength to resist at all, Yi Ling couldn't help but panic. He roared at the elders, "Hurry up and kill Yi Qiubai." When the elders heard this, they looked at each other. Their faces were filled with hesitation, and it was obvious that they were conflicted. One of the elders who had a grudge against Yi Qiubai gritted his teeth and jumped out, throwing a punch. The might of the peak of the Purple Mansion realm erupted. Yi Qiubai immediately turned around, and black auras swept out from the wooden sword in his hand. Demonic Kai lingered, making people submit. Someone exclaimed, "What sword technique is this?" Seeing this, Yi Yan's expression changed drastically. How could he not know the power of this sword technique? This was the sword technique that had defeated Huo Qingming. At that time, Yi Qiubai was only in the Golden Core Pill realm. Now that Yi Qiubai had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, how much would the power of this sword technique increase? The result was self-evident. Thinking of this, Yi Yan immediately reminded him, "Sixth Elder, be careful of his sword technique." The sixth elder didn't care at all. This guy was only at the beginner stage Purple Mansion realm. No matter how formidable his sword technique was, how could he be a match for him? However, what the sixth elder did not know was that it was this thought that killed him. Yi Qiubai slashed out with his sword. The first strike. Instantly, demonic Kai flourished. Even the sixth elder's heart trembled. However, there was no turning back. His fist had already landed on the wooden sword. A loud bang sounded, and the aftershocks of the airwaves shocked the surroundings. Overwhelming demonic Kai enveloped the entire Yi clan. The wooden sword in Yi Qiubai's hand was not damaged at all. On the other hand, the sixth elder's expression immediately changed drastically after colliding with the wooden sword. The fist only lasted for an instant before it broke through the spiritual Kai defense and blood splattered everywhere. In the next moment, the sixth elder's arm was chopped off. Ikyubai didn't let go of this good opportunity. He directly leaned in and slashed out with the wooden sword in his hand. The sixth elder's face was filled with fear as the wooden sword directly slashed at his chest. The demonic Kai instantly invaded his internal organs and destroyed all his meridians. The sixth elder's eyes slowly became lifeless as he fell to the ground. Yi Yan's heart trembled upon seeing this scene. After entering the Purple Mansion realm, Ikyubai could easily kill a peak-stage Purple Mansion realm expert. Even Shen Qingfeng was probably not his match. Yi Ling was also shocked. How could he have expected Ikyubai to be so powerful? Yi King took advantage of Yi Ling's momentary distraction and slashed out with the longsword in his hand. Ah! Yi Ling covered the deep wound on his arm and retreated continuously, accompanied by a scream. The elders who were still hesitating gave up on the idea of attacking completely when they saw the scene. Instead, they were thinking about how to please Ikyubai and Yi King. After Ikyubai finished dealing with the sixth elder, he continued to walk towards Yi Yan. The black sword Kai wrapped around the wooden sword didn't reduce at all. Clearly, Ikyubai wouldn't let Yi Yan off. You can't kill me. Yi Yan kept retreating with a terrified expression. Ikyubai didn't care. He raised the wooden sword in his hand and shot out, slashing at Yi Yan. Yi Ling's expression changed drastically. However, at this moment, an old body appeared in front of Ikyubai and grabbed the wooden sword with 2 fingers. The old man sighed slightly. You've vented enough. There isn't a need to kill Yi Yan. Right. Chapter 18. Green Cloud Sword appears. The atmosphere was very strange. The Yi family was extremely quiet now. Everyone was looking at the mysterious old man. His eyes were turbid. He raised his arm slightly and easily caught the wooden sword that was filled with dark sword Kai with 2 fingers. Ikyubai's expression froze. The wooden sword in his hand pressed forward again, and demonic Kai erupted. The 9 heavenly demon sword. The third strike. The current Ikyubai had already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, so his might was naturally not like before. However, his sword was still held tightly between the old man's fingers. The old man sighed. Stop trying. You're not my match. With that said, he waved his hand gently, and Ikyubai retreated explosively as if he had been struck by lightning. Yi King's expression was solemn as he stood in front of Ikyubai and looked at the old man. Ancestor, Yi Ling, Yi Yan, and the elders of the Yi family also bowed respectfully to the old man and said, Greetings, Ancestor. That's right. The old man was the ancestor of the Yi family and the strongest person in the Yi family. Ikyubai was slightly stunned when he heard this. While he knew that the Yi family had an ancestor, he had never seen him before. He had only heard that the ancestor was in seclusion all year round and wanted to break through the shackles. The Yi family's ancestor looked at Ikyubai and slowly said, Now that you've killed an elder, you should have vented most of your anger. Let's stop here. His tone was calm, but no one could doubt him. Yi King's expression changed. He knew that the ancestor was biased towards Yi Ling's side. Ikyubai's expression didn't change as he said indifferently, Why, he's allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill him. The Yi family's ancestor's tone was deep and meaningful. You're a member of the Yi family after all. Of course. You have to prioritize the Yi family's overall situation. Oh, Yi Yan's talent is not as good as mine and his strength is not as good as mine. At this point, Ikyubai looked at Yi Yan, who was hiding very far behind with a terrified expression. He couldn't help but mock. He's even inferior when it comes to courage. So, why did you protect him and abandon me for the sake of the Yi family? The Yi family's ancestor glanced at Yi Yan and could not help but sigh. Indeed, I agree with this. Be it talent, strength, or character, you're simply perfect as the next family head. However, you have a grudge with the Sunset Dynasty, so you can only retreat and be second in place. Besides, you don't have a strong sense of belonging to the Yi family. Ikyubai was indifferent. If it was in the past, he would have risked his life for the Yi family. But now, After experiencing so many things, the survival of the Yi family, prosperity, wealth, or gradual decline had nothing to do with Yi Qiubai anymore. Therefore, I can only let you suffer for the Yi family. What if I must kill him today? The Yi family's ancestors' turbid eyes suddenly widened. An irresistible pressure swept towards Yi Qiubai. To him, Yi Qiubai was just a genius who hadn't grown up. If he was obedient, he could still stay. However, if he rebelled, the Yi family's ancestor would kill him mercilessly. Yi Qing's expression changed. He immediately stood in front of Yi Qiubai and stretched out his hands to block the pressure. However, with Yi Qing's current cultivation, he had to use all his strength just to resist this might. Qiubai, you can leave first and return to the Hidden Dao Academy. Without waiting for Yi Qiubai to speak, the Yi family's ancestor said in a low voice, "Since you've already attacked, how can we let the tiger return to the mountain?" If Yi Qiubai returned to the Hidden Dao Academy, even the Yi family's ancestor would not have the slightest confidence in killing Yi Qiubai in the Hidden Dao Academy. The dean of the academy, Qin Tianan, was ranked 26th on the ranking of the 4 regions after all, and he could not even squeeze into the bottom of the rankings. Of course, he was not his match. At that time, even if he would be unable to deal with Yi Qiubai's strength, it would probably bring about a calamity to the Yi family. The Yi family's ancestor knew this very well. His body swayed and he immediately rushed towards Yi Qiubai. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and charged forward. Yi Qiubai didn't think of leaving directly. His expression froze as he took out an ancient sword. The long sword was sealed in the scabbard. However, there were also faint wisps of sword intent rising. The green cloud sword. This was the sword that Lu Changsheng had given Yi Qiubai back then. However, Yi Qiubai couldn't control it back then. Now that he had comprehended sword intent and his cultivation had improved, he wondered if he could pull it out and slash it. The Yi family's ancestor was extremely powerful and extremely sensitive to danger. Seeing Yi Qiubai take out this sword, he immediately felt a fear that seeped into his soul. What sword is this? The Yi family's ancestor retreated explosively and shouted sharply. How can this sword be covered in sword intent? Sword intent belonged to oneself. The Yi family's ancestor had never heard of a sword that could carry its own sword intent. Even the refining masters of the southern region couldn't refine the sword intent. Yi Qiubai didn't say anything. Instead, he took a step forward and wanted to pull out the green cloud sword in his hand. Waves of sword intent rose. Even Yi Qiubai's sword intent began to fill the entire Yi family. Sword intent. You've comprehended sword intent. A dazzling killing intent appeared in the Yi family's ancestors' eyes. A swordsman who had comprehended sword intent at such a young age. If they did not kill him, the Yi family would be destroyed in the future. At the same time, there was a trace of regret in his heart. How high could a person who had comprehended sword intent at such a young age bring the Yi family to? No, that's not right. The Sunset Dynasty wouldn't allow Yi Qiubai to continue growing. Thinking of this, the Yi family's ancestor affirmed his thoughts and attacked Yi Qiubai. His aura was overwhelming. It swept through Yi Qiubai with endless pressure. It was as if it wanted to kill him. Yi Qiubai faced the attack without retreating or dodging. He held the hilt of the green cloud sword in one hand and the scabbard in the other. Wanting to pull it out, he only revealed a little of the sword body, and sword intent soared into the sky. Even the entire Tianyuan city could feel it. It was extremely sharp, as if it wanted to split the world apart. At the same time, Yi Qiubai felt waves of sword intent fill his body after pulling out this little sword. He felt an irresistible force. If he pulled them all out, Yi Qiubai would probably explode and die on the spot. However, just the power of the sword intent was enough. The sword intent swept out, turning into swords that cut through the world and slashed at the incoming palm print attack. An explosion resounded throughout the entire Yi family. The surrounding houses collapsed at this moment. Some servants with low cultivation levels were even unable to withstand the aftershock and were sent flying. At the same time, endless cracks appeared on the huge palm print attack. It could shatter at any moment. The Yi family's ancestor's expression changed. This was his full power attack, but it could only block this sword intent. The palm print shattered. The sword intent pressed forward and slashed at the Yi family's ancestor. The ancestor shouted in a low voice and raised his hands to block the sword intent. However, at this moment, Yi Qiubai also arrived beside Yi Yan like a ghost and stretched out a finger. Under Yi Yan's horrified gaze, the space between his brows was directly pierced through. At this moment, Yi Yan died and his soul dissipated. Chapter 19. Why did you strategize on your own? Yi Yan was dead. There was a hole between his eyebrows, and blood was flowing out. As for Yi Qiubai, he had long disappeared from the Yi residence. He had clearly left. When the Yi family's ancestor saw this scene, his expression was extremely gloomy. Yi Yan was the successor he chose, but he was killed by Yi Qiubai. When Yi King saw that Yi Qiubai had successfully left, he stopped worrying and relaxed with a smile. The Yi family's ancestor looked at Yi King and snorted. From now on, Yi Ling will take over the position of the family head. Yi Ling was stunned upon hearing this, but he couldn't be happy no matter what. His son had been killed after all. Yi King shrugged and didn't mind. To him, it was better for Yi Qiubai to recover his strength. And now, the instigator of this matter, Yi Qiubai, was sitting in a cave outside Tanyuan City. He was adjusting his breathing since pulling out the Green Cloud's sword had resulted in a huge backlash on him. At the same time, Yi Qiubai was secretly surprised. Just by pulling out a little of the sword, he could kill someone under the nose of an expert like the Yi family's ancestor. If he pulled them all out, the ancestor would probably not be able to block a single strike. Right. However, if he completely pulled out the Green Cloud sword, that incomparably powerful sword intent would probably instantly destroy Yi Qiubai. He recalled what Zhong Tanhen had said before. The Sunset Dynasty He was the ruler of the northern region and the current king was currently ranked 4th on the 4 domains martial roll. However, Yi Qiubai wasn't discouraged at all. He might even be able to surpass the Sunset Dynasty. Thinking of this, a sword intent rose from Yi Qiubai's body. It soared into the sky with an indomitable momentum. His sword heart was firm and unyielding, capable of cutting through all things. His sword intent had broken through. The current Yi Qiubai could be called a swordmaster. 2 days later, Yi Qiubai ended his comprehension and left this place. Walking towards the hidden Dao Academy, he did not know if his master felt lonely. After all, he was the only disciple. There was no one to talk to him or cook for him after he left. At the same time, in the cottage, a woman frowned and walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of fish soup. He placed it in front of Lu Changsheng and said coldly, "Can you give me some pointers now?" During these days, Lu Changsheng had shocked her too much. She could not see through him at all. The faint sword aura emitted was even thicker than ordinary sword intent and filled with the power of laws. Han Ying had never seen such a sword Dao aura throughout her previous lives. Also, the willow tree on the cliff clearly had a spirit, even though there was no aura. However, it made her feel a vague sense of fear. The bird on the parasol tree was even more attracted to Han Ying. What was terrifying was that she even vaguely felt like she was being suppressed. Not only that, even Lu Changsheng's understanding of cultivation techniques shocked Han Ying. A casual sentence and a pointer could enlighten Han Ying. She was a great empress in her previous life, so her understanding of martial arts could be said to be at the top in this world. It was obvious that Lu Changsheng's martial arts understanding far exceeded hers. This was also the reason why the Han Ying Association took the initiative to ask for guidance. However, the pointers were not given for free. Coincidentally, after Yi Qiubai left, no one cooked for him and he was too lazy to cook. Lu Changsheng would teach her once as long as Han Ying prepared 3 meals on that day. It had to be known that Han Ying had never cooked for tens of thousands of years. Lu Changsheng looked at the fish soup in front of him and nodded with a smile. Not bad. It's much stronger than the black thing from before. Then, he took a bite. Yes. At least it can be eaten. Han Ying snorted angrily. When had she ever been ordered around like this as an empress? Is that enough? Teach me. There's no hurry. Let me finish my meal first. Just like that, Han Ying sat opposite Lu Changsheng and watched him eat. However, Lu Changsheng ate too slowly. Every bite had to be chewed slowly. This made Han Ying a little impatient. Suddenly, Hong Ying was stunned. That's right. When did I become so impetuous? I started to feel frustrated after waiting for such a short period of time. Realizing this, Hong Ying immediately sat down cross-legged and adjusted her mentality. It was very important on the path of cultivation. But sometimes, one would ignore it. When a person is anxious, their cultivation might not improve at all. In serious cases, one might even go berserk. Their cultivation base would regress and damage one's Tao foundation. Only by maintaining a calm state could he comprehend more things. This was a principle that every cultivator understood. However, sometimes, the simpler something was, the easier it was to forget them. For example, the current Hong Ying. She desperately wanted to recover and increase her strength. However, she did not notice that her mentality was actually no longer suitable for cultivation. She immediately started to adjust it after she realized it. Lu Changsheng finished eating. Seeing that Hong Ying was still meditating, he shrugged and casually cleared the bowls and chopsticks. The next day, Hong Ying was still meditating. On the third day, it was the same. On the fifth day, Hong Ying slowly opened her eyes. A bright light flashed across them. Her aura erupted. Breakthrough to the water overflow realm. Naturally, everything fell into place. After the golden core pill realm was the purple mansion realm, then the sea flow realm, and then the water overflow realm. Yi King was at the early stage of water overflow realm. As for the Yi family's ancestor, he had already reached peak stage water overflow realm. Hong Ying heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a beautiful smile. At this moment, Lu Changsheng also walked out and smiled. You broke through. Hong Ying nodded. Then, she bowed to Lu Changsheng and said, Thank you for your guidance. Lu Changsheng was stunned. He hadn't given her any guidance in the past few days. Right. Hong Ying smiled and said, You knew that there's something wrong with my mentality. Right, that's why you deliberately asked me to cook and let me discover the problem with my mentality. Lu Changsheng. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I just wanted you to cook for me. Hong Ying continued. Otherwise, with your current cultivation, you would have long reached the Anetier realm. Why would you eat mortal food every day? Moreover, my food doesn't taste good. Hong Ying could not help but blush when she reached the last point. Lu Changsheng was completely dumbfounded. Why do the people around me like to imagine things about me? I clearly didn't think that. Then, Hong Ying suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed to Lu Changsheng. There's no order in learning. The person with knowledge is the teacher. Please accept me as your disciple. Lu Changsheng. I haven't done anything yet. Why did she manage to conquer herself? I'm speechless. Chapter 20. Master, aren't you a sword cultivator? Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment mission. Reward Spear Dao Law. Fire Dao Law. Reincarnation Spear Technique. 9 Reincarnation Essence Return Pill Recipe. 2. Years of cultivation. Good God. Originally, Lu Changsheng thought that it would take a long time to conquer this empress. He had yet to start thinking of a way, and she had directly conquered herself. Eqbai returned to the Hidden Dao Academy at this point in time. He became very famous throughout the entire Hidden Dao Academy since the battle at the Academy's competition. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yes' strength seems to have become even more unfathomable. Has he improved again? Sigh. As expected of Senior Brother Yi, Eqbai replied one by one and nodded with a smile. However, he could not help but think. Sigh. When will my master take in a junior brother or sister? Sigh. Senior Brother Yi. I saw Senior Lu bring a fairy-like woman to the dean's place. Eqbai was stunned when he heard this. He subconsciously asked, Why are they going to the dean's place? She seems to be Senior Lu's new junior sister. Hearing this, Eqbai instantly disappeared. When he returned to the cottage, he saw a beautiful woman walking out of the cottage with a plate of dishes in front of Lu Changsheng. I finally have a junior sister. He was about to greet his master when he heard Lu Changsheng's indifferent voice. You're back already. Eqbai was dumbfounded. Was he being despised? Should I leave? Seeing the strange look on Eqbai's face, Lu Changsheng explained. What I mean is, You're done so quickly. Yiqiubai walked forward and bowed before explaining everything. Sunset Dynasty, I've heard Uncle Qin mention it a few times. Uncle Qin was Qin Tanan. That faction seems to be much stronger than our southern region's hidden Dao Academy. Yiqiubai nodded and said, I know. Lu Changsheng looked at Yiqiubai's serious expression and said softly, I'll say it again. I want help you resolve this matter. It's your own grudge after all. Furthermore, I can't do such a thing as a senior. How embarrassing would that be? Yiqiubai didn't care. Instead, he smiled and said, Of course I want Ask Master to help. The Sunset Dynasty is ultimately my whetstone. It's good that you think so. Suddenly, Han Ying nodded and said, That's the idea. If we rely on external forces every time, it will affect our future cultivation. At this moment, Han Ying was sizing up Yiqiubai. As the Empress in her previous life, she naturally had a set of observation methods. At such a young age, he had already comprehended sword intent and reached the level of a swordmaster. His cultivation technique was also extremely extraordinary. Han Ying could not see through his physique. His aptitude was also not inferior to hers. Lu Chengsheng introduced her to Yiqiubai with a smile. This is your junior sister, Hong Ying. Yiqiubai smiled at Hong Ying and said, Junior sister is right. If there's anything in the future, you can look for me to help you resolve it. Han Ying's expression was strange. She nodded and said, Thank you, senior brother. Lu Chengsheng took a bite of the food and said after a while, Your junior sister is in the water overflow realm now. It's not certain who will help who. The water overflow realm. Wasn't that a few major realms higher than him? Thinking of this, Yiqiubai hurriedly said, Master, I comprehended something along the way. I'll go into seclusion first. With that, he returned to his room. Lu Chengsheng smiled. This was a blow to him. Immediately after, Han Ying also prepared to cultivate. Lu Chengsheng stopped her and said, Don't worry. When we entered the sect, I gave Qiubai a creation pill and a green cloud sword to send him straight to the clouds. Now that I've accepted you as my disciple, I can't favor one over the other. Han Ying smiled nonchalantly. I don't need it. She had plenty of cultivation resources since she had the foundation of an empire with her. Instead, Han Ying wondered if she should give her master something good. Lu Chengsheng didn't seem to have anything good on him after all. At the thought of this, she was about to take out some medicinal pills when she saw a medicinal pill flick towards her. Han Ying subconsciously grabbed it. There were reincarnation patterns on the pill. It was ancient and mysterious. What kind of pill is this? Lu Chengsheng said indifferently. Isn't your 9 cycles reincarnation technique already in its 9th life? This pill will allow you to perfectly integrate the talents of your previous 9 lives. Hearing this, Han Ying's expression changed drastically. Forget about how Lu Chengsheng knew about her 9 cycles reincarnation technique. She desperately needed a reincarnation pill to fuse with the talent and cultivation of her previous 8 lives now that she was in her final life. However, the reincarnation pill was extremely precious and rare. It was a legendary medicinal pill and it was hard to say if one could find it. Even so, the reincarnation pill could only integrate 60 of the previous lives. Yet the pill that Lu Chengsheng gave her was able to perfectly integrate all her previous lives. How could she not be shocked? Then, Lu Chengsheng said, Yes, just one pill is too shabby. Come here. Shabby. Han Ying walked forward in a daze. Lu Chengsheng pointed at Han Ying's forehead. In an instant, a flood of information surged into Han Ying's mind. The reincarnation spear technique. Enter the martial path with the spear and enter the Tao through reincarnation. Han Ying looked at the information and was shocked. Putting aside the fact that this reincarnation spear technique could destroy the world, it was extremely compatible with her 9 cycles reincarnation technique. She had originally walked the path of reincarnation. Now, this technique would be able to increase her strength by several levels. Lu Chengsheng withdrew his finger and stroked his chin. You might be too slow to comprehend it. How about this? I'll perform it for you again. Watch carefully. With that, he flipped his hand and a spear formed from spiritual Kai appeared in his hand. Han Ying's eyes widened. Master, aren't you a sword cultivator? Why are you using a spear now? Could it be? Lu Chengsheng shook the spear in his hand and thrust it forward. The spear was like a dragon, carrying the will of reincarnation as it pierced through the distant mountain peak. A huge hole appeared through it. Han Ying watched Lu Chengsheng demonstrate the reincarnation spear technique. During this period, he reached the extreme spear intent. There was also a power that surpassed the spear intent and was unlike the power of law of this world. That was the spear Dao rules. Han Ying gasped. She thought that Lu Chengsheng was a sword cultivator. But in the end, his spear art was not weak at all. It was much stronger than hers. No wonder he could bring out a supreme martial technique like the reincarnation spear technique. After a while, Lu Chengsheng put away his spear and said to Han Ying casually, "Alright, you can cultivate by yourself. I'm going to take a nap." Han Ying. Chapter 21. Power of Law. Perfect Inheritance. Han Ying had learned a lot from Lu Chengsheng's demonstration. She sat cross-legged on the ground, comprehending the spear intent left in the space and the spear Dao rules. Han Ying soon entered a state of enlightenment. Time passed like a white horse passing through a gap. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Qiubai was still consolidating his comprehension in the room. Han Ying was also in a state of enlightenment. Lu Chengsheng sat on the bench and said, "There will be no one to cook for me while these two guys are cultivating. Do I have to find another disciple?" As soon as he finished speaking, Han Ying's spear intent soared into the sky. Then, she opened her eyes and held the spear in her hand, waving it continuously. It was the first move of the reincarnation spear technique. At this moment, Yi Qiubai walked out of the straw hut with a wooden sword in his hand. Wisps of sword intent inadvertently coiled around his body. It was extremely sharp. "Junior sister, let's spar." Yi Qiubai laughed and shot towards Han Ying. Han Ying also wanted to vent her pent-up energy and consolidate the reincarnation spear technique she had just comprehended. She therefore chuckled and welcomed Yi Qiubai's suggestion. During this period, Han Ying and Yi Qiubai suppressed their cultivation levels to the lowest. The wooden sword and spear in their hands did not have the support of spiritual Kai. There was only the confrontation between spear intent and sword intent. For a moment, the waves of forces from the sword and spear went on a rampage around the cliff. The willow tree at the side was not affected at all. The leaves only fluttered ever so gently with the sword Kai, not threatening to fall at all. Yi Qiubai retreated slightly, but his heart was in turmoil. Han Ying's spear intent realm could be said to have far surpassed his. During the sparring process, he felt that Han Ying was strolling leisurely, not using her full strength at all. While Han Ying was very relaxed, she was also surprised by Yi Qiubai's understanding of sword intent. She had experienced 9 cycles of reincarnation after all. She probably wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Qiubai if she was at his age. "Alright, stop fighting for now. Hurry, take the 9 reincarnation essence return pill," Lu Chengsheng said. "Let's strike while the iron is hot and continue the breakthrough." Hearing this, Han Ying stopped and put away her spear. She sat cross-legged on the cliff and consumed the 9 reincarnation essence return pill. The power of reincarnation filled Han Ying's body instantly and shot straight into the clouds, as if it was communicating with the laws of heaven and earth. However, this world no longer had the power of law of heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao had collapsed. How could there be the power of law? The willow tree could not help but let out a regretful sound. Unfortunately, even the 9 reincarnation essence return pill can't draw out the Tao law of reincarnation without the power of law. So she will not be able to perfectly inherit the talents of her previous 8 lives. The small bird flapped its wings and shook its little head. Lu Chengsheng was taken aback. Power of law. Since the system could give him those Tao laws, did that mean that the system itself was a kind of power of law? It was as if the system could read Lu Chengsheng's mind. The host's guess is correct. To a certain extent, the power of law comes with the system. The host can use it at any time. Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng waved his hand. Immediately, a power that seemed to be able to affect everything in the world filled the surroundings of the cottage. The willow branch of the willow tree began to sway. It said in surprise, "Power of law, you've grasped the power of law. Moreover, it's not the power of law of this low-level dimension. It's more like a high-level dimension. However, the willow tree was merely surprised. It had been formed in the universe since the beginning of the chaos after all. No one knew how long it had existed. The little bird was also shocked. Phoenix flames rose from its fiery red wings. It entered a state of enlightenment under the power of law. Yiqiubai paused and sat cross-legged. The sword intent on his body soared into the sky and turned into a stream of sword kai that surrounded Yiqiubai. At the same time, he took out the green cloud sword. The Tao laws on the sword actually began to echo with the sword intent on Yiqiubai's body. It was obvious that Lu Changsheng's power of law affected everyone. On the other side, Han Ying circulated the 9 cycles reincarnation technique with all her might, and the will of reincarnation spread in the sky. However, it was like a headless fly, as if it was searching for something. However, once Lu Changsheng released the power of law, the will of reincarnation seemed to have found its target. It took the initiative to approach the power of law and began to fuse with it. Among them was actually the Tao law of reincarnation. As soon as the Tao law of reincarnation appeared, Han Ying could perfectly inherit the talents of her previous 9 lives. Not long after, a white soul streaked across the sky like a meteor. It slammed into Han Ying's body. Her realm aura instantly erupted. Intermediate stage water overflow realm. Immediately after, a second soul shot over and charged into Han Ying's glabella. Her aura surged again. The fourth one caused Han Ying to break through to the peak stage water overflow realm. The will of reincarnation also began to condense at this moment. In the next 2 days, the souls of 9 lives fused into Han Ying's body. She had achieved perfect inheritance. Her aura gradually stabilized. The will of reincarnation seemed to have materialized and filled Han Ying's body. In the end, her realm reached peak stage water overflow realm. She was only 1 step away from reaching the return essence realm. Han Ying opened her eyes and bowed to Lu Changsheng. "Thank you, Master." Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, "I didn't do anything." Han Ying insisted, "Even if I had that pill, I wouldn't have been able to inherit it perfectly if not for Master's guidance. In that case, it would have been meaningless for me to cultivate the 9 cycles reincarnation technique." Lu Changsheng shrugged and said, "In that case, they'll give you a job." Han Ying was delighted as she was afraid that her master would not want or ask for anything. This made Han Ying feel that she was of no use at all and she didn't like the feeling. "Master, just tell me." Lu Changsheng nodded and said with a smile, "Go and cook. I haven't eaten for a few days." "All right." Her master indeed did not lack anything but a chef. Yiqiubai had also ended his epiphany at this moment. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Junior sister? I'll get used to it. Master is very low-key, so he usually has nothing to do." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng widened his eyes and said, "What do you mean nothing? Why do you make me sound like a salted fish?" "Isn't that the case?" Yiqiubai thought to himself, but he didn't dare to say it. All right, junior sister. He'll help you." Han Ying nodded. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Lu Changsheng. "Changsheng, have you and your disciple been all right recently?" It was Qin Tannen. Lu Changsheng replied without thinking, "I have something to do. My 2 disciples, on the other hand, are fine. You can talk to them instead." Yiqiubai. Good God. He had betrayed the 2 of them without thinking. Chapter 22. Dark Tide Surging. Qin Tannen looked at Han Ying and Yiqiubai. He could tell at a glance that Yiqiubai's cultivation had reached the Purple Mansion realm. However, he could not see through Han Ying's cultivation. Observing it was like trying to see through a fog, which caused Qin Tannen to be secretly shocked. Where did Changsheng take in disciples from? Why are all of them so monstrous? He thought to himself. However, this was not Qin Tannen's fault. With Qin Tannen's current cultivation, it was actually very easy to see through the cultivation of a junior. However, Han Ying was an empress in her previous life. How could she not have any method to hide her cultivation? Han Ying could bring out more than 100 cultivation concealment techniques without repetition. This was the foundation of a great empress. However, it didn't work on Lu Changsheng as he brought out everything she needed or desired. They were all things she didn't have or something of a higher level which made Hong Ying very helpless. Lu Changsheng looked at him and asked, "Uncle Qin, what's the matter?" Qin Tianan reacted and said with a smile, "Actually, it's not a big deal. If it's not something big, why are they looking for us? The two of them still need to co-cultivate. They would definitely bet that their master had wanted to say cook just now." Qin Tianan said helplessly, "The southern region has a mystic realm trial with some ancient inheritances before the four regions competition. This is also beneficial to your two disciples." Lu Changsheng had heard of the trials in the southern region. Rubbing his chin, he asked, "Is it the blood prison trial?" According to the rumors, the blood prison held countless ancient powerhouses. Some of these masters had died of old age in the blood prison. There were also people whose blood essence had been sucked dry. As a result, the blood prison held the inheritances of many powerhouses. However, it was not that easy to obtain. Qin Tianan nodded and said, "The blood prison trial will begin tomorrow. Your cottage has 2 spots to begin with. It's just nice for Qiu Bai and Hong Ying to enter. There's also a cultivation restriction there. The highest cultivation level can only accommodate people at the Purple Mansion realm. Hong Ying might have reached peak stage water overflow realm, but she had a way to suppress her cultivation." Before Lu Changsheng could answer, Hong Ying immediately said, "I want to go." Her eyes were resolute. Lu Changsheng glanced at Hong Ying and nodded. "Then you two can go. It's good to train more." Yi Qiubai had the same intention. At this moment, he wanted to come into contact with more experts from the outside world. Seeing this, Qin Tianan nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, get ready. Changsheng, bring them over tomorrow." Lu Changsheng immediately refused. "I don't know the way. You're so lazy." "All right, you'll get the elders to pick you up tomorrow." Qin Tianan glared at Lu Changsheng and left. After Qin Tianan left, Hong Ying looked at Lu Changsheng and said, "Master, aren't you going to ask me why I want to go?" Lu Changsheng asked in surprise. "Why do I have to ask? You must have your reasons for wanting to go." Hong Ying nodded. She looked into the distance and sighed. "One of my subordinates is in the blood prison. I want to go take a look." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng fell silent. Hong Ying had already experienced 9 reincarnations after all. It was normal for her subordinates to die, especially if they were inside the blood prison. "Go then." Hong Ying bowed to Lu Changsheng and then walked into the straw hut to cultivate. Yi Qiubai also wanted to cultivate, but he was stopped by Lu Changsheng. "Where are you going? Go cook for me." "Okay." On the other hand, in the Chu family, Yi Qiubai should also be participating in this blood prison trial. "Right. Go. Get Chu Laibai to prepare. We must kill him in the blood prison trial." "Got it." Far away in the Sunset Dynasty of the northern region, in the pear garden, Jiang Chan wore a luxurious robe and a crown on her head as she sat in the courtyard. When she heard that Yi Qiubai wasn't dead, a complicated expression appeared in her eyes. However, she was obviously relieved. At this moment, someone pushed open the door and entered. Jiang Chan's expression turned cold immediately as she stood up and bowed slightly. "Crown Prince." Seeing this, the Crown Prince smiled and quickly went forward to help Jiang Chan up. He said, "There's no need for such etiquette between us. We're going to get married soon after all. Why do we have to do this between husband and wife?" When Jiang Chan heard this, there was no joy in her eyes. Instead, they looked a little sad. The Crown Prince naturally took in all of this. He let go of her hand and said meaningfully, "Yi Qiubai will participate in the southern region's blood prison trial." Jiang Chan could not help but look up at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince continued, "I didn't get rid of Yi Qiubai the last time. This time, I'll send someone to the southern region to participate in the blood prison trial." Jiang Chan's eyes narrowed, but she didn't say anything. Saying anything more would bring more danger to Yi Qiubai. The Crown Prince sighed and said, "I know you still can't let him go, but you're going to be a mother to the world in the future. I will never allow Yi Qiubai to live in this world. Do you know that?" He did not care if Jiang Chan's heart belonged to him. In a monarchy, there were many instances of people being forced to marry someone they didn't like. It was the same for the Crown Prince. He only needed Jiang Chan's body. As for the heart, who cares? With power and strength, she would be able to obtain everything. When the crown prince left the pear garden, Dianchan sighed and looked at the horizon, where dark clouds were gathering. Lightning spread through the clouds like a thunder dragon. Sorry. Outside the pear garden, the crown prince did not turn around when a black figure suddenly appeared. He knelt on one knee and waited for the crown prince's order. Go to the blood prison trial. It has to be foolproof this time. Kill Yi Qiubai. Also, contact Shadow Kill and have them send people to the blood prison too. The figure could not help but be stunned. Crown Prince, isn't it enough to send our own people? Why do we have to send for Shadow Kill? Shadow Kill, the extremely mysterious assassin organization of the northern region. It was said that they would dare to accept any mission as long as the reward was right. They were a bunch of lunatics. However, the success rate of these lunatics' missions had reached an astonishing 99. The only time they failed was to assassinate the current ruler of the Sunset Dynasty, who was ranked 4th on the ranking of the 4 regions. That time, Shadow Kill lost half of its members, and even Shadow Kill's owner was seriously injured. Nonetheless, the king did not kill Shadow Kill in one go. Instead, he spared their lives. However, the condition was for them to work unconditionally for the Sunset Dynasty. What kind of reward would be more important than life? The owner of Shadow Kill had no choice but to agree. The crown prince smiled sinisterly and said, I don't want any accidents. I heard that Yi Qiubai's talent has returned. Even though he's still not a threat to me, we have to make sure he does not become a hindrance in the future. Chapter 23. Gather. The blood prison trial began on the next day. The elder of the sword hall came to the cottage and took Hong Ying and Yi Qiubai away. On the way, the elder of the sword hall was still showing his concern to Yi Qiubai. What have you learned from Lu Chengsheng recently? You didn't slack off in your cultivation of the sword Dao, right? If there's really no other way, come to my sword hall. I'll arrange for the best sword Dao resources for you. Yi Qiubai could only smile bitterly and refuse. Everything he had now came from Lu Chengsheng after all. Moreover, he did not think that the resources of the sword hall could give him things like the Green Cloud sword, the Creation Pill, and the Primordial sword scripture. Hong Ying chuckled when she saw this. She could also understand why the sword hall elder was so thirsty for talents. Yi Qiubai's sword Dao talent was indeed very high after all. Even she had never seen anyone more suitable for practicing the sword. Yi Qiubai was simply born to wield a sword. There was already a crowd when they arrived at the entrance of the blood prison trial. Among them, Huo Qingming, Xin Hongyi, and the others could be seen. Xin Hongyi was stunned when she saw Yi Qiubai. Then, she walked over. You've broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. Let's spar again after the blood prison. Yi Qiubai smiled and nodded. He did not refuse. Hong Ying could not help but tease. Not bad. My senior brother is quite popular, eh? Yi Qiubai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Junior sister? Don't tease me. It's just your competitiveness. Suddenly, Yi Qiubai looks to the left where he saw a murderous gaze. Yi Qiubai was stunned when he saw the target. Someone from the Chu family. Chu Laibai looked at Yi Qiubai and sneered. He placed his hand on his neck and made a throat-slitting gesture. Why, someone wants your life? Hong Ying said. Do you want me to help you resolve it? Yi Qiubai was her senior brother now, so she naturally had to take care of him. Yi Qiubai felt a little helpless, as this made him feel that he was the junior brother and Hong Ying was the senior sister. In fact, it was a little embarrassing. Yi Qiubai said, It's fine. These are my own matters. I'll deal with them. Hong Ying nodded. At this moment, Dean Ru walked forward and said to everyone, This blood prison mystic realm is not only very important to the glory of the academy, but it is also a very good opportunity for you. It contains the inheritance of an ancient expert. As long as you inherit it, it will have a huge effect on your cultivation. Of course, more importantly, the people of our academy can't kill each other. After entering, try to advance in groups. At this point, Dean Ru's expression was solemn. He changed the topic and said in a low voice, The danger inside is opposite to the opportunity. I don't want someone to stay inside forever when you come out. Alright, this time, the leader is Zhang Wu. Immediately, A person filled with scholarly aura carried a small bookshelf on his back. The small bookshelf was filled with books. Even John Wu was holding a book. Huo Qingming stood beside Yi Qiubai and reminded him. Zhang Wu is the eldest senior brother of the Confucian Academy. His strength has already reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. I heard that he's already the next successor of the Confucian Academy. Hong Ying was also slightly surprised. This person actually has a wisp of the book Sage's will on him. However, she left it at that. Right on the heels of that, another man with a feather fan walks to Hong Ying's side. Miss, I'll protect you when we enter later. It was Lin Si from the array hall. Hong Ying glanced at him and did not reply. Lin Si did not mind. He stood beside Hong Ying with a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Hong Ying with a burning gaze. Ever since Lu Chengsheng brought Hong Ying to see Qin Tanan and was accidentally seen by Lin Si, Lin Si began to pursue Hong Ying crazily. Yi Qiubai's expression was strange. At that time, who would be protecting who? His junior sister was a peak water overflow realm expert. At this moment, a huge ship sailed over from the sky. In front of the ship, 2 flood dragons pulled the ship forward. It was the ship of the Tanyuan dynasty. The ship slowly stopped above everyone. Huo Qingming shook his head and said, "This Tanyuan dynasty is too ostentatious." As soon as he finished speaking, a few figures flew down. Huo Qingming, we have the right to show off. The person in the lead was wearing a brocade robe and looked extremely luxurious. Huo Qingming snorted and did not reply. That person did not pester him anymore. He was from the Hidden Dao Academy after all. Their Tanyuan dynasty had to be polite too. The leader walked to Dean Ru's old door and bowed. Greetings, sir. Almost all the princes and important ministers of the Tanyuan dynasty had heard the lectures of the Confucian Academy. Therefore, it was not too much to call him sir. Dean Ru nodded slightly and chuckled. The 6th prince's cultivation has improved again, but he still needs to read more sage books. The 6th prince was not arrogant at all. He nodded humbly and said, "Thank you, sir." Dean Ru nodded. Zin Hongyi curled her lips and said, "This 6th prince Tian Ming likes to put on a show tomorrow, but his strength is not bad. He has already reached the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm." Yi Qiubai nodded slightly. At this moment, Tian Ming suddenly looked at Yi Qiubai and said inexplicably, "This must be the prodigy of my Tianyuan city." Yi Qiubai, right. At that time, I heard that brother Qiubai seemed to have lost all his talent. Now that his talent has returned, he has joined the Hidden Dao Academy. He even killed the successor of the Chu family with a single strike and killed Yan in front of his ancestor. Yi Qiubai's pupils constricted, even though it might be the truth. It was wrong for the 6th prince, Tian Ming, to say these things in front of everyone. This was pouring hot oil over a fire. As expected, countless people looked over. The people from the Chu family also looked at Yi Qiubai. The killing intent in their eyes intensified. Hong Ying teased, "Senior brother, have you offended him before?" Yi Qiubai shook his head. He was also very puzzled. He had clearly never seen it before. At this moment, a few more figures appeared on the ship. Those people were all wearing golden armor. On the helmet was the symbol of the sun. Yi Qiubai's pupils were constricted. Huo Qingming looked surprised. Zin Hongyi was also quite puzzled. Why did the people of the Sunset Dynasty come to the southern region? Yi Qiubai was just as perplexed as he had never even seen the 6th prince. Tian Ming, why did he become so hostile towards him? Yi Qiubai understood everything the moment he saw the Sunset Dynasty. He could not help but feel furious. Dian Chan, do you not feel at ease if I don't die? I will definitely eliminate the Sunset Dynasty when I mature in the future. Hong Ying also learned about the Sunset Dynasty from Lu Chengsheng. His eyes could not help but reveal killing intent. Yi Qiubai was her senior brother, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was family. How dare the Sunset Dynasty touch my family? In Hong Ying's heart, the people of the Sunset Dynasty had already been served an invitation to meet with the King of Hell. Chapter 24. Powerful. There were a total of 4 people from the Sunset Dynasty, and all of them were at peak stage Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, there were waves of killing intent circling around their bodies. Clearly, These 4 people had trained in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At the same time, there were 3 men in black behind the 4 of them. The black-robed men seemed to have used a special treasure to hide their cultivation aura, and made it impossible to feel its existence. According to the agreement, our Sunset Dynasty will occupy 7 spots in the Tianyuan Dynasty to participate in the Southern region's blood prison trial. The leader said in a low voice, "I can also take this chance to see how strong the barbarians of the Southern Wilderness are." He continued, sneering, "The Southern region was far behind because of its overall strength, and was called the Southern Wasteland by others. The people of the Southern Wilderness were also called barbarians." Tian Ming's eyes revealed a hint of anger, but he could only hold it back. Someone from the Hidden Dao Academy shouted angrily, "Barbarians, I don't think your northern region is very strong." "Right." A sect faction snorted and said, "Even though there's a difference, I don't think the difference will be too great." "Right. Aren't you being too arrogant?" The leader sneered, "Why don't you give it a try to know if I'm being arrogant?" "HMPH. Let me give it a try." Immediately, the prodigy of the Bright Sun sect rushed towards that person. He was also at peak stage Purple Mansion realm. His palm print actually contained the power of the sun when he unleashed his attack. Waves of flame seemed to be burning everything. The entire space was distorted. Good, the blazing sun palm of the Bright Sun sect is indeed extraordinary. These people will probably suffer if they look down on the people of our southern region so much. The Bright Sun sect is also a top sect in the southern region. Yikubai's expression was solemn. In his opinion, the person in the lead was not simple. The murderous aura refined in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood alone was suffocating, so how could such a person be simple? He was probably going to lose. As expected, the prodigy of the Bright Sun sect's blazing sun palm approached, and the people of the Sunset Dynasty extended their fingers. Heady tricks. Break. Immediately, the murderous aura erupted from his finger. The blazing sun palm was instantly pierced through. The prodigy of the Bright Sun sect was stunned and was about to retreat when the other party pounced over unexpectedly. That killing intent erupted with all its might, directly enveloping the elites of the Bright Sun sect. The eyes of the prodigy of the Bright Sun sect instantly dissipated, and fear appeared on his face. The people of the Sunset Dynasty sneered and suddenly threw a punch. Like a wild beast that had escaped its leash. Its aura was terrifying. Then, it landed heavily on the chest of the elite of the Bright Sun sect. In that instant, the sound of his sternum shattering could be heard, and the prodigy vomited blood. His vomit was even mixed with internal organ fragments as he was sent flying like a kite that had left its string. The elite of the Bright Sun sect landed on the ground and stopped breathing. Insta-kill just a punch. However, the power of that punch made countless people feel fear. The power of this punch was definitely not something an ordinary person at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm could send. "How dare you kill someone from my Bright Sun sect?" In an instant, an elder rushed out from the Bright Sun sect. The person who was killed just now was the next successor of their Bright Sun sect. How many resources had the Bright Sun sect spent to nurture him? Now that they were killed, the Bright Sun sect would suffer heavy losses. There might be a deficit. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the top sect. When the elder of the Bright Sun sect attacked, the people of the Sunset Dynasty also revealed serious expressions. The other party was a sea flow realm expert after all. The 4 of them gathered together and stood in 4 directions. 4 murderous auras soared into the sky at this moment. Then, they began to fuse, and a huge sea of blood filled this space. The attack on the elder of the Bright Sun sect attacked, and the 4 of them punched out at the same time. The sea of blood actually turned into a huge blood-colored fist, and blasted towards the elder of the Bright Sun sect. At the moment of the confrontation, the blood energy boiled. The expression of the elder of the Bright Sun sect also changed drastically. He originally thought that he could crush these people at the peak stage Purple Mansion realm no matter what. However, when the 4 of them joined forces, their strength fused and underwent a multiplication instead of an addition. The elder of the Bright Sun sect felt that he was not facing 4 juniors, but a great demon who had killed countless people. That strong killing intent even affected the elder's mind, and his heart trembled. If one was distracted for a moment during the battle, his fate would be sealed. The elder of the Bright Sun sect was devoured by the blood-colored fist the moment his heart trembled. He let out an incomparably sharp scream. Everyone could not help but look terrified when they saw this scene. 4 peak stage Purple Mansion Realm experts could crush an elder at the peak stage Sea Flow Realm, even though the 4 of them attacked together. The difference between the Sea Flow Realm and the Purple Mansion Realm was not something that numbers could make up for. In just a moment, the elder of the Bright Sun sect was completely devoured by the blood-colored fist. There was no more life. Is that all? When Dean Ru saw this scene, he could not stand it anymore. He could not help but frown. Aren't you guys too presumptuous? It's just a normal sparring session, but you want to take someone's life. After saying that, Dean Ru of the Confucian Academy shouted softly, "Demon break." Immediately, the sound wave swept through the blood-colored giant fist. The huge fist dissipated. The corpse of the Bright Sun sect elder also landed on the Bright Sun sect side. Someone cupped their fists at Dean Ru to express their gratitude. The 4 people of the Sunset Dynasty also retreated successively. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, but they were unwilling and sneered. "Do you southern barbarians only know how to bully the weak?" Dean Ru frowned. The person in armor continued, "If the 4 of us were at the same level, I don't think the dynasty would say anything." But, at this point, the person could not help but sneer as killing intent flashed across his eyes. "I'm afraid the cavalry of our Sunset Dynasty will step foot in the southern region in the future if we're slaughtered in this way. This is a threat, a blatant threat." However, everyone had to accept it. There was no other reason since the Sunset Dynasty's fist was larger. The Sunset Kingdom Lord was a super expert ranked 4th on the 4 domains martial ranking. No one could accept the revenge of the Sunset Dynasty. Even Dean Ru only snorted and stopped attacking. The dean of their academy, Qin Tianan, was only ranked 26th. They were clearly not a match for the Sunset Dynasty. Moreover, the academy would not participate in secular conflicts. The Bright Sun sect could only leave dejectedly at this moment. The successor of the sect was dead, and the elder leading the team was also killed. They were no longer qualified to participate in this trial. At this moment, the old man of the Tianyuan dynasty said, "Everyone, the farce is over. It's getting late. It's time to activate the Blood Prison Mystic Realm." Chapter 25. Heavenly Demon Assessment. The activation of the Blood Prison Mystic Realm required the cooperation of a few water overflow realm experts. Dean Ru flew into the air and exerted strength with the other water overflow realm experts. Immediately, the color of blood appeared in the world. A blood-colored ground actually appeared in the endless crack in front of him. At the same time, there seemed to be prisons suppressing at the end of the blood-colored ground. There were skeletons sitting in the prisons. The countless bones emitted an absolute pressure. Everyone could feel it even though it was not completely activated. Dean Ru explained in the air. The Mystic Realm can only accommodate people below the Purple Mansion Realm. Once they are above the Purple Mansion Realm, they will be attacked by the pressure of the Mystic Realm. You can enter next. However, you have to emerge in a month. Otherwise, the Mystic Realm will be closed and you will be left inside. Once you're locked inside, you can only wait for a year to open again. Of course, I'm afraid you won't be able to live until then. Alright, you can enter now. Countless disciples immediately barged in. The 6th prince of the Tianyuan dynasty, Tianming, looked at Yi Qiubai inexplicably and said, "Take care." The people of the Sunset Dynasty also took a deep look at Yi Qiubai before entering. Chu Libai of the Chu family led the people of the Chu family in. Before entering, he glanced at Yi Qiubai, the killing intent in his eyes not being concealed at all. Hong Ying stood beside Yi Qiubai and couldn't help but smile. "Senior brother, it seems that you have many enemies." Yi Qiubai spread his hands helplessly and said, "I have no choice. I didn't take the initiative to provoke others. They provoked me." Hong Ying nodded. Mediocre people don't make others jealous. However, just kill the people who provoke you. His junior sister's personality was really decisive. Yi Qiubai also agreed. He smiled and nodded. "Alright, let's go in too. We have to bring some opportunities out and give Master something to be proud of." Hearing this, Hong Ying thought of her master's fearless personality and could not help but twitch her lips. She said helplessly, "I'm afraid our master won't bother about this." Yiqiubai could not help but be amused. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Chengsheng was basking in the sun on the recliner. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked to the east. That was the direction of the blood prison mystic realm. Why do I feel my heart palpitate? This palpitation was not related to him, but concerned the people close to him. Lu Chengsheng might not be aware of it. But with his current strength, he could predict some dangers in advance. Yiqiubai and Hong Ying were in the blood prison mystic realm. These two disciples were the only ones related to him. Could something have happened to them? Lu Chengsheng was not a cold-blooded and heartless person. They were his disciples after all. Not to mention that they knew how to cook. Thinking of this, Lu Chengsheng turned around and disappeared. In the blood prison mystic realm, Hong Ying said to Yiqiubai, "Do you really not need me to help you deal with it? The other party's strength is still quite troublesome for you." Yiqiubai said helplessly, "It's fine, junior sister. Don't you have other things to do? Go quickly. Moreover, I want to resolve this matter myself." Hong Ying saw the determination in Yiqiubai's eyes and stopped persuading him. He threw out a jade pendant engraved with the phoenix spread its wings. Yiqiubai took it and Hong Ying said, "Remember to crush the jade pendant when you encounter danger. There will be a defensive array that can block an attack from the ranking of the 4 regions." Yiqiubai was stunned. Wouldn't the ranking of the 4 regions be like the full-strength attack of an expert like the Dean of the Hidden Tao Academy and the King of the Sunset Dynasty? Yiqiubai did not refuse and nodded. Seeing this, Hong Ying said, "Take care, senior brother." Then, she flew into the distance. Yiqiubai took a deep breath. He looked around. It was a wasteland. The soil on the ground was filled with blood. It was as if it was dyed by a sea of blood. The smell of blood was extremely strong, even making Yiqiubai feel a little nauseated. This was probably not just a prison. It was a battlefield. Yiqiubai walked aimlessly on the blood-colored ground. Suddenly, a dark sword kai began to break out of his heart. This was the sword kai unique to cultivating the 9 heavenly demon sword. At this moment, the black sword kai extended in one direction. It was as if it was calling for Yiqiubai to go over. Could it be that it was summoned by the 9 heavenly demon sword? Thinking of this, Yiqiubai walked towards the extension of the sword energy. The call of the black sword energy in his body became stronger and stronger. At the same time, the blood on the ground began to fade. In its place was black. The ground slowly transitioned to pitch black. Gradually, not far away, a huge black cage appeared in front of Yiqiubai. This cage seemed to connect to the entire world and was incomparably huge. The black iron pillars soared into the sky like pillars. At the same time, golden chains surrounded the black iron column. After so many years, the golden chain still did not fade. Instead, it carried an extremely terrifying sealing power. What kind of expert was he going to imprison to make the cage like this? What level had the imprisoned person's strength reached? The end of the black sword energy was in this cage. Yiqiubai followed the sword energy and saw a skeleton sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cage. Black aura surrounded the bone. That aura was like sword energy. It looked weak, but Yiqiubai could feel it. This black aura was extremely dangerous. However, the aura contained in it made Yiqiubai feel amiable. Thinking of this, Yiqiubai was already certain. This corpse must be related to the 9 heavenly demon sword. Yiqiubai walked forward. Suddenly, the black aura on the corpse soared into the sky. It enveloped the entire corpse. Then, Yiqiubai's eyes narrowed. After the black aura dissipated, the corpse had already disappeared. In its place was a handsome young master in a white robe with long black hair fluttering in the wind. However, in contrast, the sword in the man's hand was completely black. The man spoke. "You cultivated the 9 heavenly demon sword." Yiqiubai was stunned. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "I did cultivate the 9 heavenly demon sword." The man nodded and said, "Then you can be considered my successor. However, my inheritance doesn't impart to people with uncertain temperaments. You still need to undergo the test. If you fail the test, stay here forever." With that, The man pointed lightly. The world in front of Yikyubai immediately changed. The cage wrapped in golden chains disappeared. The man had gone somewhere. The scene changed again. Large groups of people suddenly appeared in front of Yikyubai. Those people had no faces and held tattered swords in their hands. It swept towards Yikyubai like a black cloud. There's only one test. And that's to kill all these people. Chapter 26. The shock of the Sky Demon's sword sage. Kill all these people in front of him. Even though there were many of them. They did not have realms. They were just mortals. Yikyubai did not understand why the man would give out such a test. However, Yikyubai would not sit still and wait for death. He held the wooden sword and charged into the crowd. He kept swinging the wooden sword in his hand. Sword kai continuously spread in all directions. Those mortals would be strangled to death just by touching the sword kai. For a moment, flesh and blood were everywhere. However, Yikyubai was protected by spiritual energy, so his flesh could not be contaminated at all. However, every time Yikyubai killed those faceless people, there would be other faceless people who would immediately fill the vacancy. They kept surging forward like moths to a flame as if they were fearless. The wooden sword in Yikyubai's hand kept dancing. The sword kai turned into a river and harvested these lives in the faceless crowd. At this moment, Yikyubai seemed to have become the god of death. Soon, half a day had passed in the outside world. Yikyubai's expression was already solemn. This was because he realized that these people did not decrease at all. There was still a sea of people. It was a black mass with no end in sight. Seeing this, Yikyubai couldn't help but think to himself, was this a test to see if he would be exhausted to death? Thinking of this, Yikyubai began to consciously control the spiritual energy to not leak out. At the same time, he removed his spiritual kai protection and let the flesh and blood taint his body. This was to save as much spiritual energy as possible. The white-robed man could not help but smile when he saw this. He had guessed wrongly. Unfortunately, a day later, Yikyubai was already covered in blood. There was even an armor condensed from blood scabs under the fresh blood. The wooden sword in his hand gradually became numb. Swing! Kill! He swung it again. Killed again. It repeated without stopping, as though he was like a killing machine. However, the faceless crowd was still black and had no intention of decreasing. They still surged towards Yikyubai like moths to a flame. Yikyubai could only swing the wooden sword in his hand again. 2 days later, it was still the same. Yikyubai's eyes had already begun to turn numb. The crowd still had no end. 4 days later, it was still the same. At this point, Yikyubai had no idea how many days had passed. However, the sword energy surrounding Yikyubai was already filled with a murderous aura. His numb gaze had also changed to wisps of berserk and a trace of bloodlust. After an unknown period of time, Yikyubai's movements changed. He was no longer as numb as before. Instead, he began to slash with all his might. The sword kai was completely berserk and kept tearing apart the surrounding crowd. If one looked carefully, Yikyubai was actually smiling at this moment. That's right. Yikyubai was laughing silently. Kill all of you. Die. Somewhere else. When the white-robed man saw this scene, he sighed and shook his head in disappointment. The third person who came here still can't pass the test, forget it. Let's wait a little longer. This man was very proud. He had created a sword technique like the 9 heavenly demon sword. He was a famous expert in ancient times, called the Sky Demon Sword Sage. Therefore, he would not casually pass his inheritance to people with uncertain wills. Moreover, those who were not strong-willed enough could not inherit his inheritance. Suddenly, the white-robed man looked in Yikyubai's direction and said thoughtfully, "It seems interesting." At this moment, the violent sword energy around Yikyubai did not reduce. However, the bloodlust in his eyes actually began to subside. Then, it began to become clear. It was the sword heart profundity. A swordsman should press forward. However, he could not become a machine to kill for revenge. Yikyubai thought of his sword Tao. He remembered his master's teachings and also his comprehension of the sword Tao along the way. At the same time, the primordial sword scripture also began to circulate at full speed. Waves of sword Kai rushed into his meridians and began to wash away the bloodlust. Its aura suddenly soared. Ecubi had broken through to the middle stage of the purple mansion realm. Sword heart profundity and that unknown cultivation technique. When the white-robed man saw this scene, he could not help but smile. Not bad. Looks like he's a good seedling. Ecubi's eyes became clear. The sword in his hand was not as heavy as before. It became even lighter. Gradually, Ecubi also understood the true meaning of this test. The 9 heavenly demon sword was originally a sword technique filled with demonic nature, a great killing technique. If a person who did not cultivate was not firm enough, then he would be controlled by the demonic nature sooner or later, become a machine that only knows how to kill. Alright, you've passed. As soon as he finished speaking, the faceless person beside Ecubi instantly dissipated. The huge cage wrapped in golden chains was also in front of Ecubi. The white-robed man looked at Ecubi and said in satisfaction, I didn't expect you to have the sword heart profundity at such a young age. That cultivation technique is also extremely mysterious. Ecubi still could not understand the primordial sword scripture. However, his strength was brought about by the primordial sword scripture. Who exactly was his master to be able to take out such a cultivation technique? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but admire Lu Changsheng even more. The white-robed man continued, since you've reached the sword heart profundity realm, it means that you can unleash the power of the 9 heavenly demon sword to the limit. I can also give you the last 5 moves. Ecubi was stunned when he heard this. Then, he scratched his head and said, Senior, I've already learned the last 5 swords. The white-robed man was dumbfounded. The sword manual for the last 5 swords has always been in my hands and has never been leaked. How could you have learned it? Ecubi revealed a look of reverence and said, It's my master. He displayed the last 5 swords and passed them to me. The white-robed man exclaimed, Then quickly show me the last 5 swords. Senior, my strength is not enough to slash out the last 5 times. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed man turned into a wisp of black fog and burrowed into Ecubi's glabella. Ecubi's expression trembled, and his eyes turned pitch black. Then, he picked up the wooden sword and used the 9 heavenly demon sword. For a moment, black sword energy swept through the air, as if it could destroy the world. Not long after, the white-robed man escaped from between Ecubi's eyebrows. His face was filled with shock. How is this possible? It's even more perfect and powerful than my 9 heavenly demon sword. Even the side effects are completely gone. It can be said that the 9 heavenly demon sword perfected by your master has completely transcended. Its level is higher than my 9 heavenly demon sword. However, how can such a figure appear in this world again after the heavenly Tao collapsed? Could your master be from ancient times? Ecubi scratched his head and thought for a moment. I don't think so. My master seems to be quite young. Moreover, he has to eat every day. He's too lazy. Chapter 27. 9 Heavens Tribe. Blood mist filled the sky. The ground was pitch black. In the sky-piercing cage, a white-robed man actually looked a little stunned. According to Ecubi, his master should not be from ancient times. At the same time, he was an extremely lazy person. The man thought, someone who could deduce the last 5 moves of the 9 heavenly demon sword and make up for all the shortcomings. Shouldn't he be a sword saint who killed immortals and demons above and held demons below? Also, what did it mean to be too lazy to cook for himself? He could already be at the Anetia realm. He would not feel hungry even if he did not eat for 1,000 years. The white-robed man could not help but shake his head helplessly. I don't know what inheritance to give you if you do this. The sword dab that the man had pondered for his entire life was contained in the 9 heavenly demon sword. Now, they had all been deduced by others. Moreover, it was even more perfect. What else could he pass on? By the way, the white-robed man seemed to have thought of something and picked up the pitch-black sword in his hand. Since you don't need the 9 heavenly demon sword anymore, I'll give this sword to you. Ecubi looked at the pitch-black sword in the man's hand. The sword was edgeless, but there was an undetectable dark demonic aura lingering on it. Edgeless was better than having a sharp edge. It was a sword filled with demonic nature. If an ordinary sword cultivator mastered it, they would probably be instantly dominated by this demonic nature. The white-robed man's eyes revealed a loving expression. As if he was looking at a lover, he gently stroked the pitch-black sword in his hand and said, "This sword is called the Dark Demon. This treasure should be at the peak stage heaven realm. Unfortunately, the Dark Demon doesn't have a sword spirit. If it had a sword spirit, it could transform into a spirit artifact." Treasures were extremely precious, as the name suggested. However, it did not have a spirit. Once a weapon had a spirit, it would leave the range of a treasure item. It would become a spirit artifact. Your master shouldn't be able to take out a sword like this. Right. The white-robed man looked proud. This was a sword that he had nurtured with his body for thousands of years. It had already reached the peak of the treasure tier. Exudes took this dark demon. It was indeed a good sword. Most importantly, this dark demon was a sword he could control now, and could perfectly match the 9 heavenly demon sword. When using this dark demon to use the 9 heavenly demon sword, its power would also increase by 30 to 40. However, it was probably still quite a distance away from the green cloud sword. As if seeing Exudes' troubled expression, the white-robed man's expression could not help but stiffen. He asked carefully, "Did your master give you a better sword than this dark demon?" Hearing this, Exudes hesitated for a moment and took out the green cloud sword. The white-robed man, he could feel that this sword was probably even more terrifying than the legendary spirit artifact. This was because even he could not see through the aura it carried. The white-robed man took a deep breath and said, "All right, take this sword and leave." What kind of person could deduce his sword technique and take out a treasure of this level? His strength probably far exceeded his. Exudes bowed deeply to the white-robed man and turned to leave with the sword. The white-robed man looked at Exudes' back and said regretfully, "What a pity. I was born in an era where the heavenly Tao collapsed." As soon as he finished speaking, the black fog surrounding the man dissipated. It turned into a pile of bones again and died in the center of the cage. On the other hand, Han Ying had already entered the blood prison. The ground had already returned to normal, but there were cages all around. The cages soared into the sky and were surrounded by countless golden chains. The auras in the cage were all extremely terrifying. As a result, the surroundings of this space were filled with pressure, as if it was material. If one was not strong enough, one would probably be crushed to pieces. Han Ying ignored the pressure here and kept walking forward until she arrived at a place. The cage here was different from the previous cages. The color of the cage was no longer black iron, but a golden color. The chains were not besieging the periphery, but circling around inside. The chains were even covered in talismans. The word suppress was engraved on the talisman paper. This was the soul-binding chain. It was a supreme treasure used to suppress souls. Even if the body of the person suppressed was destroyed, his soul would be suppressed for eternity. Han Ying looked angry. How dare they use such a method to suppress you? The soul-binding chain moved slightly as if sensing Han Ying's aura. An illusory sound came from inside, like a candle in the wind that would disappear with a slight touch. "Your Majesty, is that you?" Han Ying nodded and said, "It's me." His voice was filled with joy, but he was still weak. "In that case, Your Majesty has successfully cultivated the 9 cycles reincarnation. With the help of a benefactor." Han Ying thought of Lu Changsheng. Her 9 cycles reincarnation technique would probably have failed without Lu Changsheng's help. Then, the hard work of her subordinates that protected her with all their might and let her fall into the cycle of reincarnation safely would have been for nothing. "Oh, there's someone in this world who can help Your Majesty. Could it be that old bald donkey from the west?" Han Ying shook her head. "No, could it be that lunatic from the demon realm?" Han Ying still shook her head. "They can't help me yet. That person is my master now." There were immediately no more sounds from the soul-binding chain after he finished speaking. After a while, an unbelievable voice sounded. "After the heavenly Tao collapsed, is there still anyone qualified to become your master?" "Your Majesty." Han Ying shook her head. She remembered that even though Lu Changsheng was usually unorthodox, however, he had extraordinary methods and would have probably been in existence at the pinnacle even in ancient times. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm here to confirm something. At this point, Hong Ying's expression turned solemn, and her eyes revealed a murderous glint. After we get out, I'll reconstruct your body for you. You can choose to live the life you want and return your freedom. These subordinates had followed her in battle all year round after all. Now that thousands of years had passed, she did not know if they were still willing to follow her. At this moment, the soul-binding chain began to tremble violently. The weak voice seemed to have obtained the last ray of light. Back then, our 9 heavens tribe followed your majesty to conquer the heavens, wanting to break through the barrier of this world and step out of this space. But things didn't go as planned. We failed. However, we have always believed that your majesty will return again, and lead our 9 heavens tribe to lead the Cloud Phoenix Empire to fight the heavens again. Yunsi of the 9 heavens tribe greets your majesty. Hearing this, Hong Ying already understood what the soul in the prison meant. Alright, I will definitely succeed in fighting the heavens again this time. My glory is your glory. I'll let you leave this place when my strength recovers. Therefore, I'll need you to endure a little longer. A loud laugh came from the chain. It's been so many years. What more? A little longer? Yunsi will wait for your majesty to come again. On the next day, the 9 heavens tribe will fight the heavens with your majesty again. Chapter 28. Encirclement. Outside the blood prison mystic realm. In the past, many forces would fear each other. Now, there was an arrogant and domineering outsider who had condensed together to guard against the people of the Sunset Dynasty. The leader of the Sunset Dynasty was a general. His name was also Jiangjun I, literally general, and he was the leader of the Asura cavalry of the Sunset Dynasty. Legend had it that the Asura cavalry was the trump card army of the Sunset Empire. They were a total of 1 people in the army, and every one of them had reached the Purple Mansion realm. Even though they could not advance further with medicinal pills, the Purple Mansion realm was still the Purple Mansion realm. At the same time, everyone in the Asura cavalry was unafraid of death. They were all equipped with mystic tier treasures. This caused nothing to survive wherever the Asura cavalry passed. Even a sea flow realm expert would be instantly devoured. A water overflow realm expert would probably not be able to resist it head-on. One could imagine how high Jiangjun's status in the Sunset Dynasty was since he led the entire Asura cavalry. At the same time, there was no doubt about his strength. He was an expert at peak stage water overflow realm. It was in line with Dean Ru's realm. Jiangjun looked around and realized that everyone's aura was vaguely locked onto him. It was as if he would be killed by everyone with all his might as long as he did anything. Jiangjun could not help but laugh disdainfully and say arrogantly, "Do you want to keep me here? However, will you be able to resist the Asura cavalry when they step into the southern region?" At the side, the people of the Tianyuan dynasty smiled obsequiously and said, "The Sunset Dynasty and my Tianyuan dynasty are on good terms all year round. Everyone, there's no need to be so vigilant." When the Sword Hall elder saw this, he glanced at it disdainfully and retracted his gaze. Di Ru did not seem to hear him and was focused on the book in his hand. From time to time, he would fall into deep thought. And sometimes, he would reveal a smile of enjoyment. The Hidden Dao Academy would not participate in the power struggle in the world after all. So what was the relationship between the Tianyuan dynasty and the Sunset Dynasty? Or perhaps the Tianyuan dynasty wanted to cozy up to the Sunset Dynasty. It had nothing to do with the Hidden Dao Academy either way. The others glared. They might be angry, but they did not dare to say anything. They were afraid of the Sunset Dynasty's strength after all. Only the Hidden Dao Academy was qualified to resist. However, they had no intention of attacking, and they naturally did not dare to move easily with no one taking the lead. Tiangjun could not help but laugh mockingly. To be honest, he could not wait for this group of people to attack him so that the Sunset Dynasty would have a good reason to step foot in the southern region. On the other side, Yiqiubai encountered a group of uninvited guests. "Yiqiubai, you're finally willing to show your face. I don't know where you've been hiding these past few days, but it took us some time to find you." Yiqiubai looked at the man in front of him and said calmly, "Shu Laibai, I'm afraid you can't kill me yet." At this point, Shu Laibai did not object. Instead, he nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep you if you want to escape." But, before he could finish speaking, a few people surrounded Yukiubai. The four of them were wearing armor and exuded a blood-colored killing intent. It was as if they had stepped out of a sea of blood. People from the Sunset Dynasty. Yukiubai raised his eyebrows slightly. He finally knew why Chu Leibai was so confident in killing him. However, this was not enough to make Yukiubai afraid. What he was afraid of was the black-robed figures behind the four of them. Those people had disappeared ever since they entered the blood prison mystic realm. He did not see them even now. It was also because of this that Yukiubai felt uneasy. Sword cultivators had an accurate perception of danger. The armored man sneered and said, "Even though our Sunset Dynasty disdains cooperation with others, we have to ensure that the success rate of the mission reaches 100. Hearing this, Chu Leibai snorted but did not say anything. He was not their match after all. Yukiubai took out his wooden sword. His expression was calm and he did not reveal any panic. He said, "All right, attack if you want to." Chu Leibai snorted. Extremely arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Leibai suddenly stepped on the ground. The dark red ground stirred up waves of dust and shot towards Yukiubai. Seeing this, the wooden sword in Yukiubai's hand pierced out. A sharp sword energy slashed at Chu Leibai with a terrifying aura. Chu Leibai roared angrily. The fist in his hand actually produced waves of air pressure that greeted Yukiubai's sword kai. The sword kai shattered. However, Chu Leibai's figure also retreated explosively. A bloody hole appeared in his fist. Chu Leibai covered his fist as blood flowed out from between his fingers. How was this possible? He was at peak stage Purple Mansion Realm. Yukiubai was only at intermediate stage Purple Mansion Realm. How could he be severely injured by him so easily even though there was a minor realm separating them? What trash! The armored man from the Sunset Dynasty shouted coldly. No wonder you want to cooperate with us. With that said, the foresighted armored man unleashed his might at the same time. A blood-colored killing intent swept towards Yukiubai like a sea of blood. It was like a blood-colored tsunami. Except, Yukiubai had experienced the heavenly demon assessment. He continuously killed for a few days and nights under such circumstances. It did not crush him at that time. How could this blood-colored killing intent affect his mind? Yukiubai held the wooden sword and soared into the sky. Sword after sword slashed out, turning into a sword kai net that slashed in all directions. Countless cracks appeared on the torrential sea of blood. However, a new round of sea of blood made up for it. The might of the four of them had long surpassed the Purple Mansion Realm. Such an attack method could even kill people at the Sea Flow Realm. Seeing this, Yukiubai put away the wooden sword and picked up a pitch-black edgeless sword. The Dark Demon. When the Dark Demon was summoned, torrential demonic kai swept through the world. It was actually opposite the monstrous sea of blood. The expressions of the four people in the periphery could not help but change. A Heaven Realm treasure. How can a mere southern barbarian have a Heaven Realm treasure? However, so what if he has it? This Heaven Realm treasure will be ours as long as we kill him. As soon as they finished speaking, the movement in the four of their hands changed again. The torrential sea of blood turned into a huge blood-colored fist that blasted towards Yukiubai. Yukiubai snorted. The third move of the 9 heavenly demon sword. The demonic kai on the dark demon sword surged immediately, and a huge black sword kai slashed at the blood-colored fist. Boom! 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 The aftershock swept through the surroundings. When Chu Leibai saw this scene, disbelief appeared in his eyes. He had no right to interfere in such a mighty battle since any attack could kill him. How could Yukiubai have such strength? Could he have met with an opportunity in the blood prison? However, even so, he shouldn't be a match for the four people from the Sunset Dynasty, right? In the next moment, the huge blood-colored fist was actually cut into two. Chapter 29. Shadow Kill. The weather in the blood prison mystic realm was different from the outside world. The sky in the mystic realm was always blood-red and without sunlight. The blood-colored huge fist was shattered by a single slash, causing the people of the Sunset Dynasty to be terrified. One had to know that they did not hold back in this attack. Its power was enough to kill a sea flow realm expert. Previously, The elder of the Bright Sun sect had died under this attack. Exudes was only at intermediate stage Purple Mansion realm. He was inferior to them. So how did he withstand this punch? Shu Laibai had the same thoughts. Even he would definitely not be able to resist this punch. However, not only did Exudes block it, but he also countered it by slashed it open. Thinking of this, Shu Laibai's expression was ugly. At the same time, he was a little glad that he did not look for Exudes alone. On the other hand, Exudes did not care if he could withstand this attack. He had never thought of this problem. His attention had been diffusing around this space. Where exactly are those men in black? Maybe their goal isn't him. Or maybe they have another motive. Exudes did not dare to let down his guard. That group of people in black made Exudes feel extremely uneasy after all. How did you do it? The armored man's expression was ugly as he asked in a low voice. You shouldn't have been able to resist the attack with your realm. If the four of them joined forces, they could easily kill even people at the sea flow realm. However, they could not even deal with one person at the intermediate stage Purple Mansion realm. Exudes said calmly. I can do it if I want to. The man's expression darkened when he saw Exudes' calm expression. The four of them took a step forward at the same time. The killing intent in the air instantly boiled. The blood-colored killing intent actually condensed into a peerless god of slaughter and stepped towards Exudes. Exudes snorted and slashed the dark demon into the sky. A huge demonic kai spread continuously. At this moment, Exudes was like a demon god, suddenly slashed out with the demon sword in his hand. It was as if he was mobilizing all the demonic energy in the world and gathered in this sword. Fourth sword move. The current Exudes could already completely unleash the power of the fourth move of the 9 heavenly demon sword with the enhancement of the dark demon. Its power was naturally doubled compared to the third move. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Shu Laibai felt this aura and his face was filled with fear. That's right. He would not have been able to resist this attack if he went forward to block the slash, and would be torn to pieces by this power. Thinking of this, Shu Laibai's expression turned ugly. The difference was too great. Moreover, it will grow in the future. On the other side, the four armored men's expressions could not help but change drastically when they sensed the monstrous demonic kai that had condensed into a sword. Was this something that a Purple Mansion realm cultivator could use? Could it be that the other party was hiding his realm? This was the first thought of the four of them. However, the slash was about to arrive in an instant. There was no time for the four of them to think. They shouted at the same time and actually took out a blood essence from between their eyebrows. The four of their faces turned pale and seemed to have become dispirited. The four blood essences fused into the body of the peerless god of slaughter. Immediately, the blood light shone brightly. Waves of killing intent constantly soared into the sky. It made the people nearby feel this killing intent and could not help but turn around to look over. Who is this? Why is his killing intent so strong? Could it be the four people from the Sunset Dynasty? With this aura, I don't think anyone who enters the Blood Prison Mystic realm is their match. Exudes' expression did not change at all when he saw the scene. He slashed at the dark demon again. The slash formed by monstrous demonic kai slashed at the god of slaughter condensed from blood kai. The entire world let out a loud bang. It was as if the ground had cracked and the sky had collapsed. Countless shockwaves swept in all directions. Shu Laibai had no choice but to start protecting himself with all his might. This also made Shu Laibai extremely angry. He had to defend with all his might just from the aftershock of the battle. Was the difference in strength between him and them really so great? For a moment, Shu Laibai's Dao heart was confused. On the path of martial arts, it was the greatest taboo to have one's Dao heart confused. The four people from the Sunset Dynasty were already extremely pale. His hands kept reaching forward to maintain the blood-colored god of slaughter, but it seemed to be extremely difficult. As for Exudes, he held his sword with one hand. Looking relaxed, the torrential demonic kai continuously gathered and slashed out. Soon, many cracks began to appear on the surface of the blood-colored god of slaughter's body. Blood energy flowed out of the cracks. This can't go on. The four of them knew very well that they would be killed by this sword if they did not have any other methods. Why haven't the people from Shadow Kill attacked yet? They did not say this out loud. Instead, they sent a voice transmission with spiritual energy. At this moment, Exudes muttered, "It's time to end it." With that, he took a step forward and slashed out his sword with both hands. The blood-colored god of slaughter also completely shattered at this moment. The four of them vomited blood, sign of backlash. Exudes clearly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He took a step forward and prepared to pursue. Suddenly, Exudes slashed out with his sword. However, it was not slashing in the direction of the four people from the Sunset Dynasty, but above him. Immediately, the space above distorted, and a black-robed man appeared. He held a dagger with both hands and collided with Exudes' sword. "You finally revealed your true colors." Exudes had been paying attention to his surroundings. This was because he knew that the other party's group of men in black would definitely ambush him here. The Sunset Dynasty's target was him after all. When that sword slashed at the four people of the Sunset Dynasty, he would also reveal flaws. Then, the other party would give himself away. The black-robed man did not say anything. He disappeared on the spot after missing his attack. He was extremely fast. Moreover, there was a certain method to hide his aura. It made it impossible for Exudes to track it. But what about the other two? The surrounding space distorted again. The figure in black appeared behind Exudes again. He held a dagger and slashed at Exudes' neck. The black-robed man who had escaped previously appeared again and sealed above Exudes. These three attacks were extremely fast and directly sealed the direction Exudes could dodge. He had no choice but to take it head-on. Seeing this, Exudes' expression froze as he slashed out with the dark demon in his hand, the fourth move of the 9 heavenly demon sword. Exudes did not dare to be careless. Even though the other party's strength was only at peak stage purple mansion realm, the danger it brought him far exceeded the four of them. The torrential demonic Kai turned into a sword net and slashed in all directions. However, when the dagger hit the sword net, it actually began to dissipate. There was something wrong with the dagger. Exudes was shocked. He took a step forward and ran towards the black-clothed figure in front of him while the other party was attacking. The longsword in his hand slashed again. It was blocked by the dagger of the black-clothed figure. Emitting a clanging sound, Exudes also disappeared on the spot. The black-clothed figure's expression was ugly as he said in a low voice, "Chase!" With that said, the three of them also disappeared on the spot and sped into the distance. Chapter 30. Abandoning Perception. Heart's Eye. In the outside world, dark clouds pressed down on the city and enveloped their hearts. Only Jiang Jun smiled and said that Exudes should have been killed now. Right. On the side of the Hidden Dao Academy, the Sword Hall Elder's eyes narrowed and he immediately shouted, "What did you do?" Dean Ru's gaze also moved away from the book in his hand and looked at the general with an extremely cold gaze. The general ignored the suppression of the auras of the two experts at peak stage water overflow realm. His cultivation erupted as he resisted this aura. He spread his hands and smiled. "Our goal this time is Exudes. Otherwise, why would our Sunset Dynasty specially send people to the southern barbaric land for a mere blood prison mystic realm?" Previously, they were also wondering why someone from the Sunset Dynasty would come. There were many trial grounds like the blood prison mystic realm in the northern region after all. There was no need to specially come to the southern region. Now, the truth was revealed. The goal of the Sunset Dynasty was Exudes. Sword intent surrounded the Sword Hall Elder's body. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he held a sword in his hand. "If anything happens to Exudes, my Hidden Dao Academy won't let you off." Dean Ru had always been calm. But this time, he did not stop the Sword Hall Elder. This was also how he felt after all. Jiang Jun merely sneered. The path of martial arts is filled with life and death. Who can Exudes blame for dying halfway through the path of martial arts if his skills are inferior? Moreover, does your Hidden Dao Academy dare to start a war with our Sunset Dynasty? I'm afraid your main academy won't agree. Right. The inheritance of the Hidden Dao Academy spread throughout the 4 regions, so there was naturally a main academy above it. The goal of the Hidden Dao Academy was to preach to the world, so it naturally would not agree to start a war with other factions. Jiang Jun continued to mock. My Sunset Dynasty might still have some qualms about it if it's a direction from your main academy. But with just you. He did not continue. But everyone understood what he meant. The Sword Hall Elder was furious and took a step forward. But he was stopped by Dean Ru. Don't attack. Let's wait and see. The Sword Hall Elder only stopped when he heard this. In his opinion, Yiqiubai Sword Dao talent was extremely important to the Hidden Dao Academy. Yiqiubai would definitely become a famous sword cultivator in the 4 regions if he did not die halfway. This was also the reason why the Sword Hall Elder was so angry. I hope Yiqiubai can survive this crisis. At the same time, in the Blood Prison Mystic Realm, Yiqiubai was speeding through the blood-colored wasteland. His other hand held a medicinal pill and absorbed the medicinal power inside, constantly recovering his spiritual energy. This pill was given by Lu Changsheng, so the effect was naturally outstanding. In just a short while, the spiritual energy deficiency brought about by using the 4th move of the 9 heavenly demon sword consecutively had recovered by half. With Yiqiubai's current strength, even though he could use the 4th move, but he would still be very weak if he used it continuously. This was also why Yiqiubai wanted to retreat first. Yiqiubai glanced behind him. Behind him, the 3 black-clothed figures were still tailgating Yiqiubai. Behind the black-robed figure were the 4 armored men. And at the back was Chu Libai. He wanted to see Yiqiubai die with his own eyes. Only then would he feel relieved. SHD. He's recovering his spiritual energy. Suddenly, one of the black-clothed figures reminded, "We're going to attack." What kind of medicinal pill can allow him to escape while recovering at the same time and at such speed? Stop talking nonsense and burn your blood essence. Otherwise, things might change when he recovers. When they said this, the other 2 had calm expressions and did not object. It was as if this was extremely normal. This was also why the assassins in the Shadow Kill organization were also known as lunatics. They would do anything for the mission, even if they perished together or burned their blood essence. Even if it meant sacrificing their teammates. They would do anything as long as they could kill the target. With that, the 3 of them were surrounded by a blood-colored aura at the same time. Their blood essence began to burn and their auras instantly soared. For a moment, its speed increased and it shot towards Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He wanted to burn his blood essence to kill him. It could be seen how determined the other party was. Yiqiubai also stopped. The medicinal pill had been completely absorbed, and his strength had recovered to its peak again. 3 men in black surrounded Yiqiubai. It formed a triangular formation. They naturally felt that Yiqiubai's strength had recovered again. However, as assassins, they would not say anything meaningless. So what if his strength recovered? Yiqiubai was still their target. They would make mistakes if they spoke too much. The more they said, the more mistakes they would make. This was the norm of killers. They would not make such a small mistake that would cause their mission to fail. Then, the 3 of them struck out an ancient seal at the same time, and a killing array instantly surrounded Yiqiubai. Fog continuously spreaded in this killing array, enveloping Yiqiubai. The killing array was completed and the 3 of them also disappeared from Yiqiubai's vision. The 3 of them were not the only ones who disappeared. The scenery beside him and the surrounding aura had completely disappeared. The 4 armored men and Chu Libai also arrived. Seeing this scene, he could not help but smile. The Shadow Killing's hidden fog killing array. This array is used at the price of burning their blood essence. Yiqiubai has no chance of escaping. Yiqiubai's perception was severed in this hidden fog killing array. He probably didn't even know how he died. Clearly, the 4 of them were extremely afraid of the hidden fog killing array. At this moment, Yiqiubai also frowned slightly in the killing array as he could not sense the auras of the 3 of them. However, he knew that they must be hiding in the fog. This fog was much stronger than the illusion array of the academy competition back then. Suddenly, a black shadow attacked from behind Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai was shocked and rolled to dodge the fatal blow, but he did not manage to avoid a huge cut on his shoulder. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen. If Yiqiubai hadn't reacted in time, he would probably have died on the spot. The black-robed man in the dark also looked surprised. He did not expect his fatal attack to be dodged. Yi Qiubai's expression was solemn as he looked around. There were no flaws in the array. Everything he saw was fog, since he could not use his eyes. Yi Qiubai closed his eyes and stood in the fog. He abandoned his vision, his senses and all perception to feel with his heart. He could see through everything in the world with his heart's eye. You're deliberately mystifying things. Before he could finish speaking, a dagger pierced towards Yi Qiubai's heart. Yi Qiubai still didn't open his eyes as he longsword in his hand slashed at the dagger. The sound of metal colliding could be heard and the dagger was sent flying and disappeared into the fog. This was a special mental cultivation technique in the primordial sword scripture. It was the heart's eye. Chapter 31. Crushing everything. The heart's eye could see through all evil in the world, be it a maze or an illusion array. As long as he was not crushed by the other party, they could be easily broken through. Under his heart's eye, many hidden methods were undoubtedly revealed. What kind of method was this? In the dark, the three black-robed figures were shocked when they saw this. No one of the same realm could see through the hidden fog-killing array, not to mention the hidden fog-killing array that the three of them had used at the cost of burning their blood essence. Even a person at the peak stage sea-flow realm could not see through it. The hidden fog-killing array could only be broken by a water overflow realm expert breaking the array with force. However, Yi Qiubai was only at the Purple Mansion realm. His realm was lower than theirs. How did he do this? Is this a coincidence? However, just when they were thinking about this, they felt sword intent soar into the sky from Yi Qiubai's body, as if it wanted to cut through the space. Sword intent. The information on Yi Qiubai said that he had only cultivated for less than 10 years. How could he have comprehend sword intent? Right on the heels of that, the sword kai with sword intent slashed accurately at the three of them. The three of their expressions changed drastically. Seeing this, how could they not know? Yi Qiubai had already seen through this array. Change array. Shadow killing array. The three of them unleashed their marks at the same time and spat out a mouthful of blood on the mark. Immediately, the fog in the array dissipated, and countless dark daggers pierced towards Yi Qiubai's sword intent. Since the hidden fog-killing array was already useless, they would use the killing array to fight him head-on. However, as an assassin organization, Shadow Kill had lost the concealment of the dark. How could they be Yi Qiubai's match in a head-on battle? The countless dark daggers were instantly shattered by the sword intent. Its momentum did not decrease as it slashed at the three of them. The expressions of the black-clothed figures changed drastically, but it was too late to dodge. They could only hold the dagger in front of their chests. Spiritual energy appeared in front of them to resist the sharp sword intent. The sound of shattering continuously sounded. The sword intent shattered the layers of spiritual energy shields as if it was crushing dry weeds. The sword intent landed on the three of them, and directly passed through. Immediately, a line of blood gushed out of their chests. One strike took the lives of three people. Yi Qiubai waved the dark demon in his hand and looked at this scene coldly, as if he didn't care. On the other side, Shu Laibai looked at this scene with fear. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of killing Yi Qiubai. He was only thinking about how to escape. However, he seemed to have been locked onto by Yi Qiubai's aura. His legs seemed to be restrained by the ground and he could not move. The four armored men of the Sunset Dynasty were also surprised. Yi Qiubai would definitely die if he was trapped by the hidden fog-killing array in their eyes after all. However, not only had Yi Qiubai broken out of the array, he even killed the three assassins of Shadow Kill with a single strike. However, this was not what they cared about. Instead, it was the monstrous sword intent. One had to know that no one had comprehended sword intent so young, not even in the northern region and the Sunset Dynasty. Those who could comprehend sword intent were all great sword cultivators. Even the Sunset Dynasty did not dare to easily offend such a person. They would only be on good terms with him. Yi Qiubai walked towards the five of them step by step. With every step he took, the sword intent on his body would soar. His eyes were extremely cold. In his eyes, these five people were already dead. The sword body was like a snake, and the sword intent was like a tongue that kept spewing out. Shu Laibai's body began to tremble. When the four armored men saw this scene, they were also a little afraid. When he realized this, he was extremely embarrassed and angry. A mere barbarian would actually give them such a feeling. This was impossible. Immediately, one of them's blood energy erupted, turning into a huge blood-colored fist that smashed towards Yikyubai. Yikyubai continued to walk forward when he saw the huge blood-colored fist approaching without drawing his sword. However, just as the huge blood-colored fist was about to land on Yikyubai's body, the sword intent directly erupted from his body. For a moment, sword intent rampaged. The blood-colored fist was torn into pieces. Then, he took a slight step and Yikyubai's body disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the armored man, with his sword behind his back. He extended his finger. The armored man didn't even have time to react as he watched Yikyubai's finger land between his eyebrows. A line of blood gushed out from the back of the armored man's head. A finger pierced through the man's glabella. "How dare you kill us, the Sunset Dynasty want?" However, before he could finish speaking, Yikyubai slashed out with his sword, and a head was sent flying. When the remaining two saw that the situation was not right, they immediately retreated and prepared to escape. However, Yikyubai would not let the tiger return to the mountain. He would kill anyone that came. Sooner or later, Yikyubai would take the initiative to attack the Sunset Dynasty. It slashed at the two of them, sword intent heaven trampling. It turned into a huge slash that slashed at their armor. However, the armor did not have any protective effect. It was cut through the waist like paper. Everyone from the Sunset Dynasty had died. After taking away all their storage rings, Yikyubai looked at Chu Lai-bai, whose legs were trembling. At this moment, Chu Lai-bai was no longer as arrogant as before. His eyes were filled with fear. Yikyubai looked at Chu Lai-bai coldly. He said, "Yikyubai, I didn't do anything. Can you let me off on account of the Chu family?" Seeing that Yikyubai was unmoved, Chu Lai-bai continued to beg for mercy in a trembling voice. "I definitely won't find trouble with you again in the future. Moreover, I'll help you do whatever you want me to do. I'll do anything." After saying that, he even knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Yikyubai. Seeing this, Yikyubai did not say anything. Instead, he kicked the rock. The rock shattered and the fragments pierced through Chu Lai-bai's body, including his danshin. Chu Lai-bai shouted in pain. The aura on his body was quickly disappearing. Clearly, Chu Lai-bai's danshin had been shattered and his cultivation had disappeared. He had become a cripple. Sensing the condition of his body, Chu Lai-bai cried, "Kill me, kill me." Yikyubai didn't reply. He turned around and left, not wanting to dirty his sword by killing such a trash of a person. There was still a day before the end of the blood prison trial when Yikyubai encountered Hong Ying. "Senior brother, have you dealt with those people from the Sunset Dynasty?" Yikyubai smiled and said, "That's right. I've dealt with them." Hong Ying nodded. She was not surprised that he could deal with those people. He was her master's disciple after all. It would be disappointing if he could not do it. Yikyubai asked, "Junior sister, have you finished your things?" Hong Ying nodded and said, "I'll fight again as long as my strength recovers to the peak stage. However, I might be able to borrow your strength at that time." "Okay, just call me if you need anything." They were both master's disciples, and this was his junior sister, so Yikyubai naturally wouldn't refuse. Chapter 32. One day, I'll wield my sword and trample the Sunset Dynasty. Yikyubai's sword Dao talent was extremely terrifying. Even Hong Ying could not see through his physique. His future talent would definitely be unstoppable and given time, he would become a sword saint. This was also why Hong Ying felt that Yikyubai could help her. In the remaining day, Yikyubai and Hong Ying casually strolled around the blood prison mystic realm. The two of them were not interested when they encountered some inheritances in between. Yikyubai had already obtained the 9 heavenly demon sword. He also had a cultivation technique like the primordial sword scripture that did not seem to belong to the mortal world. As an ancient empress, Hong Ying's foundation was countless times better than these inheritances. Naturally, she looked down on them. Moreover, the things their master, Lu Changsheng, could bring out were probably better than these inheritances. They even encountered Chuo Qingming, Lin Si, and the others on the way. Lin Si was slightly injured. While Huo Qingming's injuries were a little serious, his face was extremely pale as he was helped away by Lin Si. Xin Hanyi's face also turned pale. Only Zhang Wu carried a small bookshelf on his back and had a smile on his face. Clearly, he was not injured, but his aura was stronger than before. When Lin Si saw Han Ying, he immediately abandoned Huo Qingming and ran to her side to ask about her well-being. Han Ying ignored this with a slight headache. When Huo Qingming saw this scene, his face darkened, but he felt a little helpless. This guy values his lover over his friend. Xin Hanyi looked at Yi Qiubai and asked, "How were your gains this time?" Yi Qiubai smiled and nodded. "Not bad. Then let's spar after we get out." "Anytime." Zhang Wu looked at the scene and smiled without saying anything. The blood prison mystic realm was about to disappear at the end of the day. Yi Qiubai, Hao Ying, and the others arrived at the teleportation portal and left the blood prison. When Dean Ru and the Sword Hall elder saw Yi Qiubai walk out safely, they heaved a sigh of relief and walked up to ask about his gains. Jiang Jun was shocked when he saw this scene. Yi Qiubai is not dead. Moreover, the 4 that I sent after him in Shadow Kill didn't emerge. Jiang Jun's expression turned ugly thinking of this. He walked forward and unleashed the might of his peak stage water overflow realm onto Yi Qiubai. "What did you do? Where are my subordinates and those men in black?" Seeing this, the Sword Hall elder took a step forward. A sword kai appeared in the air and blocked in front of Yi Qiubai, blocking all the might. At the same time, the sword kai shot towards Jiangjun. He snorted and punched out with a terrifying punch. The sword kai shattered out and the fist mark dissipated. Neither side gained any advantage over the other. The Sword Hall elder stood on the spot, his eyes cold and dignified. He shouted in a low voice, "This is not your Sunset Dynasty. I'm afraid it's better for you to keep a low profile." Jiangjun's expression was ugly as he said, "Keep a low profile. Yi Qiubai killed my people. I only have one condition. Hand him over to me. We can let bygones be bygones." "What if we don't hand him over?" "Then in the future, the Asura cavalry of my Sunset Dynasty will flatten your hidden Dao Academy." Dean Ru chuckled and said, "Then we'll wait for your arrival." Yi Qiubai also said, "He'll come to the Sunset Dynasty in the future." Jiangjun's eyes narrowed before he laughed. "You're just a kid. You're quite arrogant." At this point, he naturally knew that his subordinates and Shadow Kill had already been killed by Yi Qiubai. However, he still did not believe that this was done by Yi Qiubai alone. He had probably borrowed the strength of others, such as the Hidden Dao Academy. He'll go back and report it to His Majesty. The general looked deeply at Yi Qiubai and said, "The Asura cavalry won't make you wait for long. I hope you can resist the urge." With that, he disappeared on the spot. Even though Dean Ru and the Sword Hall elder could hold him back if they joined forces, they would not attack now. If they killed such a high-ranking person, the Sunset Dynasty would probably attack the southern region with all their might without any scruples. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. As such, they could only watch the other party leave. At this moment, someone from the Chu family looked at Yi Qiubai with bloodshot eyes. "Yi Qiubai, why did you cripple Chu Laibai?" Yi Qiubai looked over indifferently and said, "Isn't it normal for me to cripple him if he wants to kill me? Moreover, he'll visit the Chu family sooner or later." The elder from the Chu family was about to flare up when he saw the unfriendly gaze of the Sword Hall elder. He could only suppress his anger. The Chu family was still nothing in front of the Hidden Dao Academy after all. "Let's go." The Chu family left resentfully with the stunned Chu Laibai. Di Ru could not help but smile in relief when he saw that everyone had gained something and did not lose anyone. They had only suffered injuries of different sizes. "Well done. Let's return to the academy. He'll still give you rewards when we get there." The Hidden Dao Academy was probably the one with the greatest gains in the Blood Prison Mystic realm after all. This would also bring glory to the academy. The higher-ups would naturally give them some rewards. Huo Qingming and the others were delighted. Yi Qiubai, Han Ying, Xin Hanyi, and Zhang Yu's expressions did not change. The people of the Hidden Dao Academy left on their mounts. At this moment, above the Blood Prison Mystic realm, in a place sealed by a barrier, preventing anyone from seeing the situation inside. Even an expert like Qin Tannen would probably not be able to break through this barrier. At this moment, the dark clouds were covered. In the sky where countless lightning dragons flowed in the clouds, was a huge face. He stared solemnly at a man wearing a white fox mask below. The man held his sword with one hand behind his back and stood in midair, the corner of his shirt fluttering in the wind. The face in the sky asked solemnly, "With your strength, you shouldn't exist in this world." The man chuckled and said, "I'm wearing a mask because I don't want others to recognize me. Can you not ask such a brainless question?" The face took a long breath, which even carried the aura of lightning. He said in a low voice, "Then why are you stopping me?" The man said, "Then why do you have designs on my disciple?" The man was none other than Lu Changsheng. The face shouted angrily. The Empress of the Cloud Phoenix Empire ignored the changes in the cycle of reincarnation and forcefully cultivated the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Now that she has successfully cultivated it, she wants to conquer the heavens and re-establish the heavenly Tao. This is a huge taboo. Lu Changsheng nodded and said, "I see. But so what, wasn't the heavenly Tao in this place destroyed? There's nothing wrong with rebuilding another one. Or," at this point, Lu Changsheng's eyes were dark as he said, "You don't want Hong Ying to establish the heavenly Tao because you want to establish it." The face's tone froze and it took a long breath. The lightning dragons in the clouds emerged in full strength in a bid to destroy Lu Changsheng. Chapter 33. Willow, you don't seem to recognize yourself. Countless lightning dragons stuck out their heads and looked at Lu Changsheng. Then, all of them swooped down on Lu Changsheng. Thunder roared as though it was a world-destroying disaster. Lu Changsheng swooped down facing the countless lightning dragons. Lightning kept striking down, but unfortunately, it couldn't penetrate Lu Changsheng's spiritual energy defense. No lightning could strike within a 5-kilometer radius of Lu Changsheng. At this moment, the lightning dragon had already arrived at Lu Changsheng's spiritual energy protection field. The lightning dragons poured down crazily on the barrier. However, only ripples could appear on the barrier but not penetrate it any further. No, even a millimeter. Lu Changsheng pointed his finger, and a finger force pierced through the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon turned into specks of lightning and instantly dissipated. The face in the sky focused and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, you must be trapped in this universe. Right, we will send you out of this universe if you don't stop us." Lu Changsheng asked, "Why should I leave?" He could slack off in the Hidden Tao Academy. There was someone cooking for him. There was no scheming in the cottage and no pressure in his life at all. Okay. Therefore, why did he leave this place and run elsewhere to suffer? Was he stupid? The face clearly didn't expect Lu Changsheng's answer. It said fiercely, "Fellow Taoist, if you don't listen to my advice, I'm afraid even you won't be able to resist us when we descend in the future." Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Would he be able to defeat them? However, in order not to ruin his slacking life, Lu Changsheng could only pretend to be relaxed and say, "Then remember to bring more people next time." That should be able to scare the other party. Right. The face looked at Lu Changsheng deeply, as if it wanted to imprint him in its mind. "I'll remember your words. The next time I step foot in here, I'll definitely bring more experts to satisfy you." With that, the face instantly dissipated in this world. The barrier had also disappeared. Lu Changsheng was left in a daze. Did I go too far? No. What if the other party really brought a bunch of people over and I can't defeat them? I have to prepare for that. After that, Lu Changsheng disappeared. He returned to the cottage in no time. He paced back and forth on the cliff and kept muttering, "I also have an array formation. My cultivation level can't be increased in a short period of time. What else can I prepare?" When the willow tree at the side heard this, it could not help but ask curiously, "What happened?" Seeing this, Lu Changsheng told it what had happened. Hearing this, the willow tree sounded helpless. "Aren't you being too cautious?" Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, "How can I be too cautious? I'm just afraid that I won't be able to defeat the other party if my cultivation level isn't high enough. I don't even know how far I've cultivated after all. For the past few decades." He had been signing in every day. The cultivation rewards were also calculated by the years. Who would know what realm he had reached? The willow tree was a little speechless. How could anyone in this universe threaten Lu Chengsheng, even it could not completely see through Lu Chengsheng's realm? Also, there was the 9 Netherworld formation, one of the top 10 ancient killing arrays. Moreover, it was not from the ancient times of this low-latitude universe, but a higher-level existence. The willow tree didn't want to say anything else, seeing that Lu Chengsheng was still troubled. The little bird was also a little speechless when it saw the scene. When Ye Qiubai and Hong Ying returned to the cottage and were about to greet Lu Chengsheng, they saw their master muttering to himself at the cliff. Should I escape? No. That means I have to change to somewhere else. I'm afraid other places are not as comfortable as here. Master. What happened? Ye Qiubai leaned over and scratched his head. What made our master so troubled? Han Ying also looked at Lu Chengsheng curiously. She wanted to know what could stump Lu Chengsheng, who had unfathomable strength. Lu Chengsheng was delighted to see the two of them. He hurriedly pushed them away and barked. What are you doing, the two of you? Go cultivate immediately. One possessed the chaos essence, sword body, while the other possessed the reincarnation sacred body. Moreover, both of them had the aptitude to become an emperor. He did not understand his own cultivation, but wouldn't it be fine if he got his 2 disciples to attain the emperor realm? At that time, wouldn't he be able to slack off again? Thinking of this, Lu Chengsheng added, don't emerge until you attain the emperor realm. Han Ying also touched her forehead helplessly. Their master seemed to know nothing about his strength. She had never seen such heaven-defying methods throughout her 9 lives. In terms of the array formation above the cottage alone, even she would probably not have been able to withstand it at her peak. After that, Zinhani came to the cottage and asked Ye Qiubai to spar with him. Hong Ying continued to cultivate the 9 cycles reincarnation technique to stabilize her realm. Lu Chengsheng thought for a moment. He couldn't rely on his disciples all the time. He had to cultivate too. But how should he cultivate? He had no cultivation techniques because he had never cultivated. Forget it. He should just sleep and rely on signing in every day to obtain cultivation. 2 days have passed since the blood prison mystic realm. At this moment, Dongjun had already returned to the Sunset Empire. Crown Prince, the mission has failed. Dongjun knelt on one knee in front of a man in a briquet robe and said with an ugly expression, we underestimated Ye Qiubai's strength. The shadow kill and my 4 personal guards were all killed. Tian Ming was teasing the canary in the cage. When he heard this, his expression did not change. Yes, I understand. Tell the Shadow Kill organization about the death of their assassins. The Shadow Kill organization, once they accepted the mission, they would not stop until the mission was completed. 3 killers had died this time. They would definitely send more and stronger killers to complete the mission in the future. Huang Tianming smiled and said, he's just a southern commoner. There's no need for us to spend so much effort to do it ourselves. Let the Shadow Kill do it. Jiang Jun-el nodded and said, yes, I understand. Oh, right. Huang Tianming's tone suddenly turned cold as he said, since you failed the mission, go to the prison forest to receive your punishment. The prison forest was a place where all the people of the Sunset Dynasty were terrified of. It was a place used by the monarchy to punish sinners, and their methods were extremely cruel. Jiang Jun, who was at peak stage water overflow realm, trembled when he heard this. However, he did not dare to disobey. Huang Tianming's methods were even more terrifying than the prison forest after all. Jiang Jun left. Huang Tianming did not turn his head and said softly, there is no need to eavesdrop. Ye Qiubai isn't dead yet. A woman walked out from behind and bit her lip without saying anything. Huang Tianming placed the birdcage on the stone table and turned to look at Zhang Chan with a smile. Even though he's not dead, it's only a matter of time. Therefore, don't do anything. Otherwise, I won't show mercy even if you're my future wife. The Empress of the Sunset Dynasty. Chapter 34. Teacher of the Small Village. 10 days later, the cottage returns to its peaceful days. Ye Qiubai took over Hong Ying's work and cooked every day. Hong Ying, who had been in Anedia realm for a long time, had also developed the habit of eating 3 meals a day ever since she entered the cottage. Other than cooking, Ikuba would also spar with Zen Hani or cultivate the primordial sword scripture. As for Hong Ying, she was either eating or in seclusion. Occasionally, she would go out, but no one knew what for. Yi Qiubai and Lu Changsheng wouldn't ask either. As for Lu Changsheng, he was still the same as before, but there would be a hint of worry on his face. The food is ready. At this moment, Yi Qiubai walked out with a few dishes. Lu Changsheng sat at the dining table and picked up a glass of wine he had brewed. Go call your junior sister to eat. Yi Qiubai nodded and brought Hong Ying over. When the three of them were about to eat, Lu Changsheng suddenly said, "All right, Qiubai, go and get another set of bowls and chopsticks." Yi Qiubai was stunned, but he still did as he was told and ran to the kitchen. When he took out the bowls and chopsticks, he saw a middle-aged man sitting on the other side of the dining table. "Changsheng, your life is not bad," Lu Changsheng said helplessly. "Uncle Qin, just tell me what it is." Qin Tianan nodded and took the bowl and chopsticks. He smiled brightly and said, "Let's eat first and talk after dinner. I haven't eaten in hundreds of years." Lu Changsheng rolled his eyes and began to eat. This wine is not bad. I feel that my cultivation, which has not improved for many years, is starting to bulge after drinking this wine. Changsheng, did you brew it yourself?" Lu Changsheng finally couldn't take it anymore. He waved his hand, and a large jar of wine instantly landed in front of Qin Tianan. He said with a dark expression, "Take it away." Only then did Qin Tianan smile and say, "That's too much for me to accept." However, Qin Tianan still put away the wine very honestly as he spoke. After drinking and eating his fill, Qin Tianan got down to business. "I'm here because of the Academy's exchange. As you know, our Hidden Tao Academy is distributed in the 4 regions, and we are a branch of the southern region. Every 10 years, the Hidden Tao Academy of the 4 regions will hold an academic exchange with each other to distribute the resources distributed by the main academy. The academy competition previously was in preparation for this. Therefore, Qiubai, come with me to the northern region." This 4-region academy exchange was in the northern region. Hearing this, Yi Qiubai was stunned for a moment before looking at Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng said calmly, "Whether you go or not is up to you." The northern region was the territory of the Sunset Dynasty. Jiang Chan was also there. Thinking of this, Yi Qiubai's eyes were firm as he nodded. Seeing this, Qin Tianan said in satisfaction, "Very good. What about Hong Ying?" Even though she did not participate in the academy competition, Hong Ying's strength was unquestionable. If Hong Ying was also willing to go, it would naturally be the best. However, Hong Ying shook her head. "I have something to do first. But I'll also set off for the northern region. I'll come and take a look when the matter is over." Qin Tianan nodded. "All right. Let's gather at the entrance of the academy tomorrow." The next day, an immortal crane set off from the Hidden Tao Academy. This time, Qin Tianan led the team personally. Hong Ying left the cottage alone and headed for the northern region. This time, Yi Qiubai, Huo Qingming, Lin Si, Zhan Wu, Xin Han, and another person that Yi Qiubai had never seen before participated in the exchange. However, according to Xin Han, this person was Qin Tianan's disciple. His name was Huang Yuan. It was said that he had been cultivating with Qin Tianan and only appeared today. At this moment, Dean Ru said, "All right, let me explain the rules of this academy exchange." Everyone looked over. The elder said with a solemn gaze, "The exchange of students is divided into 2 aspects. One is martial arts exchange, and the other is Confucianism Tao exchange. Huang Yuan will lead the martial arts exchange. Yi Qiubai, Huo Qingming, Lin Si, and Xin Han will participate. Zhang Wu will be in charge of the Confucian Academy exchange." At this moment, Qin Tianan also walked over with a solemn expression. "Our southern region has already been ranked last several times in a row. It can be said that our overall strength is weaker than the other 3 regions. However, this is also the most promising time in our southern region. So," Qin Tianan bowed to everyone and said, "I'll leave the glory of the academy to you. Dean Ru also bowed with Qin Tianan. Both of them were top experts in the academy and had lofty statuses, yet they were bowing to the students now. It could be seen how much Qin Tianan valued this academy exchange. Eastern Region Hidden Dao Academy. We must strive to get first place in this exchange. The top should still be the Northern Region. Their foundation is too strong after all. However, the Southern Region should still be at the bottom. Yes, the foundation of the Southern Region is the weakest. They definitely won't be able to catch up. Western Region Hidden Dao Academy. It's fine as long as our martial arts exchange defeats the Southern Region. This is not our forte after all. Yes, but we will definitely defeat the Northern Region in the Confucian Dao exchange this time. It's fine. We have Wu Ming this time. Yes. Junior brother Wu Ming is the reincarnation of the sacred Buddha. He will definitely not lose in the Confucian Dao exchange. Northern Region Hidden Dao Academy. There's no doubt that we'll be the champions again this time. Right. If nothing goes wrong, how many peerless prodigies will appear this time? Senior brother Jian and senior sister Mu for the Confucian Dao exchange. With these two, the top spot will definitely belong to our Northern Region. At the same time, in the Northern Region, there was an unknown mountain with a village in it. This village was extremely backward. No one cultivated. They woke up to plow when the sun rose until the sun set. However, in the empty space of the village, a young man dressed like a scholar was teaching the children in the village. All right, class dismissed. A child said innocently. Sir, are you going to leave tomorrow? No, sir. Can you continue to teach us? We still want to read. The man smiled and said, all good things must come to an end. Even though I want to continue teaching you, I'm still learning, so I have to leave. Hearing this, the village chief walked forward and shook the man's hand with his thick calloused hand. He said gratefully, thank you for your guidance for the past few months, sir, so that these children can study. The man shook his head. This is what I should do. The next day, before dawn, the man left behind a few books and carried the book basket before leaving the small village. After walking out of the village, he looked back and could not help but sigh. You can't bear to. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. The man retreated in fear and said, You are. The white-robed man in front of him chuckled and said, My name is Lu Changsheng. I want to take you in as my disciple. Chapter 35. Taking in a disciple. The literary star descends to the world. After Yi Qiubai left the cottage, Lu Chengsheng thought that he might be able to obtain more rewards if he took in more disciples. Thinking of this, Lu Chengsheng left the Hidden Dao Academy and began to walk around the 4 regions. It happened so fast. He stepped into every corner of the southern region in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. When he arrived at the northern region and passed by this small mountain, the system's voice finally sounded. Triggered quest, head to River Village to take in a disciple. Name Ning Chengsen. Aptitude noble spirit. Literary star descends to the world. Aptitude to become an emperor. Good lord. Another with the aptitude to become an emperor. Therefore, this scene happened. Ning Chengsen pointed at himself and looked at Lu Chengsheng, who was floating in the air. He said in a daze, Immortal master, you want to take me as your disciple, but I don't cultivate. Lu Chengsheng chuckled and said, Then what do you think is Dao? Hearing this, Ning Chengsen was stunned. What was Dao? What on earth was Dao? He had never thought about it, nor had he ever thought in this direction. Ning Chengsen could not help but fall into deep thought. Seeing this, Lu Chengsheng didn't disturb him. He waved his hand and a barrier surrounded the two of them so that they wouldn't be disturbed. Day after day, Ning Chengsen was still thinking. But as a mortal, his bodily functions did not deteriorate because he did not eat or drink water. Instead, his face was flushed red. On the 4th day, Ning Chengsen was suddenly surrounded by a faint white aura. This is righteousness. Ning Chengsen slowly opened his eyes. He felt that he had slowly grasped Dao, but it disappeared in an instant when he grabbed it. It was like a little loach. It could be seen but could not be grabbed. Ning Chengsen looked at Lu Chengsheng and asked, What's Dao? He was a scholar. Every time he read a sage book, he would think about something he did not understand. If he couldn't understand, he would ask, Lu Chengsheng looked at Ning Chengsen and didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Why are you studying?" Ning Chengsen's heart skipped a beat. He thought for a moment and said, "To educate the world and prevent war in the world." Right. He wanted to use books to educate the world and fill it with peace. It was peaceful and joyful. The world would be at peace. When Ning Chengsen said this, a golden Buddhist light shone on Ning Chengsen's body in the sky. This was the light of merit. Merit from the heavens also gave him responsibility. Seeing this, Lu Chengsheng nodded and said, "The Tao is the Tao. It can be a flower, a tree, or a speck of dust. Everything can be the Tao." Ning Chengsen was deep in thought. Lu Chengsheng continued, "You read to enlighten the world. This is Tao. For the sake of peace in the world, that is also Tao." Hearing this, Ning Chengsen's body trembled. The golden light in his mind seemed to have materialized. He could hold it as long as he stretched out his hand. Ning Chengsen had already touched the threshold. He only needed to take a step forward and he would be able to cross it. Lu Chengsheng shouted in a low voice, "Tao is Tao, the extraordinary Tao. A name is a name, an extraordinary name. Tao is Tao, but it's not always called Tao. A name is a name, but it may not always be the same name." Ning Chengsen's body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, and waves of righteous energy continuously surrounded his body. Golden light kept shining from between Ning Chengsen's eyebrows. Ning Chengsen reached out and grabbed the golden light in his mind. His Tao heart was forged. Ning Chengsen had entered the Tao with Confucianism. His cultivation method would be completely different from ordinary cultivators. The others cultivated the soul and the body. As for Ning Chengsen, he only needed to cultivate his righteousness. When the enemy came in the future, he could use the righteousness Kai to kill the enemy. After a while, Ning Chengsen opened his eyes and looked at Lu Chengsheng. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master. Mission completed. Rewards distributed. Book Sage Tao Law, Tao Scripture. 2. Years of cultivation. Not bad." Lu Chengsheng smiled and nodded. He raised Ning Chengsen from the ground and said, "I don't have anything good for you even though you've acknowledged me as your master. So I'll give you this." After that, Lu Chengsheng waved his hand, and an ancient book appeared in his hand. He handed it to Ning Chengsen. "This is a Tao scripture. It can be used to fight enemies or comprehend. Take it." Ning Chengsen stretched out his hands and carefully took it. He could feel the power of the Tao law inside when he flipped it open. His expression could not help but change. This book was not an ordinary item. "Thank you, Master." Lu Chengsheng nodded and continued, "You have an eldest senior brother called Yi Qiubai and a senior sister called Hong Ying. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can look for them." Ning Chengsen nodded. "All right. Follow me back to the sect." Lu Chengsheng wanted to take Ning Chengsen away, but Ning Chengsen shook his head and said, "Master, forgive me, but I can't return to the sect yet." Lu Chengsheng looked at him in confusion. Ning Chengsen explained, "I want to continue training because I feel that my knowledge is not enough to support my Tao heart." Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng nodded. Indeed, everyone had their own cultivation method. It was understandable that Ning Chengsen wanted to train in the moral world. Lu Chengsheng could only agree. "All right, I'll give this to you." At this point, Lu Chengsheng threw a jade pendant to Ning Chengsen. "This is..." Ning Chengsen was stunned. Lu Chengsheng said, "This jade pendant contains a sword array I set up. When you encounter danger, you can use it to resolve the danger. At the same time, you can use this jade pendant to contact your senior brother and sister." It was a small item similar to a voice transmission talisman. Ning Chengsen cupped his fists and bowed. "Thank you, Master." "All right, I'll leave first." With that, he disappeared on the spot without staying. Ning Chengsen looked in the direction where Lu Chengsheng disappeared and bowed. He didn't get up for a long time. After returning to the cottage, Lu Chengsheng said helplessly, "It's a pity that I didn't bring him back. No one is going to cook for me again." The little bird. Ordinary cultivators rarely ate ever since they reached the Anetier realm. The person in front of them clearly had an unfathomable cultivation level, but he still had to eat every day. The Northern Region, Sunset Dynasty. Jiang Jun with a dispirited aura knelt in front of Huang Tanming and said, I received news that Yi Qiubai followed the people from the Hidden Dao Academy to the Northern Region to participate in the Four-Region Academy Exchange. Yeah. Huang Tanming nodded and said casually, have you told Shadow Kill about this? The Shadow Kill organization already knows. Alright. Then inform the people of the Northern Region's Hidden Dao Academy to be prepared. Understood. Jiang Jun stood up and left. Huang Tianming looked at the sky in the direction of the Hidden Dao Academy. You did not take the path to heaven and chose to barge into the gateless hell. Chapter 36. Taking a seat. Northern Region. The Hidden Dao Academy here was more prosperous than the academy in the Southern Region. This was the first impression it gave Yi Qiubai and the others. There were many disciples. And at the same time, there were various mystic realms in the academy. However, what was different was that the Northern Region's Hidden Dao Academy was even more oppressive than the Southern Region. Dean Ru explained. The Hidden Dao Academy of the Northern Region emphasizes on survival of the fittest. You will be eliminated here if you fall slightly behind others. Hearing this, everyone came to a realization. Under such a high-pressure environment, it was normal for him to be ranked first if he was strong. However, Yi Qiubai preferred the atmosphere of the Hidden Dao Academy in the Southern Region. Discussing martial arts and sparring to confirm his understanding, it looked very peaceful. At this moment, a few old men came forward. The leader was an old man with long eyebrows and beard. He bowed slightly and smiled. Welcome, everyone. The residence has been arranged. Please follow me. This person was Elder Ru of the Northern Region's Hidden Dao Academy. King. The Martial Hall Elder explained. Someone from the Northern Region's Hidden Dao Academy whispered as everyone headed for their residence. His words were filled with disdain. These people are from the desolate land of the Southern Region. Right. Yes. I'm here to participate in the Four Regions Academy Exchange. With just them their realm doesn't seem to be as high as mine. I'm afraid there's no need for senior brother Jayan to take action. Right. Their conversation reached everyone's ears clearly. Huo Qingming said angrily. They are looking down on us too much. Zhen Hani also took out the sword in her hand and said coldly. I want to see how strong they are. Lin Ce's expression was also extremely ugly. Huang Yuan said calmly. There's no need to fight for a temporary benefit. Save your strength for tomorrow's martial arts exchange. Huo Qingming snorted and suppressed the anger in his heart. Zhen Hani didn't listen. She was about to take a step forward when Yi Qiubai grabbed her. There's indeed no need. We'll just use our strength to slap their faces tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhen Hani put away the sword in her hand. Huang Yuan glanced at Yi Qiubai. Previously, what he said was useless. But Yi Qiubai persuaded him. The group arrived at their residence. The Northern Region Hidden Dao Academy did not play any low-level tricks. The residence arranged was not bad. Tomorrow is the martial arts exchange. Please rest well. After saying this, King left. Dean Ru and the Martial Hall Elder also followed. Clearly, they wanted to discuss something. As for Qintanan, he left after stepping into the Northern Region. Seeing the two elders leave, Huo Qingming cursed angrily. They are really relying on their power. Didn't they just get first place a few times? It'll take them down this time. Lin Si said with an ugly expression. We can see the real deal tomorrow. Yi Qiubai shrugged and was about to go back to cultivate. Another group of people pushed open the courtyard door and walked in without greeting. Zhang Wu frowned slightly and said, Aren't you polite? One of the tall and thin men sneered. What etiquette do I need to show to a southern barbarian? Huang Yuan pulled Huo Qingming back and walked forward. If you're just here to provoke me, then save it. The man in the lead glanced coldly at the tall and thin man. Seeing this, the tall and thin man shut up. I'm sorry, everyone. My junior brother was too rash. I'm here to invite everyone to the banquet. The prodigies of the Four Regions Academy will be invited to the banquet tonight. It will also be convenient for us to get to know the young talents of the four domains. Huang Yuan pondered for a moment and looked at everyone. Clearly, he was asking for the opinions of Yi Qiubai and the others. Huo Qingming snorted and did not say anything. Xin Hanyi saw Yiqiubai nod and nodded as well. Zhang Wu and Lin Si had no objections. Only then did Huang Yuan say, "All right. We'll attend the banquet on time tonight." Seeing this, the man nodded in satisfaction. "Then I'll be waiting for you." With that, they left. Lin Si said calmly, "This banquet is probably a Hanmen banquet. It's meant to figure out the strength of the various regions." Zhang Wu nodded and agreed. "That should be the goal. When the time comes, I'll probably have to show my strength." Huang Yuan also said, "Try your best to preserve your trump cards and not expose them. Focus on communication. If we're still last this time, I'm afraid our southern region's hidden Dao Academy will be taken over by others. The main academy would send others to take over the academy once they ranked last several times. At that time, Qin Tanan would also be punished. This was something none of them wanted to see. Therefore, Huo Qingming, who was the most impulsive here, nodded with a solemn expression. Huang Yuan looked at Yiqiubai and said, "Also, people from the Sunset Dynasty might appear at the banquet. You have to endure it." Yiqiubai's matter was not a secret. It had spread throughout Tanyuan city after all. One could know the entire story with a little inquiry. Yiqiubai's indifferent eyes couldn't help but freeze. He lowered his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Huang Yuan did not say anything else. Even his master praised Yiqiubai's talent after all. Time passed quickly until evening. Huang Yuan and the others went to the banquet. The banquet began in the martial hall. At this moment, there were more than 100 tables and chairs in the martial hall. On each table was all kinds of food. However, those with ulterior motives could discover that the closer the tables and chairs were to the back, the simpler the food became. The closer one got to the first seat, the more delicious food became. Zhang Wu could not help but smile. Looks like there's a special program. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people walked over. "Everyone should have seen the table and chairs in front of you. Take your seats if you like to eat. Of course, you have to fight for the position yourself. If someone takes a fancy to a table of food at the same time, you have to negotiate with them yourselves." This person's words were very polite. However, everyone present could hear the meaning in these words. They needed to fight for the position. The one who won would be qualified to sit down and enjoy it. After saying that, the man sat down at the head of the table and smiled. "Of course, it's not impossible if you want to eat what's on my table, as long as you have the strength to match it. All right, everyone, take your seats." No one moved immediately. However, in just a few breaths of time, a man walked out with a bright smile and said, "Since everyone is so humble, I won't be polite." With that, he jumped to the seat below the first place and sat down. "Anyone who wants this table can come now." Seeing this, people walked out and sat at the table. However, no one wanted to snatch the position for the time being. A banquet set up with the aim of murdering a guest. It refers to a famous episode in 206 BC when future Han Emperor Liu Bang escaped an attempted murder by his rival Zhang Yu. Chapter 37. The sword Dao is unsurpassed. Beside the banquet was a courtyard where a few people were sitting among them. That kid is the person the crown prince wants to deal with. It shouldn't be wrong. Yes. Then I'll send someone to test his strength later. It's best if we can force him to kill on the spot and become enemies with the people of the northern region's hidden Dao Academy. Okay. I'll make the arrangements. Don't worry. The crown prince won't mistreat you after this is done. The person was overjoyed. He bowed respectfully and went to make arrangements. At the banquet, Huo Qingming, Lin Si, and Xin Hongyi were already sitting at the front. Zhang Wu and Huang Yuan did not participate. When Yiqiubai saw this, it seemed to be time for dinner. Usually, he would have already prepared food and eaten with his master and junior sister when he was in the cottage. He was already used to eating dinner, so there was no way he would not eat. Thinking of this, Yiqiubai stepped forward to take a seat at the back. Someone walked over just as he was about to eat. "Hey, you're from the southern region's hidden Dao Academy, right?" Yiqiubai did not turn around. Huang Yuan and Zhang Wu also looked over when the rough man found Yiqiubai. "That person seems to be from the northern region's hidden Dao Academy, right?" but he doesn't seem to be someone who participated in the exchange. I hope Yiqiubai won't be so rash. However, as soon as they were done discussing, their expressions froze. The rough man was just about to step forward and grab Yiqiubai's shoulder when he was shocked by Yiqiubai's aura and retreated. Yiqiubai did not turn around and was still eating. However, the sword Kai had already turned into swords around him and slashed at the rough man. The man's expression changed drastically. Even this sword Kai made him feel a threat of death. He hurriedly raised his hands, and shields appeared in front of the man. Then he took out a talisman from his storage ring and wrapped it around him layer by layer. However, the shield was like thin paper in front of Yiqiubai's sword energy. It was directly pierced through and cracked open. The layer of charm was also cut open. The sword Kai pierced into the man's chest, and blood spewed out. The surrounding people could not help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Wasn't this attack too decisive and ruthless? Yiqiubai didn't think much of it. After all, he was already sitting at the back. But someone was still provoking him. There was no need to think about it. Someone had instigated this. Since someone had instigated it, he naturally would not be polite. That's the person from the southern region's Hidden Dao Academy who participated in the exchange. Right. That's right. He seems to be quite strong. It can only be considered not bad. I'm afraid I'm not seen your brother Jian's match. Isn't that obvious? What kind of person is senior brother Jian? He's publicly acknowledged as the #1 sword Dao talent in the northern region. Yiqiubai also heard these words. However, he did not care much about this. He would know if he was the #1 sword Dao talent after fighting him. Why did you hit him so hard? He shouldn't have committed such a crime. Right. As expected, the person just now was just testing the waters. Yiqiubai sneered. He had no grudges with the northern region's Hidden Dao Academy. However, there was only one possibility for the other party to target him like this. Someone was controlling all of this. And that person was definitely someone from the Sunset Dynasty. Only the Sunset Dynasty in the northern region would target Yiqiubai like this. Only the Sunset Dynasty would want his life. Someone recognized the man. That's Qiu from the northern region's Hidden Dao Academy. Even though he didn't participate in the exchange, he's still a famous figure in the martial hall. Qiu was already able to defeat someone half a step into the sea flow realm at the intermediate stage Purple Mansion realm. Now that he has broken through to the peak stage Purple Mansion realm, I wonder what level his strength has reached. On the other side, Yiqiubai couldn't help but sneer when he heard Qiu's words. Since you've already become someone else's dog, you have to be prepared to sell your life at any time. A look of surprise flashed across Qiu's eyes. But he still said in a low voice, be a dog no matter what. He's a disciple of my northern region's Hidden Dao Academy. Aren't you afraid of incurring public anger by doing this? Yiqiubai wiped his mouth and said, are you done? Qiu was stunned. Yiqiubai took out his wooden sword and turned to look at Qiu. He said coldly, since we're done talking nonsense, let's do it. I'm sure your master can't wait anymore. Right. Qiu's expression turned ruthless. He wore 2 iron gloves on his fists and suddenly smashed them at Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai looked at this scene calmly. The long sword in his hand trembled, and the sword Kai shot towards Qiu as if they were corporeal. Qiu shouted and punched continuously, and it shattered the sword Kai. At the same time, he was slightly shocked. Even though the sword Kai was blocked, his fists were in extreme pain. The sword energy was like gangrene attached to his bones. Entering his bones from Qiu's fist, it was as if it was destroying the interior of his body. Seeing that the sword energy was blocked, Yiqiubai also went forward and slashed out with his sword. A black sword Kai covered the wooden sword. The fist and sword collided with a clang. However, the difference was the calmness on Yiqiubai's face and Qiu's terrified expression. Qiu's refined iron glove in his hand actually shattered. Countless bloodlines appeared on his hands and he was sent flying with a tragic cry. The surrounding people were shocked. How is that possible? Qiu can't even withstand a single blow from him. How is that southern barbaric son so strong? He seems to only be at intermediate stage Purple Mansion realm from his aura alone. Perhaps we've all underestimated the southern region. In the dark, Someone watched this scene and revealed a smile that his goal had been achieved. Yi Qiubai looked around and said coldly, "Is there anyone else who wants to fight?" Seeing that no one else answered, Yi Qiubai picked up his wooden sword and walked towards the table and chair. Huang Yuan frowned and said, "It seems that he wants to lure the mastermind out, but this method is too high profile." Zhang Wu looked at Yi Qiubai thoughtfully. Yi Qiubai walked forward step by step. Sword Kai appeared with every step. He took another step and the Sword Kai soared into the sky. The black and white sword energy continuously surrounded Yi Qiubai. Its aura was terrifying. It was like a god. Yi Qiubai walked to the 6th seat and looked coldly at the man drinking on the seat. A battle. Yi Qiubai was not shooting for no reason. This person had locked his gaze on him from the beginning. Similarly, Yi Qiubai did not want to keep a low profile anymore. He wanted the Sunset Dynasty to understand that playing such a small trick was useless to him. Someone was unconvinced. One slash and the sword Dao had to be unsurpassed. The man who was drinking looked up at Yi Qiubai and chuckled. "Oh, why should I fight you?" Yi Qiubai raised his eyebrows and said, "Then do you think him not worthy? So what if I am? Defeating one Qiu alone makes you feel that you can challenge all the paragons of my northern region's hidden Dao Academy." Boom! A sword Kai soared into the sky, covering it with black demonic Kai. The sword Kai swept through the man, and his gaze became solemn. This aura was already a threat to him. It did not seem like the might that an intermediate stage purple mansion realm expert could erupt with at all. Am I worthy now? Chapter 38. Defeating Mei Sheng with a sword. Liao Meisheng was from the Sword Hall and also one of the members of this exchange. He was already half-step into the sea flow realm. At the same time, Liao Meisheng was also a person sent out. Liao Meisheng would attack and kill Yi Qiubai as long as he killed Qiu and the others. However, Yi Qiubai had already discovered him before he could find him. Facing the sweeping sword energy, Liao Meisheng put down the wine glass in his hand. The might of someone half-step into the sea flow realm erupted, revealed without a doubt. It kept colliding with the black sword Kai and countless roars sounded in this space. If one took a closer look, they would even discover that the space where the battle was happening was constantly distorting. That southern barbarian has fought Senior Brother Liao. Senior Brother Liao is a member of the Academy's exchange. Qiu can't compare to him. This child is too arrogant. Suddenly, the wine glass in Liao Meisheng's hand was hit by the sword Kai and shattered. Liao Meisheng frowned slightly and said coldly, "You're really courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Meisheng took out his long sword and slapped the ground with one palm. The ground cracked and Liao Meisheng jumped up. The longsword in his hand slashed at Yi Qiubai from the bottom up. Yi Qiubai's expression did not change as he blocked it with his wooden sword. The two of them separated immediately. For a moment, Sword Kai rampaged in the world. Liao Meisheng snorted coldly. He took a step forward and shot towards Yi Qiubai again. Seeing this, Yi Qiubai also went forward, but the sword arrived before the person. The tips of the swords collided. Wisps of sword Kai seemed to have materialized, turning into sword Kai swords that shot at each other continuously. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. This surprised Liao Meisheng. His sword Kai was extremely domineering because of the cultivation technique he cultivated. Very few people could fight it head-on. Moreover, his realm was much higher than Yi Qiubai's. No wonder he was asked to take action. Zin Hongyi, Hua Qingming, and the others were also staring intently. The leader of the Eastern region's Hidden Dao Academy said with interest, "Oh, there's such a sword Dao genius from the Southern region." The Western region's Hidden Dao Academy said, "There shouldn't be any sword Dao inheritance in the Southern region. This person should have acknowledged an extremely powerful figure in the sword Dao domain as his master." When Liao Meisheng saw that this move did not take advantage of him at all, he could not help but feel angry. The longsword in his hand suddenly trembled and he retreated explosively. Then, he slashed out. A sword light slashed at Yi Qiubai. The sword light was covered in wisps of killing intent and had an extremely domineering might. Yi Qiubai was not anxious. Black demonic Kai rose from the wooden sword in his hand. The 9 heavenly demon sword which exuded the blazing sword light. After passing the heavenly demon test of the blood prison mystic realm, Yiqiubai's sword energy carried traces of demonic nature. The sword beam was filled with endless killing intent. This was brought about by Yiqiubai's continuous killing of faceless people in the past few days. The surrounding people would lose their minds for an instant just by sensing this killing intent. Even Liao Meisheng, who was half a step into the sea flow realm, could not help but tremble when he sensed this killing intent. This also made him extremely angry. He was an existence that could kill someone at the sea flow realm. Why was forced to such a state by a southern barbarian who was at intermediate stage purple mansion realm? How could he face the academy in the future? The domineering sword light began to collide with the black slash. In the middle, black lightning actually spread in all directions. Someone hurriedly pushed it open. There were also people who raised their shields with both hands. Just as everyone thought that Liao Meisheng could crush Yiqiubai, the domineering sword light did not directly shatter the slash. Instead, it vaguely fell into a disadvantage. In just a few seconds, the domineering sword light seemed to have been devoured. It disappeared without a trace. The black slash did not lose its momentum and slashed at Liao Meisheng again. At the same time, Yiqiubai did not sit back and wait for death. He suddenly kicked the ground with both legs and used the recoil to rush towards Liao Meisheng. The wooden sword in his hand slashed out. Liao Meisheng's expression changed drastically. Then, he snorted and went forward. How could a sword practitioner be afraid? Not to mention facing someone of a lower realm than him. In the next moment, Liao Meisheng's figure actually split into three. Three sword lights slashed in different directions towards Yiqiubai. This sword light was not an afterimage caused by speed, but reality. Swallow return. Everyone in the northern region's hidden Dao Academy knew that this was a sword skill developed by Liao Meisheng. Its power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, it was impossible to dodge. He could only break through with force. Zhen Hanyi could not help but be stunned. If she were the one to receive this strike, she would probably have to use her trump card to barely withstand it. However, if it was Yiqiubai, she was not worried. She often sparred with Yiqiubai in the academy after all. Even though Liao Meisheng's realm was much higher, Yiqiubai's current strength was probably not enough. However, when others who did not know better saw the scene, they felt that Yiqiubai was finished. Yiqiubai would not have any chance or leeway to resist in front of Liao Meisheng's swallow return. One of the sword lights collided with the black slash. The other two sword lights slashed at Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai did not panic at all. Unable to dodge, Yiqiubai had never thought of dodging. The wooden sword in his hand erupted with demonic kai at this moment. Waves of demonic nature affected the minds of the surrounding people. The third move of the 9 heavenly demon sword. The sword was out and demonic kai surged. Liao Meisheng's expression changed again. He actually felt that he could not resist this sword. Two sword lights arrived one after another. Yiqiubai slashed out. The two sword lights were instantly shattered. Liao Meisheng's expression changed drastically as he slashed out with his longsword. However, how could this hasty defense block Yiqiubai's terrifying strike? Yiqiubai had no intention of stopping. Since you've already decided to be someone else's pawn, you have to be prepared to sacrifice yourself at any time. Everyone else exclaimed and others also wanted to come forward. However, it was obvious that there was no time to save them. Just as everyone thought that Liao Meisheng was going to become a dead soul under Yiqiubai's sword, a figure suddenly appeared between the two of them. He raised his sword to block. Wisps of sword intent actually rose. Yiqiubai's sword was blocked. Sword intent. Yiqiubai looked at the man in front of him in a white robe, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He could not help but frown slightly. No, it was not the sword intent. He had only touched the threshold of the sword intent and could mobilize some of it. However, his cultivation was indeed much higher than hers. Liao Meisheng looked at the man in front of him and said shamefully, "Thank you for saving me, Senior Brother Jian." Senior Brother Jian turned around and looked at Liao Meisheng coldly. As a sword cultivator, how can you be used by others? Go to the sword peak and face the wall for 10 years after the academy exchange. Liao Meisheng nodded and cupped his fists without any complaints. This person was the strongest prodigy of the Northern region's Hidden Tao Academy. Shen Qingfeng. Chapter 39. Mysterious Power. The Hidden Tao Academy of the Northern region. Shen Qingfeng was only in the academy for a year when he gained recognition by the Sword Hall. He was also known as the #1 Sword Tao prodigy of the Northern region. He had already touched the threshold of sword intent at this moment. What kind of talent was this? Even the princes of the Sunset Dynasty had to address Shen Qingfeng as their peer. In the past, the king of the Sunset Dynasty had also personally invited Shen Qingfeng to join the Sunset Dynasty and provided countless resources for his cultivation. However, he had to give up because Shen Qingfeng was focused on cultivating the sword and did not want to join the royal court. Shen Qingfeng's face was expressionless. It was impossible to tell if he was sad or happy. He looked at Yi Qiubai and said, "I don't have enough sword heart. I've embarrassed myself." Yi Qiubai looked at Shen Qingfeng. Is this person also his pawn? Shen Qingfeng seemed to have seen through Yi Qiubai's thoughts and shook his head. "Don't worry. I don't take orders from anyone." His tone was normal, but it was filled with pride. Nonetheless, it was not blind pride because his pride as a sword cultivator did not allow him to do so. With that, he left, leaving Yi Qiubai looking at his back view thoughtfully. Two people watched the scene in the dark. Oh, looks like this Yi Qiubai has some strength. He's indeed not bad to be able to defeat Lao Meisheng. Then when are you going to do it? The brocade-robed man chuckled and said, "He doesn't need me to do it myself. Someone will naturally deal with him. Today was just a test." With that, a black shadow disappeared from the dark. At the same time, Yi Qiubai and the others returned to their residence. Huang Yuan looked at Yi Qiubai and asked, "Yi Qiubai, why are you so impulsive? It's fun to show off for a moment, but your trump card has also been exposed." Yi Qiubai glanced at Huang Yuan and understood his feelings. Huang Yuan was Qin Tannen's disciple after all. The standard of the southern region's Hidden Tao Academy had been so low all these years. Once it became the last in the 4 regions again, someone would replace Qin Tannen's position as the dean. This was something Huang Yuan did not want to see. Therefore, Yi Qiubai was not angry. He said calmly, "It's not a big problem. Don't worry." He did not only have the 9 Heavenly Demon Sword as his trump card after all. Moreover, the 9 Heavenly Demon Sword could not be considered a trump card. Huang Yuan said coldly, "I hope so." With that, Huang Yuan walked into the room and began to cultivate. Zhang Wu patted Yi Qiubai's shoulder and persuaded, "Don't be angry. This exchange is simply too important to Huang Yuan." Yi Qiubai nodded in understanding. At the same time, on the other side in the extreme north of the northern region, a woman holding a spear was walking on the ice plain, braving the wind and snow until she arrived at a large rift valley. The great rift valley was like an abyss. It was bottomless. Cold currents kept rising from within and there was a faint restriction in midair. This restriction was powerless, but it prohibited flight, making it impossible for people to fly. The cold current seemed to ignore the protection of spiritual energy and could pierce through the skin and enter the bone marrow. A huge rock rolled down and was cut into powder by the cold current. However, the woman did not have any scruples and jumped down. The cold current blew on the woman, but was melted by a red flame as soon as it came into contact with her body. Flame intent realm. She then took out her spear and swung it down when she was about to land at the bottom. A spear force suddenly struck out and the recoil directly slowed down the woman's descent when it hit the ice. Then, the spear slashed at the ice on both sides, allowing her body to land steadily at the bottom of the valley. The woman looked around. There were chains in front of her that were made of cold iron, firmly nailing to the ice beside it. The chain was coiled around a man whose long hair scattered wantonly on the ground, and his head hung on the ground. When the woman saw the scene, she could not help but look angry. The man seemed to have sensed the woman's aura in front of him and raised his head slightly, as if in a daze. "Your Majesty." Han Ying nodded and walked forward. "You've suffered." The man shook his head, and wisps of flames actually burned in his dull eyes. He said excitedly, "Your Majesty, you're here. Does that mean that you've successfully cultivated the cultivation technique?" Seeing this, The man still smiled excitedly even though he was extremely weak. God bless my Cloud Phoenix clan. The corners of Hong Ying's mouth twitched. Yunming, I'll undo your seal now. The seal here was coincidentally countered by Hong Ying's cultivation technique. In addition, with the reincarnation spear technique, it was not very difficult to open the chains that were beginning to weaken. As for the cage in the blood prison mystic realm, that was because the restrictions inside still did not disappear with the passage of time, forcing Hong Ying to leave first. Yunming nodded. Hong Ying took out her spear. A will of reincarnation erupted from her body. At the same time, not only was the spear covered in the wool of reincarnation, there were also flames that wrapped around the spear like fire snakes. When the wool of reincarnation accumulated to a certain point, Hong Ying pierced out with her spear. The first move of the reincarnation spear technique. The will of reincarnation erupted continuously and shot straight into the clouds. The tip of the spear stabbed into the chain. In an instant, the chain began to tremble violently and emitted the sound of refined iron. Cracks began to extend from the ice covering it. When Yunming saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. This spearmanship was even stronger than Her Majesty's previous spearmanship. It was even more exquisite and could be said that it was on a completely different level from the previous cultivation techniques. Hong Ying saw the ice begin to shatter. The chains could not withstand the burden either. Then, the second move slashed horizontally. The spear force hit the space, causing ripples. The second move of the reincarnation spear technique. In the end, it landed on the chain. The chain shattered with a crack in the ice as long as a baby's arm, and it was still expanding. Cultivation aura began to fluctuate on Yunming's body. Clearly, the restrictions had already begun to relax. Then, Hong Ying shouted in a low voice. The third move of the reincarnation spear technique was unleashed and landed heavily on the chain. The chain was completely shattered. The ice also began to break layer by layer. Hong Ying grabbed the corner of Yunming's clothes and stepped towards the top of the rift. The moment he stepped out, the ice rift completely collapsed. The Great Rift Valley was covered in ice and disappeared. Yunming stood in front of Hong Ying and suddenly knelt on one knee. He said respectfully, Yunming of the Nine Heavens tribe is willing to fight the heavens again with your majesty. Hong Ying nodded. You're still very weak now. Stay by my side and slowly recover. I understand. At this moment, on the other side of this plain, a few figures with unfathomable auras observed the four regions. Chapter 40. The first round of the exchange. 4 figures stood in the void and looked down upon this world. The aura of this world was actually extremely turbid with countless collapsed power of laws suspended in the air. This was the destroyed heavenly Tao. One of the men said, You're saying that there's an unfathomable expert in this desolate land who cultivated the power of the Tao law. Yes. A green-faced man nodded and said, But I guess he should be from a higher latitude world. If Lu Changsheng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize him as the person who had confronted him above the blood prison mystic realm. He can only be someone from a higher latitude world. The heavenly Tao of this wilderness has collapsed, and the power of law has turned into fragments after all. It's impossible to comprehend the Tao law. But there are 2 suspicious points. A female voice sounded. Oh, what's suspicious? The green-faced man looked over and said solemnly, Firstly, why did someone from higher latitudes take a fancy to this desolate land? The secret of this world can't be spread. The 4 of us swore a heavenly Tao oath not to spread it after all. Secondly, how did he enter? No one could enter nor exit this world since it is sealed away. Even we ourselves can only pay a huge price to project ourselves into this world. One of the men shook his head and said, I don't know, but I think the 4 of us can deal with that person if we project ourselves. The woman nodded in agreement. This is an unstable factor. We can't let him ruin our plan. Okay. The black-robed man, who had been silent all this while, nodded and said, Then prepare to set off immediately to deal with that person. With that, the 4 of them disappeared on the spot, as if they had never appeared. A day passed and the 4 regions academy exchange had also officially begun. Yi Qiu Bai and the others headed to the place of exchange. Huang Yuan kept reminding them of the plan on the way. His expression was solemn as he said, You must avoid being eliminated. I will block the other party's leader. Then, he looked at Yikyubai and said casually, Yikyubai, your mission is to hide as much as possible and obtain more points in the dark. Now that your strength has been exposed, the other party will definitely fight to formulate a strategy against you. Huang Yuan was the disciple of the dean, so he naturally knew the process of the exchange competition. The first round of the martial arts exchange was the point system. All participants would be teleported to the Green Flame Mountain range. They could obtain points by defeating a magical beast. Of course, if he encountered an enemy and was defeated by the enemy, all his points would be snatched and he would be eliminated. Zin Hanyi stood beside Yikyubai and teased, Looks like you're being looked down upon. Yikyubai did not refute and shrugged. They arrived at the exchange venue. The people of the Four Regions Academy were also gathered here. The Northern Region Hidden Dao Academy was led by Jian Qiaomian. Lao Meisheng stood behind him with a dark expression. When he saw Yikyubai arrive, he could not help but reveal killing intent. Yikyubai ignored him. The leader of the Eastern Region is Shisheng. His physical strength is extremely terrifying. He's born with divine strength. As for the Western Region, it's Zhang He. He cultivates the Buddhist Vajra body and no one can break it. His palm technique is even more domineering. Zhang Wu explained. He would not be participating in the martial arts exchange as he was the candidate for the Confucian Dao exchange in the future. As for the Northern Region, it's Jian Qiaomian. At this moment, 4 figures arrived together in the sky. Qin Tanan was among them. The other 3 were naturally the deans of the other 3 regional academies. Everyone bowed in that direction. One of the 4 stepped out. He was the dean of the Northern Region's Hidden Dao Academy, Wu Desi. Similarly, he was also ranked 12th on the ranking of the 4 regions, 14 places higher compared to Qin Tianan. It was also enough to prove that Wu Desi was much stronger than Qin Tanan. Wu Desi waved his hand, and immediately, a power of nothingness lifted everyone present. Today is the exchange competition of our 4 regions Hidden Dao Academy. The geniuses of the various academies are gathered here now. It's also a fun event for our Hidden Dao Academy. Today is the martial arts exchange. Everyone should understand the rules of the first round. The other 3 deans and I will teleport you to the Green Flame Mountain range. With that, the 4 deans took a step forward. Below them, a teleportation array slowly rose. The space around the teleportation array began to distort as the 4 of them injected spiritual energy. At this moment, Wu Desi said, All right, students participating in the martial arts exchange, enter the teleportation array. With that, the students of the 4 regions began to step in one after another. A voice sounded when Yikyubai took a step forward. I'm counting on you. It was Qin Tanan's voice. Yikyubai looked over and realized that Qin Tanan was looking at him. Yikyubai nodded in response. He had to let Qin Tanan keep his position as the dean for the sake of his master and the cottage. Would the cottage still be as aloof as before if there was a new dean? Yikyubai would not allow such an accident to happen. Thinking of this, Yikyubai stepped into the teleportation array. The world spun. What greeted his eyes was beautiful greenery, where countless tall ancient trees shot into the sky. However, Yikyubai could sensitively sense a faint demonic kai. Suddenly, the dark demon sword began to tremble, allowing Yikyubai to feel its excitement. Clearly, the demonic kai here was extremely pure. Yikyubai's 9 heavenly demon sword would probably be even stronger here. At this moment, a stone appeared in Yikyubai's hand. There was a number printed on the surface of the stone. However, the current number on it was 0. It appeared to be the point accumulation system. If he wanted to obtain points, he could either kill magical beasts or plunder others. At this moment, Yikyubai turned around and a roar attacked him from not far away. A ball of huge dust rose and a 4-legged magical beast could be vaguely seen running over from the dust. Roar! This roar actually carried a sonic boom in the sound wave. Even people at the Golden Core Pill realm would probably not be able to resist the sonic boom and would be instantly shattered. Yikyubai slowly swung his wooden sword forward. Sword energy appeared, offsetting the sonic boom. At the same time, countless sword kai circled around Yikyubai. It turned into huge kai swords and slashed at the four-legged demonic beast that was running over. The four-legged demonic beast seemed to have a trace of intelligence. When it saw the sword kai slashing over, it sensed danger and did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, its 4 feet suddenly stepped onto the ground, causing its charging figure to stop. Then, it suddenly jumped to the side and dodged the few destructive sword kai that were coming at it. However, in the next moment, Yi Kyubai's figure had already disappeared from the spot and arrived in front of the four-legged magical beast in the blink of an eye. He slashed out with his sword and the beast's head fell to the ground without even making a sound. Yi Kyubai took out the point accumulation stone and looked at it. The 0 on it rose to 10. Chapter 41 Yin Dragon Pond. Chapter 41 Yin Dragon Pond. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. This four-legged magical beast was at intermediate stage Purple Mansion realm, but its strength was comparable to an ordinary peak stage Purple Mansion realm. Even so, it only gave 10 points. Under normal circumstances, the higher the realm of the magical beast, the higher the points. Yi Kyubai raised his eyebrows slightly. It was probably not enough to kill a magical beast of this level if he wanted to advance. He took out the map. Xin Hani had given him this map. He was currently at the outermost area of the Green Flame Mountain range. The deeper he went, the stronger the demonic energy became. At the same time, the stronger the magical beasts would be. The magical beasts inside were at the Seaflow realm. In the deepest depths, there were extraordinary magical beasts above the water overflow realm. After reaching the water overflow realm, the intelligence of magical beasts would also be completely unlocked. Yi Kyubai flew inside without thinking. There were magical beasts everywhere along the way. After killing those magical beasts with one slash, the point accumulation stone reached 230. At the same time, there were also some natural treasures. Of course, these so-called heavenly treasures were not even 1/1000th as good as the quality in his master's vegetable garden. He would probably be despised by his master if he used them to make food. One had to know that his master was very picky with his food. Thinking of this, Yi Kyubai couldn't help but shake his head and laugh as he continued to fly inside. Suddenly, Yi Kyubai stopped. Spiritual kai surrounded him from all directions formed up. Oh, there's finally a guest. Suddenly, a red-robed man walked out from the side. Yi Kyubai looked over indifferently. It's just that this fish doesn't look too fat. It's a southern barbarian from the southern region. How about this? Hand over the point accumulation stone in your hand and I'll let you off. How about that? Yi Kyubai had seen this person outside. He seemed to be from the eastern region's Hidden Dao Academy. According to Ding Lun's understanding, other than the leader of the team, the strength of the Hidden Dao Academy of the southern region was much lower than the others. Therefore, under the circumstances of being trapped by the array formation, the other party was definitely not his match. The fish might be small, but there was still meat on it. Yi Kyubai looked at Ding Lun and said with a faint smile, "Are you so sure that you can catch me?" Hearing this, Ding Lun sneered. "Why, my entrapment can even trap a peak stage Purple Mansion realm cultivator. Do you think you can still escape from my entrapment array? Run." Why did he have to run? Yi Kyubai took out the wooden sword and swung it under Ding Lun's mocking gaze. The wooden sword landed on the array barrier. The array instantly shattered in just an instant. The array flags that were scattered everywhere were instantly reduced to dust. Ding Lun's eyes were filled with fear seeing this scene. Under his observation, the other party was merely an intermediate stage Violet Palace realm southern barbarian. How strong could he be? However, this southern barbarian that he looked down on had destroyed the array formation that he was so proud of with a single strike. Even someone at peak stage Purple Mansion realm would not be able to break through this formation. How could Yi Kyubai break it with a single strike? Ding Lun's heart was filled with doubt and fear. Yi Kyubai didn't answer his question. He placed his sword between Ding Lun's eyebrows and said, "Hand over the point accumulation stone." Ding Lun gulped and said, "Can I exchange a piece of information for point accumulation stones?" The point accumulation stone would be eliminated if it was snatched after all. Yi Kyubai raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "That depends on whether your information is worth it." Hearing that there was still a chance, Ding Lun hurriedly said, "There's a yin dragon pond in front. There's a yin dragon in it that's half a step into the water overflow realm." Those who could be related to the word dragon were not simple existences. Even though the yin dragon had a trace of the bloodline of a flood dragon, it still had a chance of transforming into a dragon. However, the chances were slim. It was precisely because of this that the bloodline of the yin dragon could be used to refine medicine and also to temper one's body. It was an extremely precious item. Furthermore, the yin dragon is protected by a yin bone flower. The yin bone flower was also an item used to refine pills. It could only be chanced upon by luck. Even though Yi Qiubai wasn't interested in these things, he still asked, "Want the others know if you know about it?" Ding Lun scratched his head awkwardly, seeing that he had been exposed. "Someone has already gone over. For example, my senior brother Shisheng from the eastern region, Liao Meisheng from the northern region, and your southern Barbari's southern region." The yin dragon was in existence half a step into the water overflow realm. If he killed it, he would probably obtain a lot of points, even though he was not interested in these. Can you let me go?" Yi Qiubai looked at Ding Lun and said, "Give me the point. Accumulation stone." Ding Lun's eyes froze. "Didn't you say that you would let me go if I gave you the news? But your information is not secret. So many people know about it." Yi Qiubai said coldly, "So, do you want to take it out yourself, or let me do it?" Ding Lun's heart couldn't help but tremble as he looked at Yi Qiubai's expressionless eyes that were like stagnant water. He took out the point accumulation stone from his storage ring. Yi Qiubai took it. There were 470 points on this point accumulation stone. Obviously, Ding Lun's gains were quite bountiful. The point accumulation stone was taken away, and Ding Lun was teleported out of the Green Flame Mountain range. It also meant that Ding Lun was eliminated. Yi Qiubai didn't stop and flew in the direction Ding Lun pointed. On a mountainside, there was a waterfall pouring down here. Beside the waterfall was a cave entrance. In front of the cave entrance was a pool of water. The pond was filled with yin kai, making it so that there was not a single plant in the surroundings. This was the yin dragon pond. There were already several people around the yin dragon pond. Among them was Zhen Hanli from the southern region. An extremely tall man crossed his arms and said, "Everyone, how about we join forces since the yin dragon pond has been discovered?" Zhen Hanli looked over coldly and said, "Shisheng, you're really shameless. I was the one who discovered this place first. But you're saying that we should join forces." Shisheng looked at Zhen Hanli with a burning gaze. "Zhen Hanli, do you think you can cat this yin dragon pond alone?" Zhen Hanli's tone froze. Let's not talk about whether she could deal with the surrounding people with her current strength. Shisheng's strength was higher than hers. Furthermore, there was a half-step water overflow realm yin dragon hidden in the yin dragon pond. Zhen Hanli could not solve it at all. Shisheng saw that Zhen Hanli's expression was ugly and did not respond. He sneered and said, "Zhen Hanli, you have to know that you're the only one in the southern region. It's already not bad to give you a chance to cooperate." Liao Meisheng, who was watching the scene playfully, said, "I agree to cooperate. This yin dragon is not easy to deal with." Shisheng nodded and said, "Alright, let's distribute it. I want the yin dragon blood." Liao Meisheng was not surprised. Shisheng was a body refiner after all. The yin dragon's blood was good for him. Then he'll take the yin bone flower. As for the remaining points, you can distribute them to the others. Zhen Hanli, when the time comes, you can contribute a bit. I will also give you a portion of the points. Obviously, they did not intend to share the items with Zhen Hanli. Chapter 42 Chapter 42 The Yin Dragon Appears. Chapter 42 The Yin Dragon Appears. She was the only one from the southern region. Moreover, her strength could only compete with Liao Meisheng's. He was also not Shisheng's match. This also resulted in Zhen Hanli not being able to get any more items. Zhen Hanli naturally understood this point. However, she alone could not change anything. He could only stare blankly. At this moment, a figure rushed over from the forest behind. Zhen Hanli turned around and immediately changed her worried expression. She said happily, "Yi Qiubai." The person who came was Yi Qiubai. Liao Meisheng looked over. his eyes filled with murderous intent. Qingfeng also glanced over and said, "Oh, someone from the southern region." Yiqiubai didn't look at the two of them. Instead, he looked at Xin Hongyi and said, "Where's the yin dragon?" Xin Hongyi shook her head and said, "The yin dragon hasn't come out yet. Qingfeng and the others have already set up a formation to lure it out, and then kill it with all their might." Qingfeng looked over and said in a clear voice, "You're from the southern region, right? You want a share of the blood too?" Yiqiubai looked at Qingfeng and said, "A share of the blood? I only want points." Points? Qingfeng was also stunned. In his opinion, the yin dragon blood and the yin bone flower were more important than points. Points could be seized. However, the yin dragon blood and the yin bone flower were things that could only be chanced upon by luck. "Are you sure you only want points?" Xin Hongyi also hurriedly said. "Yiqiubai, the other two are even more valuable." These two things were extremely rare even in her secret race. However, how could she know? Yiqiubai's body had long been refined by the pure young scarlet blood pill refined by his master. It was useless to use the yin dragon blood. As for the yin bone flower, Master's vegetable garden had many higher level ones. He would even despise them if they were used for cooking. Why did he want them? Thinking of this, Yiqiubai shook his head and said, "I only need points. But I need all the points. All of them." Liao Meisheng narrowed his eyes and said, "Your appetite is quite big. There are so many people here. What can they get?" Yiqiubai shook his head and said, "What does it have to do with me?" Liao Meisheng still wanted to say something, but Qingfeng stopped him and said teasingly, "It's fine. I'll give you all the points. I'll compensate the other junior brothers. However, if you don't show the corresponding strength, I'm afraid there will be people who won't accept it even if you take all the points." As he spoke, Qingfeng and Liao Meisheng looked at each other. They seemed to understand each other's intentions, but they didn't say it out loud. "All right. Everyone, get ready. When the array is activated, the yin dragon will appear." After saying that, Qingfeng and the disciples of the eastern region all formed hand seals. The surrounding array flags began to emit a faint glow. A suppressive force began to be produced and pressed into the water above the yin dragon pond. Liao Meisheng took out his long sword. Streams of sword kai surrounded him, ready to attack at any time. Xin Hongyi stopped persuading him. She also took out her long sword, and flames wrapped around the sword. Yiqiubai changed the wooden sword to the dark demon. The other party was half a step away from water overflow realm after all. There was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. Plop, plop, plop. As the suppressive power increased, the water in the yin dragon pond boiled like water. Suddenly, a strange roar suddenly sounded. The surrounding people with weaker cultivation took a step back. Even Xin Hongyi had to treat it seriously. Yiqiubai hugged his sword with both hands. His robe kept fluttering in the wind as he watched the scene indifferently. The water in the pond exploded. A huge mutated beast broke out of the water. The mutated beast had a snake body and a triangular crown. His eyes were filled with anger as he roared at everyone. At this moment, Qingfeng said solemnly, "Dragon trapping array, rise." As spiritual Kai was injected, the suppressive power in the array formation pressed down on the yin dragon like a mountain. The yin dragon's body was instantly pressed down. Qingfeng roared, "Now!" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone attacked the yin dragon. Liao Meisheng waved her sword, and 3 sword lights slashed at the yin dragon at the same time. Xin Hongyi brandished her flaming sword. The flames were like a fire whip that lashed towards the yin dragon. At that moment, one attack after another landed on the yin dragon. However, those attacks only landed on the scales and did not even leave a mark. Qingfeng harumphed coldly and passed the formation to someone else before shooting towards the yin dragon. It was as if there were no spiritual Kai fluctuations. He threw a punch at the yin dragon's crown. Bang! The fist smashed onto the crown, and the head of the yin dragon instantly smashed into the water. The yin dragon also let out a painful cry. Streams of black blood flowed out from the crown. This was the first time the yin dragon had been injured. Liao Meisheng's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene. Qingfeng's natural strength was indeed terrifying. The people of the eastern region were also cheering. As expected of senior brother Shi. Why would senior brother Shi need to cooperate with others with his strength? That's right. Look at the attacks of the others. It was like scratching an itch when they landed on the yin dragon's body. It was completely fine. Senior brother Shi injured this beast with a punch. Shi Sheng returned to his original spot and looked at everyone. He frowned and said, "Everyone, stop hiding your strength. Attack with all your might." It was obvious that the attacks of Liao Meisheng and the others had displeased Shi Sheng. "And Yi Qiubai, why didn't you attack?" Liao Meisheng and the others looked at Yi Qiubai, who was holding his sword with both hands. "We're all working hard, and you're the only one slacking off." Yi Qiubai said indifferently, "I want to wait for you to attack before attacking. If you attack together, if it's my credit, some people will also say that it's someone else's credit." Xin Hongyi could not help but laugh. The faces of Liao Meisheng and the people from the eastern region looked even more awful. Shi Sheng frowned slightly and said, "We are all from the academy. How can we be so dirty?" Yi Qiubai shrugged and stopped talking. He held the dark demon in his hand, and a monstrous demonic aura began to erupt from Yi Qiubai's body. At this moment, the yin dragon in the yin dragon pond stood up again and roared. A half-step water overflowing aura recklessly erupted. The dragon trapping array was shattered in an instant. Shi Sheng was not surprised. The dragon trapping array could only trap it for a while after all. "Hence," he said, "retreat and reorganize the attack." Everyone retreated except for one that walks towards the yin dragon. It was Yi Qiubai. Shi Sheng shouted in a low voice, "Yi Qiubai, quickly retreat." At this moment, the yin dragon had broken through the suppression of the dragon trapping array and recovered its strength. How could a person in the intermediate stage Purple Mansion realm resist it? Liao Meisheng sneered, "Let him go and die since he wants to die." As for Xin Hongyi, she was not worried at all when she saw the scene. She knew Yi Qiubai. He would not do anything that he was not confident of. Chapter 43 Slaying the Yin Dragon Alone. Chapter 43 Slaying the Yin Dragon Alone. At this moment, the yin dragon's aura was constantly emitted. The yin kai spread out in all directions. The flowers and plants in the distance seemed to be affected and quickly withered. On the crown that was dripping with black blood, two slanted eyes stared at Yi Qiubai. Their eyes were filled with anger and mockery. How could a mere Purple Mansion realm cultivator be its match? Yi Qiubai held the dark demon in his hand. For a moment, demonic kai surged into the sky, facing a half-step water overflow realm expert. Yi Qiubai didn't retreat. He wanted to see if he could severely injure or kill the yin dragon with his current strength. He raised the dark demon in his hand, and the pitch-black sword was covered in wisps of demonic aura. For a moment, Yi Qiubai was like a demon god that had descended to the moral world. Then, he took a step forward and charged towards the yin dragon. Seeing this, the yin dragon roared at Yi Qiubai. That roar seemed to transform into sound waves that squeezed the space and pressed down on Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai's expression froze as he swung the dark demon in his hand. 9 Heavenly Demon Sword. First sword. One side was filled with sound waves, while the other side was filled with black sword kai. There was a loud crash. The sound waves were cut off by the black sword kai. The yin dragon was surprised. With the strength of this sound wave, Purple Mansion realm cultivators would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, Yi Qiubai destroyed it with a single strike. Just as he was thinking this, Yi Qiubai's figure had already arrived in front of the yin dragon. He swung his second sword. The demonic kai surged again. The wanton sword kai swept through the world and continuously swept across the yin dragon's scales. The yin dragon's huge tail swung towards Yi Qiubai. Liao Meisheng sneered at the side. How can Yi Qiubai withstand this attack? Shi Sheng watched this scene and did not say anything. He could tell that Yi Qiubai wasn't such a rash person. Even he had to defend himself with all his might to ensure that he wouldn't be seriously injured. What right did Yi Qiubai have? His physical body was not strong enough. His realm was not high enough. Could it be that he still had some trump card? However, the next moment, everyone was shocked. Yi Qiubai's sword slashed at the snake tail. He was not sent flying as everyone had expected. On the contrary, The scales of the snake tail actually showed signs of shattering. The yin dragon roared in pain. Yiqiubai retreated. Half-step into water overflow was indeed powerful. Zin Hongyi heaved a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, he thought to himself that he had to cultivate harder when he returned. After all, Yiqiubai was already walking further and further away. If this continued, he probably wouldn't even be able to see Yiqiubai's back. Liao Meisheng's expression turned ugly. Yiqiubai's current strength was even stronger than when he fought him at the banquet. Shisheng was even more surprised to be able to do this with just his sword. It could be seen how deep his cultivation in the sword Dao was. He just didn't know how the sword competition would turn out. At the thought of this, Shisheng couldn't help but shake his head and mutter softly, "Jin Kaomian is still better." At this moment, the yin dragon was completely enraged. He roared angrily and his aura erupted. Then, it left the yin dragon pond and collided fiercely with Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai's eyes narrowed. He didn't dodge. He went forward to welcome them. The dark demon in his hand slashed out. The fifth move of the 9 heavenly demon sword. The demonic Kai in the Green Flame Mountain range was extremely vigorous. And when they arrived at the yin dragon pond, the demonic Kai was even stronger. This also caused Yiqiubai to be able to slash out with this sword. As soon as the sword was thrust out, the demonic Kai nearby seemed to have been summoned and surged towards the dark demon sword. For a moment, demonic Kai surged. He felt this power. Liao Meisheng and Shisheng's expressions changed. Under this sword, Shisheng asked himself if he could withstand it. The answer was no. Even if he accepted it, he would have to pay a huge price. This price was something he could not bear. The eyes of the yin dragon that was charging at Yiqiubai froze. This sword strike actually made him feel a sense of danger. A mere purple mansion realm ant could actually make him feel a sense of danger. How humiliating was this? With a furious roar, his speed increased again. Yiqiubai charged forward. The sword that was covered in monstrous demonic Kai slashed towards the yin dragon's crown. In just an instant, the two collided. The yin dragon let out a furious roar, and its crown began to shatter at this moment. Black blood gushed out. Yiqiubai grunted. The other party was extremely powerful. Furthermore, his cultivation level was so much higher than hers. Naturally, he would not be unscathed from such a head-on collision. At this moment, the yin dragon retreated. He had returned to the yin dragon pond. Yiqiubai snorted and suddenly stepped on the ground. The ground instantly shattered. Yiqiubai also used this opportunity to rush towards the yin dragon. He extended his hand and slashed. The sword Kai shot towards the yin dragon. The scales on the yin dragon's body kept breaking at this moment. Roar! Yiqiubai's sword slashed down under everyone's fearful gaze. The sword slashed into the head of the yin dragon. At this moment, the yin dragon's aura quickly dissipated until it disappeared. Yiqiubai had killed a half-step water overflow yin dragon alone with his intermediate stage purple mansion realm cultivation. Some people were in disbelief. Is he really at the purple mansion realm? When did such a person appear in the southern barbaric land? He had used his full strength at that banquet. But from the looks of it, Yiqiubai hadn't used his full strength. Once he used this move at that time, he probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. When Shisheng saw this scene, his heart was in turmoil. He could barely contend against the yin dragon. However, if he wanted to kill him, Shisheng knew that he could not do it. After all, he was half a step into the water overflow realm and had the flood dragon's bloodline. This land of magical beast could be ranked among the top even in the Green Flame Mountain range. How could a beginner stage sea flow realm martial artist like him kill him? However, Yiqiubai did it. Moreover, he had achieved this with his cultivation at the intermediate stage purple mansion realm. He had crossed an entire major realm. At the thought of this, Shisheng's previous thoughts had completely disappeared. At this moment, Zhen Hanyi walked in front of Yiqiubai and asked, "How is it, are you alright?" Yiqiubai's face turned slightly pale. He shook his head and said, "It's not a big problem. It's just that I consumed too much. I just need to eat a pill." Zhen Hanyi, where did so many high-level medicinal pills come from? It felt like eating candy. Moreover, Even he did not have this pill. Could it be refined by Senior Liu? If it was in the past, Yiqiubai would probably be unwilling to use it like this. This spiritual Kai recovery pill would be snatched away outside after all. The grade and quality were extremely high. However, ever since his master told him, "Save, why should I? There's still one more cauldron if there is not enough." Ever since that day, Yiqiubai wouldn't save on pills anymore. Chapter 44 Chapter 44 It's useless even if I give you a chance. Chapter 44 It's useless even if I give you a chance. At this moment, Qingfeng walked over from the side. He laughed loudly and said, "Brother Yi, you've hidden yourself well." Yiqiubai glanced over and ignored him. This made Qingfeng pause. But he still said, "Don't worry, Brother Yi. Everything here is yours. Be it this yin dragon blood or the yin bone flower." This stunned Zhen Hanyi. Originally, Qingfeng wanted to use the yin dragon blood to temper his body. Now, he was going to let it go just like that. However, it was normal after thinking about it. After all, even Qingfeng knew that he couldn't resist the strength Yiqiubai had displayed. He might as well give up on this yin dragon blood. He could still win back Yiqiubai's favor. At this moment, Liao Meisheng said angrily, "Qingfeng, we also contributed. If we hadn't discovered this place and lured the yin dragon out with a barrier, how could he have killed the yin dragon?" Zhen Hanyi scolded angrily. "Are you shameless? If it weren't for Yiqiubai, do you have the ability to kill the yin dragon?" Liao Meisheng flicked his finger coldly, and a finger force turned into a sword and shot towards Zhen Hanyi. Zhen Hanyi did not expect him to attack directly and did not react for a moment. He could only watch helplessly as the finger force turned into a sword and pierced over. Once it landed on Zhen Hanyi, she would probably be severely injured even if she did not die. At this moment, Yiqiubai took a step forward and pointed out. He blocked the finger force that turned into a sword. "It's too much." "Right. However," Liao Meisheng sneered and said, "She's a southern barbarian. If she doesn't have the strength, she'll naturally be beaten up." Zhen Hanyi was about to step forward when she was stopped by Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai said coldly, "Don't you just want the yin bone flower? I'll give it to you." Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Zhen Hanyi was even more anxious. "Why did you give him the yin bone flower even if it's useless? You can exchange it for a lot of resources." Yiqiubai ignored him and walked to the side of the yin dragon pond. In the center, a piece of soil floated up. Above the soil was a bud that had yet to bloom. The bone bud was surrounded by boundless yin kai. This was the yin bone flower. Everyone in the outside world used this to make medicine, set up array formations, or refine corpses. Its value was self-evident. Yiqiubai reached out and took out the yin bone flower. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, he threw the yin bone flower to Liao Meisheng. Liao Meisheng seemed to be in disbelief as well. He said, "You really gave it to me?" Liao Meisheng was about to say something when he realized that Yiqiubai had already slashed over. Liao Meisheng's expression changed drastically and he immediately retreated, narrowly avoiding his vital points. However, the hand holding the yin bone flower was also cut off. Yiqiubai walked forward and took back the yin bone flower. "What are you doing?" Yiqiubai put away the yin bone flower and looked at the furious Liao Meisheng. He said indifferently, "As you see, there's no problem killing and robbing." "Right, Liao Meisheng." "Qingfeng." Liao Meisheng's face was ashen. He held his broken arm and said, "Are you really going to go all out?" Yiqiubai didn't answer. In his heart, there was nothing he could not do since Liao Meisheng was related to the Sunset Monarchy. They were mortal enemies to begin with. You die or die. Seeing that Yiqiubai had no intention of letting him off, Liao Meisheng couldn't help but shout, "You're not allowed to kill during communication. You're violating the rules like this. You'll be punished by the academy." So what? Humans lived for a lifetime, so why should they care about this and that? He was a sword cultivator. If he thought too much about things, he would lose the purity of a sword cultivator. He would lose his drive. Then they wouldn't be far away. Thinking of this, Yiqiubai's body shot out. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. He directly used the 9 heavenly demon sword. He did not intend to give Liao Meisheng any chance to resist. Seeing this sword slash, Liao Meisheng's expression changed drastically. Under this sword, he had no chance of resisting. If he were to take it head-on, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. As for escaping, his aura had long been locked onto, so how could he escape? Thinking of this, Liao Meisheng gritted his teeth, took out the point accumulation stone, and threw it at Yi. Liao Meisheng's body disappeared from the spot immediately and was teleported out, leaving a few empty words. Yi, I swear that I won't be human if I don't take revenge. Yi didn't care about this. He put away his sword and absorbed Liao Meisheng's point stone. Yin Dragon's points were 1. While Liao Meisheng's point stone had 400, coupled with Yi's original 470 points, his points went up to as high as 100. Xin Hongyi walked forward and said, I thought you would really give it to him. Yi shook his head and said, I didn't give it to him. I just didn't grasp it. Shisheng also walked up at this moment and said with a smile, Brother Yi, do you want to use the Yin Dragon blood yourself or sell it outside? Hearing this, Yi looked at Shisheng and said, This thing is useless to me. I don't need anything even if I sell it. His master refined an entire cauldron of medicinal pills at once. He had a dark demon and the green cloud sword in his hands. Cultivation methods and martial techniques included the 9 heavenly demon sword and the primordial sword scripture given by his master. There was nothing lacking at all. Hearing these words, Shisheng's face lit up and said, In that case, why don't you sell it to me? Not only will I give Brother Yi a satisfactory price, but one will also owe you a favor. Many people would rather spend a lot of money to buy something. After all, things that could be solved with money were the simplest. However, favors were different. The most difficult debt to repay in the world was a debt of gratitude. The disciples of the Eastern Region Academy were also shocked. Senior Brother Shi actually paid such a price. You have to know that Senior Brother Shi rarely asks others for help, so that he doesn't owe anyone a favor. It can be seen how important this Yin Dragon blood is to him. Yi will probably gladly give the Yin Dragon blood to Senior Brother Shi. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Yi shook his head and said, I don't need anything. As for your favor, I don't need it either. After he finished speaking, he walked to the side of the Yin Dragon's corpse, extracted the essence blood, and casually threw it to Xin Hongyi. Shisheng's expression froze, and it was quite ugly. Then, he snorted coldly and said, In that case, I won't disturb you anymore. Let's go. He left with the people of the Eastern region. Xin Hongyi smiled and said, Shisheng's talent is extremely high. Are you going to waste it just like that? Yi shrugged and said, What's the use of his favor? He can't beat me. Xin Hongyi looked at the Yin Dragon blood in her eyes and said, This Yin Dragon blood is extremely precious and extremely important to body refinement. Are you really giving it to me just like that? I don't need it. With that, Yi said, All right, I'll protect you. Hurry up and absorb it. When the time comes, you can earn some points. This thing was useless to Yi. It was fine if he gave it away. Moreover, Xin Hongyi was part of them. Chapter 45 Arrival of the Sunset Monarchy. Chapter 45 Arrival of the Sunset Monarchy. A day later, Xin Hongyi had successfully broken through to peak stage Purple Mansion realm. At the same time, even her physical body had become much stronger. Xin Hongyi revealed a happy expression. She patted Yi's shoulder and smiled. One owe you a favor. Xin Hongyi was from a secret clan of the southern region, and this favor was not inferior to Shisheng's value. However, Yi didn't care and said, All right, there's not much time left. Let's head deeper in and get some points. Xin Hongyi nodded. In the following period of time, Yi and Xin Hongyi kept hunting magical beasts. Their points were also increasing very quickly. During this process, Yi successfully broke through to peak stage Purple Mansion realm. At the same time, with the help of demonic Kai contained in the Green Flame Mountain range, he had a better comprehension of the 9 heavenly demon sword. At the end, Yi points reached 700. Xin Hanyi's points also reached 200. Everyone was teleported out and returned to the northern region's hidden Dao Academy. They arrived at the square. Huo Qingming and Lin Si walked over. Huo Qingming asked courteously, "EQ by, how many points do you have won?" There was a smug tone in his voice. Lin Si rolled his eyes and said, Huo Qingming happened to encounter a dying magical beast at the peak of the Kaisi realm. He has 100 points in total. He's here to show off. Huo Qingming chuckled. He was not Yiqiubai's match, so he would be very satisfied if he could defeat him in other aspects. Xin Hanyi looked at Lin Si and asked, "What about you?" Lin Si spread his hands and said, 800. At this moment, Huang Yuan and the others also came over. Just as they were about to ask, an elder walked forward and said, "Everyone, hand over the point accumulation stone. The ranking here will be carried out, and then a portion of people will be eliminated." Hearing this, everyone handed in their point accumulation stones. Huang Yuan asked, "There should be no problem, right?" When he said this, Huang Yuan mainly looked at Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai shrugged and didn't speak. Huo Qingming said, "There's not much of a problem." Soon, the elders calculated the rankings. He began to announce the results with a surprised gaze. One person has been eliminated from the northern region's hidden Dao Academy. The first place is Shen Qingfeng. 500 points. As soon as the results were out, everyone couldn't help but burst into an uproar. 500. One had to know that a demonic beast at intermediate stage Purple Mansion Realm only gave 10 points, whereas a demonic beast at peak stage Purple Mansion Realm only gave 30 points. 500 points. How many had he killed, or had he killed a higher level magical beast? With Shen Qingfeng's strength, he could definitely do it. He was the number 1 sword cultivator of the younger generation of the northern region after all. There shouldn't be anyone who can surpass Shen Qingfeng's score. Right. There's definitely no one who can surpass it. I heard from my fellow disciples that senior brother Jian killed 3 intermediate stage sea flow realm magical beasts, and 1 peak stage sea flow realm magical beast. Senior brother Jian seems to be only at the intermediate stage sea flow realm. Right. Besides, an intermediate stage sea flow realm magical beast is equivalent to a peak stage sea flow realm warrior, as expected of the number 1 sword cultivator of the younger generation. Countless people looked at Shen Qingfeng with reverence. Huang Yuan's eyes were also solemn. Shan Wu said, "He's a formidable opponent." Huang Yuan nodded. "I think one only have a 30 chance of winning against him." Then, the elder announced again. Eastern region. 1 person eliminated. First place, Shisheng. A total of 900 points. 900 points. It was still a very high score even though it couldn't compare to Shen Qingfeng's score. The leading elder of the eastern region also smiled. This result had already exceeded his expectations. However, Shisheng did not smile. Instead, his expression was solemn. No one knew what he was thinking. Western region. 1 person has been eliminated. First place, Kang He. A total of 860 points. It was not much different from Shisheng. It could be said to be extremely close. It was also an extremely outstanding result. Everyone was looking at the southern region now. The one with the highest score amongst them should be Huang Yuan. Right. Huang Yuan is probably the only outstanding person in the southern region. He is the disciple of the dean of the southern region after all. But compared to Shen Qingfeng, Shisheng and the others, it's probably still a little lacking. The elder announced the results as soon as she finished speaking. In the southern region, 2 people have been eliminated. First place Yiqiubai. 700 points. Huang Yuan and the others looked at Yiqiubai in disbelief. Someone also asked, "Who is this Yiqiubai?" Shen Qingfeng also reacted. He turned around and looked at Yiqiubai with battle intent in his eyes. Shisheng's expression was complicated. Zheng He was still smiling. No one knew what he was thinking. 700 points, 200 points higher than Shen Qingfeng. How did he do it? This person looks like he's only at the Purple Mansion Realm. How could he reach 700 points? Could it be that he picked something up? It was impossible for Yi Qiubai to reach this score to everyone present. However, Yi Qiubai didn't care. What did other people's opinions have to do with him? Huang Yuan looked at Yi Qiubai with a complicated expression and said, "Well done." Huo Qingming also smiled bitterly. "One thought one could surpass you this time. I didn't expect you to surpass me by so much." Lin Si also said helplessly, "This guy can't be judged by common sense." Huo Qingming was amused. "That's true. But I didn't expect the two of us to be eliminated just like that." "That's right." The two people eliminated by the southern region were Huo Qingming and Lin Si. At the side, the Martial Hall elder walked over and patted Yi Qiubai. He smiled brightly and said, "Good kid. Well done. You've brought glory to our southern region's hidden Dao Academy this time." Dean Ru also smiled and said, "Continue to maintain your standard in the future competitions. Our goal this time must be to enter the top 2. In from." The elder of the northern region's hidden Dao Academy said, "Alright, let's proceed to the next round. The participants of the 4 regions hidden Dao Academy can be distributed among themselves and have a martial arts exchange. In the end, the side with more victors will win." Waving his hand, a box appeared in front of the elder. The elder casually drew 2 lots. In the first round, the eastern region versus southern region. Both sides can discuss how to send out people to fight. As soon as she finished speaking, the dean of the northern region's hidden Dao Academy, Wu Desi, arrived in the sky and waved his hand. Instantly, in the center of the square, a tournament stage rose from the ground. In front of the arena, there were 10 seats. Wu Desi and the directors of the other 3 domains sat down. A few figures walked over from the sky before long. It was sitting in another seat. This time, Wu Desi did not sit at the head of the table. The head of the table was still empty, and there was also an empty seat beside that as well. This puzzled everyone. Who had a higher status than Wu Desi? Suddenly, 2 flood dragons roared in the sky. A huge ship appeared in front of them, and 2 flood dragons in golden armor were pulling the ship forward. It was the warship of the Sunset Monarchy. Chapter 46 Chapter 46 Already a Stranger. Chapter 46 Already a Stranger. The Sunset Monarchy's status in the northern region could be said to be that of an overlord. Even the Hidden Dao Academy was inferior. Of course, this was also the result of the Hidden Dao Academy's unwillingness to fight. After all, the headquarters of the Hidden Dao Academy was a colossus. They looked up at the 2 golden-armored flood dragons and couldn't help but exclaim, "The big shots of the Sunset Monarchy are here." But one wonder who made the dean give up his seat in person. And 2 seats at that. No one thought that the ruler of the Sunset Monarchy would come personally. It was just an exchange between academies after all. This was not a big deal. In other words, a competition of this scale was not worthy of the king coming personally. Then who the hell is here? Yi Qiubai also looked up and narrowed his eyes. The flood dragon pulled the boat, which showed how powerful it was. However, why did it feel that these 2 flood dragons weren't as good as the little bird his master raised? At this moment, the ship slowly stopped in the sky. Behind the ship, countless figures in heavy armor, holding spears, and riding war horses stood around. Every single one of them had a cultivation at the Purple Mansion realm. A torrential killing intent swept out just by standing there. It was like an Asura from hell, and its leader was Jianjun. Someone exclaimed, "It's the Asura cavalry." The Asura cavalry was the strongest army in the Sunset Monarchy. Who the hell is it? Soon, under everyone's curious and respectful gazes, 2 figures slowly descended from the ship. The man was dressed in a luxurious brocade robe and looked extremely noble. The woman was wearing a plain snow silk dress, looking elegant and noble. When everyone saw the 2 of them, they could not help but exclaim, "It's the Crown Prince." Why is the Crown Prince here personally? You have to know that the Crown Prince is the next ruler of the Sunset Monarchy. The one beside him should be the future Empress. I've long heard of her beauty. Now that I've seen her, it's true. Everyone in the southern region looked at Yi Qiubai. They had heard some things after all. Yi Qiubai looked at the man and woman above. There was no attachment or nostalgia in his eyes. There was only coldness. He was extremely cold. Those who were familiar with Yiqiubai knew that the current Yiqiubai already had killing intent. That's right. The woman above was Jiang Chan. What Yiqiubai said. The current Jiang Chan was no longer the childhood sweetheart who always followed behind him and called him Brother Qiubai. Now, Jiang Chan was just a passerby to him. Jiang Chan, who was in the air, seemed to sense something and also looked at Yiqiubai. Her eyes revealed surprise, but it dimmed when she saw the calmness and coldness in Yiqiubai's eyes. Huang Tanming seemed to sense Jiang Chan's emotions and held her hand. Naturally, he had long discovered Yiqiubai's location. Below, Xin Hanyi looked at Yiqiubai and comforted him. Yiqiubai, with your current talent and strength, she will regret her choice back then. Yiqiubai smiled and shrugged. He no longer cared about this matter. The current him only had a life and death grudge with the Sunset Monarchy. That was all. At that time, Yiqiubai had said that in the future, he would hold his sword and step into the Sunset Monarchy. Seeing this, Huo Qingming and Lin Si could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They only had 3 participants on their side now. Once Yiqiubai was dispirited, they would really be finished. At this moment, Huang Tanming led Jiang Chan to his seat and cupped his fists at Wu Desi. Greetings, Director. Wu Desi was a senior after all, and he was also a figure ranked at the top of the ranking of the 4 regions. Furthermore, he was the dean of the Hidden Dao Academy, which was supported by countless factions. On the surface, Huang Tanming naturally had to bow like a junior. Wu Desi smiled and nodded. Tianming, have a seat. Huang Tanming sat down with Jiang Chan. After everyone arrived, the elder received Wu Desi's instructions and said loudly, "Now, the second round of the exchange begins. Both sides will send one person to fight." This was a battle between the southern region and the eastern region. On the eastern region's side, a Nitsophimous figure stood out. However, the strength he revealed had also reached peak stage Purple Mansion realm. Huang Yuan looked at Xin Hanyi and Yiqiubai and said, "Yiqiubai, rest for a while and let Xin Hanyi do it." Clearly, Huang Yuan was worried about whether Yiqiubai's emotions were affected. Yiqiubai didn't care about this. He did not refute. Seeing this, Xin Hanyi went on stage with her sword. Seeing this, the man mocked. As expected, from the land of the barbarians, there are only 3 people left in the second round. On the other hand, there were only 4 people left on the eastern region's side. Why don't we just surrender in any case? We're ranked last in every exchange between the 4 regions academy. It's not embarrassing. Xin Hanyi held her sword in one hand and looked at the man coldly. "You talk too much nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword was wrapped in flames. The other party snorted and took out a double-sided axe. Then, he rushed towards Xin Hanyi. Xin Hanyi was not afraid at all as she also charged forward. Someone from the eastern region looked at Shisheng and said, "Senior brother Shi, our luck is not bad. We met the southern regioner who was ranked last in the first round. Hee. There are only 3 people left in this group of southern barbarians. We can just send 3 people, right?" When Shisheng heard this, he did not relax at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with seriousness as he said, "Don't be careless when you go up later. I'm afraid the southern region won't be so easy to swallow this time." At this point, Shisheng recalled the scene of Yiqiubai killing the Yin dragon alone. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid that the southern region will shock everyone this time." On the other side, Huo Qingming asked from below, "Do you think Xin Hanyi will win?" Lin Si shook his head and said, "The 2 of them are in the same realm. One don't think there's a winner for the time being." Huang Yuan thought so too. At this moment, Zhang Wu looked at Yiqiubai and asked, "Brother Yi, what do you think?" Yiqiubai shook his head and raised a different idea. "Xin Hanyi will definitely win," Huo Qingming said in surprise. "The 2 of them are in the same realm, and their strength looks about the same. How can they win?" Huang Yuan was also quite puzzled. He looked at Yiqiubai and waited for his explanation. Yiqiubai didn't say anything else. If Xin Hanyi had broken through to peak stage Purple Mansion realm, it would be hard to say. However, Xin Hanyi had previously used the Yin Dragon blood to temper her body. His strength was naturally much stronger than ordinary peak stage Purple Mansion realm cultivators. Soon, the scene in front of him confirmed Yi Qiubai's words. The outcome was decided in just 20 moves. Zhen Hanyi had crushed her opponent. Huo Qingming could not help but ask in surprise. Is Zhen Hanyi that strong? Huang Yuan looked at Yi Qiubai with a deep gaze. Chapter 47 Danger Everywhere. Chapter 47 Danger Everywhere. At this moment, everyone could not help but be shocked. The southern region was called the Southern Barbaric Land by the other three regions. The martial arts inheritance was backward. There was a shortage of resources. And there was a lack of spiritual kai. Therefore, there were very few experts who could walk out of the southern region. The southern region was always ranked last in the exchange of the 4 academies every 10 years. As a result, the other 3 regions looked down on the people of the southern region. But Zhen Hanyi had defeated her opponent in a crushing manner. Moreover, it was under the same realm. It could be said to be shocking. The people of the eastern region were also in disbelief. This junior brother Lai was crushed by a southern barbarian. Even though junior brother Li's strength isn't top-notch, he shouldn't be crushed. Right. Shisheng was not surprised at all. He knew that Yi Qiubai didn't care and gave the yin dragon blood to the woman on the stage. The yin dragon blood was a good thing for tempering the body and was extremely precious. His body tempering cultivation technique would break through again if he obtained it. Shisheng was even confident that he could fight Jian Qiaomian. At this moment, the elder announced the result. Zhen Hanyi of the southern region wins this battle. The eastern region will send more people up. Zhen Hanyi can choose to go down or continue. Hearing this, Zhen Hanyi hesitated for a moment before recalling Yi Qiubai's figure of slaying the yin dragon. She couldn't help but nod and say, "I want to continue." His tone was firm. The elder nodded. Zhen Hanyi of the southern region will continue to fight. With that, he left the arena. On the other side, the eastern region sent people up again. I know that person. Yes. He's second only to Sheng in the Eastern Region Academy. I think his name is Zhang Huai. He seems to be at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Zhang Huai looked at Zhen Hanyi and smiled casually. I'll allow you to recover first. I don't want others to say that I'm bullying the weak, Zhen Hanyi said coldly. There's no need. With that, he charged at Zhang Huai with his sword. When Zhang Huai saw this, he did not say anything else and faced Zhen Hanyi with a palm strike. For a moment, the palm print covered the entire arena. Zhen Hanyi was overwhelmed and was soon injured. After all, he was at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary person. He was also a genius of the academy. If he had not absorbed the yin dragon blood, he would have been defeated long ago. Zhen Hanyi bit her lips and bit her finger. Blood essence flew out. This was a secret technique of the secret race. The blood sacrifice sword. Back then, he had used this move against Yi Qiubai. Now that he was stronger, the power of the blood sacrifice sword was even more terrifying. Oh, Zhang Huai's expression was slightly solemn. He sensed danger from this sword. Then, Zhen Hanyi slashed at Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai's expression was solemn as he slapped out. He did not show mercy in this palm strike. In an instant, the sword kai shattered and the palm print dissipated. Zhen Hanyi was sent flying. As for Zhang Huai, he also took a few steps back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he had also suffered some light injuries. The elder went on stage and said, Zhang Huisheng of the eastern region wins this battle. Huo Qingming and the others walked forward and asked, how are your injuries? Zhen Hanyi shook her head and said, it's all right. Huang Yuan frowned and said, you know you can't win, so you should retreat. If you do this, even if we enter the next round, we won't be able to fight. Zhen Hanyi bit her lip. Lin Si frowned and said, hey, aren't you being too harsh? Huang Yuan glared at him and said, I'm just thinking for the academy. Yi Qiubai handed Zhen Hanyi a pill and said, I'll do the next round. Unexpectedly, Huang Yuan shook his head and said, I'll go. In your current state, it's not suitable for you to fight. Besides, you are only in peak stage Purple Mansion realm. Yi Qiubai shrugged and didn't say anything. On the other side, Zheng Hui was still standing on the stage. Huang Yuan walked up. Oh, the person leading the team came up personally. Zheng Hui smiled and said, "Don't lose to me again. Otherwise, your hidden Dao Academy will have no one left." Just as he finished speaking, Zheng Hui's expression froze. The aura of Huang Yuan exploded. The aura of a beginner stage C flow realm was clearly visible. Obviously, Huang Yuan's strength was on the same level as Xisheng. Huang Yuan looked at Zheng Hui coldly. Then, he took a step and disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zheng Hui. Before he could react, his palm had already landed on Zheng Hui's chest. In that instant, Zheng Hui's chest seemed to have collapsed. Fresh blood spurted out as he was sent flying and landed heavily below the arena. He had severely injured Zheng Hui with one strike. Xisheng looked at Huang Yuan coldly and said, "Is there a need to be so heavy-handed?" Huang Yuan retorted. Then when he knocked Zhen Hongyi off the stage, did he hold back? Even though Huang Yuan's words were unpleasant, it was also because he was anxious. After all, if the Hidden Dao Academy of the Southern Region was ranked last again, his master would lose his status as the dean. Xisheng snorted coldly and walked onto the stage personally. Have the leaders of both sides started to fight? The two of them are in the same realm. I wonder who is better. Isn't that obvious? Of course it's Xisheng. Xisheng is born with a divine physique. How can that southern barbarian resist him? There seems to be only one person left in the southern region. Is it Yi, who is ranked first in points? I wonder how strong he is. At this moment, on the tournament stage, Huang Yuan and Xisheng erupted with power. The auras of the sea flow realm kept colliding. Then, Huang Yuan snorted and slapped out. A palm imprint with specks of green light slapped towards Xisheng. On the other hand, Xisheng was not afraid at all. He stomped hard on the ground, and the arena seemed to tremble. He raised his fist and smashed it at the green palm print. For a moment, wherever the fist passed, there were sonic booms. Space seemed to be compressed. A loud sound was heard. The fist smashed into the palm print. A huge wave swept towards the surroundings. Xisheng also took a few steps back. For a moment, neither side could do anything to the other. Wu Desi smiled and said, "Ding Qin, your disciple is not bad. It seems that the southern region might have a chance to advance this time." Qin Tianan took a sip of tea. His expression did not change as he said calmly, "You flatter me." The dean of the Eastern Region Academy smiled and said, "However, Dean Qin, there's only one person in your Southern Region Academy. Right, I'm afraid this is the only way." "You think so?" Qin Tanan chuckled. How would they know that Qin Tanan's trump card was not his disciple? Huang Yuan. It was impossible to go up by relying on Huang Yuan alone. He thought highly of Yi Bai. On the other side, Jiang Chan was looking at the stage. However, his eyes seemed to be looking at the students of the Southern Region Academy. "Why, you still can't forget him?" At the side, Huang Tianming smiled and said, "Why don't you look for him?" His tone was filled with coldness even though he said this with a smile. "Furthermore, do you think I'll let him leave the Northern Region alive?" "Of course." Huang Tianming did not say that out loud. Chapter 48 Crushing. Chapter 48 Crushing. The aftershocks of the airwaves continued to spread in all directions on the tournament stage. Booming sounds continuously sounded on the stage. The spiritual Kai was extremely violent. The battle between Xisheng and Huang Yuan continued. The two of them had the same cultivation realm. Xisheng was born with divine strength. Huang Yuan's palm technique was also extremely ingenious. Neither of them could do anything to the other. For a moment, it was impossible to determine the victor. At this moment, Xisheng stomped on the ground and let out a beast-like roar. Waves of sound waves. The muscles on his body bulged wildly at this moment, and his entire body doubled in size. At this moment, Xisheng's body felt like it was being compressed by space. Just the power of his physical body could affect the surrounding environment. It could be seen how powerful Xisheng's physical strength was. Seeing this, Huang Yuan's eyes narrowed. With a flip of his hands, streaks of green light covered his hands like armor. The green light seemed to contain the wood intent realm. That's right. Huang Yuan had already touched the threshold of the wood intent realm. It was precisely because of this that the palm prints in Huang Yuan were endless, and the spiritual Kai was endless. When Qingfeng saw this, he grinned and said, "One strike to decide the victor." Huang Yuan did not speak, but the seriousness in his eyes, and the spirit Kai that quickly condensed in his palm represented Huang Yuan's thoughts. Strength gathered at this moment. Qingfeng suddenly stepped forward and shot towards Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan snorted and flipped his palm. The greenwood palm prints swept towards Qingfeng like a tsunami. Qingfeng's fist continued to land on those palm prints. The palm print continued to shatter, and Qingfeng's body continued to press forward. However, Qingfeng's power was also rapidly dissipating. Clearly, both sides were constantly consuming spiritual Kai. Whoever exhausted their spiritual Kai first would fail. Everyone stared intently at the two people on the stage. Only Jian Qiumian and the others could participate in such a battle. After a while, the violent spiritual Kai on the stage gradually dissipated. The two figures retreated at the same time. If one looked carefully, they would discover that both of their faces were slightly pale. Clearly, such a high-intensity battle consumed a lot of their spiritual Kai. So who won? When this question was asked, Huang Yuan said, "That's it." "Right." Qingfeng nodded in agreement. "So it's a draw." It was a draw. Seeing this, the elders at the side also went on stage to announce the results. Huang Yuan of the southern region versus Qingfeng of the eastern region. It's a draw. Everyone was in an uproar. This result had clearly exceeded their expectations. The southern region was too backward after all. According to the usual situation, the southern region would be crushed every time the two teams led a battle. But now, they were evenly matched. The elder went on stage and said, "Now, there's only one person left from each side. Let's go on stage." There was only one peak stage purple mansion realm man left in the eastern region. Only Ikyubai was left in the southern region. Under everyone's gazes, the two of them walked onto the arena. Whispers immediately sounded. "It's finally Ikyubai's turn. One want to see how Ikyubai obtained points higher than senior brother Jian with his peak stage purple mansion realm strength. It's very difficult to make up for the difference in realms with other things. Moreover, both sides are geniuses of the academy. Whether it's a donkey or a horse, we'll know when we're done." The man from the eastern region held his sword and said, "It's already not bad for your southern region to be able to reach this step. You can stop now." Ikyubai didn't answer. After all, it was useless to say so much. He could just use his strength to prove it. When the man in the eastern region saw this, he frowned slightly. As the elder shouted, "Begin," he swung his sword at Ikyubai. The man's sword technique was extremely exquisite. The sword Kai blocked all of Ikyubai's escape routes, forcing him to face the enemy head-on. However, Ikyubai didn't plan to retreat. The wooden sword slid into his hand and faced the sword Kai head-on, continuously slashing. A wooden sword. Isn't he being too arrogant? The other parties at the peak of the purple mansion realm. Pretentious. That wooden sword will be minced very soon. The truth was not as these people said. The wooden sword was like the sturdiest sword in the world. It was not damaged at all by the sword Kai. In fact, not even wood shavings were slashed out. On the other hand, the sword Kai kept shattering under the wooden sword. This shocked the eastern region man, even though he did not use his full strength. However, it was not something that a peak stage purple mansion realm cultivator could resist so easily. Just as he was about to swing his sword again, Ikyubai had already disappeared on the spot. The man was shocked. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Ikyubai appeared in front of the man in the blink of an eye. The wooden sword had already landed on his neck. There were no fancy sword techniques. There was no sword Kai that filled the sky. This was a pure suppression of strength. Whether it was his speed or the timing of his attack, the eastern region man could not resist at all. The eastern region man's face turned ugly. He was actually dealt with so cleanly by a barbarian from the southern region. Moreover, the other party's cultivation realm was lower than his. Looking at Ikyubai's calm eyes, there was no surprise or joy. It was as if everything was as it should be. This made the eastern region man look even more dispirited. It turned out that the person he looked down on was not in the eyes of the other party. At this moment, The elder went on stage and announced, Yiqiubai of the southern region wins. In this exchange, there are only two people left in the southern region. They are Huang Yuan and Yiqiubai. There was only one person left in the eastern region, Shi Sheng. In summary, the southern region has advanced. Shi Sheng's expression was slightly ugly. Everyone found it even more unbelievable. Not only would they lose to the eastern region, what was even more shocking was Yiqiubai's strength. A person at the peak stage Purple Mansion realm was crushed by Yiqiubai as a peak stage Purple Mansion realm cultivator. He didn't even find out his trump card. What does that tell us? This meant that Yiqiubai's strength was far more than this. The people of the western region looked at this scene. Some of them looked calm, while others were slightly surprised. This year, the southern region seems to be stronger than the previous years. Moreover, it's much stronger. Even though the eastern region is ranked third, its overall strength is probably not much weaker than ours. Actually, it's the eastern region's fault for underestimating their enemy, someone from the northern region said in surprise. The southern region seems to be different this time round. Jian Qiaomian looked indifferently at Yiqiubai on the stage. Deep in thought, on the stage, Qin Tanan revealed a smile. As for the dean of the Eastern Region Academy, his expression was unreadable. You would no longer show what he was thinking on his face at their level and status. Congratulations, Dean Qin. Dean Qin cupped his fists and said, I was just lucky. Wu Desi also smiled and said, it seems that the southern region has received many good seedlings this time. In terms of your disciple, Huang Yuan, he has already touched the threshold of the wooden tent realm. It's quite good. He mentioned Huang Yuan, but he definitely didn't mention Yiqiubai. Clearly, Yiqiubai's performance was not stunning enough. These people did not take him seriously. Qin Tianan smiled and didn't say anything. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this at the head of the table. Chapter 49 Want to Fight. Chapter 49 Want to Fight. The southern region had advanced. Next was the battle between the northern region and the western region. In the previous competition, the Western Region Academy was ranked second. The Northern Region Academy was ranked first. Even though he was only one rank away, the difference in strength was still quite big. Huang Tanaming smiled. With Jian Qiaomian in the Northern Region this year, I'm afraid we can win again. Right. Everyone did not find it strange that Huang Tanaming was biased towards the Northern Region. After all, the Sunset Monarchy was located in the Northern Region. Wu Desi smiled and said, Qiaomian has already touched the threshold of the sword intent, but the others are not weak either. For example, Dean Qin's disciple has touched the threshold of the wood intent realm. Zhang He's Buddhist Vajra body had also reached a very high level. Therefore, there are still variables. He sounded humble, but in fact, he still felt that Jian Qiaomian was better. Upon hearing that, Huang Tanaming looked down and smiled. I'm looking forward to the performance of the sword cultivators of the southern region. Sword cultivator of the southern region. Wasn't that Yiqiubai? Qin Tianan looked over and frowned slightly. As the dean of the southern region's Hidden Dao Academy, he naturally understood some things about Yiqiubai. Now that he heard what Huang Tanaming said, he was probably here for Yiqiubai. This gave Qin Tianan a bad feeling. To be able to crush someone of a higher realm than him with his peak stage Purple Mansion realm strength. He must be quite talented. One wonder how the battle with Jian Qiaomian will end. Let's watch the battle between us and the Western region first. On the other side, on the tournament stage, the battle between the Northern region and the Western region had already begun. There were 4 people on both sides. The difference in strength between the 3 of them was not huge. After Shang He eliminated one person, there was only one person left in the Western region and Northern region. They were also the leaders of both sides. The battle between Jian Qiaomian and Zhang He. The 2 of them had the same realm. They were all at the beginner stage Sea-Flow realm. Zhang He had cultivated the Buddhist Vajra body and his physique was invincible. And Jian Qiaomian had already touched the threshold of sword intent. It was indestructible. This battle was also extremely exciting. However, Jian Qiaomian was more highly regarded. Jian Qiaomian was extremely famous not only in the northern region, but in the other 3 regions as well. After all, he was the #1 sword cultivator among the younger generation. He had a chance of becoming a sword saint. All these halos made Shen Qingfeng extremely famous. Yi Qiubai also looked up courteously. He also wanted to know the strength of this so-called #1 sword cultivator among his peers. The elders left and the battle began. Dang He clenched his fists and his entire body seemed to revolve around this Buddhist light. He stomped his feet and charged towards Shen Qingfeng. Shen Qingfeng held his sword with one hand and placed the other behind his back. He did not move as he watched Zhang He approach. When Zhang He got close, then he stabbed out with his sword. This strike was extremely ordinary without any fancy sword light. There was only the intent that covered the sword body, that barely discernible wisp of sword intent. However, it was this sword intent that made everyone present frown. Even Zhang He's expression changed. Then, he shouted and his entire body shone with light. Golden light covered his body like golden armor. The Buddhist Vajra body. It was the body tempering technique of the Western region's Buddhist sect. When one cultivated to the peak, they would be invincible. However, how could there be an indestructible method in this world? A bloody hole appeared on Zhang He's fists facing Shen Qingfeng's sword intent. That Buddhist Vajra body was actually so weak in front of Shen Qingfeng's sword. This shocked everyone. Zhang He's expression changed drastically. He clutched his fist and retreated. Shen Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. Their cultivation realms are similar, but they can't make Shen Qingfeng move. With just one strike, he broke through Zhang He's Buddhist Vajra body. I've just touched the threshold. If Shen Qingfeng really comprehends the sword intent, what level will his strength reach? Huang Yuan looked at this scene with a solemn expression. Even though he had touched the threshold of the wood intent realm, the level of the wood intent realm was far lower than the sword intent. If it was him, he probably wouldn't be much better than Zhang He. Moreover, Zhang He's cultivation technique had to be extremely effective against Huang Yuan. In that case, the southern region would probably only be able to get 3rd place. Thirdly, it was still not enough to change the fact that Qin Tanan was about to be replaced. This made Huang Yuan's expression extremely ugly. Xin Hongyi walked to Yi Qiubai's side. Her face was still pale as she asked, Yi Qiubai, who will win if you fight Shen Qingfeng? Yi Qiubai said indifferently, one will win. Sword cultivators were straightforward and spoke the same way. He didn't know how to lie or beat around the bush. In this example, Yi Qiubai felt that Shen Qingfeng was not his match. Meanwhile, the outcome of the battle in the arena had been decided. Several bloody holes had already appeared on Zhang He's golden armor-like body. His aura was extremely weak. As for Shen Qingfeng, he was still standing on the same spot. His expression did not change. It was obvious who would win. The elder walked onto the stage and looked at Shen Qingfeng with admiration. He then said, Shen Qingfeng wins this battle. At the same time, one person from the northern region will advance. The advancement of the northern region. It was not as unexpected as the advancement of the southern region. It was as if it was expected and expected. However, of course, the northern region had maintained its position as the host for the past few years. It would be strange if he didn't get 1st place. Zhang He got off the stage. However, Shen Qingfeng did not go down. He continued to stand there. Everyone was puzzled. Even Wu Desi looked over. Just as everyone was puzzled, Shen Qingfeng looked in the direction of the Southern Region Academy. His gaze landed on Yi Qiubai. His words were shocking. There's no meaning in the later stages. The two of us can decide the winner. Everyone was shocked. A direct battle with the people from the Southern Region Academy. Could it be Huang Yuan? However, Huang Yuan's strength is almost the same as Zhang He's. How could it make senior brother Jian raise his fighting spirit? However, Huang Yuan did not think so because Shen Qingfeng's gaze was obviously not on him. Instead, he looked at Yi Qiubai behind him. In Shen Qingfeng's eyes, Huang Yuan did not see him. This shocked Huang Yuan. Why did Shen Qingfeng want to take the initiative to challenge Yi Qiubai, who had such a huge difference in the cultivation realm? On the high platform, the 4 deans watched this scene with interest. But they didn't stop him. Yiqiubai met Shen Qingfeng's gaze and smiled faintly. Is this in accordance with the rules? Shen Qingfeng was expressionless. Why is it against the rules? No one else is my match. Only you are unfathomable. Arrogant. He was extremely arrogant. However, no one refuted Shen Qingfeng. Judging from how Shen Qingfeng defeated Zhang He so easily just now, he was telling the truth. However, everyone wondered why Shen Qingfeng said that he couldn't see through Yiqiubai. The other party was clearly only at the peak stage of the Purple Mansion realm. He was a whole realm away from Shen Qingfeng. Yiqiubai, how could he be worthy? Chapter 50 Sword Intent Across the Skies. Killing Intent Rising. Chapter 50 Sword Intent Across the Skies. Killing Intent Rising. Shen Qingfeng practiced the sword at the age of 3. At the age of 6, he could release sword beams. Possessed the sword Kai at the age of 12. Now, he had touched the threshold of the sword Dao. A Grand Elder of the Northern Region's Hidden Dao Academy was also a sword cultivator. He was also the strongest sword cultivator in the Northern Region now. He had once said that Shen Qingfeng could become a sword saint when the opportunity arrived. And what achievements did Yiqiubai have? Nothing in particular. He was only at peak stage Purple Mansion realm. Even though Shen Qingfeng's actual strength could allow him to fight above his level, he was still a sea flow realm expert. Furthermore, Shen Qingfeng could also fight those at a higher level. Moreover, it was a suppression at a higher level. Under the suppression of these layers of halos, how much chance did Yiqiubai have of winning? Did he think that an unknown person with such a huge gap in cultivation realm could win? No one would have such thoughts. At the same time, the deans on the high platform had the same thought. Except for Qin Tianan. Huang Tanaming looked at this scene and laughed. Shen Qingfeng, what do you mean? Wu Desi also shook his head and said, Qingfeng is dedicated to the sword. Sometimes, I can't guess his thoughts. Could it be that Shen Qingfeng thinks Yiqiubai is his match? Qin Tianan chuckled. Why can't it be like this? Oh, Wu Desi smiled faintly and said, it seems that Dean Qin thinks very highly of your disciple. You seem to have surpassed your own disciple. Right. Hearing this, Qin Tianan only smiled and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Shen Qingfeng looked up at the high platform and said in a clear voice, Deans, is Qingfeng's request approved? If not, one can defeat the leaders of the other 2 regions first. His tone was matter-of-fact. It was as if this was a very easy and ordinary matter. When Huang Yuan and Shisheng heard this, their expressions turned ugly, but they could not refute, because Shen Qingfeng indeed had the ability. After a while, Wu Desi stood up and said, 111 allow it. At this moment, everyone looked at Yiqiubai on the arena. Huang Yuan looked at Yiqiubai with a complicated and puzzled expression. Qin Tianan looked at Yiqiubai with anticipation. Huang Tanaming also stared at Yiqiubai, thinking about something. Beside Huang Tanaming, Jiang Chan rubbed his hands together. Shen Qingfeng also looked at Yiqiubai and said, come up. Hearing this, Yiqiubai raised his eyebrows and hugged his sword with both hands. Why do you want to fight me? Shen Qingfeng replied, one can feel that you have an aura similar to mine. That's it. Isn't that enough? The senses of a sword cultivator were very accurate, be it towards danger, opportunities, or aura. Yiqiubai nodded and said, as you wish. The tournament stage was not high. There were 9 steps. Yiqiubai took a step forward and stepped on the first step. The sword Kai suddenly erupted wantonly. The entire space was filled with sharp sword Kai. This sword Kai caused everyone's expressions to change. It was as if it could cut through everything. Huang Yuan, Shisheng, and Zhang He's expressions changed. This was because they could sense a threat from the sword Kai. Could this be Yiqiubai's true strength? At this moment, Yiqiubai took a second step. He stepped onto the second step. At this moment, a monstrous demonic Kai appeared. It fused with the wanton sword Kai in the world. The minds of everyone present were affected to a certain extent. Those with low cultivation wanted to kneel and submit. As for those with high cultivation, their hearts trembled. It was the same for Huang Yuan and the others. Shen Qingfeng, who was on the stage, saw this scene and his eyes lit up with interest. A sword aura also swept out. As if it was resisting Yiqiubai's extremely corrosive black sword aura, Huang Tanaming also leaned forward slightly on the high platform. When he saw this scene, he could not help but think to himself. He did indeed meet with a fortuitous encounter. Zin Hanyi looked at Yiqiubai's back and fell into a daze. This aura had far surpassed hers. As expected, it was difficult to catch up. With every step he took up, the sword kai around Yiqiubai became even stronger. His aura would also increase continuously. Everyone was shocked to discover that Yiqiubai's aura was no longer something an ordinary peak stage purple mansion realm cultivator could compare to. His aura was comparable with the aura of someone at the sea flow realm. At this moment, on the high platform, Wu Desi smiled in surprise and said, "Oh Dean Qin, this student of yours is quite well hidden." The dean of the Eastern Region Academy also put on a fake smile and said, "No wonder you could defeat Juzing with one strike." Juzing was the peak purple mansion realm expert who had been crushed by Yiqiubai. Qin Tianan said with a faint smile, "I'm not sure about the student's own matters." Old fox. The other three deans could not help but curse in their hearts. At the head of the table, Jiang Chan clasped his hands together and placed them between her knees. She was pleasantly surprised when she saw this. He had really recovered his talent and it was even stronger than before. Huang Tanaming frowned. He had heard that Yiqiubai's talent had disappeared. Now, not only had his talent recovered, his cultivation had also improved so quickly, he probably had to get Shadow killed to speed up. However, in the next moment, when Yiqiubai stepped out of the 9 steps and arrived on the arena, a sword cry soared into the sky. In this space, other than the monstrous sword intent and the wanton demonic kai, there was another thing on the arena. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. Huang Yuan, Shi Shang, and Zhang He were all shocked. The deans of the 4 territories looked solemn on the high platform. Qin Tianan's face was full of surprise. On the stage, Jian Qiumian was stunned for a moment before he revealed an ecstatic expression. He laughed loudly and took out his sword. Waves of sword intent enveloped it. As expected, my senses aren't wrong. If Huang Tanaming only wanted to kill him because of what happened earlier. Now, the strength Yiqiubai displayed made Huang Tanaming suddenly stand up. Killing intent overflowed from his eyes. How was this possible? How could it be sword intent? That's right. Yiqiubai released his sword intent without holding back. It was different from the sword intent that Jian Qiumian had just touched. Yiqiubai's sword intent had already reached the level of a great swordmaster. How many years had Yiqiubai cultivated the sword? He could comprehend sword intent to such an extent. Huang Tanaming would not be at ease if he did not kill this person immediately. Immediately, Huang Tanaming said to Jiang Jun behind him, "Immediately mobilize the Asura cavalry and kill Yiqiubai after the competition ends. Also, send a voice transmission to the Imperial Palace's revered elder and eunuch Ming immediately to ask them to come personally." Jiang Jun's expression turned solemn when he heard this. He nodded and immediately flew to the ship, wanting to contact the people in the palace. He knew that Huang Tanaming wanted to kill Yiqiubai. At the side, Jiang Chan was not surprised but was anxious when she saw the scene. At this moment, Yiqiubai held the wooden sword in one hand and looked at Jian Qiumian. "Unleash your attack," he said indifferently. Chapter 51 Victory in the Southern Region. The Steel. Chapter 51 Victory in the Southern Region. The Steel. Cavalry emerges. In the Northern Region, Hong Ying opened her eyes and looked at Yun Ming. At this moment, Yun Ming's injuries had already recovered. However, his cultivation realm had yet to recover to its peak. Hong Ying stood up and said, "All right, let's go." Yun Ming said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty. Are we going to look for the rest of the 9 Heavens tribe now?" Hearing this, Han Ying shook her head. "Go find my senior brother." Senior brother? Yun Ming was dumbfounded and said in a daze, "When did His Majesty have a senior brother who is qualified to be His Majesty's master?" Han Ying looked over indifferently and said coldly, "Since you're the master I've acknowledged, you're naturally worthy. I know my mistake." Yun Ming immediately knelt down, and said in fear as if sensing Han Ying's displeasure. Seeing this, Han Ying nodded and said, "Don't do it again." She was the empress of ancient times. How could she be doubted by others? Moreover, her master's cultivation was unfathomable. Even she could not see through his strength. Every time he probed it, it was as if he had observed a piece of chaos. However, his master did not seem to have any self-awareness. Thinking of this, Han Ying could not help but laugh helplessly. "All right, let's go find my senior brother first before going back to meet master." Ips. At the same time, in the northern region hidden Dao Academy, the sword intent whistled. This Yiqiubai actually comprehended sword intent, even earlier than senior brother Jian. Moreover, this is already the large success sword intent. In other words, Yiqiubai has reached the level of a great sword master at peak stage Purple Mansion realm. This is too monstrous. If Jian Qiumian could become a sword saint, then as long as Yiqiubai didn't die halfway through, he would definitely become a sword saint in the future. This was also why Huang Tanaming wanted to kill Yiqiubai on the spot. It would be a fatal blow to the Sunset Monarchy in the future if Yiqiubai became a sword saint. At this moment, on the tournament stage, Yiqiubai held the wooden sword in one hand and looked at Jian Qiumian. He said indifferently, "Make your move." Jian Qiumian looked at the sword Kai with excitement and fanaticism. He had lived his life for the sword. Now, he had finally touched the threshold of sword intent. However, the person in front of him who was the same age as him had already mastered the sword intent and reached the level of a great sword master. In the past, Jian Qiumian had no goal to catch up to and could only be looked up to by others. But now, he finally had a goal to catch up to. Why wouldn't that be exciting? Jian Qiumian laughed heartily and his aura erupted without reservation. The sword Kai let out a sword cry and soared into the sky. It seemed to be a joyful cry. Seeing this, Zhang He's expression turned ugly. As expected, the other party did not use his full strength when fighting him. The current Jian Qiumian was the Jian Qiumian at his peak. His aura far exceeded his. At this moment, Jian Qiumian held a long sword in his hand. Sword light surged as he ran towards Yiqiubai. When he got closer, Jian Qiumian swung his sword. The sword with wisps of sword intent slashed towards Yiqiubai's chest. It carried the power of thunder. The surrounding space kept trembling. It was as if it would shatter at any moment. Yiqiubai flipped his palm and stabbed at Jian Qiumian with the wooden sword in his hand. Immediately, all the sword intent in the world seemed to listen to Yiqiubai. As the wooden sword swept towards Jian Qiumian, it was like a long river of sword intent with a terrifying aura. Seeing this, Jian Qiumian's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. He touched the threshold of sword intent but could not enter. Now that his opponent had attacked him with sword intent, he naturally could not retreat. Jian Qiumian wanted to use Yiqiubai's sword intent to help him cross that threshold. Was it dangerous? Of course it was dangerous. Moreover, this danger was fatal. But what was a sword cultivator? For the sword, he knew that he could not do it. He could not back down. Once he took that step back, he might develop an inner demon on the path of the sword Dao and be unable to advance at all. Jian Qiumian knew this very well. His sword heart did not allow him to retreat. At the thought of this, Jian Qiumian's sword intent seemed to be even more condensed. The sword and the wooden sword collided. The sword intent collided with the sword intent river like a small fish. The answer was obvious. Jian Qiumian's sword intent was directly swallowed by the sword intent river under everyone's shocked gazes. Jian Qiumian was instantly swallowed by the sword intent river. The expressions of the elders below the stage changed. Just as they were about to help, they were stopped by a man. Seeing this, the elder immediately said, "Principal, Qiumian." It was Wu Desi. Wu Desi said, "Even though Qiumian's aura is a little weak, he seems to have entered a mysterious state." Only then did the elder relax. After all, since the dean had said so, there would definitely be no mistake. Everyone stared intently at the sword intent river. She wondered how Jian Qiumian was doing. Jian Dianmian, who was known as the #1 sword cultivator of the younger generation, couldn't have died just like that. Right. After today, this title would become Yi Qiubai's. At this moment, Yi Qiubai waved his wooden sword, and the sword intent river dissipated. Jian Qiumian's figure was revealed. Jian Qiumian's eyes were closed, and there was an extremely mysterious aura around him. Enlightenment. Jian Qiumian entered a state of enlightenment. Wu Desi's face lit up. On the high platform, the dean of the eastern region sighed with emotion. Looks like this kid is going to cross the threshold and truly comprehend the sword intent. The dean of the western region was bald. He smiled and said, "Dean Qin, this student of yours has a good temperament and is so talented. Why don't you give him to my western region hidden Dao Academy?" Coincidentally, an elder on our side is focused on the sword. It will be better for his achievements. Qin Tianan laughed and said, "That won't do. Moreover, I didn't teach Yi Qiubai. I can't interfere with his master." "Oh, in that case, I'd like to see who this extraordinary person is to be able to nurture such a disciple in the future." That's right. Yi Qiubai's sword intent river was not aggressive. Yi Qiubai did this on purpose. After all, Jian Qiumian had no enmity with him, and his pursuit of the sword Dao was extremely pure. This also made Yi Qiubai want to help him. Hence, Jian Qiumian's wish was fulfilled. Half a day later, a sword chime sounded from Jian Qiumian's body. A sword intent rose into the sky. Jian Qiumian had successfully comprehended sword intent and reached the level of a swordmaster. However, it was still far from Yi Qiubai's level. Jian Qiumian opened his eyes and looked at Yi Qiubai. "Thank you. You'll remember this favor." Yi Qiubai smiled faintly and didn't mind. Then, Jian Qiumian admitted defeat. He was still not Yi Qiubai's match even after comprehending the sword intent after all. Wu Desi also stood on the stage and looked at Yi Qiubai in admiration. Yi Qiubai wins. The southern region is ranked first in this exchange. The western region and the eastern region also sparred. In the end, the eastern region was ranked last. In the end, no one challenged Yi Qiubai. After all, Yi Qiubai's sword intent had already reached the large success stage. If he went up, he would only be looking for trouble. After Wu Desi announced the results, in the sky, the Asura cavalry actually erupted with blood-colored killing intent that swept towards Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai's expression changed and he lowered his waist slightly. At this moment, Huang Tainaming stood up and said to Yi Qiubai from afar, "Yi Qiubai, do you know your crime?" Chapter 52 Dead End. Chapter 52 Dead End. Hundreds of Asura cavalry in black iron armor stood in the sky, emitting blood-colored killing intent. The sky immediately seemed to have turned into a sea of blood, while the Asura cavalry seemed to have stepped out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. When the others sensed this killing intent, they could not help but tremble. There were even people with weak minds that collapsed onto the ground, covering in cold sweat. This was only the aftershock of some killing intent. Yi Qiubai, who was targeted by the killing intent emitted by the hundreds of Asura cavalry, was also slightly pale and his waist sank. It seemed to want to suppress it. However, Yi Qiubai had experienced the heavenly demon assessment and had the sword heart profundity, so he naturally wouldn't lose his mind like others. However, this killing intent was too huge. Huang Tainaming stood on the high platform and looked at Yi Qiubai coldly. He said indifferently, "Yi Qiubai, do you know your crime?" Jiang Chan's face turned pale. Qin Tianan's expression changed. He looked at Huang Tainaming and said with a dark expression, "Crown Prince, what do you mean?" Huang Tainaming did not answer Qin Tianan and continued to pressure Yi Qiubai. Seeing this, Qin Tianan was anxious and immediately ran towards Yi Qiubai. However, a middle-aged man came in front of Qin Tianan and stopped him. Qin Tianan's expression darkened when he saw the man's appearance. "Fan Jingyao, you've joined the Sunset Dynasty." Fan Jingyao was ranked 27th on the ranking of the 4 regions. He was behind Qin Tianan, but the difference in strength was not much. Fan Jingyao smiled and said, "There is no way. I owe them a favor." Qin Tianan, as you know, it's hard to repay a favor. Qin Tianan's face darkened. Obviously, Huang Tainaming was prepared. He didn't want to wait anymore and wanted to get rid of the trouble directly, seeing how strong Yiqiubai was. Qin Tanan was blocked. The Dean of the Eastern Region Academy and the Dean of the Western Region Academy watched this scene quietly and did not act immediately. The strength of the Sunset Monarchy was still daunting. Yiqiubai raised his head with difficulty, gritted his teeth and said, "What is my crime?" Huang Tanaming naturally would not tell the truth, and instead of answering Yiqiubai's question, he waved at the Asura cavalry and said, "Kill him on the spot." Immediately, the Asura cavalry in the sky let out a world-shaking roar at this moment. That roar was actually mixed with killing intent, and roared towards Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai's eyes trembled, and he let out a long whistle. The dark demon left its scabbard and the monstrous demonic energy rose into the sky. At the same time, the sword intent screamed, resisting that killing intent. The Asura cavalry swept towards him with the sound of hoofs facing the bloody sea. Yiqiubai propped up his body, his back as straight as a gun. A wave of sword intent shot up into the sky, forming a confrontation with the sea of blood. Countless people stared at this scene, trembling, facing the power of thousands of troops alone with the cultivation base of the Purple Mansion. Such boldness, such courage. At this moment, Dean Ru looked solemn, and stepped forward, wanting to rush to help Yiqiubai. However, a figure stopped in front of Dean Ru ahead of time. The Martial Hall elder was extremely anxious, and also wanted to support Yiqiubai, but there were people blocking him. Obviously, Huang Tanaming's preparations were extremely thorough. In this way, there will be no one to support Yiqiubai. Zhen Hani gritted her teeth and wanted to rush up, but was pulled back by Huang Yuan. "What are you doing if you don't want to go up? I will go by myself." Huang Yuan stared at Yiqiubai on the stage. He was always sweating coldly just feeling the aftermath of the killing intent. "What's the use of you going? Even the aftermath of our murderous intent requires a large part of our minds to carry it. Going up will only add chaos to Yiqiubai and distract him." Lin Si was on the side, with a pale face, and said with a wry smile, "What Huang Yuan said is right. Any one of us going up now will only cause trouble for Yiqiubai." Huo Qingming clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He hated this feeling of powerlessness. At this moment, Yiqiubai supported this huge killing intent by himself. His expression was dignified, and his face was actually a little pale. Obviously, this is extremely difficult for him. Everyone in the Asura cavalry has the cultivation base of the Purple Mansion. Moreover, the equipment is excellent, and all have experienced bloody storms. How could the momentum contained in it not be strong? Huang Tanaming couldn't help but secretly startled looking at this scene on the high platform. Yiqiubai, who was only in the Purple Mansion realm, can resist the oppression of the Asura cavalry. It may become a trouble for the Sunset Monarchy if he was allowed to grow up. Huang Tanaming's killing intent became even stronger thinking of this. He waved his hand and said, "Jiangjun, go and lead the Asura cavalry to kill Yiqiubai." Jiangjun still didn't dare to disobey Huang Tanaming's words even though he felt it was unnecessary. He nodded and stepped to the front of the Asura cavalry. Jiangjun was a water overflow realm strong expert. With him, the strength of the enemy that Yiqiubai faced increased several times. This fluctuating killing intent made it difficult for Yiqiubai to breathe. Qin Tanan and others wanted to help, but were blocked. Yiqiubai's expression darkened when he watched this scene. Now that Jiangjun has joined, Yiqiubai can no longer resist this power with the dark demon alone. Just as he was about to pull out the green cloud sword, "Is the Sunset Monarchy bullying our academy because we do not have strong experts?" An elder appeared in front of Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai suddenly felt his body lighten up, and all the bloody murderous intent was dispelled by the elder in front of him. Huang Tanaming's expression darkened instantly seeing this elder. Qin Tanan heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Tanaming said in a deep voice on the high platform, "Elder Yun, this person has enmity with our Sunset Monarchy. Not to mention, he is from the southern region. If there was anyone who can make Huang Tanaming feel afraid in the northern region Hidden Dao Academy, it would be this elder Yun Jing." That was because this elder was the supreme elder of the northern region Hidden Dao Academy and also the strongest sword cultivator in the northern region. He had reached the sword ancestral realm. He was ranked 6th in the ranking of the 4 regions. But even the king of the Sunset Monarchy, who was ranked at the 4th, was extremely afraid of his swordsmanship. So what if he's from the southern region? He's also part of our academy. Yun Jing said lightly. Does this mean that Elder Yun and the northern region Hidden Dao Academy are going to protect him to death? Huang Tianming said, his expression turning ugly. Yun Jing didn't reply again, but he remained in front of Yi Qiubai, obviously expressing his intention. Thank you, Elder Yun, Yi Qiubai said immediately. Yun Jing looked back, nodded appreciatively, and said, You're a good seedling. You have better talent than Kaomian, and you shouldn't have any problem with becoming a sword saint. Jian Kaomian is my disciple, Yun Jing replied. Only then did Yi Qiubai realize it. However, good times did not last long as laughter rang throughout the skies. It was a non-binary sort of laughter. Old man Yun, let me see how much stronger your sword has become recently. It's up to you, Yun Jing muttered under his breath as he drew out his sword. Then he leaped and fought with the eunuch in the sky. Who else can help you now? Yi Qiubai, Huang Tianming sneered. Chapter 53 Hong Ying arrives. Chapter 53 Hong Ying arrives. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Under the black mass of Asura cavalry, Yi Qiubai's figure looked very lonely. Jiang Jun looked at Yi Qiubai and snorted. Who else can protect you now? Then, with the might of the Asura cavalry, he slapped out. The blood-colored palm print seemed to have fused with the blood-colored killing intent of the Asura cavalry. This attack seems to have surpassed the level of the water overflow realm. After stepping over the shackles of the water overflow realm, he had reached the so-called Kan Yuan realm. What was the Kan Yuan realm? It was generally referred to as the Son of Heaven. The weakest person on the ranking of the 4 regions was at the Kan Yuan realm. Clearly, Jiang Jun wanted to kill Yi Qiubai to prevent future troubles. Yi Qiubai's expression changed when he saw this scene. He could not defend against this palm unless he used the green cloud sword. However, what happened after he took out the green cloud sword? He would no longer have any chance of escaping. However, if he didn't use it now, he wouldn't be able to withstand it either. Just as Yi Qiubai was about to pull out the green cloud sword, a jade pendant suddenly floated out of his storage ring and floated in front of him. It was the jade pendant Hong Ying had given him. The huge blood-red palm print hit the jade pendant. Immediately a phoenix mark appeared in front of the jade pendant. A fire phoenix with red flames burning all over its body raised its head and cried. Screech. Jiang Jun's expression changed. The phoenix mark actually completely blocked his palm print. The fire phoenix spread its wings and waved a flame. The aura in the flames was not inferior to that of someone in the Kan Yuan realm. There were fire concepts in it. Even Yun Jing, who was colliding in midair, and Eunuch Ming both looked down, with a look of surprise passing across their faces. Huang Tianming's heart sank when he saw this. He didn't think about Yi Qiubai's background. After all, he had already investigated clearly. In the southern barbaric land, the Yi family of the small Tanyuan city, even though they were called the 4 great clans, they didn't have any ranking of the 4 regions' martial artists. How strong could they be? This jade pendant was probably obtained by Yi Qiubai. The general returned fire in a hurry. At the same time, the Asura cavalry behind him shouted in unison and lined up like a city wall. The spears in their hands stabbed out at the same time. For a moment, the spear intent fused together, forming a huge spear of killing intent that pierced towards the phoenix flames. Rumble. 2 regions were formed in the sky. Yi Qiubai's side was fiery red like a scarlet purgatory. On the other side, on the Asura cavalry's side, his killing intent was wanton, like the Asura blood prison. When the two collided, the aftershock of the battle immediately exploded in all directions. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. Jian Kaomian and the others released their spiritual kai to defend. After a while, the aftershock dissipated. The jade pendant in front of Yi Qiubai disappeared. The Asura cavalry and Jiang Jun were still standing in the air, but their auras were slightly weak. Jiang Jun sneered seeing this scene. What other methods do you have now? On the high platform, Huang Tianming ordered impatiently. Stop stalling and kill Yi Qiubai quickly. Qin Tannen's eyes were also anxious. He didn't know if Yiqiubai had any other methods. If he didn't, he would probably be in trouble today. How was he going to explain this to Changsheng? How could he face Changsheng? He brought Yiqiubai here, but he couldn't bring him back. Lu Changsheng would probably be very disappointed in him. At this moment, Yiqiubai looked coldly at the Asurta cavalry in the sky and put away the dark demon. Seeing this scene, the general sneered. Why have you given up resisting? With that, Jiangjun waved his hand. Instantly, the Asura cavalry in the air seemed to have received an order and rushed towards Yiqiubai. A black mass of killing intent gathered together, forming the blood shadow of the god of slaughter. Its aura was terrifying. Yiqiubai touched his storage ring. He wanted to take out the green cloud sword. The green cloud sword was also his last resort. Thinking of this, Yiqiubai couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He would probably not be able to go back and cook for his master. It was also at this moment, a red light streaked across the sky. On the other side, Eunuch Ming's expression changed drastically. Oh no! As soon as he finished speaking, a man charged into the Asura cavalry with a spear in hand. Immediately the streaks of spear force formed a tornado. Within the spear tornado, there was actually a spear concept pervading the air. Nearly half of the Asura cavalry were minced by the spear tornado. The general was stunned for a moment before he suddenly turned around. Huang Tanaming was also staring at the man with the gun. Who exactly was he? He could actually instantly kill nearly half of the Asura cavalry. Yiqiubai was also stunned. Then, a woman appeared beside him. Senior brother, are you alright? Yiqiubai looked over and couldn't help but say happily. Junior sister, why are you here? It was Hong Ying. The man who rushed into the Asura cavalry was naturally Yun Ming. Even though Yun Ming had recovered from his injuries, his realm was still sealed. He was only half a step away from the Qianyuan realm. However, at this realm, there was no pressure to resist the Asura cavalry. Hong Ying looked around and said, I finished my business and am on my way here. However, halfway through, I felt the protective jade pendant one gave you shatter. So I sped up and rushed over. Fortunately, I made it in time. At this moment, Yun Ming returned to Hong Ying and said respectfully, Your Majesty, how should we deal with these people? Please instruct me. Hong Ying didn't answer directly. Instead, she looked at Yiqiubai. Clearly, she was asking for Yiqiubai's opinion. When Yun Ming saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. His Majesty was actually asking for the opinions of others. Was this person His Majesty's senior brother? After sizing him up, he did not find anything strange. He was just a young man with good talent. Yiqiubai looked at the general and the others and said, Let's leave all of them behind. I believe the Sunset Monarchy will feel the pinch. The Asura cavalry was the trump card of the Sunset Monarchy, and almost half of the Asura cavalry in the entire dynasty was here. If they left all of them here, the Sunset Monarchy would naturally feel the pinch. After all, nurturing an Asura cavalry required a lot of resources. Hong Ying nodded and looked at Yun Ming. Yun Ming naturally understood what Hong Ying meant. He turned around and rushed towards the Asura cavalry. For a moment, spear intent filled the sky. Screams sounded continuously. In just a few breaths, all the Asura cavalry were wiped out. Even Jiangjun couldn't last 3 rounds in Yun Ming's hands. He became a dead soul under Yun Ming's spear. Every member of the 9 Heavens tribe specialized in a single weapon, and Yun Ming specialized in spears. When Huang Tanaming saw this, he stared at Hong Ying and asked in a low voice, Who are you? Hong Ying did not look at him. She was the Empress. In her eyes, Huang Tanaming was just an ant. Why should she lower herself to answer? Chapter 54 9 Netherworld Formation. Array activate. Chapter 54 9 Netherworld Formation. Array activate. The Sunset Monarchy was extremely powerful. His foundation was incomparably rich. Several of the people on the ranking of the 4 regions were worshippers of the Sunset Monarchy. Among them, the ruler of the Sunset Monarchy was ranked 4th. Eunuch Ming, who was fighting with Yun Jing, was also ranked 7th. The Sunset Monarchy with such strength could be said to be a top faction in the 4 regions. No one dared to offend him. Huang Tianming was the crown prince of the Sunset Monarchy and the successor to the next king. He was even treated as a distinguished guest by countless factions. In everyone's eyes, he was someone with a terrifying background and monstrous power. In Hong Ying's eyes, they were like ants. Yan Ming shouted in a low voice, how dare you ask His Majesty's name? When he heard that, Huang Tianming laughed arrogantly and flung his sleeves, shouting, other than my father, who else in the northern region dares to address you as His Majesty? Even though his words were arrogant, it was the truth. The Sunset Monarchy was the absolute overlord of the northern region after all. Yan Ming's expression darkened as he shouted, you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw out the spear in his hand with lightning speed and spear intent. It pierced towards Huang Tianming. Huang Tianming's expression changed slightly. He could not dodge at all, however. In front of Huang Tianming, an old man in a eunuch's uniform suddenly appeared. The horsetail whisk in his hand turned into thousands of threads and wrapped around the spear. It was Eunuch Ming, who was ranked 7th on the rankings. The moment the horsetail whisk wrapped around the spear, Eunuch Ming's expression changed slightly. Even though his cultivation level had not reached the Kan Yuan realm, its power made his heart palpitate. One had to know that he was in the middle stage of Kan Yuan realm. Crown Prince, we might have to retreat first. Looking at Eunuch Ming's serious expression, Huang Tianming was shocked and asked unwillingly, is the other party really that strong? Eunuch Ming explained in a low voice, the other party has more high-level combatants than us, and Yan Jing is on their side. We can only hold back one of them. If that's the case, one can't guarantee His Highness' safety. Hearing this, Huang Tianming pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, well, listen to Eunuch Ming. With that, Eunuch Ming led the group back to the ship. The remaining Asura cavalry also received the order and followed behind the ship. Before Zhong Chan left, he looked at Yi Qiubai with a complicated expression before leaving. Yi Qiubai looked at the departing ship and couldn't help but sigh. Looks like I still need a distance to take revenge with my strength. Now, when Yi Qiubai's strength faced the water overflow realm, there was still a lot of difference without the help of the green cloud sword. Hong Ying said, with your talent and master's guidance, it won't be difficult for you to surpass them. Yi Qiubai smiled. At this moment, Yan Jing walked over and said, you're not bad. Do you want to consider becoming my disciple? Yi Qiubai's talent in the sword Dao was too good. Yan Jing couldn't help but cherish his talent. Jian Jianian and the others who were walking over couldn't help but be stunned. Jian Kaomian was even more stunned. Master, didn't you say that you would only accept me as your last disciple? Yan Jing turned around and glanced at Jian Kaomian. He said calmly, I suddenly regret it. Jian Kaomian, Huang Yuan, Shi Shang, and the others were even more surprised. The other party was the strongest sword cultivator of the northern region and had the intention to take him in as a disciple now. Hong Ying also teased, senior brother, you're quite popular. Yi Qiubai also scratched his head helplessly. Previously, he was an elder of the Sword Hall, but now, it was Yan Jing, Senior Yan. I'm sorry, I already have a master. Yan Jing glared and said, is your master more suitable for you than me? Yi Qiubai shook his head and smiled. Since I've already acknowledged him as my master, I naturally won't change my sect easily. This will damage my sword Dao heart. Hearing this, Yan Jing nodded. However, when he heard the next sentence, Yan Jing almost choked to death. However, I'm afraid Senior Yan still can't compare to Master. Yan Jing looked at Yi Qiubai's clear eyes and nodded. I must meet your teacher if there's a chance then. I'll tell Master. Hearing this, Yan Jing nodded and said to Jian Kaomian, all right, stop looking. Come back with me to cultivate. Look at him and then look at you. Can you do better? Jian Kaomian felt a little wronged. That's not what you said before. Huang Yuan, Shi Shang, and Zheng He blushed. If Jian Kaomian couldn't do it, then wouldn't it be even more impossible for them? Qin Tanan walked over and looked at Hong Ying in surprise. Your Majesty, it seemed that Chang Sheng's second disciple was not simple either. However, Qin Tanan wouldn't ask about a student's background. He turned around and patted Yi Qiubai's shoulder. Well done. It's all thanks to you this time. Everybody's got some credit. Qin nodded. All right. Get ready. Let's go back to the academy. You will be satisfied with the rewards this time. At the same time, Southern Region Hidden Dao Academy. Cottage. Lu Changsheng looked up. 3 men and a woman floated in midair. The bodies of these 4 figures were not corporeal. They gave off an illusory feeling. Lu Changsheng also recognized one of the men. It was the giant face from the Blood Prison Mystic Realm. One of the men said, Your Excellency, which universe did you come from? Which universe? Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and said seriously, I don't think you've heard of it. The woman's expression changed. Are you really from another universe? Then may I ask, what is the name of that universe? Lu Changsheng spread his hands and said, You might not even know it. The woman sneered and said, We at least know most of them, even though we can't say that we can recognize the universe around us. Don't underestimate our intelligence network. One of the men continued, Then, how is the martial arts of that universe? Are they the same as yours? Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and said seriously, Martial arts. Martial arts has become a health program in our country. For example, Taiji Fist. Nowadays, it was the old people who fought a few rounds in the square. We use something called a gun over there. Otherwise, it's a missile or something. The more Lu Changsheng talked, the more excited he became. However, the 3 men and 1 woman became more and more confused as they listened. They looked at each other and asked each other, Have you heard of it? No. Which universe has these things? One of the men said with a dark expression, Your Excellency, are you playing with us? Lu Changsheng said innocently, No. The woman snorted coldly and said, In that case, there's no need to say anything else. Let's attack together. The other 3 nodded. Lu Changsheng was slightly surprised when he sensed their auras. Then, he hurriedly shouted, 9 Netherworld Formation. Activate. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Would you believe me if I said it wasn't on purpose? Chapter 55. Would you believe me if I said it wasn't on purpose? The 9 Netherworld Formation was one of the ancient killing formations. There was no doubt about its killing power. The willow tree on the cliff was speechless when it saw this scene. These were just a few projections. Moreover, there was no need to use the 9 Netherworld Formation even if their main bodies were here. This was a waste of talent. The little bird on the branch was also rather helpless. His cultivation was clearly so high, but he did not know his limits and was still so cautious. At this moment, in midair, the 4 figures felt the killing power slowly rising and their expressions could not help but change. They could not resist this power at all. They didn't even have the slightest thought of taking on such a formation attack. Run. They could only run for their lives. But how could Lu Changsheng let them go? He immediately flipped his palm. In the 9 Netherworld Formation, the River of the Dead turned into a cage that enveloped the 4 of them. As for the barrier of the River of the Dead, it emitted an endless dead silence when the 4 of them saw this scene. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Even if they used all their methods, they would probably not be able to block the attack of the Array Formation. Why is there such a profound killing formation in this barren universe? Could it be that the Earth he's talking about is really the high latitude universe that we don't know about? One of the men cupped his fists at Lu Changsheng and said, Sir, please calm down. We don't have any other intentions. We just want to befriend you. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sneer. Who are you trying to fool? You're already circulating your cultivation technique and preparing to attack. If one didn't defend fast enough, wouldn't you have succeeded? The 4 of them were on the verge of collapse. Why would someone who could set up such a formation be afraid of the 4 projections? Succeed? How are they going to succeed? At this moment, the woman also said respectfully, Senior, we have no intention of offending you. Please put away the formation. At that time, you can also obtain our friendship. Wouldn't that be better? Friendship? Didn't this mean that the other party wouldn't pester him anymore? Lu Changsheng was overjoyed. Just as he was about to agree, a voice came from outside the barrier. Master, we read back. Why is the barrier open? Master, open the door. Hearing these 2 voices, Lu Changsheng's face lit up. The chef, oh no. His disciples were back. However, with this joy, he did not control the spiritual Kai in his body for a moment and clenched his fists. Immediately, the power of the 9 netherworld formation was released. The water barrier formed by the river of the dead also turned into a shocking wave at this moment, crushing towards the 4 of them from all directions. Rumble. Yao Pei. In the future, it will be the end of you when my sect descends. Lu Changsheng was dumbfounded. He lowered his head and looked at his clenched fist. He wanted to cry but had no tears. One said one didn't do it on purpose. Is there a need to? At this moment, EQ Bai and Hong Ying arrived together. Master, we are back. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng turned around and looked at the 2 of them. EQ Bai was shocked and said embarrassedly, Master, what's wrong? When Lu Changsheng thought of the revenge that those people would take, he was even more furious. He said to EQ Bai and Hong Ying, I'll punish you. Clean up the entire cottage. You're not allowed to use spiritual Kai. This mountain belonged to the cottage. Not using spiritual Kai to sweep a mountain. How long would it take? Most importantly, they did not know what mistake they had made. However, they chose to shut up when they saw Lu Changsheng's resentful face. They picked up their brooms and prepared to go down the mountain and start cleaning. Wait! EQ Bai and Hong Ying turned around in surprise. Lu Changsheng pointed at the kitchen and said, Go and cook first. EQ Bai. Hong Ying. On the other hand, the northern region, Sunset Monarchy, in a magnificent palace. In the front was a dragon throne while a red sun was engraved at the back. There was a faint light that caused the people below the dragon throne to have no choice but to submit to that red sun. At this moment, a middle-aged man was sitting on the dragon throne. The man was dressed in a golden dragon robe. On the dragon robe were 9 golden dragons embroidered with 5 colored clouds. This person was the ruler of the Sunset Monarchy. At the same time, he was ranked 4th on the ranking of the 4 regions. Huan Yidong meant imperial unification of the 4 regions. It was clear how ambitious he was. Huan Tanaming was kneeling at the feet of the ruler. Huang Yitong's expression was quiet and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. However, it was precisely because of this that people felt pressured. Tell me what you did wrong. Beads of sweat appeared on Huang Tanaming's forehead. He lowered his head and said, I made the mistake of underestimating my enemy. Huang Yitong picked up his wine glass and took a sip. Tell me about it. Hearing this, Huang Tanaming replied, I didn't completely understand EQ Bai's network. I didn't expect him to have such an expert to support him. He even obtained the support of the Northern Region's Hidden Dao Academy's Supreme Elder, Yun Jing. Yes. Go on. Beads of sweat on Huang Tanaming's forehead dripped onto the ground. One could hear a pin drop. We didn't get the Asura cavalry, Dion Jun, and the others to get rid of EQ Bai immediately, causing the other party's reinforcements to arrive. Huang Tanaming panted heavily and endured the pressure as he continued. Also I mobilized the Asura cavalry, but failed to achieve the goal and caused the Asura cavalry to lose close to half of their men. Nothing else. Father, please guide me. Huang Yidong raised his brows and looked at Huang Tanaming. He said in a deep voice, Huang Tanaming, you still don't understand. You've disappointed me. Huang Tanaming's face turned pale. Huang Yidong stood up and looked at the red sun behind him as he continued. Why didn't Shadow Kill make a move? You deliberately did not let Shadow Kill attack, so that EQ Bai could die in your hands. Right. Huang Tanaming trembled. Huang Yidong said, you are the prince and the next heir to the throne. Do you know what this means? Huang Tanaming understood what was going on. It was as if there was a foreign object stuck in his throat. He said with difficulty, word by word, I shouldn't let my emotions affect me. I should nip it in the bud immediately if I feel threatened. Huang Yidong continued, the royal family is heartless. Killing decisively is the bottom line. If you feel threatened, you have to kill the other party even if he's your kin. Do you understand? Huang Tanaming nodded with difficulty. That woman might be someone you like, but she can be thrown away whenever she poses a threat to you. Have you done that? Huang Tanaming did not say anything. At this moment, his entire body was drenched in sweat. Huang Yidong suddenly turned around and shouted, and what did you do instead? I know my mistake. Seeing this, Huang Yidong waved his hand and said, You may leave. I will announce that your position as the crown prince will be removed and will be inherited by my second son. You have to resolve this threat first if you want to take it back. Yes. Chapter 56 So this is an otherworldly expert. Chapter 56 So this is an otherworldly expert. Yun Ming had been observing Lu Chengsheng for the past few days. This is His Majesty's master. During this period of time, Yun Ming had been observing Lu Chengsheng's every move. She wanted to find out more about him. However, after observing Lu Chengsheng for a few days, Yun Ming couldn't understand Lu Chengsheng anymore. He slept and did not cultivate every day. It was extremely difficult for him to wake up. He would only wake up at noon. He would get His Majesty or Yi Qiubai to cook after getting up. After eating, he would lie on the bamboo recliner in a place with sufficient sunlight. Beside the recliner was a small wooden table with various spirit fruits on it. After getting up, he went to water the so-called vegetable field and loosen the soil. Then dinner was ready and started eating. After dinner, he went to the academy for a walk to digest his food. Then, he went back to sleep. Day after day, the cycle repeated. Yun Ming was dumbfounded. This was completely different from his thoughts. As His Majesty's master, at the very least, it had to be an old man with a sage-like aura. Right. Moreover, he would often go into seclusion and transcend tribulations from time to time. Otherwise, he would develop some shocking martial techniques and cultivation methods. Only such a person was worthy of being His Majesty's master. But what was Lu Chengsheng like? He never cultivated. He ate, slept, and ate. When he was free, he would walk around and watered plants himself. And then nothing. Wasn't he clearly assaulted fish? At first, Yun Ming couldn't sense Lu Chengsheng's cultivation level. He thought that it was because Lu Chengsheng's cultivation level was far higher than his own. However, Yun Ming now suspected that Lu Chengsheng was just an ordinary person. However, if that was the case, why did His Majesty acknowledge him as his master? One day, Yun Ming came to Lu Chengsheng and asked, "What are your abilities?" Abilities? Lu Chengsheng was stunned. He tilted his head, frowned, and thought carefully. I don't think so. Yun Ming was about to say something. Qin Tianan came over. Behind him was a young woman. Shang, I brought you a good seedling, Lu Chengsheng said helplessly. Uncle Qin, one told you. One don't want to be a bad influence on my disciple. Don't give me a disciple. Qin Tianan pretended to be serious and said, Shang, being too humble is pride. Her talent is very good. If you teach her, my Hidden Dao Academy will have another prodigy. Lu Chengsheng covered his face and said, one really don't understand these things. Besides, I already have 2 disciples. Those 2 were giving me a headache. If I didn't know how to cook, one would have sent them away long ago. Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying walked out at this moment. When they heard this, they couldn't help but be speechless. When Qin Tianan saw Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying come out, he could only sigh and say, Sigh. Uncle Qin knows that you like to be free. Alright, I'll leave first. With that, Qin Tianan left with the woman. Yun Ming was stunned when he saw this. He clearly didn't have much ability, so why did the dean personally come over to push someone else to be his disciple? At this moment, Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying walked forward. What's wrong with you two? Yi Qiubai asked. Master, there are some things one don't understand in my primordial sword scripture. Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng said, Go ahead. After Yi Qiubai asked the question, Lu Chengsheng said disdainfully, Why are you so stubborn? Think about it from another angle. Then, Lu Chengsheng gave Yi Qiubai some advice. The primordial sword scripture was passed down from his hands after all. Naturally, Lu Chengsheng understood it very well. After a while, Yi Qiubai's aura suddenly erupted. It shot straight into the clouds. Sword intent rose. His realm also broke through to the sea flow realm at this moment. Originally, Yi Qiubai's realm could have broken through to the sea flow realm long ago. However, he wanted to stabilize his foundation, so he had been suppressing it. Now, Yi Qiubai could no longer suppress his comprehension of the cultivation technique. His realm directly broke through to the sea flow realm. Yi Qiubai opened his eyes and said to Lu Chengsheng, Thank you, Master. His tone was filled with reverence. This surprised Yunming. With just a few pointers, he had already comprehended the cultivation technique and even directly broke through the realm. He did have some skills. However, the other party had only broken through from the Purple Mansion realm to the Sea Flow realm. This was not difficult. It was probably still not enough to teach His Majesty. Yiqiubai returned to his room and continued to comprehend the primordial sword scripture. At this moment, Hong Ying also walked forward and began to ask questions. Lu Changsheng answered them one by one. No. Why are you asking me such a simple question? Use your brain and think differently. It's like this here, ah. Yes, it's like this. After hearing this, Hong Ying's expression suddenly turned solemn as she immediately sat down cross-legged. Celestial Realm. Hong Ying had directly entered the Celestial Realm. In the Celestial Realm, one's understanding of cultivation techniques and martial arts would multiply. It was very difficult to enter this state, especially as one's comprehension of martial arts increased. The difficulty of entering the Celestial Realm would also increase. As for Hong Ying, she had entered 9 cycles of reincarnation. Every time he reincarnated, his understanding of martial arts would become deeper. In other words, it was impossible for the current Hong Ying to enter the Celestial Realm. But now, with Lu Changsheng's guidance, he directly entered the Celestial Realm. This made Yunming extremely surprised. He clearly did not look capable, so it was just that he was usually unwilling to reveal it. This kind of hidden state of mind, he was the true master of the world. If Lu Changsheng knew what Yunming was thinking, he would probably be speechless. The people of the Cloud Phoenix Empire all had a special characteristic. You like to guide yourself, don't you? At the same time, in the northern region, a man dressed like a scholar bid farewell to another mountain village. Walking on the forest path, he could not help but sigh. Back then, this was how one met Master. Thinking of this, the man could not help but shake his head and laugh. I wonder how Master is doing. Let's go to the southern region and pay our respects to Master. With that, the man carried his book basket and walked slowly towards the southern region. Chapter 57 Chapter 57 Yiking is missing. Chapter 57 Yiking is missing. On this day, Lu Changsheng was drinking and eating Yiqiubai's dishes. Beside him, Qin Tanan was also sitting there. Uncle Qin, why are you here again? Qin Tanan looked at Lu Changsheng's helpless face and scolded. You brat. How can you say that I finally finished dealing with the academy's matters? Can't one come to your place for a drink? Don't worry. I'm not here to give you a disciple. Lu Changsheng looked at Hong Ying, who was still in the Celestial Realm. Why isn't it over yet? I suddenly feel like drinking fish soup. Hong Ying's soup is better than Qiubai's. Why don't we wake her up? Yunming, who was at the side, almost fainted. He hurriedly said, Senior, don't. This is the Celestial Realm. It's not worth it to forcefully wake her up. Moreover, there might be a backlash. Over the past few days, Yunming no longer doubted Lu Changsheng's ability. But why did it feel like Lu Changsheng didn't know much about cultivation? Qin Tanan could not help but roll his eyes. He didn't find Lu Changsheng's heartlessness strange at all. At this moment, Yiqiubai returned. As a top faction in the southern region, the Hidden Dao Academy naturally had some special cultivation grounds. For example, the Sword Hall had a place to cultivate the way of the sword. There was a place where Sword Kai was tempering the body. Yiqiubai has been cultivating there these days. Now, the Sword Kai in his body was even purer. Qiubai is back. Qin Tanan looked over. Lu Changsheng knew that there must be something wrong. Yiqiubai walked over and bowed to Lu Changsheng. Then, he looked at Qin Tanan and asked, Dean, what's the matter? Qin Tanan smiled and said, Actually, it's not a big deal. Didn't you get first place in the exchange for our Hidden Dao Academy previously? Yiqiubai nodded. Qin Tanan continued, After every exchange, the Hidden Dao Academy of the 4 regions can send a person to the main academy to cultivate for a period of time. That person will usually be sent by the person who contributed the most during the exchange competition. Of course, the resources in the main academy are much better than ours. Cultivating there for a period of time should be beneficial to your sword Dao cultivation. The Hidden Dao Academy's main academy was located in the central region of the mainland, where martial arts were the most flourishing. Strictly speaking, the central region could not be considered a region. However, at the intersection of the four regions, there were countless sects and aristocratic families. Martial arts were extremely prosperous. Hence, it was called the Central Region. This was also why people usually said that there were only 4 regions on the continent. Yikui's heart skipped a beat. What he needed now was not resources, but more actual combat. Using actual combat to verify the comprehension in his heart. Then, he looked at Lu Chengsheng, clearly asking for his opinion. Lying on the bamboo chair, Lu Chengsheng said casually, "If you want to go, go." When Qin Tianan saw this, he stood up with a smile and said, "Then come and find me in 3 days. Take care of your family matters first." After that, Qin Tianan left. Before he left, he took a few bottles of wine from Lu Chengsheng. Lu Chengsheng was speechless. Yi Qiubai couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard Qin Tianan's words. Family matters. Could something have happened to the Yi family? Thinking of this, Yi Qiubai bade farewell to Lu Chengsheng and rushed to Tenyuan City, as if under Hong Ying's instructions. After Yi Qiubai left, Yun Ming disappeared into the dark. At this moment, Tenyuan City seemed extremely oppressive. There were countless vendors and shops on the street. It was very lively. Leaves were floating everywhere. Yi Qiubai passed by the street and saw this scene. His heart couldn't help but sink. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. The speed of their advance became faster and faster. Before they reached the Yi family, they could already see countless imperial guards guarding the entrance. Yi Qiubai's expression darkened. He circulated his cultivation technique and unknowingly infiltrated. At this moment, the Yi family's ancestors sat at the head in the meeting hall. Among them, the first elder said, "Ancestor, where did Yi King go?" The third elder chimed in, "Now, Tenyuan dynasty is forcing our Yi family to hand over Yi King. If we don't hand him over, the imperial guards will flatten our Yi family. At that time, our Yi family will really cease to exist." The Yi family's ancestors' face darkened and he did not reply. It was unknown what he was thinking. Suddenly, he looked behind him and said, "Who is it?" With that, he wanted to slap out. But Yi Qiubai's figure appeared. "Where did my father go?" Seeing this, the Yi family's ancestor retracted his palm and frowned. "Yi Qiubai, you're quite bold. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Yi Qiubai said indifferently, "You can't kill me." Hearing this, the Yi family's ancestor could not help but freeze. Indeed, before this, Yi Qiubai could escape with an unknown sword with an extremely terrifying aura. Now that Yi Qiubai's cultivation level was higher, it wasn't difficult for him to escape. The Yi family's ancestor took a deep breath and said to everyone, "You guys can leave first." The elders looked at each other. Yi Qiubai noticed that before the first elder left, his eyes revealed resentment. However, Yi Qiubai didn't care. He looked at the ancestor and asked, "Where did my father go?" The Yi family's ancestor took a sip of tea and said, "He's in Desolate City now." Desolate City. The ancestor nodded and said, "I was the one who sent him out." Yi Qiubai was slightly surprised. According to the ancestor's previous thoughts, even if he did not kill his father, he would not be so protective. The Yi family's ancestors seemed to have seen through Yi Qiubai's thoughts. He glanced at him and said, "You don't have to be grateful to me. It's just that your talent made me change my mind." Previously, he wanted to kill Yi Qiubai to prevent future trouble. However, he didn't completely leave Yi Qiubai behind. This caused the Yi family's ancestors to not dare to be ruthless, and only removed Yi King's position as the family head. Over the past few days, he had heard of Yi Qiubai's deeds outside. He defeated Jian Qiaomian in the northern region. He had mastered sword intent and become a great swordmaster. The reason why Yi Qiubai suddenly rose was definitely because of the mysterious master behind him. All of these made the Yi family's ancestor reconsider his thoughts. He didn't want to offend Yi Qiubai anymore. Otherwise, if Yi Qiubai grew up, the Yi family would probably not be able to withstand his anger. Yi Qiubai naturally understood these principles and asked, Then why did the Tanyuan dynasty take my father? The Yi family's ancestor was about to answer. However, powerful auras descended from outside. Yi Qiubai, I originally wanted to use your father to threaten you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come out. It saves me a lot of trouble. Yi Qiubai walked out and looked at the figures above. He immediately understood. A few old acquaintances stood beside the cultivators of the Tanyuan dynasty. Among them were the offerings of the Sunset Monarchy that appeared in the northern region back then. Chapter 58 Battling an expert on the ranking of the 4 regions. Chapter 58 Battling an expert on the ranking of the 4 regions. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Obviously, the mastermind behind this was the Sunset Monarchy. However, what Yi Qiubai didn't expect was that the Sunset Monarchy actually extended their hand to the southern region. Among them was Fan Jingyao, who was ranked 27th on the ranking of the 4 regions. Among them, the 6th prince of Tanyuan dynasty smiled and said, Yi Qiubai, even though you don't have any grudge with me, you should settle the conflict between you and the Sunset Monarchy with them. Right. The Sunset Monarchy was so powerful that even Tanyuan dynasty did not want to offend it. He even wanted to wag his tail and beg for mercy. Yi Qiubai watched the scene coldly. Clearly, someone had tipped him off. Who was it? There was no need to think too much. It must be the first elder. Among the people present, only he had sufficient motives. However, this was not important anymore. Between them, they were mortal enemies. Either you die or one die. Yi Qiubai watched this scene coldly. The dark demon had already taken it out of his storage ring. Sword intent began to rise. Yi Qiubai didn't dare to hold back in front of such a lineup. Fan Jingyao sighed sensing this sword intent. No wonder the crown prince is so afraid. This talent is really terrifying. At such a young age, his sword intent had already reached the level of a great swordmaster. His realm had also reached the sea flow realm. With such talent, it could be said that as long as he did nor die, he would definitely stand at the peak of this continent in the future. I'm afraid only geniuses of Central region are comparable to him. Yi Qiubai said indifferently. You're afraid of the Sunset Monarchy, but you are afraid of my revenge. If there was a grudge, he would take revenge. If there was kindness, he would repay it tenfold. This was Yi Qiubai's principle. Now that the Tanyuan dynasty had such an attitude, Yi Qiubai would also step into the Tanyuan dynasty's palace in the future. The 6th prince smiled and shook his head. Even though your words are very intimidating and you do have the right to say such things. But, at this point, a cold light flashed in the 6th prince's eyes, and his expression suddenly turned cold. His voice was low, but his voice was very loud. What's there to fear about a genius who died halfway? Yi Qiubai nodded and did not say anything else. There was no point in saying too much. Now that things had come to this, they naturally had to fight to the death. The torrential fiend Kai transformed into the fiend Dao, sword intent, and swept towards the 6th prince. It was as sharp as a sword. There was no limit to it. The 6th prince's cultivation was not outstanding. Seeing this, his expression changed slightly. At this moment, another guardian of the Sunset Monarchy stood up and waved his hand to block the sword intent. You won't be able to get away today. 11. If you want to stall for time, it's impossible. The news here has already been sealed. The Hidden Dao Academy can't get any news. Yi Qiubai had an impression of this person. It was Tian Zun, who was ranked 29th on the ranking of the 4 regions. The weapon was a huge double-edged axe. At this moment, Tian Zun's body disappeared from the spot and arrived beside Yi Qiubai. He stretched out his hand, wanting to capture Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai retreated. However, the other party was a Kanyuan realm expert, making Yi Qiubai feel helpless. When Tian Zun's hand landed on Yi Qiubai's shoulder, a silver light flashed. Tian Zun's eyes were filled with shock. He hurriedly retreated. But it was still too late. 2 of his fingers were cut off. Who? At this moment, the Yi family's ancestor stood in front of Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai was also surprised. He did not expect the ancestor to stand up and help him at this moment. However, the ancestor's strength had clearly not reached the Kanyuan realm. He was only at the peak of the water overflow realm, yet he could hurt a Canyuan realm expert. How did this happen? The ancestor's face was a little pale. Tianzun looked at this scene and said with an ugly expression, "Using a secret technique." The ancestor said indifferently, "I only borrowed the power of my ancestors." As one of the 4 great clans, the Yi clan naturally had a trump card. The ancestor of the Yi family could also reach the Qianyuan realm in a short period of time, by borrowing the power of his ancestors. When Ri Grand Elder saw this scene, a trace of resentment flashed across his eyes. Ever since Yi Qiubai escaped, he had displayed astonishing talent. The ancestor was already leaning towards Yi Qiubai. The Yi family's ancestor naturally understood the logic of adding icing on the cake. It was better to provide charcoal in times of need, since he had already chosen to stand on Yi Qiubai's side. He would rake a gamble on him. If they succeeded, the Yi family might reach a height that even Ri old ancestor could not. Of course, if he failed, he would have to bear Ri corresponding risk. Annihilation. The 6th prince looked at this scene and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, aren't you afraid that the Yi family will be exterminated?" The ancestor snorted and said, "Since you've already done it, there's no need to say anything else." Fan Jinggrao nodded and said, "In that case, the Yi family will be removed from the southern region." With that said, Fan Jinggrao rushed towards the Yi family's ancestor. The ancestor's eyes narrowed. Even though he had temporarily obtained the strength of the Canyuan realm, in reality, there was still a gap between them and the experts on the ranking of the 4 regions. Previously, he was able to cut off Tianzun's finger because he was caught off guard. Now, Fan Jinggrao's attack was overwhelming for the ancestor. Yi Qiubai's expression darkened when he saw this scene. Furthermore, this place was blocked by a barrier. The communication jade tube given by the Hidden Dao Academy could not spread the news here. At this moment, the 6th prince also waved his hand, and the imperial guards of the imperial palace were completely mobilized. Although their strength was not as terrifying as the Asura cavalry, they could not be underestimated. At this moment, Tianzun also said, "Yi Qiubai, give up resisting. You have no chance of winning." Yi Qiubai didn't say anything. The sword in his hand was already slowly rising with battle intent, representing his attitude. Tianzun was also stunned when he saw this. Then, he felt that it was a pity. Even in the face of a person on the ranking of the 4 regions like him, who was in such a desperate situation, he still had the will to fight and was not afraid at all. With such courage and talent, the entire continent would know his name as long as he did not die. Unfortunately, they were not on the same side. Thinking of this, Tianzun made his move. Holding the double-edged axe in his hand, he suddenly stepped in midair. A sonic boom sounded in the air as Tianzun's figure rushed towards Yi Qiubai. Then, the huge axe in his hand slashed at Yi Qiubai. Wherever the axe blade slashed, space seemed to shatter. He had already felt an unstoppable force before the double-edged axe landed on Yi Qiubai. This was the absolute suppression of cultivation realms. The difference between Ri Canyuan realm and the Sea Flow realm was different from the Purple Mansion realm and the Sea Flow realm. The ditch was extremely huge. It was nor something that could be crossed by humans. Furthermore, Tianzun was not at the ordinary Canyuan realm. He was an expert on re-ranking of the 4 regions. Yi Qiubai was not afraid at this moment. He wanted to see how far away he was from the experts on the ranking of the 4 regions. Demonic Kai surged and sword intense wept. The 6th sword move of the 9 heavenly demon sword. Chapter 59 Chapter 59 Improving the Ancient Killing Formation. Chapter 59 Improving the Ancient Killing Formation. At this moment, in the cottage, Lu Changsheng stood under the 9 netherworld formation. "I wonder when they'll call on me again." Lu Changsheng looked worried. Previously, it was just a projection. Next time, the power they would send over would be even stronger. At that time, could the 9 netherworld formation still withstand it? What if he couldn't block it? No, one cannot allow that to happen. Lu Changsheng began to study the 9 netherworld formation, wanting to see if he could improve it further. The little chick didn't understand what Lu Changsheng was doing. Only the willow tree knew Lu Changsheng's purpose. Improve the 9 netherworld formation. This was an ancient killing formation. It was of extremely formidable strength. It was probably as difficult as ascending to the heavens to modify it. Lu Changsheng sat in the air and rubbed his chin. System. Is there any improvement plan? The host needs to think for himself. Lu Changsheng shrugged, not having any expectations. This thing was not omnipotent after all. The 9 netherworld formation was a great killing formation. Relying on the netherworld Kai inside, he attacked with the River of the Dead as the main attack, achieving the effect of killing the enemy. It could also be said that this array was actually using the power of law to kill. The power of law of the 9 netherworld formation is the power of the 9 nether. It contains the yin attribute. Then, what will happen if I replenish the power of law of the yang attribute in it? The range of the yin-yang attribute was very wide. Yin and yang complemented and countered each other. All living things were born together. It countered all things in the world. In that case, as long as he replenished the yang attribute and let it collide with the yin attribute, the power of law that erupted after it countered would theoretically increase greatly. However, it was a little dangerous. Then, Lu Changsheng turned to the willow tree and said, "Let's set up a barrier to protect this place." Hearing this, the willow branches of the willow tree gently swayed. As if there was no wind, a barrier enveloped the entire mountain peak. At the same time, it protected everything in the cottage. Han Ying, who was still in the celestial realm, was also protected by this barrier. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng was no longer worried. Instead, he became very serious. The range of the yin-yang attribute was actually very wide. The most common ones were the power of life and the power of death. Now, the yin attribute of the 9 netherworld formation was the power of death. In other words, Lu Changsheng had to release the power of life. At the thought of this, he stretched out a finger. A sword intent appeared in his finger. The sword intent dissipated and revived, representing endless life. It contained the power of life. This was not obtained by the system. The willow tree's vitality was extremely vigorous. Around her, the power of endless life circulated continuously. Lu Changsheng had been living with him for so many years, and he had unknowingly comprehended the power of life. At this moment, the sword intent with the power of life fused into the 9 netherworld formation. Lu Changsheng was eager to see what would happen. Lu Changsheng's eyes were wide open as he stared straight ahead. 5 defensive formations had already been set up around him. Feeling that it wasn't enough, he waved his hand again. Hundreds of array flags flew out, and 8 more defensive array formations appeared in front of Lu Changsheng. The power of life and death was fused together after all. Once an accident happened, the backlash power caused was not something that ordinary people could resist. The time for an incense stick to burn quickly passed. Lu Changsheng hid behind the defensive formation and poked his head out. Looking at the 9 netherworld formation, he scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Why isn't there any movement? Could it be that there's too little life force?" Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng carefully released another sword intent of life and integrated it into the 9 netherworld formation. However, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no movement at all. Where did the problem come from? Lu Changsheng moved closer to study it. During the process, he added a few more life forces into it. But there was still no movement. Could it be that we have to activate the array formation? Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng activated the spiritual Kai inside. Immediately, the 9 netherworld formation appeared in the sky. The power of death spread crazily. However, after a few blinks of the eye, the power of death suddenly erupted and boiled. Lu Changsheng was shocked. He quickly retreated behind the defensive formation. Surrounding the deathly power were sword intents of life. This was the will of life that Lu Changsheng had integrated into his body. At this moment, the power of life and death did not mix with each other. Instead, they kept colliding. The energy shockwaves from the collision were extremely terrifying. Even the little bird was shocked. The willow tree also waved its willow branches and added another barrier to the surroundings. Obviously, she also thought that the energy that erupted was too terrifying. At this moment, the river of the dead roared. Waves rolled. In an instant, the power of life and death completely exploded in the collision. Instantly, The destructive power in the sky cut through space like countless sharp swords. It formed a destructive storm. The entire space in the sky shattered. It was as if the world was destroyed. At this moment, the defensive array formation in front of Lu Changsheng shattered one by one. Lu Changsheng had no choice but to release his spiritual Kai to resist the destructive power. The barrier set up by the willow tree also trembled continuously. As for the willow tree itself, it did not cover the barrier, even though the destructive power swept over her. Not a single willow leaf fell. After a while, the destructive storm began to gradually dissipate. However, the shattered space had yet to recover. The destructive power was left behind. The barrier around Chick dissipated, and the fire protection disappeared. Looking at the scene in front of him, its eyes were filled with fear. If it wasn't for the willow tree's barrier, her soul would have already dissipated. Hong Ying was still in the celestial realm and had not woken up. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. This power seemed to be a little too great. It was much more powerful than before. But how should he control it? If such destructive power could not be controlled, it would form a double-edged sword. It could kill enemies, but it could also hurt the caster. Of course, it couldn't hurt Lu Changsheng, but he didn't know. Now, Lu Changsheng had to think about how to control this destructive power. Once it was formed, Lu Changsheng believed that he would be able to fight back. On the other side, Tianyuan City in the southern region, Yiqiubai held the dark demon and slashed at the double-edged axe in front of him. The sword intent was wanton and the sword Kai was rampant. At this moment, the dark demonic Kai surged and roared crazily. Now that Yiqiubai had reached the sea flow realm, he could finally use the sixth move of the 9 heavenly demon sword. In the demonic aura sword intent, some of the imperial guards actually knelt down. It intimidated one's soul and made people have no choice but to submit. The sixth prince's expression also changed. His face was extremely pale. If not for the guards blocking in front of him, he would probably have knelt down. This made him extremely shocked and furious. He was a prince standing above tens of thousands of people. How could he kowtow to others? Chapter 60 Green Cloud appears, killing the experts on the ranking list. Chapter 60 Green Cloud appears, killing the experts on the ranking list. After Lu Changsheng's modifications, its power was even greater than before. The demonic Kai contained in it was even more terrifying than the original. This was also the reason why the imperial guards in the palace began to kneel. Only a few people with higher realms and firm minds could still resist. When Tianzun felt this scene, his eyes were also filled with surprise. This sword technique could be said to be the most domineering sword technique he had ever seen. Nonetheless, with the absolute suppression of the realm, the effect on Tianzun was not that great. The double-edged axe in his hand collided with Yiqiubai's dark demon. In an instant, Yiqiubai flew out with his sword and smashed into the house. The house collapsed at this moment. This was also within everyone's expectations. After all, the difference in realm was too great. Tianzun frowned slightly and looked at his arm. There was actually sword intent wrapped around his arm like maggots in his bones. He was only at the sea flow realm, but he was already injured. At this moment, Yiqiubai crawled out of the ruins. At this moment, his arm was covered in blood, and his face was pale. Obviously, that attack just now was not easy to deal with. Seeing this, Tianzun said, "You should be proud to be able to block my attack and not die." Yiqiubai wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at Tianzun with battle intent in his eyes. He shouted in a low voice, "Again." With that, sword intent appeared. At this moment, the sword intent was even sharper than before. Then, he picked up the dark demon sword and continued to rush towards Tianzun. Tianzun snorted coldly. He raised the double-edged axe in his hand above his head and suddenly slashed down from above. Yiqiubai's expression froze. Then, he didn't choose to take it head-on. At this moment, he actually broke free from Tianzun's aura lock. He tilted his body and dodged the attack. Tianzun was surprised. At this moment, Yiqiubai's dark demon also stabbed towards Tianzun's chest. Tianzun could not retract the double-edged axe in his hand. He could only slap her with his other hand. The dark demon sword landed in Tian Zun's palm. His aura surged. Yi Qiubai flew out again. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Tian Zun's palm was actually pierced. Yi Qiubai's sword actually broke through Tian Zun's spiritual energy defense. Blood gushed out from his palm. Tian Zun's expression turned cold. He was ranked 29th on the ranking of the 4 regions. He was injured by a mere beginner stage sea-flow realm. If news of this got out, people would probably laugh their heads off. He immediately held the double-edged axe and chased after Yi Qiubai. At this moment, more than half of the spiritual Kai in Yi Qiubai's body had been consumed. He used the 9 heavenly demon sword twice in a row. It consumed a lot of his spiritual Kai. The internal organs in his body seemed to have been dislocated by Tian Zun. It could be said that the current Yi Qiubai was already at the end of his rope. When the Grand Elder saw this scene, he sneered. After this attack, Yi Qiubai should be dead. Third Elder, who was on the Grand Elder's side, nodded in agreement. We can finally be at ease. The Yi family's ancestor, who was fighting with Fan Jingguo, smiled bitterly when he saw this. Did one make the wrong bet in the end? The Yi family would be destroyed in his hands. In midair, the 6th prince's eyes were filled with joy. Yi Qiubai's talent was really too high. If he wasn't eliminated, there would be endless trouble in the future. Fan Jingguo shook his head and said, "What a pity. If he doesn't die, another sword saint will appear in the 4 regions." Yi Qiubai looked at Tian Zun, who was charging at him, and felt the spiritual Kai in his body flowing crazily. He did not show any fear. Instead, he laughed loudly and shouted, "The ranking of the 4 regions. It's nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qiubai stabilized his body and faced Tian Zun. However, this time, Yi Qiubai put away the dark demon. Tian Zun snorted coldly. Arrogant. At this moment, the aura of the double-edged axe in his hand surged out crazily. Streaks of axe light covered the double-edged axe at this moment. Then, he slashed out. At this moment, a long sword appeared in Yi Qiubai's hand. However, this long sword was kept in its scabbard. As soon as the sheathed sword appeared, Tian Zun's expression changed drastically. He actually felt a sense of danger from this sword. An unprecedented crisis. This danger could even threaten his life. How was this possible? He was a Kanyuan realm expert, a person on the ranking of the 4 regions. How could he be threatened by a mere sea-flow realm cultivator? The pride in his heart did not allow him to back down. The double-edged axe in his hand continued to slash out. However, this time, the aura of the axe light was even stronger. At this moment, Yi Qiubai grabbed the hilt of the green cloud sword. He shouted in a low voice, "Green cloud sword, appear!" The green cloud sword appeared again. Yi Qiubai pulled out another portion of the green cloud sword. Sword intent surged out crazily. It actually contained strands of sword Dao laws. Fan Jingguo looked at this power and his expression changed drastically. He immediately shouted, "Tian Zun, retreat quickly." This power was even more mysterious than the sword intent. Even from afar, it made his heart palpitate. At this moment, it was already too late. The sword intent that contained the sword Dao law had already landed on Tian Zun's axe blade. It was just an instant of confrontation. Tian Zun was shocked to see that cracks had started to appear on the double-edged axe in his hand. The sword intent also rushed into his arm along the crack. "All!" Tian Zun let out a miserable cry. At this moment, streams of blood burst out of his arm. The sword intent seemed to have turned into a poisonous snake that rushed into Tian Zun's internal organs through his arm. In Tian Zun's body, it surged wildly and continued to destroy. Tian Zun's aura flowed away crazily, and in a few blinks of an eye, he was dead. Fallen. A person on the ranking of the 4 regions was actually killed by a beginner stage sea-flow realm. Yes, it was a kill. Is this for real? Yi Qiubai is already strong enough to kill an expert on the ranking of the 4 regions. Fan Jingguo looked at Yi Qiubai in fear. Even he could not kill Tian Zun. There was not much difference in their strength. It was even more difficult to kill the other party at their realms. The Yi family's ancestor laughed when he saw this. The Grand Elder and the 6th Elder's faces were filled with fear. When the 6th Prince saw this scene, he was extremely terrified. Yiqiubai's talent was simply terrifying. If they were not eliminated, the Tanyuan dynasty would be destroyed in the future. Royal guards hurry up and kill Yiqiubai. The imperial guards were originally in a daze. When they heard the sixth prince's shocked roar, they reacted and charged at Yiqiubai with their weapons. At this moment, Yiqiubai was already at the end of his rope. The spiritual Kai had already bottomed out. After forcefully pulling out the green cloud sword, it was already covered by the backlash. It could be said that even an ordinary person could kill Yiqiubai now. When Fan Jinggrao saw the scene, he was also prepared to attack. He could not be allowed to live. Chapter 61 Famous School. Chapter 61 Famous School. In reality, there were many reasons why Yiqiubai could kill Tan Zun. Firstly, Tan Zun had underestimated his opponent too much. Secondly, no one would have thought of this move. Thirdly, the sword Dao contained in the green cloud sword did not exist in this world where the heavenly Dao had collapsed. Therefore, Tan Zun was defeated. And death. However, in the eyes of many people, Yiqiubai was only at the beginner stage C-flow realm. Even if he was a 1 in a million genius, he was just a genius who had yet to grow up. As for Tan Zun, intermediate stage Kanyuan realm was ranked 29th on the ranking of the 4 regions. He was a renowned expert of the northern region and even the 4 regions. This gap was like a ravine. He was actually killed by a C-flow realm cultivator. Then, what would happen after Yiqiubai reached the Kanyuan realm? How far would his actual strength rise? No one could have imagined it. No one dared to think in that direction. And now, after Yiqiubai pulled out the green cloud sword, he had already suffered a strong backlash. The spiritual Kai was even more exhausted. Just like that, it slowly descended from midair. When the sixth prince and Fan Jinggrao saw this scene, they did not hesitate to attack at this moment. He killed Yiqiubai with lightning speed, killing such a prodigy in the cradle. Otherwise, when Yiqiubai grew up, they would be the ones to suffer. When the Yi family's ancestor saw this scene, he was powerless to stop it. The power of his ancestral descendants had already dissipated. Now, he has also entered a state of backlash. There was no way to stop Fan Jinggrao. They could only watch helplessly as the Imperial Guards and Fan Jinggrao rushed towards Yiqiubai. Is this the end? It was a pity that such a prodigy had fallen just like that. The Yi family would probably be removed from Tanyuan City. Just as the ancestor was thinking this, Yiqiubai's body suddenly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. The sixth prince was even more flustered. Yiqiubai ran away. Then it would be difficult to kill him in the future. With their Tanyuan dynasty's strength, they wanted to go to the hidden Dao Academy to ask for her. This was just a fool's dream. However, when did Yiqiubai grow stronger? This was nothing more than a slow death. Thinking of this, the sixth prince panicked. Fan Jinggrao also did not react in time. Who was it that could save her without a sound under his nose? Only those in the top 10 of the martial roll could do this. But who in the top 10 of the ranking had a relationship with Yiqiubai? Fan Jinggrao thought for a moment. There was only one person. The number 1 sword cultivator of the northern region, Yun Jing. Only he could save Yiqiubai without being noticed by Fan Jinggrao. Revered Elder Fan, what should we do now? The sixth prince looked anxious. When Fan Jinggrao saw this, his eyes were filled with unconcealed contempt. He said indifferently, "Don't be anxious. Let's return to the palace first." The sixth prince naturally saw Fan Jinggrao's attitude, but he couldn't say anything in front of the experts on the martial roll. The group returned to the palace. If Yiqiubai was here, he would be able to recognize it. The crown prince Huang Tanaming was in the palace. Huang Tanaming took a sip of his tea. When he saw them return in a sorry state, he asked, "Did you fail?" There didn't seem to be any surprise in his tone. It was as if it was expected. Fan Jinggrao nodded and said, "That's right. Tian Zun died in battle." Oh, this was something that Huang Tanaming had not expected. Tian Zun, an expert on the martial ranking, was actually killed. But it's good. Huang Tanaming put down his teacup and revealed an inexplicable smile. He looked at Fan Jinggrao and said, "Do you think Yiqiubai should let our dynasty be executed for killing our vassal?" Fan Jinggrao was stunned for a moment before nodding. Huang Tanming stood up and continued. The Hidden Tao Academy also said that there's only one word in the world. It shouldn't be too much for me to ask them to hand over Yi Qiubai. Right. Fan Jinggrao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He had already guessed Huang Tanming's intentions. Previously, Huang Tanming only asked him and Tan Zun to go to the Yi family and wait for Yi Qiubai. However, they did not send out all the forces they brought over. Clearly, it was also for this. After all, Yi Qiubai was a student of the Hidden Tao Academy. Previously, he even obtained the support of the Northern Region's Hidden Tao Academy. Once he killed Yi Qiubai without a reason, the Hidden Tao Academy would be a problem. It might attract the attention of the Central Main Academy. This might cause a huge loss to the Sunset Monarchy. And now, Yi Qiubai naturally had a reason for killing the dynasty's guardian. There was a reason for this. Huang Tanming planned to make an issue out of Tan Zun's death. Huang Tanming clapped his hands and said, "Alright, let's set off. Everyone, head towards the Hidden Tao Academy of the Southern Region." After saying that, he bowed slightly to the king of Tanyuan Kingdom, who was sitting at the head of the table, and said, "Sorry to disturb you, King." The king of Tanyuan Kingdom stared at Huang Tanming and sighed. This child was so scheming. Moreover, he had the heart of a dog that treated everything as grass. With this child, the Sunset Monarchy would probably continue to be glorious. Thinking of this, the king of Tanyuan Kingdom said, "Bring the imperial guards over." At this moment, the king of Tanyuan Kingdom had decided to be completely tied to the Sunset Dynasty. Huang Tanming was also happy to see the scene. He smiled and said, "Thank you, king." On the other side, Yanming brought Yi Qiubai back to the cottage. That's right. The person who saved Yi Qiubai was Yanming. Actually, he had been hiding in the dark. As for why he didn't attack, that was to squeeze out Yi Qiubai's potential in a life-and-death situation. The potential that Yi Qiubai erupted with clearly shocked Yanming. A sea flow realm killed a Qian Yuan realm cultivator. Even though it was a coincidence, it was still part of his strength. Lu Chengsheng walked over. The relaxed look on his face was gone. With a hint of anger, he asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" At this moment, Han Ying's aura erupted and she broke through to the Qian Yuan realm. He woke up from the celestial realm, seeing Yi Qiubai's appearance. He also walked over, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Who did it?" When His Majesty asked, Yanming immediately explained the process. Lu Chengsheng took a look and understood Yi Qiubai's situation. The backlash of forcefully pulling out the green cloud sword. It's not a big problem for him to wither his spiritual Kai and faint. He took out 2 pills from his storage ring and stuffed them into Yi Qiubai's mouth. Then, he pointed with his finger, and a power of endless life enveloped Yi Qiubai. It was repairing his body. Han Ying was shocked by this scene. Yanming also exclaimed, "Life force." To be precise, it was the rules of life. Soon, Yi Qiubai's body recovered. Now, he was just waiting to wake up. Han Ying held her spear and said coldly, "He'll go to Tanyuan Dynasty first." "Wait, don't go." Lu Chengsheng looked at the sky and said, "They are here." In the distant sky, black-armored Imperial Guards arrived. Behind the Imperial Guards were 2 ships pulled by flood dragons. Qin Tianan and the group of elders also appeared in midair. "I wonder why the Crown Prince has come to my Hidden Tao Academy." Chapter 62 Hong Ying Strikes. Chapter 62 Hong Ying Strikes. With Qin Tianan's current strength, he could naturally sense how terrifying the lineup of the Sunset Monarchy was. Among them were 3 experts on the ranking of the 4 regions. Among them were Fan Jinggrao, who was ranked 27th, and Gao Weian, who was ranked 31st. Even Qin Tianan was no match for the last one. It was Eunuch Ming, who was ranked 7th. At the front were the Imperial Guards of the Tanyuan Dynasty. Even Qin Tianan felt his scalp go numb when he saw such a lineup. At that moment, Huang Tanming stood on the head of the ship. His voice was loud and clear, interrogating her. "Dean Qin, a student of your academy, Yi Qiubai, killed my Sunset Monarchy's worshipper, Tian Zun, in Tanyuan City. I specially came to capture the criminal and bring him to my Sunset Dynasty." Qin Tiannen's expression sank. If he captured the Sunset Monarchy, would Yi Qiubai still have any hope of survival? And Yi Qiubai had contributed to the Hidden Dao Academy. How could he hand it over? However, he found it even more unbelievable. Yi Qiubai had just entered the sea flow realm. How could he kill someone on the ranking of the 4 regions? At the side, the Sword Hall Elder's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "How can Yi Qiubai kill Tanzun? Could it be that His Highness is giving Yi Qiubai a groundless crime?" At the side, Eunuch Ming shouted in a sharp voice, "How dare you? The prince is so honorable. Why would he lie to you?" Fan Jingrao also nodded and said, "I was there and saw it with my own eyes." The Sword Hall Elder wanted to continue arguing, but he was stopped by Qin Tiannen. Qin Tiannen understood that it was no longer important if Yi Qiubai had killed Tanzun. They just wanted to find a reason to take Yi Qiubai away. Qin Tiannen did not have any evidence to refute this reason. He could only say, "This matter still needs to be investigated. So please go back and discuss it again if it's true." Huang Tanaming shook his head and said, "That won't do. Tanzun is an offering of our Sunset Monarchy. If you don't give me an explanation, who will be willing to serve my Sunset Monarchy in the future?" Eunuch Ming nodded in satisfaction. He had reason and evidence, and was calm in the face of change. The Crown Prince was becoming more and more like the ruler of a country. Qin Tiannen shook his head and said, "I can't hand Yi Qiubai to you. If he could not even protect a single student, the Hidden Dao Academy would decline. Moreover, with Yi Qiubai's talent, he would definitely become a sword saint in the future. Besides, his master was Lu Changsheng. Even though he usually did not do anything proper, he couldn't see through Lu Changsheng. In the past, he only thought that Lu Changsheng's cultivation level was too low, and that he was not talented enough. He would treat him as the son of his descendants, and ensure his safety for the rest of his life. Lu Changsheng had taught Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying, who were both monstrous geniuses. How could he not know how to cultivate? Then let's go to war. Huang Tanaming's face darkened, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Obviously, his plan had succeeded. The Martial Hall Elder had the hottest temper. He shouted beside Qin Tiannen, "We can't hand Yi Qiubai over." The Sword Hall Elder knew Yi Qiubai's talent very well. He nodded and agreed. "That's right. At most. Well, fight." Dean Ru's expression was calm as he echoed, "My Hidden Dao Academy is not afraid of others." When Qin Tiannen saw that they had the same opinion, he nodded and said, "All right, let's fight." Then, he looked at the Elder of the Array Hall. When the Array Hall Elder saw this, he understood Qin Tiannen's meaning. He turned around and dashed into the academy. Seeing Qin Tiannen and the others' auras rising, Huang Tanaming smiled and said, "I hope you won't regret it." After saying that, Fan Jingrao directly came in front of Qin Tiannen. He said solemnly, "Previously, we didn't have a victor. Now, let me see why you're 1 rank higher than me." Qin Tiannen smiled. "Yell no." With that, the two of them flew towards the sky. If it was used as a battlefield here, it would harm others. At this time, Gao Weian also came to the Sword Hall Elder. The Sword Hall Elder looked at the Martial Hall Elder. The few elders were all at the peak of the water overflow realm. Only the elders of the Confucian Academy were half a step away from Qian Yuan. It could be said that he was no match for the person in front of him in a one-on-one battle. Gao Weian smiled faintly and said, "You can attack together. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold me back." Seeing this, the elders could only nod. Right now, the other party still has Eunuch Ming, who was ranked 7th. This was the biggest hidden danger of the enemy. Even Qin Tiannen was no match for him. In the depths of the academy, a stream of light flew out. It landed in the middle of the crowd. This person was an old man. There was actually an aura of declining age on his body. The elders immediately bowed. Eunuch Ming smiled and said, "Yanzu, you're not dead yet." Yanzu was the supreme elder of the Hidden Dao Academy of the Southern region. He was also the strongest person in the Southern region and was ranked 13th on the ranking of the 4 regions. Yanzu lowered his eyebrows as if he was about to close his eyes. He bowed like an old man in his twilight years and said weakly, "I have to protect the academy again. Yangzu had originally planned to go into seclusion at the end. If he broke through, he would be able to live for a few more days. If he didn't, he would die. However, now that the Hidden Tao Academy was in trouble, he could only give up on seclusion. He was here to do one last thing for the Hidden Tao Academy of the southern region, because he knew that even if he went into seclusion, most likely, he would also die. Eunuch Ming sneered. "I'm afraid you're not my match." As soon as he finished speaking, the academy was surrounded by array flags. Gradually, a huge killing formation was formed. This was the academy's defensive formation. Eunuch Ming shook his head and said, "Even so, you can only take 2 hits from me." On the ranking of the 4 regions, the 10th place was a dividing line. The people in front were getting stronger and stronger. 1 array was probably not enough. Yangzu also understood, but he could only give it his all now. Wang Tianming smiled and said, "I'm afraid we can only hand over Yi Q by now. Otherwise, your southern region's Hidden Tao Academy will probably be replaced." "What about me?" At this moment, a woman holding a long spear appeared in front of Eunuch Ming. Chapter 63 Huang Tianming's Regret. Chapter 63 Huang Tianming's Regret. Lu Chengsheng wanted to help. His disciple had been bullied at his doorstep, so how could he not have any temper? He immediately wanted to activate the 9 Netherworld formation. However, he was stopped by Flong Ying. Master doesn't have to do anything for these people. With that, he held his spear and charged towards the Sunset Monarchy. Yun Ming nodded at Lu Changsheng and followed him. The Sword Hall Elder naturally recognized Hong Ying. Seeing this, he couldn't help but frown. "Hong Ying, retreat quickly," the Martial Hall Elder added. "Don't be rash. The other party is one of the top 10 experts on the ranking. You're not his match." When Yangzu heard this, he understood. The young woman in front of him was a student of the academy. Yangzu also lamented. "It's the academy's fortune to have a student like you who doesn't fear death. However, it's not your turn to die now. Retreat for the time being." Upon seeing this, Eunuch Ming also laughed shrilly. When did the students of the southern region's Hidden Tao Academy become so courageous? However, Eunuch Ming narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "You might lose your life at any time if you act fearlessly." Judging from the Sword Hall Elder's words, Hong Ying was just a student. Eunuch Ming didn't think that a student could be that strong, not to mention a desolate place like the southern region. This was not underestimating the enemy. Yi Q Bai said. It was a deep-rooted view of the southern region, and that was the truth. Yun Ming was furious when he heard this. He wanted to attack, but Hong Ying shook her head. "Leave him to me." Yun Ming was not surprised. His Majesty was an extremely protective person after all. With that, the aura of the Kaian Yuan realm was undoubtedly revealed. Seeing this scene, all the elders were stunned, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Kaian Yuan realm. This had already surpassed the elders. Hong Ying was actually so powerful. Qin Tianan, who was in the sky, was pleasantly surprised when he saw this scene. Among Lu Chengsheng's disciples, Yi Qiubai was already a genius. He did not expect Hong Ying to be so monstrous now. Eunuch Ming was shocked too. A student had reached the Kaian Yuan realm. Even in the northern region, there was no such demon. Perhaps only the central territory could produce such a monstrously talented person. Hong Ying held her spear and looked at the stunned elders and Yangzu behind her. "Leave this person to me. You guys can exterminate those imperial guards." Without waiting for the elders to respond, he swept his spear towards Eunuch Ming. For a moment, the wind blew. Wherever the spear passed, it let out a series of whistling sounds. Eunuch Ming snorted. So what if he has reached the Kaian Yuan realm? He was ranked 7th on the ranking of the 4 regions. He was even a peak stage Kaian Yuan expert. No matter how monstrous he was only at the beginner stage Kaian Yuan realm. At the Kaian Yuan realm, the difference between each minor realm was like a ditch. How could she be his match? However, when the spear swept over and came into contact with Eunuch Ming's horsetail whisk, Eunuch Ming's pupils contracted. He actually felt a destructive spear concept on Hong Ying's spear. Not only that, but there was also an additional concept on it. This was the power of reincarnation. The concept of reincarnation, On the ship behind, Huang Tanaming's expression was extremely dark when he saw this. Two types of intent realm. Moreover, it was not an intent realm. She even had the cultivation of the Kanyuan realm. According to the other party, Exudes was her senior brother. Then, how heaven-defying would their master be? Suddenly, Huang Tanaming regretted provoking Exudes. At this moment, Lu Changsheng was standing not far away, watching this scene with his hands behind his back. No one could tell what he was thinking. He was not worried about Hong Ying's strength. After all, she was a reincarnated empress. If he attacked so decisively, he would definitely be confident. At this moment, Exudes slowly woke up. Master, sensing a violent aura, he couldn't help but look over. She realized that Hong Ying and eunuch Ming were fighting. Exudes looked at Lu Changsheng and asked solemnly, Master, did the Sunset Monarchy find this place? Lu Changsheng nodded and turned to look at Exudes. I'll give you two choices. First, I'll help you deal with the Sunset Monarchy. Secondly, I'll leave it to you. He had provoked her time and time again. Now, they were at his door again. Even Lu Changsheng couldn't stand it. As for whether it could be resolved, he would know when he went. At most, he would move this 9 netherworld formation over. The willow tree had said that this was an ancient killing formation. Could a mere Sunset Monarchy withstand an ancient killing array? Exudes thought for a moment and looked at the figures fighting in front of him. He couldn't help but smile and say, Master, let me do it myself. It won't be long before I can flatten the Sunset Monarchy. Lu Changsheng glanced at Exudes and wasn't surprised. Clearly, Exudes treated the Sunset Monarchy as his whetstone. At this moment, the long spear in Hong Ying's hand was actually covered in flames that climbed up like moss. Waves of heat also roared in this space like a sea of fire. Fire flame intent realm. The third intent realm. Eunuch Ming's eyes were filled with shock. 3 types of intent realms. What kind of concept was this? At their realm, they would usually focus on one intent realm. The second, no one dared to think about it. The spear in Hong Ying's hand turned into a huge fire spear. The aura spread across this space. The flames illuminated the entire sky in a fiery red color. As a result, some students in the distance looked at the sky and saw that it was fiery red. Xin Hongyi also saw the scene and could not help but bite her thin lips. She recalled when she entered the Hidden Doubt Academy. He felt that it was his loss that Lu Changsheng didn't accept him as his disciple. From the looks of it now, it was clearly just a self-righteous thought. At this moment, Hong Ying had transformed into a flaming war goddess and was floating in the sky. She raised her right hand high and held the huge flaming spear in the air. With a low shout, he swung it towards eunuch Ming. Immediately, the huge flame spear tore through the air, carrying a fiery red tail flame. It smashed towards eunuch Ming. Eunuch Ming's expression changed. The aura within made him feel extremely oppressed. It was as if he was about to be suppressed. Eunuch Ming didn't dare to look down on him. With a sharp cry, the horsetail whisk in his hand turned into 3,000 white threads that surrounded the flaming spear. However, before the white whisk threads could touch the fire spear, they were burned to ashes by the fire intent realm surrounding it. Eunuch Ming's expression changed. He immediately threw the horsetail whisk forward. Unsurprisingly, the giant spear destroyed the horsetail whisk. However, when the horsetail whisk was destroyed, it turned into a spirit formation. Immediately, the white threads covered the sky and covered the earth, covering the huge spear cage. This horsetail whisk was obtained by eunuch Ming from the ancient mystic realm. It was of an unknown grade. However, the array formation engraved inside was something that even the Sunset Monarchy could not break through. Now, the horsetail whisk had self-destructed. The array was activated. In the end, he managed to stop the flaming spear. Chapter 64 Retreat. Chapter 64 Retreat. Eunuch Ming's heart ached when he saw the horsetail whisk being destroyed. This was the most valuable thing in his hands. Without this horsetail whisk, eunuch Ming's strength would probably decrease significantly. Huang Tanaming's expression darkened when he saw this. Hong Ying's strength could be said to have exceeded his expectations. He had brought eunuch Ming here because he was 100% confident. The strongest person in the southern region's hidden Dao Academy was Yang Zhu currently. He was not Eunuch Ming's match either. Who would have thought that another Han Ying would appear? Behind him, the elders of the various halls were shocked. This was also the first time they had seen Han Ying reveal her strength. Originally, the cultivation of the Kanyuan realm had already surprised them. However, with the strength of the beginner stage Kanyuan realm, how could he suppress Eunuch Ming, who was in the top 10 of the 4 domains martial role, and a peak stage Kanyuan realm expert? It could be said that this was something they had never heard of. When Yang Zhu saw this, he nodded and sighed. The student has really surpassed the master. With such a student in our academy, it's inevitable for our academy to rise. Then, Yang Zhu turned around and looked at the Sword Hall elder. He asked, "Who's her master?" The Sword Hall elder was stunned for a moment before he replied, "Lu Changsheng from the cottage." The cottage. Yang Zhu's thoughts seemed to have returned to a long time ago. Then, he suddenly said, "From the cottage, no wonder." At this moment, Yi Qiubai also flew to Han Ying's side. Han Ying did not turn around and smiled. "You've recovered." Yi Qiubai nodded and said, "All right, thank you for avenging me. Junior sister?" Han Ying shook her head with a murderous expression. "Someone bullied us to the door of our house. Naturally, we have to attack. Then 111 leave Eunuch Ming to you." With that, Yi Qiubai charged at Huang Tanaming with his sword. Yi Qiubai was already furious after the numerous plots against him. When Huang Tanaming saw this, he snorted coldly and did not dodge or retreat. He went forward. The peak stage sea flow realm cultivation level was undoubtedly revealed. He was a prince. How could he give in at this time? Now, the imperial guards of the palace were slaughtered by the elders of the various halls. As for the worshippers in the palace, they were even held back by others. There was no one beside Huang Tanaming now. This was also an opportunity. Yi Qiubai did not hold back at all. Sword intent soared into the sky. The sword kai transformed into huge swords that slashed at Huang Tanaming. Huang Tanaming snorted and threw a punch. There was a king's aura on the fist mark that swept towards the huge swords. Yi Qiubai shouted in a low voice. And monstrous demonic kai covered the dark demon sword. The 9 heavenly demon sword. The 6th move. Under Huang Tanaming's gloomy expression, the fist mark shattered without any resistance. When Yi Qiubai's sword approached, Huang Tanaming suddenly laughed. Yi Qiubai frowned slightly when he saw this. Then, his expression changed. Beside him, a dark light flashed. It shot towards Yi Qiubai's back. It was Shadow Kill. Shadow Kill. It was fine if he did not attack. But once he attacked, he would definitely kill. He had searched for many opportunities. And now, he finally took action. However, before the dagger landed in front of Yi Qiubai, it disappeared. What happened? Who attacked? Yi Qiubai couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. Then, he reacted. It was his master. Lu Changsheng had already set up a barrier so that outsiders couldn't see what was inside. At this moment, a man in black stood in front of Lu Changsheng. The man looked at Lu Changsheng and asked in horror, "Who are you?" The force just now seemed to have passed through space and grabbed it. There was no chance of resistance. This strength was too terrifying. Lu Changsheng stared at the man and said, "Tell me, who are you and what faction are you from?" At this point, he shook his head. "Forget it. 111 search your soul. I don't think y'all tell me." After saying that, under the man's terrified gaze, Lu Changsheng's hand landed on the man's head. Immediately, the man's soul seeped out from the top of his head. The soul's face was filled with fear and pain. Soul search. It would directly dissipate the soul. Unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation, the man's soul kept roaring. "Ill talk." Lu Changsheng ignored him and continued to search his soul. Information entered Lu Changsheng's sea of consciousness. Not long after, the man's soul completely dissipated. Lu Changsheng lowered his head and looked at the man in black who was no longer breathing. He shook his head and sighed. "Why didn't you say so? Why didn't you say so?" Seeing this, the little chick's eyes were filled with helplessness. "Did you give him a chance to say it?" Shadow Kill. Lu Changsheng looked in the direction of the northern region and chuckled. "Then let's go take a look." With that, he disappeared on the spot. As for the situation here, there was no need to worry at all. The situation of the battle had completely reversed. Han Ying fought Eunuch Ming, and Eunuch Ming could only defend passively. The reincarnation spear technique almost killed Eunuch Ming several times. Yi Qiubai fought Huan Tanaming. Even though his combat strength was not high and his cultivation was unstable, it was obvious that he had relied on medicinal pills to rush up. However, there were many life-saving Dharma treasures. As for the imperial guards of the palace, they were completely slaughtered at this moment. Huan Tanaming saw that the situation was not good and shouted with a dark expression, "Retreat!" The dynasty's guardian stopped and returned to Huan Tanaming's side. Qin Tanan and the others did not pursue. Even though they could stall the other party, they could not kill him. After all, their strengths were equal. Huan Tanaming looked at Qin Tanan and said with an ugly expression, "Your hidden Dao Academy is very good." Qin Tanan smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise, Crown Prince. It's naturally very good to have such a student." Hearing this, Huan Tanaming's blood kai surged. Then, he turned around and glanced at Yi Qiubai. He said in a low voice, "One hope y'all never leave the Hidden Dao Academy." With that, Huan Tanaming stepped onto the ship and the group left the Hidden Dao Academy. Yi Qiubai turned around and cupped his fists gratefully at Qin Tanan and the others. Thun Qiu, Dean and the elders. Qin Tanan walked forward and patted Yi Qiubai's shoulder with a smile. "You don't have to thank me. Since you're a member of the academy, I definitely can't hand you over to the enemy. On the other hand, Han Ying, your strength has really broadened my horizons." Hearing this, Han Ying only smiled and returned to the cottage. Qin Tanan did not care. He had seen Han Ying being extremely cold to others. At this moment, Yan Zhu also smiled and said, "Now, I can rest assured and cultivate in seclusion. With such a disciple in the academy, why should one worry about not prospering?" Qin Tanan sighed. "Old Yang, how confident are you?" Yan Zhu shook his head and said, 10. Everyone looked worried when they heard this. 10. This was already a death sentence. At this moment, a stream of light flew over. Yan Zhu subconsciously took it and opened it. It was a medicinal pill. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Do you think I'm blind? Chapter 65. Do you think I'm blind? A medicinal pill. Yan Zhu looked at the exquisite pill patterns and the ancient aura inside. One could tell that the grade of this medicinal pill was definitely not low. However, what surprised Yan Zhu was, he actually could not recognize what this medicinal pill was. At this moment, Han Ying's voice sounded from the cottage. "This is the essence-breaking pill. It can be used by people in the Kanyuan realm to break through with a 100 success rate. However, they won't be able to improve again after that." Yan Zhu was shocked to hear this. It could allow a person in the Kanyuan realm to break through with a 100 success rate. Even though it was a minor realm, it was extremely difficult to cross even a minor realm in the Kanyuan realm. How many people had never broken through in their lives? Even though he could no longer break through in the future. With Yangtze's condition, could there be a future? Therefore, this pill was extremely precious to Yan Zhu. Qin Tanan asked in surprise, "Han Ying, this pill is so precious. Where did it come from?" Han Ying said without thinking, "It's master's. Lu Chengsheng's." The elder's breathing quickened. He hurriedly asked, "Lu Chengsheng knows how to refine this pill. He might not be able to refine it even if he was given the pill formula, even if he were to personally refine this pill. This pill was at least an earth-rank pill. Moreover, the quality was extremely good. There were no impurities on the pill patterns. Where is Lu Chengsheng now?" Han Ying also found it strange and said, "Master is not in the cottage now. In that case, you must inform me when Lu Chengsheng returns." Yi Qiubai looked at Han Ying with a strange expression and said, "Junior sister, you betrayed Master just like that. You know Master's personality." Han Ying spread her hands and said, "Then what should I say? I can't say that it's mine. Right, otherwise they'll ask more questions." Yi Qiubai covered his face. He had already thought of how his master would deal with the two of them when he returned. At this moment, Yan Zhu cupped his fists and said, "When I break through 111, thank your master again." With that said, Yang Zhu transformed into a stream of light and left, flying towards the depths of the hidden Dao Academy. Qin Tianun and the others also left one after another. Yi Qiubai looked around and touched his head. Where did Master go? Doesn't he usually not go out? Han Ying also shook her head and said, Master naturally has his own things to do. Let's cultivate. Yi Qiubai nodded, but he still couldn't help but complain in his heart. Master actually has something to do. At that moment, in a dark forest in the northern region, the trees in the forest were all yellow and withered. Basically, the leaves had already fallen off, leaving only withered branches. However, these withered trees were extremely dense. The branches were like spider webs that crisscrossed in the air. Even the light was difficult to penetrate. Only some scattered light could squeeze in from the tree branches. As a result, this place was extremely sinister and dark. In the depths of the forest was a formation. If one looked at it from the outside, this was a huge mountain. However, inside was a pavilion. Shadow Kill was engraved on the plaque of the pavilion. At this moment, on the highest floor of the pavilion, the number 1 killer's soul token has dissipated. Among them, a man in black looked respectfully at the man sitting on the high platform and nodded. Yes. Just before the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the soul token of the number 1 killer disappeared. One think the mission failed. The man sitting on the high platform was masked, but there was a deep scar on his right eye. Shadow Kill had an internal ranking. The number 1 killer was the person with the highest success rate and the highest reward among shadow kills. The number 1 killer also failed. The man on the platform frowned and said, according to the news, Yi Qiubai has just entered the sea flow realm, with the strength of the number 1 killer. It's more than enough to kill Yi Qiubai. Could the information be wrong? The number 1 killer was at the beginner stage Qian Yuan realm. Someone at Qian Yuan realm could not even kill a person who had just entered the sea flow realm. That was too unbelievable. Pavilion Master. Could it be that an expert helped Yi Qiubai? Shadow Kill Pavilion Master shook his head and said, if he can keep number 1 killer, then his strength will at least be in the top 10 of the rankings. Shadow Kill was ranked 8th on the ranking of the 4 regions. However, even the 4th ranked king of the Sunset Monarchy was very afraid of the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master. His assassination ability was extremely terrifying. At this moment, a voice sounded, ranking him not on the ranking. The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master and the man in black were stunned and looked ahead. There was a man in green. Who are you? Sir. The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master's eyes were filled with fear. To be able to hide from his perception and appear in front of him silently. What did it mean? This person's strength was not inferior to his. In fact, it was even stronger. He was an assassin and was extremely sensitive to some auras after all. The man in blue spread his hands and said, weren't you talking about me just now? It was Lu Chengsheng. Pavilion Master Shadow Kill stood up and asked Lu Chengsheng, did you kill him? Lu Chengsheng nodded and said, I'm sure I know what I'm talking about. The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master snorted coldly, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. The entire hall seemed to have fallen into a fog. This was the shadow killing formation. If the others needed to work together to cast the shadow killing formation, then Shadow Kill Pavilion Master could form an array alone. Its power would also be greater. Lu Chengsheng looked around and blinked. Shadow killing formation. Outside the array. The black-robed man said smugly. The shadow killing array is the survival method of our shadow kill. If you fall into it, you can block all senses it's impossible to guard against. Blocking perception. Lu Chengsheng was stunned. In his eyes, Pavilion Master Shadow Kill was standing in front of him. He looked at him like a fool. From time to time, he would change places and approach him. You're telling me this is called blocking perception? Lu Chengsheng was furious. He pointed at the place where the Pavilion Master of Shadow Kill was and cursed. Block your banana, isn't it right here? Why was he angry? Even though Lu Chengsheng didn't think he was very smart, he wasn't an idiot. He felt that his intelligence had been insulted. Instantly, the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master was dumbfounded. What was going on? He had been discovered just like that. Is my shadow killing formation fake? In order to prevent Lu Chengsheng from getting lucky, the Pavilion Master Shadow Kill changed his position and came behind Lu Chengsheng. Lu Changsheng turned around and said helplessly, "Can't you find a cover?" The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master still did not believe him, so he changed his direction. This time, Lu Changsheng couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He rushed forward and grabbed Pavilion Master Shadow Kill. He scolded, "Do you think him blind or stupid?" while he slapped him again and again. It landed on the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master's head. The crisp sound resounded throughout the entire hall. Chapter 66 Chapter 66 Is Your Melon Ripe? Chapter 66 Is Your Melon Ripe? The sound of hitting the head was extremely crisp, which echoed around the hall. The shadow killing formation had dissipated. The black-robed man was dumbfounded when he saw Lu Changsheng slapping his Pavilion Master's head. His Pavilion Master was ranked 8th on the ranking of the 4 regions. The Lord of Shadow Kill, who made countless people tremble in fear. He was being held by the collar and slapped on the head by a very young-looking man. The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master was also dumbfounded. It was not that he did not want to resist. He could not resist at all. The young man in front of him grabbed his clothes as if a supreme restriction had been planted on him. He could not utilize his cultivation at all. Originally, he wouldn't have felt anything even if he was slapped in the head. Let alone in the head. Experts at their level had long had a spiritual Kai protection around their bodies. However, Lu Changsheng's hand seemed to have broken through this layer of defense and landed on his head. Lu Changsheng honestly felt pretty good when he heard the crisp sound. He subconsciously asked, "Is your melon ripe?" The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master, the man in black, Lu Changsheng explained awkwardly, "I'm sorry. It was a joke." At this moment, the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master asked, "Sir, since you've already killed number 1 killer, why are you still here?" Hearing this, Lu Changsheng smiled. Lu Changsheng's smile usually made people feel carefree. At this moment, it was filled with a cold intent. When Pavilion Master Shadow Kill saw Lu Changsheng's smile, his heart nearly stopped. Pavilion Master Shadow Kill was shocked again, sensing his state. When had he ever felt afraid when he saw other people's expressions? Lu Changsheng sneered and said, "You've tried to kill my disciple time and time again. It's fine if it's fair. However, you are all hanging up on him. As his master, it won't be right for me not to make a move." Yi Qiubai didn't need Lu Changsheng's help when he was going up against the Sunset Monarchy. However, the Shadow Kill suddenly joined in. This also gave Lu Changsheng an outlet to vent his anger. He was already in a bad mood. If he didn't go to the Sunset Monarchy, he would go to Shadow Kill. The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master frowned slightly. "You're Yi Qiubai's master, but you're not mentioned in the information. It would be abnormal if he had been." Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think to himself, "I'm so lucky that I don't even leave my house after all." If he could get his information even with this, it could only mean that he had an undercover agent by his side. Lu Changsheng said, "That's not important. After thinking about it, one don't need anything, and you don't have anything to give me. It's not enough to just slap your head. How about this? Why don't you destroy your cultivation?" Hearing this, the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master was enraged and shouted, "Sir, aren't you dreaming too much?" With that, the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master leaped onto the high platform. Streaks of spiritual Kai were injected into the chair. Immediately, the entire hall turned into nothingness. Then, pitch-black walls soared into the sky one after another. They surrounded Lu Changsheng. Around him, there were countless intersections that were like a maze. Every faction would have a protective array. The Hidden Dao Academy did. Shadow Kill was no exception. Even the Sunset Monarchy's ruler would have a headache if he was trapped in this formation. Lu Changsheng looked around and nodded. "Finally, we have a cover." When the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master who was controlling the array heard that, he almost choked to death. There are 9 main paths in this formation, and there are 81 forks, and the main path there is only one path for survival. Can you break this formation? Hearing this, Lu Changsheng was shocked. 9 main roads, 81 forks, and only one way out. If they really went the wrong way, wouldn't there be nothing left? Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng decided that he might as well not take these roads. Seeing that Lu Changsheng didn't move, Pavilion Master Shadow Kill couldn't help but sneer. "Do you think you'll be fine just because you don't move in this maze? your spiritual energy will be depleted faster. As for forcefully breaking the array, this is a peak stage Earth rank array. It's simply wishful thinking to forcefully break the array. However, before he could finish speaking, in the maze array, an extremely violent spiritual kai suddenly erupted. Among them, there was even the whistling of sword intent and spear intent. The wool of flames turned into a sea of fire that spread out and engulfed the entire hall. Pavilion Master Shadow Kill was stunned and hurriedly circulated his cultivation to block the aftershock attacks one after another. As for the man in black, he had long been drowned by the sea of fire and turned into dust, his soul dissipating. Not long after, the sea of fire even burned down the entire Shadow Kill tower. Screams sounded one after another. Instantly, Shadow Kill Pavilion turned into ashes. Above the pavilion, sword intent and spear intent filled the air. After a while, this brutal power gradually dissipated. Lu Changsheng's figure was revealed. Looking at the scene around him, he couldn't help but say in surprise, "What, one was afraid that I wouldn't be able to break this array like this. Looks like he used too much strength. This array formation is too weak." At this moment, the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master was kneeling on one knee, his aura weak. When he heard this, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Killing someone's heart was nothing more than this. Shadow Kill's Pavilion Master looked at Lu Changsheng, who was slowly approaching him. He clutched his chest. His black mask was burned by the flames, revealing an extremely pale face. "Who the hell are you?" The young man in front of him had terrifying strength. It made him feel like he had no strength to resist. Even when he faced the ruler of the Sunset Monarchy, he did not feel this way. "Are you from the Central Region?" The top 4 on the ranking of the 4 regions were all from the Central Region. Lu Changsheng shook his head. "I'm not. You don't need to know. I'm going to die anyway. Besides, don't you know that the more you talk, the easier it is for something to happen?" Without waiting for the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master to speak, he slapped the top of his head. In an instant, there was a crisp sound. The Shadow Kill Pavilion Master's body went limp and his eyes were lifeless as he fell to the ground. His aura had completely disappeared. Lu Changsheng's palm directly shattered the soul of Pavilion Master Shadow Kill. Then, he pointed out again, and a flame landed on the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master's body, incinerating his corpse instantly. Destroying the corpse, Lu Changsheng didn't want people to find out that he was the culprit. After doing all of this, he clapped his hands and said, "All right, I'm in a much better mood. Let's go back and eat." After that, Lu Changsheng disappeared. After about the time for 2 incense sticks to burn, someone arrived and his expression changed drastically when he saw the destroyed Shadow Kill Pavilion. Chapter 67 Senior Brother Scapegoat. Chapter 67 Senior Brother Scapegoat. At this moment, in the Imperial Palace of Sunset Monarchy, in the main hall, Huang Yidong, who was sitting on the dragon throne, frowned when he heard the report from the people below. "You said that the Shadow Kill Pavilion has been wiped out. What about the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master?" The eunuch below replied, "Pavilion Master Shadow Kill is missing." Huang Yidong's frown deepened. Based on the strength of the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master, Huang Yidong would definitely not believe it if he died for no reason. However, Shadow Kill was now a subsidiary power of the Sunset Monarchy. If the Shadow Kill Pavilion was really destroyed by others, it was impossible that the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master would not come to seek help. This made Huang Yidong have no choice but to think negatively. Who the hell is it to have the strength to destroy the Shadow Kill Pavilion? He had seen the array formation in Shadow Kill Pavilion before. Even he could not break that array formation in a short period of time without relying on external objects. If the other party had spent a long time, the Shadow Kill Pavilion Master would have long thought of a way to inform him to provide support. However, if there was no notification, it meant that the other party had broken the array in a short period of time. Someone who could reach this level of strength was definitely stronger than him. There were only 4 people who were stronger than him on the surface. The 4 of them were also ranked in the top 4 on the ranking of the 4 regions. Only the 4 of them could do this. However, what Huang Yidong could not understand was that Shadow Kill should not have come into contact with people from the Central Region, not to mention offending the forces in the Central Region. Who was that? Huang Yidong could not figure it out and ordered the people below. Lock down Shadow Kill Pavilion. If anyone comes, inform me immediately. The people below received the order and immediately sent someone to Shadow Kill Pavilion. As for Huang Yidong, dark clouds seemed to be rising in his heart. The destruction of the Shadow Kill Pavilion this time gave him an ominous feeling. The stronger one was and the deeper one's realm was, the more sensitive one would be to danger. Southern region. Lu Changsheng had already returned to the cottage. Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying immediately welcomed him. Where did Master go? Lu Changsheng sat down on the bamboo chair and said, Nothing much. One just went to kill Shadow Kill. Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying were stunned. It's mainly because I couldn't help but let you know. Lu Changsheng shook his head helplessly. Otherwise, why would I go out and take a nap in the sun? By the way, the two of you, hurry up and cook. I've expended a lot of energy running around. I'm hungry. Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying looked at each other helplessly and walked into the kitchen. His cultivation level was clearly so high, but he still wanted to eat every day. However, ever since he came to the cottage, if they didn't cultivate, Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying would eat with Lu Changsheng. He ate 3 meals a day and didn't miss a single meal. Now, the two of them were used to it. Even Yunming would shamelessly come and freeload. The main reason was that the materials and spiritual kai used for these dishes were extremely pure. With every bite, he felt that his cultivation level had increased a little. Now that the food was served, Yunming shamelessly came over again. Lu Changsheng picked up his bowl and gave Yunming a disdainful look. This kid had to eat a lot every time. Sometimes, he could not even eat to his heart's content. However, as a master, he naturally had to be more generous in front of his disciple. He couldn't be too stingy and had to be magnanimous. Right. On the way to eat, Hong Ying seemed to have unintentionally said, Master, the elder of the Pill Hall said that he wants you to go over when you return. Lu Changsheng asked in surprise. Why, I don't even know this old man very well. Why did he suddenly ask me to go over today? Hearing this, Yi Qiubai told him the whole story. He listened and listened. Lu Changsheng's face turned pale. After hearing this, Lu Changsheng put the bowl on the table and said, Which one of you pushed the blame onto me? Yi Qiubai was still hesitating if he should expose Hong Ying, or should he, as the senior brother, take the blame for his junior sister. Just as Yi Qiubai was about to take the blame, Hong Ying spoke. Senior brother said so. No hesitation, there is no hesitation at all. Her face is not red either, you make it sound like it's true. One treat you as my junior sister, but you treat me as a scapegoat. Lu Changsheng looked at him with murderous eyes before Yi Qiubai could explain. I helped you kill the enemy and take revenge, but you turned around and sold me out. Besides, I didn't refine those pills. Yi Qiubai glanced at Lu Changsheng, who looked like he was going to strangle him to death, and then looked at Hong Ying. Hong Ying's lips moved, but she did not make a sound. Yi Qiubai could tell what she meant. The general meaning was, take care, senior brother. Seeing this, Yi Qiubai could only say with a bitter expression, Master, I was wrong. Then, Lu Changsheng's roar came from the cottage. Yi Qiubai, I'll take on all the work in the cottage this month. Go down and sweep the mountain now. After the meal, Lu Changsheng reluctantly went to the pill hall. Along the way, the disciples were shocked when they saw him. His face seemed to be a little dark. However, after the events of the past few days, the cottage's reputation gradually spread throughout the academy. When he saw Lu Changsheng, he also said respectfully, Greetings, senior. After all, the cottage did not confer the position of an elder in the Hidden Dao Academy, nor did they have any other positions, so they could only be called seniors. However, Lu Changsheng's status in the academy was very high since he was able to nurture a sword Dao genius like Yi Qiubai. Not only did he comprehend sword intent, he even defeated the #1 sword Dao expert of the younger generation of the northern region, helping the Hidden Dao Academy of the southern region to salvage the situation and obtain the first place. And Hong Ying was not just like a fairy. Her strength was even more shocking. She had already broken through to the Kainyuan realm at such a young age. Her strength was even higher than the elders and the dean. Han Ying was someone who could suppress the 7th place on the ranking of the 4 regions. Qin Tianan was ranked 26th, so he was naturally not Han Ying's match. The ranking of the 4 regions would probably change in the next 2 days. How could Lu Changsheng not be excited? Some people even said that joining the cottage meant soaring into the sky. This news also spread to other places in the southern region. As a result, countless people were urging the younger generation to cultivate, hoping that he could enter the cottage. While Lu Changsheng was on his way to the pill hall, a man dressed as a scholar carried a book basket and arrived at the entrance of the outer courtyard of the Hidden Tao Academy. There were 2 outer court disciples on duty at the mountain gate. "Who are you? Why have you come to the academy?" The scholar said politely. "I'm here to look for master." The 2 of them were stunned. They thought that this scholar wanted to join an elder of the Hidden Tao Academy. So they said, "I'm sorry. It's not time for the recruitment yet. Please leave first." However, the scholar shook his head and said, "I'm not here to enroll. My master is here. One think he's from the cottage." Chapter 68 Ning Chengsen's Return. Chapter 68 Ning Chengsen's Return. Cottage. Why does it sound so familiar? The 2 outer court disciples guarding the mountain gate tilted their heads and looked at each other. "Tihen," the scholar said, "my master's name is Lu Changsheng." "Lu Changsheng? Wait a minute." The 2 outer court disciples turned around and stared at the scholar. "You are Senior Lu's disciple." The scholar smiled and nodded. However, one of the outer court disciples asked suspiciously, "Do you have anything to prove that you're Senior Lu's disciple?" Lu Changsheng's name had spread far and wide after all. The outer court disciples had no choice but to ask. Ning Chengsen thought for a moment and shook his head. "Master didn't give me a token, but you 2 can go and report it. You'll know when you see it." The 2 disciples looked at each other, but when they heard that Ning Chengsen was Lu Changsheng's disciple, they didn't dare to be negligent. They nodded and said, "All right, I'll go report it now." At this moment, as soon as the disciple finished speaking, 3 to 4 men walked over from not far away. Seeing this scene, one of the men asked, "Oh, what's going on?" When the outer court disciples saw the man, they immediately said respectfully, "Senior Brother Zhang Wu, this little scholar claims to be Senior Lu's disciple, so one want to report it first to verify it." When Zhang Wu heard that, he sized Ning Chengsen up and said, "All right, go ahead." After the outer sect disciples left, Zhang Wu looked at Ning Chengsen and asked curiously, "Senior Lu only has 2 disciples so far. I've never heard of him taking in another disciple." Ning Chengsen smiled and said calmly, "I'm master's disciple. It's normal that I don't know." 11. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu nodded. It wasn't that he didn't believe him. After all, who would dare to pretend to be Senior Lu's disciple? Senior Lu's disciples were all geniuses at the level of Yi Qiubai and Han Ying. Normal people would not be able to impersonate him. In that case, Ning Chengsen's talent was definitely extremely monstrous. Thinking of this, Zhang Wu couldn't help but say, "In that case, you should be very strong, right? I can't tell your realm. Can you give me some pointers?" Ning Chengsen shook his head and said, "One don't have a state. No realm." Zhang Wu and the 2 men behind him were stunned. "Just a mortal." Ning Chen lifted the book basket on his back and smiled. "I'm just a scholar." "A scholar?" Zhang Wu smiled and said, "We are also scholars and cultivate the Confucian Tao. May I ask for your guidance?" Ning Chengsen nodded and smiled. One dare not ask for guidance. "Let's discuss it." When the 2 people behind Zhang Wu saw this scene, they could not help but say, "I wonder how Senior Lu's disciple is compared to Senior Brother Zhang." Senior Brother Zhang is an elder candidate of the Confucian Tao Academy. His Confucian Tao cultivation is naturally profound. In this aspect, he shouldn't be weaker than Senior Lu's disciple, right? It's hard to say. After all, Senior Lu's disciples are all too monstrous. If this person is really Senior Lu's disciple, then I'm afraid that's true. At that moment, Zhang Wu asked, "Nowadays, everyone cultivates martial arts as the path to longevity. Alchemy and array formations are complementary. There are even people who cultivate the Tao of weapons. However, not many people are interested in Confucian Tao. causing it to decline. Why do you think so, fellow Taoist? Ning Changsen smiled and did not panic. His expression was calm and his eyes were extremely indifferent. What's the difference? Upon hearing this, Shan Wu was stunned. The two disciples behind him were also stunned. Difference. When one cultivated martial arts, they could move mountains and fill seas. Spying on immortality, cultivating the pill Tao could change one's fate and bring spring to the rotten wood. When one mastered array formations, they could burn the seas and destroy cities, destroying the world. After mastering the Tao of weapons, one could control the heavenly soldiers and become extremely rich. As for Confucian Tao, wasn't it just studying? To put it more deeply, it was to cultivate one's body and mind. Thinking of this, Zhang Wu and company even began to doubt their Tao hearts. Why did he cultivate the Confucian Tao? However, what Ning Changsen said next woke the three of them up. Fellow Taoist, you also said that the martial Tao, alchemy Tao, array Tao, and weapon refinement Tao have the word Tao in them as well as the Confucian Tao. Here were many types of Tao, but in the end, they all came to the same conclusion. As long as you cultivate it to perfection, it will be a supreme great Tao. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng's words echoed in Ning Changsen's mind. Indeed, the martial Tao can move mountains and fill seas, but the Confucian Tao can also determine the world with a single word. The Tao of alchemy could change one's fate, and the Confucian Tao could be connected with one's mind and one's soul would not be destroyed. Array formation can burn the sea and destroy cities. The Confucian Tao can also suppress it with a single sentence. Hearing this, the eyes of Zhang Wu and company became clearer. In fact, Zhang Wu's aura began to rise slowly. Then, the three of them sat cross-legged and their auras rose continuously. It was obvious that he was about to break through. Seeing this, Ning Changsen smiled and did not disturb him. He did not have any cultivation. He was just a scholar. After a while, the outer court disciples returned. Behind him was a man and a woman. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was as handsome as jade. The woman's teeth were like a rhinoceros and her face was like a celestial fairy in a painting. Two of them walked up to Ning Changsen. Among them, the man asked with a smile, "Are you master's disciple?" Ning Changsen nodded. "Yes, eldest senior brother." "Oh, you know me." The man was a little surprised. Ning Changsen nodded and said with a smile, "Master mentioned you before. He said that I have an eldest senior brother. This should be second senior sister." "Right." Hong Ying smiled and said, "Since you're master's disciple, follow us." After experiencing 9 lifetimes, Hong Ying could naturally tell if Ning Changsen was lying. Yi Qiubai looked at Zhang Wu and the others and asked in surprise, "Why are these three breaking through?" Ning Changsen nodded and said, "One just discussed the Tao with this fellow Taoist." Tao discussion. They had broken through just like that. Hong Ying and Yi Qiubai looked at Ning Changsen. Even though he couldn't see Ning Changsen's cultivation level, it didn't seem simple. With that, the two of them brought Ning Changsen back to the cottage. Not long after, Zhang Wu and company had all broken through. After opening his eyes, he looked at the outer court disciples who were looking at him with admiration and envy. He asked anxiously, "Where's that fellow cultivator just now?" The outer court disciple said, "Ah, he was taken away by senior brother Yi." Zhang Wu nodded and sighed. As expected of senior lust disciples, all of them are so monstrous. The two people behind him nodded in agreement. Lu Changsheng cursed Yi Qiubai in his heart, thinking about what punishment he should give him. He came to the courtyard where the elder of the pill hall was. The pill hall elder seemed to have received the news long ago and was already waiting outside the door. When he saw Lu Changsheng, he immediately asked, "Shangsheng, how did you make that pill?" Lu Changsheng's face twitched. "What kind of pill was this?" "They didn't tell me either." "At least let me take a look." Chapter 69 Lu Changsheng's Breakthrough Pill. Chapter 69 Lu Changsheng's Breakthrough Pill. FCK. He had to get more work for Yi Qiubai when he returned. Otherwise, he would not learn his lesson. The more Lu Changsheng thought about it, the angrier he got. He was just short of personally cleaning up the sect. At this moment, the pill hall elder asked anxiously, Shang, how did you refine this pill? This is extremely important to the Academy. A pill that could allow a person in the Qianyuan realm to break through 100. Even though the side effect was that he would never be able to break through in the future, it was extremely useful for those who could not break through, and their lifespans had reached a limit. If this kind of medicinal pill was circulated outside, just one pill was enough to cause a huge wave. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was a bloody storm. Lu Changsheng said helplessly, "Don't worry. Let me think first. A pill that could force a Qianyuan realm expert to break through. I've never seen it before. How is it, do you remember?" The pill hall elder's face was filled with hope. Lu Changsheng couldn't say that he didn't know how to refine it. After all, Yiqiubai had already sold him out. "Why don't you tell me what's so special about that pill?" The pill hall elder frowned and asked suspiciously, "Don't you know what's special about the pill you refined yourself?" Lu Changsheng pretended to be in pain. He rubbed his head and said, "I didn't sleep well last night. I'm dizzy. I don't remember some things." The elder was stunned and said with concern, "Your cultivation shouldn't be low, right? Why do you still have a headache? Could it be that you have some hidden illness? Let me take a look." Normally, the elders didn't know Lu Changsheng very well. However, Lu Changsheng was still a member of the Academy. The elders of the Alchemy Hall would naturally be concerned. Lu Changsheng hurriedly waved his hand and took a step back. "It's nothing. It's just an ordinary headache. It's not a big deal. Tell me about the characteristics of the pill." Even though the pill hall elder was suspicious, he still explained the characteristics of the pill. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment. All in all, as long as he could let someone at the Qianyuan realm break through. Right. Over the years, Lu Changsheng had been trying to figure out how to make pills. Even though he did not know the pill formula of that pill, he should be able to refine it according to its characteristics. Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng said to the elder, "How about this? I'll refine it here." The pill hall elder immediately nodded. "Then follow me." With that, he led Lu Changsheng to his alchemy place. Lu Changsheng nodded. Then, he picked out dozens of treasures from his storage ring. The pill hall elder was stunned. Some of the medicinal properties of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures countered each other and could not be fused together at all. This would only cause the furnace to explode. However, since the pill was made by Lu Changsheng, the elder didn't say anything. He just watched Lu Changsheng make the pill quietly. At this moment, the characteristics of the herbs in front of Lu Changsheng appeared in his mind. What would be the effect of the fusion? What would happen if they countered each other? And what method could be used to neutralize them? It was an unknown elixir after all. Lu Changsheng didn't know how to make it, so he had to think carefully. After the time for an incense stick to burn, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and threw the herbs into the furnace. The concept of fire turned into a sea of fire that enveloped the alchemy furnace. This step also made the pill hall elder's brows twitch. He had to control the heat well when refining medicinal herbs. Some medicinal ingredients had to be boiled with a raging fire, while others had to be boiled slowly. Otherwise, it would destroy the medicinal power. As for Lu Changsheng, it directly enveloped the entire alchemy furnace with flames. The temperature distorted the surrounding space. The pill hall elder still didn't say anything. Lu Changsheng threw in the herbs without hesitation. Not long after, he slapped the pill furnace, and streams of medicinal liquid flew out. He placed it into the pure jade bottle. The pill hall elder was stunned when he saw this. He went closer to take a look and immediately gasped. The purification of this medicinal liquid did not have the slightest impurity. To be able to extract such a multitude of medicinal herbs at the same time, even he was unable to do so. At this moment, the elder was sure that Lu Changsheng's alchemy skills were much better than his. Then, Lu Changsheng threw the liquid into the furnace. Another 2 incense sticks of time passed. A medicinal fragrance slowly spread out from the pill furnace. The pill hall elder was shocked when he smelled it. However, he was a little puzzled. This medicinal fragrance seemed to be a little different from the medicinal pill Hong Ying had given him previously. At this moment, Lu Changsheng waved his hand and a pill flew out of the furnace. Lu Changsheng held it in his hand. "How's that?" The pill hall elder stepped forward and asked. Lu Qingfeng looked at the pill in his hand and felt a little nervous. Even though this pill was refined according to the characteristics described by the pill hall elder, he was not sure what the final effect would be. He still needed to find someone to give it a try. Why don't we find someone to try? The elder nodded and said, there's another person in the early stage Qianyuan realm in the academy, but because his foundation is unstable, he can't advance an inch. You can let him try. Lu Qingfeng nodded. At this moment, Han Ying also came over. Master, third junior brother is back. Third junior brother. Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, Ning Chengsen, rate 1 have something to do with the elders. I'll go back later. The pill hall elder said, your master and I are going to test the pills. Pills? Han Ying was stunned for a moment before she recalled what had happened. She could not help but ask, is it that essence-breaking pilly? They both nodded. Han Ying was also shocked when she saw the pill in Lu Qingfeng's hand. The essence-breaking pill was a medicinal pill from their era. The prescription had long been lost. Even she did not have it. Did her master really refine it? Thinking of this, Han Ying followed curiously. They arrived at a pavilion. This pavilion was where the Hidden Tao Academy stored cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Yi Qiubai's incomplete 9 heavenly demon sword was obtained here. The pill hall elder stood at the door and bowed. Elder Lai, there's something one need to see you about. The door of the pavilion opened and an old man slowly walked out. He asked, what's the matter? If Yi Qiubai was here, he would be able to recognize that this was the pavilion guardian elder. The pill hall elder told him the whole story. When Elder Lai heard this, a hint of spirit flashed across his turbid eyes. Really? The elder nodded and said, the supreme elder is already in seclusion. Hearing this, Elder Lai nodded and said, in any case, my cultivation can't advance further and I don't have much lifespan left. I'll give it a try. With that, Elder Lai took the special version of the pill from Lu Qingfeng's hand and sat down cross-legged. He swallowed it and began to absorb the medicinal power. Not long after, under everyone's surprised gazes, Elder Li's realm actually began to break through. He had stepped into the middle stage of Qianyuan realm. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.